This is a realm where all are lords, awakening the spark of hope, binding to a floating island, and becoming a lord. However, Chen soon discovers that the denizens of his domain seem somewhat amiss. The ancient tree of life has mutated into a silver-leaved laurel, capable of summoning Chang'e. The Firebird's Nest has transformed into a crimson sun phoenix tree, allowing for the recruitment of the three-legged golden crow. The dragon's lair has morphed into the dragon palace of the four seas, enabling the summoning of the dragon clan. The skeletal graveyard has evolved into the ghost gate, permitting the recruitment of 100 demons. Chapter 1. Traversing a Millennium of Darkness. On the majestic city walls, a towering figure stands, gazing into the vast expanse of darkness and decay before him. Behind him lies a regiment of elves, impeccably organized, well-equipped, and thoroughly trained, their aura of menace ascending to the heavens. Roar surrounding him, colossal rock giants rise, bellowing towards the obsidian sky. The air is filled with the sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing, as countless dragons, each 100 meters long, and flaming phoenixes soar through the skies. Today, I, Chen, shall shatter the darkness and restore a radiant world. Slap. You will shatter the darkness? You will restore a radiant world. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? You haven't even entered the dark world yet. You aren't a lord. In the classroom, fragments of chalk pelted the youth who lay sprawled over his desk, rousing him from his slumber. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around him. Being caught sleeping in class was the greatest amusement in the otherwise tedious academic life. Teacher, I was wrong. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. The youth stood, raising his hand in surrender. Do not be misled by the seemingly innocuous chalk pieces. When they struck, they were quite painful, leaving imprints on his skin. After all, the teacher covering their class was a bona fide awakened individual. Chen, your theoretical grades are excellent, ranking first in the entire school, yet your physical prowess is indeed the weakest among everyone. Thus, you must take this lore training class seriously. I sincerely hope to see you a year from now. The homeroom teacher advised earnestly, while the youth could only repeatedly apologize. There was no choice. Even if he had awakened the spark of hope and possessed the qualifications to become a lord, he still felt the weight of bloodline suppression from the homeroom teacher who had disciplined him for years. All right, sit down. No more sleeping. Pay attention. Perhaps recognizing his earnest attitude or his consistently good performance, the teacher refrained from further reprimands, allowing him to go. Tisk, Brother Chen, impressive. You dared to sleep during the old teacher's class. Where did you go last night? As soon as he sat down, a chubby classmate turned around, awe evident on his face. Get lost. Don't you know where I went? Chen replied irritably. How could this chubby guy still have the audacity to ask? He promised to show him his future kin, the night elves, yet all he released were a series of limited films. How could anyone sleep well at night with that? However, to speak the truth, the elven race is indeed recognized as one of the most aesthetically pleasing races. Each elven maiden is breathtakingly beautiful. Chen couldn't help but think that if all the summoned beings were elven maidens without any men, how delightful that would be. Yes, his kin are indeed the night elves, which is why he was inclined to watch the films recommended by the chubby classmate. After all, it pertains to his kin, and he should at least approach it with a serious attitude, even if the direction of his studies seemed somewhat askew, leaving him feeling lost. A month ago, you ignited the spark of hope during the awakening ceremony, possessing the potential to become a lord. And this past month has been the nation's training for you future lords, to enhance your chances of survival in the dark world. Now that the time has come, tomorrow marks your entry into the dark world. Here, I can only wish you all good fortune. For your futures, and for the future of Blue Star, please strive with all your might. Upon concluding, the homeroom teacher bowed deeply to the crowd. Since the onset of the Dark Invasion, every lord, awakened being, and even ordinary person venturing into the darkness is deserving of respect, for they all fight for the future of Blue Star. In that moment, even the youth who had been drowsy moments before felt a surge of alertness. This final farewell ceremony was undoubtedly the most solemn. Today marks their last lesson at school, perhaps even the final moments many would spend on Blue Star. The Dark Invasion casts a constant threat upon Blue Star. How many will return alive after stepping into the dark world remains an unknown. The last day of classes swiftly concluded, with students exiting the school, some exhilarated, others melancholic. Chen and the chubby classmate reveled in their final moments on campus together. Wow, this little freshman is stunning. This girl is great too. Her figure is superb. Hey, how come I never noticed before? Our school has so many beauties. As they walked, the chubby classmate's exaggerated exclamations echoed in Chen's ears, prompting him to quicken his pace in an attempt to escape. I say, chubby, with a dinosaur of your size, how can you dare call someone beauty? Does that sit well with your conscience? Unable to hold back his retort, yet the chubby boy appeared unfazed, even somewhat smug. What do you know? We are about to graduate, so we ought to make contributions to the little freshman. Encouragement and compliments. When they hear praise from seniors, won't they feel more confident in their appearance? Confidence breeds beauty. This explanation left Chen momentarily speechless. Fine, as long as you're happy. You are right. Suddenly, a radiant figure blocked their path. With a fair and exquisite visage, a tall and curvaceous figure, clad in a well-fitted school uniform skirt, complemented by waist-length straight black hair, she was undoubtedly the campus goddess. Indeed, the campus goddess, Chang'e, had pursued Yi Chen for a full 6 years, a fact well known among the students. As graduation approached, it seemed she was prepared for a final attempt. A crowd gathered around, eager to witness whether the goddess of their dreams would finally be won over. Naturally, Yi Chen's appearance was also strikingly handsome, fitting the mold of a campus heartthrob, and with his theoretical grades topping the school, he had become an idol among the impoverished students. Gazing at the enchanting silhouette before him, a tinge of helplessness inevitably swelled within Yi Chen's heart. He was not devoid of feelings. However, the chasm between them was insurmountable. In this world, awakening could either be a celestial ascent or a descent into despair, and the ultimate outcome remained an enigma. Should he fail to awaken successfully, he would undoubtedly be unworthy of such a white-collar goddess. So what do you think? We have ignited the spark of hope and completed the Lord's training. Are you willing to fulfill your promise? Jianmingyi inquired, biting her lip. Due to the disparity in their identities and statuses, Yi Chen had always been reluctant to pursue a relationship with her. To extricate himself from Jianmingyi's entanglement, he had claimed that if both could ignite the spark of hope, he would agree to be with her. Little did he anticipate that this promise would come to fruition today. Yi Chen opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed a commitment he had once made. It was impossible to say he was not moved by the esteemed school belle, for she was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school.
However, the family background of the school belle was formidable enough to deter anyone. All 6 members of her family were lords. From her parents to her grandparents, each had ignited the spark of hope, belonging to a prestigious lineage of lords. As the sole little princess of the family, she had been cherished and pampered since childhood. Yi Chen was acutely aware that the disparity in their social standings rendered their union nearly impossible. To avoid a tragic conclusion, he had no choice but to assert that they would wait until both had awakened the spark of hope.
After all, once one became a lord, their identity and status would transform entirely. Although he would still pale in comparison to her lineage, he would at least be treated as her equal. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jianmingyi, who had not sought him out during the month of lord training, would suddenly appear on this final day and catch him off guard. Of course, I am willing. Our brother Chen is a man of his word. Greetings, sister-in-law. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent for an extended moment, the plump friend beside him began to tease, believing that since Yi Chen had awakened, he would undoubtedly be on par with her. However, Jianmingyi paid no heed to him and instead fixed her gaze intently on Yi Chen, seemingly awaiting an answer. Well, yes, I certainly stand by my word. How about we form a team first? Once we safely navigate the trial world, we can be together. After all, only by passing through the trial world can one truly be considered a lord. Yi Chen contemplated before tentatively proposing. New lords would not directly enter the dark world, but would first traverse the trial world. Only by completing the trials within the designated time could one become a bona fide lord and step into the darkness. The failure rate of the trials was notoriously high. Each year, only about half of the new lords succeeded in passing the trials and becoming official lords. You must keep your word once we enter the trial world. No disappearing on me, Jianmingyi exclaimed, her voice quick and urgent. She raised her right hand and tossed a wristband towards Yi Chen. This is the latest model of wristband, which has excellent signal coverage in the dark world, nearly encompassing the entire small realm. We will contact each other tomorrow. Having spoken, Jianmingyi blushed and turned to leave, feeling a mix of embarrassment after openly confessing in front of so many onlookers. However, her heart brimmed with joy. Although Yi Chen had not directly agreed, the prospect of teaming up and testing the waters was indeed the most significant progress in 6 years. Most crucially, as long as they both emerged alive from the trial world, she could be with him. How could that not elate her? Those in love, regardless of gender, often act without reason. Love renders one blind. Wow, my friend, after 6 years, you are finally going to say yes to our goddess. Before Yi Chen could catch his breath, the plump friend had already hooked his arm around his neck, excitedly gazing at the wristband in Yi Chen's hand. Get off, you greasy fool, Yi Chen retorted, pushing away the unwelcome arm and shrugging as he strolled toward the school gate, internally grumbling. You, King Fatty, have lived next door to me for 6 years. How could I possibly dare to pursue a girlfriend? I would surely harvest a field of grasslands instead. Thankfully, graduation was finally upon us. Becoming a lord also meant liberating himself from this deadpan neighbor. By the way, Brother Chen, now that we are both lords, how about I place my territory right next to yours? We can still be neighbors. Wang Fatty suddenly caught up, his face brimming with excitement. Puff. Yi Chen spluttered, choking on a mouthful of blood. He was done for. Chapter 2. The Silver-Leaved Laurel Tree. The following day marked the commencement of the annual newcomer trials, drawing the gaze of the entire world towards this cohort of fresh leaders, who embody humanity's hope in resisting and ultimately conquering the darkness. Young lords, I wish you all the best, and I hope that in the future we may stand shoulder to shoulder in the battle against the dark world. On the elevated platform of the teleportation array, a young man clad in dark golden armor addressed the multitude of novice leaders below him. His resonant voice, devoid of any amplification device, reached the ears of the crowd with remarkable clarity. Below, the assemblage of new leaders gazed up at him with reverence. He was none other than the renowned Grand Lord of Chang'e Province, known as the Undying King, Wen Tianzong. Incredible. I can hardly believe it. The Undying King Wen Tianzong is already over 600 years old this year, yet he looks just like us, exclaimed Chen, enthusiastically clapping his hands as he turned to the plump fellow beside him. Indeed, after all, once one becomes a first-tier lord, one shares eternal life with their territory, ageless and immortal. And for a powerful high-tier lord like Wen Tianzong, as long as his domain endures, he is an immortal entity. The plump man nodded sagely, recognizing this as the primary advantage of lords over ordinary awakened beings. The names of such illustrious lords were well known to all, a staple of compulsory education. For without their valorous battles on the front lines, life in Blue Star would not be as comfortable as it is today. It is only fitting that all should hold these formidable beings in profound reverence. Yet, as he listened to the Grand Lord's speech, the plump man could not help but voice his frustration. But look at me. With this robust physique, how did I end up with the hideous and inept goblin race? Unlike Chen, who belonged to the rare night elf lineage, his initial kin was the inferior goblin tribe, whose combat prowess was notably lacking. Furthermore, this race, characterized by greed and cunning, exhibited the worst traits of all races, yet lacked the strength to defend themselves. Consequently, to this day, no powerful goblin lord had emerged, and many among their kind had even turned traitor. Nevertheless, every race exists for a reason, Chen replied, shaking his head in a bid to offer solace. In my view, while goblins may lack combat strength, their scientific capabilities are formidable. Numerous technological marvels in the dark world are derived from their ingenuity. As for their inherent flaws, there is no need for concern. The more flaws they possess, the greater their desires. If we can satisfy their cravings, we can maintain a firm grip over them. Moreover, desire is the primary driving force of production. If harnessed effectively, your floating island could experience unprecedented growth. Chen elaborated thoughtfully, having studied countless races in the dark world. The goblin tribe had indeed left a significant mark in history, albeit one that had ultimately been erased. Really? Are goblins that powerful? How am I supposed to control them and ensure they wholeheartedly develop my floating island? The plump man asked, skepticism evident in his eyes. Chen cast him a knowing glance, for he could not simply disregard his close friend. Greedy, cunning, and cowardly. Therefore, there's no need to hold back. Discipline them as needed. This race is inherently submissive. The more ruthless you are, the more obedient they will become. Simultaneously, provide them with a glimmer of hope, such as food. They don't need to be full, just well fed enough to avoid starvation. After all, a full belly breeds desire. And you must ensure that satisfying their hunger remains their primary goal. Besides, this race is not devoid of merits. They place immense value on credibility, especially when binding contracts with penalties. Written in black and white, they cannot weasel out of their obligations. This was his understanding of the goblin tribe. To deal with their unscrupulous nature, one must employ even more unscrupulous methods. When you outmaneuver them, they must comply. Really? Just keep them from starving? Is that for real? The plump man asked, incredulity etched across his face, questioning whether such an approach would prompt his kin to revolt. Trust in Brother Chen, and you shall live forever. Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, the Undying King, when Tianzong's speech was drawing to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, the path of a lord is a noble and powerful one, yet it is also fraught with thorns and death. Each year, less than half who enter the trials emerge as official lords, and the number of lords who perish in the dark world is incalculable. This path is laden with temptation, hesitation, and betrayal. I only hope that, regardless of the circumstances, you all remain true to yourselves and never forget your original intentions. As the speech concluded, the newcomers began to step onto the teleportation array, officially embarking on their journey into the dark world. For these fledgling lords, who had ignited the spark of hope, their entry into the dark world was not immediate. They first entered a trial realm, governed by specific rules. Here, they would cultivate a floating island that truly belonged to them. Don't forget your promise to me. Stay in touch once you enter. Jian Mingyi turned back, raising her wristband towards Chen before stepping into the teleportation array. Hee, Brother Chen, don't forget about your buddy. The plump man chimed in with a cheeky grin, darting into the teleportation array before Chen could kick him. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen retracted his foot and approached the teleportation array. What an absurd situation. In a whirl of motion, a suffocating aura of despair and darkness engulfed him, accompanied by the faint whispers akin to divine murmurs in his ears. Detecting the spark of hope, recognizing first-time entry into the dark world, territory not yet bound, transitioning into the trial realm. Trial realm entry successful, binding temporary territory. Binding of temporary territory complete. Consolidating bloodline nest. Due to the influence of the lord's innate abilities, the bloodline nest has undergone alterations. Please review the changes at your discretion. Entering the new lord's protection period. Generating territory shield. Territory shield generation successful. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, culminating in a tremor beneath his feet as Chen felt himself standing on solid ground, the darkness gradually lifting from his vision, surrounded by an expanse of gloom. Reminiscent of the cosmos, the only solid ground beneath him was a small island, while the distant surroundings resembled stars scattered across a night sky. His territory appeared quite desolate. Apart from a towering 5-meter silver tree at its center, the land was strewn with rubble, nearly devoid of any other features. A silver tree? This must be the laurel. Chen pondered, casting a curious gaze at the great tree. Instantly, all its information flooded into his mind. Name, silver-leaved laurel tree. Description, an ancient life tree evolved from a special bloodline, possessing the ability to absorb unique energies. Growth potential, 0.9. Growth conditions, free growth for 1 year. Nurturable race, silver laurel moon elves, unknown special race, nurturing limit, 10,000 times. Single nurturing quantity, 2 individuals, energy consumption, 100 points. Current energy value, 100 points, generation speed, 4 points per day. Racial talents, acute senses, night vision, moon blade, precision, accelerated growth, plant mastery, magic surge, lunar power. Nest effect 1. Consuming energy can facilitate rapid growth of surrounding vegetation. Nest effect 2. Injured creatures may receive healing near the nest. Nest effect 3. A moon well can be generated beside the silverleaf laurel, producing 1 drop of life water each day, which possesses profound healing properties. This, is it not exceedingly potent? Upon observing the attributes of the silverleaf laurel, Chen found himself utterly astounded. If nothing unexpected occurred, this would indeed be his racial nest. A racial nest capable of evolving 9 times is nothing short of extraordinary. Even the most formidable dragon nests and angel nests known to date only reach a mere 7 stages of growth. It is said that the mightiest Titan clan may achieve an evolution of 8, but a nest reaching 9 is undoubtedly unprecedented. The greater the growth potential of a racial nest, the higher the growth potential of that race. As for the average night elves, I recall that they only attain 4 stages of growth. This is truly remarkable. Chen murmured, is this the power of the Lord's talent? With this thought, he couldn't help but introspect his own attributes once more. 2 distinctly powerful talents lay within his talent list, revealing that he was indeed an exceptionally rare double talent lord. Name, Chen, chronological age, 18. Race, earthling. Profession, none. Level, 0. Attributes, constitution 1, strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 2, spirit 3. Lord talent 1, bloodline retrospection, the ability to trace the origins of bloodlines and awaken the memories of ancient ancestors. Lord talent 2, primordial bloodline. The kin within the territory will gain a special transformation from the ancient primordial bloodline. Territory level, 0, diameter, 100 meters. Newcomer protection. Remaining time, 6 days 23 hours 57 minutes 24 seconds. Territory kin, awaiting activation. Primordial bloodline. I recall that in the Blue Star world, all awakened kin are derived from races of Western mythology. The ancient primordial races of Huaxia have yet to emerge. Gazing at his 2 lord talents, Chen fell into a brief reverie. Never had he anticipated that his crossing over would grant him the favor of the deities of his past life, allowing him the opportunity to flourish the ancient primordial legacy in this dark world. Perhaps the deities of Earth also wish to lend a hand through me, to aid this world steeped in darkness? Chen speculated within his heart. It seems I truly am a fortunate child favored by the gods. If so, then the sinister beings lurking in the shadows, prepare to tremble. Huaxia deities, here I come. Chapter 3, The Unique Kin. Beep, beep. Having released his grand aspirations, Chen's wristband emitted a call. Lowering his gaze, he found a message from Jianmingyi, who had likely just familiarized herself with her surroundings and sought him out. With a resigned click, he answered, and instantly, a striking female figure projected before him. The technology of Blue Star is exceedingly advanced. Projection calls have become thoroughly ubiquitous. Chen, how goes it? Have you summoned your kin yet? Where are you? Send me your location. Upon connection, Jianmingyi inquired with palpable excitement. Flanked by 2 exquisite winged battle angels, her kin, the holy and powerful angel race, which possessed absolute combat prowess compared to the underwhelming goblins of Wangpongzi. Jianmingyi was also one of the new students closely monitored by the higher-ups this year. After all, the holy court, from which the angel race emerged, boasts a maximum of 7 stages of growth, far surpassing Chen's earlier life tree, which only achieved 4. Not yet. I just arrived at the floating island and am about to summon my kin. Chen replied with a smirk, noticing the striking appearance of the angels. Humph. Aren't angels beautiful? Quickly turn the camera. Let me see your life tree. And summon a couple of night elves while you're at it. Jianmingyi urged, her delicate nose wrinkling in annoyance as she pressed Yi-chun to summon his kin. The racial nest naturally possesses the energy required for a summon upon its birth. Thereafter, it must replenish itself through self-restoration or the use of energy crystals. My life tree. It seems to have undergone a slight transformation. Yi-chun shrugged helplessly and turned the camera. Instantly, the silvery silverleaf laurel captivated Jianmingyi's attention entirely. What? Is this the life tree? Jianmingyi exclaimed in disbelief. It was vastly different from her impression of life trees. Well, not quite. It's called the silverleaf laurel. And the emerging race is known as the silverleaf moon elves, likely a branch of the night elves. Yi-chun clarified, shaking his head. Silverleaf moon elves? Still an elven race? And one that has never appeared before. Jianmingyi remarked, her gaze entranced. The beauty of the silverleaf laurel was simply irresistible, seemingly even eclipsing that of the holy court, which could birth angels. With this thought, Jianmingyi abruptly withdrew her gaze and turned back to Yi-chun. Yi-chun, this is an entirely new elven race. Although I do not know how powerful it is, the aura it radiates suggests it may rival the holy court with its 7 stages of growth. So let us conclude our conversation for today. I have faith that you will become an extraordinarily powerful lord. Remember to send me your location, and don't forget our promise to team up. Be sure to come find me. Having finished speaking, Jianmingyi terminated the call. An elven race comparable to angels holds far greater value than the angels of the holy court alone. Talents and kin are the greatest secrets of a lord. Even spouses do not fully share them, let alone someone who isn't even a girlfriend yet. Thus, Jianmingyi wisely ended the conversation, respecting and trusting Yi-chun. Yi-chun glanced at his wristband, not uttering a word. The instant the camera shifted away, he understood that the other party would not continue the conversation. Keeping a secret is not easily accomplished. Ding. The call ended, but contact was not severed. A location message was sent, persistently urging Yi-chun. Upon inspection, the distance was indeed staggering, spanning over half a star system. It would take no less than half a year to traverse. Shaking his head helplessly, he sent his location and casually forwarded it to Wang Pengzi, then ceased further communication. With a determined gaze fixed upon the silverleaf laurel, he resolved to summon his first batch of kin. As Yi-chun concentrated, the energy of the silverleaf laurel began to coalesce. 2 orbs of silvery light materializing atop its canopy and swelling in size. Soon, shadows began to flicker within, accompanied by rhythmic expansions, as if life was being nurtured within. As time passed, the luminous orbs continued to grow. It seemed the silverleaf laurel could scarcely bear the weight and began to gently descend, all the while expanding until it reached a human size, radiating a resplendent glow. That's blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Yi-chun squinted slightly. Once the brilliance dissipated and his vision cleared, he was left utterly mesmerized. 2 tall, exquisitely beautiful maidens stood before him, their slender arms entwined. Their silvery hair cascaded down their shoulders, surpassing the allure of any star on earth. Most strikingly, they were completely unclad, with only silver leaves modestly concealing their most intimate areas. Having encountered the esteemed lord, the 2 elven maidens slowly opened their eyes and bowed respectfully to Yi-chun. Their waist-length hair framed their chests, enhancing their allure with a tantalizing glimpse of skin. The sight was nothing short of overwhelming. It was no wonder the branches struggled to support their weight. Yi-chun instinctively turned his head, yet his gaze inevitably drifted back to the 2 maidens. Name, unnamed. Race, Silverleaf Moon Elf. Level, 1 Loyalty, 100. Growth Potential, 04. Attributes, Constitution 2, Strength 2, Agility 3, Intelligence 2, Spirit 3. Innate Skill 1, Precision, increases vision range by 20 and hit rate by 20. Name, unnamed. Race, Moon Maiden. Level, 3, Loyalty, 100. Growth Potential, 07. Attributes, Constitution 12. Strength 11, Agility 13, Intelligence 30, Spirit 20. Innate Skill 1, Moonblade. Harnesses the power of moonlight to strike enemies, inflicting significant lunar magic damage. Innate Skill 2, Moon Essence. Absorbs the essence of the moon to heal wounds or accelerate the growth of flora and fauna. What is this? Upon observing their attributes, Yi-chun's gaze unconsciously settled on one of the moon maidens. He had initially assumed that the silverleaf moon tree would summon only silverleaf moon elves. But to his surprise, it had also summoned a unique race known as the Moon Maiden. Furthermore, this Moon Maiden possessed astonishing strength, inherently at level 3, with a remarkable growth potential of up to 7. This was on par with the growth potential of Jianmingyi's angel, while angels typically only began at level 2. Having met the esteemed lord, the Moon Maiden humbly requested a name. Sensing Yi-chun's scrutinizing gaze, she shyly lowered her head and spoke again. It was only then that Yi-chun noticed the subtle distinctions between the 2. Compared to the Silverleaf Moon Elf, the Moon Maiden's features were more refined, her figure more proportionate and supple. In contrast, the Moon Elf's physique leaned towards the taller, more statuesque form typical of Western women. Additionally, The Moon Maiden lacked the elongated ears characteristic of her elven kin, instead possessing normal human ears, marking the most significant difference between them. Since you are a Moon Maiden, born of the Een star, under the dominion of Tien, Shi-He, and Chang'e, you shall be named Yi-Shi. As for you, being of the elven race, you shall be called Yi-Ling. Grateful for their bestowed names, the two maidens expressed their excitement and thanks, though the tremulous nature of their forms proved somewhat challenging for Yi-Chun to endure. Very well, if there is nothing else, feel free to explore the island. There should be a treasure chest buried underground. Upon saying this, Yi-Chun turned and walked away. Every new lord's floating island harbors a treasure chest buried by the gods, which randomly grants an assortment of initial items, such as workbenches, seeds, tools, or weapons, along with recipes. Aside from the guaranteed workbench, seeds, and a modest amount of food, the rest is left to chance. Given that this is a benefit, the treasure chest should not be too difficult to find. It wasn't long before the trio uncovered an old wooden chest amid a pile of rubble on the island. Inside were the schematics for a workbench, seeds for potatoes and pine trees, a small pot of fertile soil, a sturdy longbow, and a quiver containing 10 arrows. Unexcitedly, they retrieved the contents, which indeed comprised essential items for newcomers. The only stroke of fortune was the longbow and quiver. While their power was modest, they at least granted him the ability for ranged attacks early on, which was quite significant in a trial world. Yi-Shi, Yi-Ling, you two should find a suitable spot and plant the potatoes and pine trees. After handing the seeds and soil to them, Yi-Chun ceased to intervene. In the realm of cultivation, none rivaled the elven race, and even the Moon Maiden possessed the ability to accelerate plant growth, making it unnecessary for him to worry about such matters. Understood, my lord. The two maidens nodded and each took a packet of seeds to find a place for planting. As humanoid kin, the food in the treasure chest should suffice for more than 2 days, but mere sustenance would not suffice. They needed to seek new sources of food. Yi-Chun looked at the few pieces of white bread he had just procured, his expression filled with helplessness. The food crisis was the first challenge every lord faced upon entering the dark world. When their kin lacked food, loyalty would begin to wane, with severe cases potentially leading to betrayal. Chapter 4. The Assault of the Fearsome Wolves. Yi-Ling and Yi-Shi had set out to plant the potatoes and pine trees. Yi-Chun had observed that the growth cycle for potatoes was 3 days, while for pine trees, it would take a month. Although he was yet unaware of the silver leaf moon tree and moon essence's contributions, he felt assured that food would not be an immediate concern. However, given that the pine trees required a month to mature, constructing a dwelling could not rely on them. He would need to devise alternative solutions. Fortunately, these topics had been covered during the Lord's training. Through the workbench, he could swiftly acquire basic items, including commonly used tools and basic stone blocks. With sufficient stone blocks, he could construct a rudimentary stone house for temporary shelter, and once the wooden trees matured, he could remodel it into a more robust lord's residence. Yi-Chun contemplated this while directing his attention to the schematics of the workbench. Workbench recipe allows for the creation of a workbench and the crafting of simple tools. Required resources: 10 wood, 5 iron, Oregon 10 pieces of wood, and 5 iron ores. That is quite a challenge. Yi-Chun scratched his head. Currently, the floating island was barren, and acquiring these materials would necessitate venturing outside, which posed significant dangers, especially since he only had 2 kin to accompany him. My lord, we have finished planting. At that moment, Yi-Ling returned, respectfully addressing Yi-Chun. Planting potatoes and pine trees involved simply scattering seeds into the soil, which was not overly complex. However, whether they would thrive was another matter entirely. Thank you for your hard work. I recall your talent is precision, right? Here, take this bow and quiver for your use. Yi-Chun nodded while handing her the longbow and quiver retrieved from the treasure chest. Thank you, my lord. Yi-Ling bowed slightly in gratitude, yet Yi-Chun dared not look too long. The allure was simply too great. Turning his gaze towards Yi-Shi, he observed her gathering a luminous, milky white essence of moonlight in her hands. Once she accumulated a sufficient amount, she sprinkled it over the soil below. This was the small quantity of fertile soil from the treasure chest, now designated for the potato planting. However, as the moonlight essence fell, the freshly planted potato seeds sprouted tender shoots, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Is this too fast, isn't it? Yi-Chun hurried forward to inspect the potatoes. Potato sprout, 0 level. Maturation cycle, 11 hours, 58 minutes, 22 seconds. It had accelerated growth by a full 6 times? Yi-Chun exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that the augmentation from the silver leaf moon tree combined with Yi-Shi's moonlight would yield such terrifying results. At that moment, it appeared that the acceleration of the potato sprouts had reached completion. Yi-Shi flicked the remaining moonlight in her hand, casting it onto the adjacent plot designated for planting pine trees. Yi-Chun turned to look, and to his astonishment, he discovered several tender sprouts had emerged from the barren stony ground. Pine sapling, level 0. Maturation period, 14 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 15 seconds. Esteemed lord, the moonlight cannot expedite growth by a factor of 2. It merely accelerates the growth by 1 day. Yi Shi wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead and smiled, as if wielding the moonlight was quite a burden for her. Accelerating growth by a day? If we do that multiple times, wouldn't the pine saplings mature today? Yi Chen inquired with delight. If they could truly mature in just a day, why would he bother constructing stone houses? A wooden cottage is far more pleasant. However, upon hearing his words, Yi Shi shook her head in resignation. My lord, hastening growth is ill-advised. Each plant can only receive the infusion of moonlight once a day. The truly formidable entity is the silverleaf bay laurel, which can directly have the growth periods of all crops. The moonlight merely serves as an auxiliary function. The silverleaf bay laurel can directly reduce the growth periods of all crops by half. Yi Chen glanced at the towering tree beside him, his heart stirred by waves of excitement. Previously, the ancient life tree also possessed the ability to accelerate plant growth, yet it was limited to around 10 days. Even at full maturity, it would only take about 20 to 30 days. But the silverleaf bay laurel, at its initial stage, could already have the growth period of all crops. If it were to reach full maturity, wouldn't that mean instant ripeness? Resources and dependence are the primary constraints to territorial development. With the presence of the silverleaf bay laurel and the moon goddess, he need not worry about resources anymore. My lord, the potatoes will mature today and are exceedingly easy to cultivate, so we need not fret over food for the time being. What plans do you have next? Yi Shi and Yi Ling inquired, gazing at Yi Chen after planting the potatoes and pine trees. Since we have established a territory, the foremost concern is resources. Currently, the island is devoid of anything. Relying solely on potatoes and pine trees is insufficient. Therefore, we will likely need to venture out in search of additional resources. Yi Chen contemplated and replied, this is a path all novice lords must traverse. Once sufficient strength is amassed, the time to expand outward will come. After all, they are lords. How to develop and enlarge their territory is paramount. Solely focusing on internal development is simply not feasible. Relying on the 4 energy points restored daily by the silverleaf bay laurel, it would take 25 days to conduct a second recruitment, while the novice shield only provides protection for 7 days. In other words, if rapid development cannot be achieved, the first batch of novice lords would perish after 7 days. Contemplating this, Yi Chen glanced at the message on his wristband. He noted that King Fatty was not far away, but he and Jianmingyi were positioned directly to his left and right. This meant that if he were to rendezvous with King Fatty first, his distance from Jianmingyi would only increase. Given the circumstances, what choice remained? It was, of course, to seek out King Fatty. After all, a woman would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. I will guide the territory in a certain direction. I entrust you both with dealing with the dark creatures we encounter along the way, he declared, releasing the wristband and addressing the 2 women. Rest assured, the safety of the territory will be in our capable hands. The 2 women nodded. With their prowess, there was indeed little to fear from ordinary dark creatures. With that, Yi Chen nodded in agreement and began attempting to control his floating island, directing it to gradually move toward King Fatty's location. This was the privilege of all lords, the absolute dominion over their floating islands. However, not long after initiating movement, a dull thud resonated in the ears of the trio. Looking up, they beheld a massive black wolf, nearly 5 meters in length, crashing against the protective shield of the floating island, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the interior, seemingly poised to charge inside at any moment. Yi Chen could not discern the attributes of the creature, but humanity had long cataloged the data on these dark beings. Fearwolf, Level 1. One of the lowest-tier dark creatures, possessing formidable strength with a maximum recorded growth to Level 3, exhibiting high aggression. Attributes: Constitution 3, Strength 6. Agility 4, Intelligence 0, Spirit 1. Even the lowest-tier Fearwolf boasts a total attribute score exceeding 10, with primary attributes in strength and agility, making it more formidable in combat than Yi Ling, the newly emerged Silverleaf Moon Elf. Filthy dark creature, Yi Ling exclaimed coldly, knocking an arrow to her bow. The wooden arrow, slicing through the air, was launched at the Fearwolf. The wolf let out a low growl, leaping aside as the wooden arrow grazed its back, inflicting minimal damage. Being of the same level, Yi Ling's balanced attributes did not allow her to match the Fearwolf in raw attacking power. Beast. After missing her shot, Yi Shi also took action. Unlike Yi Ling, who wielded a bow, she simply summoned the descent of moonlight, conjuring a silver crescent blade that materialized before her. With a decisive thrust, she propelled it forward, and at once, it sped toward the Fearwolf with astonishing velocity. A thunderous roar echoed, but this time it was swiftly silenced. The flying crescent blade could not be dodged as the wolf had evaded the arrow. It sliced cleanly through its neck, severing the massive wolf's head and causing black blood to splatter in all directions. With the threat neutralized, both the head and body of the wolf passed through the shield and fell onto the floating island, leaving only the primal twitching of muscles behind. Impressive, truly formidable. Yi Chen marveled aloud, taken aback by Yi Shi's moon blade, which, with her astonishing intelligence of 30 points, proved to be dreadfully potent. For a moment, he could scarcely discern whether it was Yi Shi's strength or the blade's damage that was more astonishing. This was a complete overpowering of strength, rendering any comparison moot. My lord, I sense that this fear wolf harbors a magic crystal within. Would you like me to retrieve it for you? Yi Shi turned casually after dispatching the fear wolf, regarding Yi Chun with a question. It seemed that vanquishing the fear wolf with the moonblade was far easier for her than using moonlight to accelerate plant growth. Certainly, that would be much appreciated. Yi Chun quickly nodded, coming back to his senses. Magic crystals are commonly found within nearly all dark creatures, encapsulating the essence of darkness within them. Thus, the higher the tier of the dark creature, the more refined the magic crystal contained within. While a level 1 magic crystal may not hold significant value, its utility in this trial world is immense. Not only can it energize nests, but it also accelerates their growth, hastening their progression to the next stage. Therefore, once lords have amassed enough strength, they invariably begin to hunt, as this remains the quickest route to augmenting their territorial power. Moreover, the carcass of the fear wolf, once the dark essence is extracted, can be rendered into edible meat. A creature of such size could easily sustain the 3 of them for a month. Remarkably, this was merely a casual strike from Yi Shi. Chapter 5, Dark Treasure Chest. A level 1 magic crystal should provide the Silverleaf Bay Laurel with 100 points of energy. Granting a second summoning opportunity, Yi Chun mused as he held the translucent, gem-like dark magic crystal in his hand. The energy provided by different tiers of magic crystals was duly noted in his tomes. The 0-tier magic crystal can provide 10 points of energy, while the 1st-tier crystal offers at least 100 points, sufficient for the Silverleaf Laurel tree to perform a second summoning. However, as Yi Chun gazed at the magic crystal in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Beyond summoning subordinates, the utility of magic crystals is manifold. The most straightforward and impactful application is to accelerate the growth of his kin. For instance, the leaf spirit, which requires a 14-day growth period, can have her maturation expedited by 1 hour for each point of energy. A total of 100 points translates to over 4 days. This would enable the leaf spirit to swiftly complete her initial growth cycle, endowing her with combat prowess that far surpasses her current capabilities. Nevertheless, the 1st-tier combat strength is already adequate for the present, especially with the 3rd-tier UE by his side. Furthermore, with the ability to hasten growth and the strength to slay the fearsome wolf, his territory should not be lacking in sustenance, allowing for a focus on population development. Resolute, Yi Chun approached the Silverleaf Laurel tree, channeling the concentrated energy into it, which was swiftly purified and absorbed. 2 familiar orbs of light materialized, gently descending from the branches. By fortune, this time there were no special subordinates akin to UE, but rather 2 ordinary Silverleaf Moon sprites, whom Yi Chun named Eve and Bella. After some contemplation, he decided to distinguish between the conventional sprite race and the Eastern primordial races by assigning separate names. The sprite race would bear traditional Western names, while the UE clan would adopt names beginning with the surname Yi. As for the leaf spirit, her name would remain unchanged, marking her as a unique entity within the sprite lineage. Eve and Bella possessed differing racial talents. The former excelled in cultivation, while the latter was adept at spellcasting. Name, Eve race, Silverleaf Moon sprite level, Tier 1 loyalty, 100 growth rate, 0-4 attributes, Constitution 2, Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence 3, Spirit 4. Innate Skill 1, Plant Mastery, possesses the ability to communicate with plants, excelling in cultivation and growth. Name, Bella race, Silverleaf Moon sprite level, Tier 1 loyalty, 100 growth rate, 0-4 attributes, Constitution 2, Strength 1, Agility 2, Intelligence 6, Spirit 4. Innate Skill 1, Arcane Resonance, more attuned to the surrounding magical energies, facilitating the learning of spell-related techniques. Eve, you shall tend to the flora on the floating island henceforth. Bella, accompany Yi Shi and see if you can learn or comprehend some applications of magic. Yi Chun instructed, gazing thoughtfully at the 2 newly summoned Silverleaf Moon sprites. Each race is endowed with a plethora of talents, which is the essence of their heritage. Nature, life, archery, and magic epitomize the gifts of the sprite lineage. Leaf spirit, Eve, and Bella each embody distinct facets of this legacy, destined for divergent paths of development. At your command, my lord. Both ladies responded with a slight bow, prompting Yi Chun to chuckle softly. Why is it that every summoning from the Silverleaf Laurel tree yields only female sprites? Is it possible that the Moon Sprite clan lacks males? How do they propagate? Relying solely on the tree's births seems implausible. Surely, it cannot all fall upon me. For even if I were to consume an abundance of vitality, I would be unable to endure such a burden. My lord, we have completely dismantled the fearsome wolf's carcass and procured some pelts and meat. We require tools for processing. At this juncture, Yi Shi and Leaf Spirit approached, cradling the recently handled remains of the wolf. The 5-meter-long creature had been slain by Yi Shi in a single blow, leaving its body mostly intact, with an entire pelt skinned. However, due to a lack of containers, the blood and flesh were carelessly strewn upon the ground. Let us leave it for now. We shall continue onward and see if we can locate some scattered meteorites. These meteorites often attract a small number of dark creatures, and the concentrated dark energy may coalesce into a dark treasure chest, from which we can quickly acquire some fundamental resources, Chen posited. Recognizing the urgent need to craft a workstation, without tools, even the disassembly of the fearsome wolf had consumed considerable effort from Yishi. As the floating island progressed, the surroundings remained an endless expanse of darkness, obscuring all visibility. The trial world resembled a shattered realm, akin to an infinite void, steeped in darkness and desolation. Only the occasional passage of debris stirred the heart. It is no wonder that newcomers lacking strength may encounter psychological issues during prolonged exposure to this dark world. Under such conditions, anyone's mind would surely falter. Enduring the pervasive gloom and desolation, Chen reflected. Only when the floating island burgeons into a true continent will it possess the warmth of human habitation, dispelling this oppressive atmosphere. The island advanced steadily, occasionally passing small fragments of rock that were unlikely to harbor dark creatures. After soaring through the void for half a day, he finally spied a colossal meteorite, roughly the size of half a floating island, upon which a dozen dark ghouls roamed. Unlike the fearsome wolf, these were lower-tier, zero-level beings, not even proper creatures, but rather a horde of souls corroded by darkness, driven solely by the instinct to pursue life as essence. Upon the appearance of the floating island, the ghouls opened their crimson eyes, fixating hungrily upon the living presence, yearning to devour this fresh meat. Indeed, some dark ghouls acted on this primal urge and lunged toward the floating island, yet they were thwarted by the protective shield. All hands, prepare for battle, Chen commanded, having noticed a small black chest atop the meteorite, signaling that these dark ghouls must be eliminated. Moonblade. No sooner had he spoken than Yishi unleashed her moonblade, cleaving two dark ghouls in twain. Simultaneously, leaf spirit's arrows flew true, piercing another dark ghoul and scattering the stinking remnants of its shattered bones across the ground. These zero-tier dark ghouls proved no match for the duo, falling within mere moments. Had an initial zero-tier subordinate attempted the same, they would not have fared so easily. Unfortunately, Leaf Spirit's supply of arrows was limited. After dispatching 5 dark ghouls, she ceased, preserving her remaining ammunition, which totaled only 10 arrows. Similarly, Yishi's moonblade seemed to consume considerable magical energy, and after casting 3 blades, she too halted. Together, they had successfully vanquished 10 dark ghouls. With all the ghouls clinging to the shield dispatched, only a handful remained atop the meteorite. The 4 ladies wasted no time. Leaping forth, at least 1-tier beings, even those of magical affinity, could easily crush these 0-tier dark creatures with sheer strength, rendering them no threat whatsoever. Before long, Yishi returned bearing 14 0-tier magic crystals and a chest the size of an arm, having emerged as the strongest among the 4. Thank you all for your efforts. Chen expressed his gratitude, then stowed the magic crystals away, embracing the dark treasure chest. In comparison to the primordial crystal, this dark treasure chest is of paramount importance. It is worth noting that, had it not been for Yishi attaining the 3rd tier, clearing a meteorite of such magnitude would prove quite a formidable challenge. Even after Yiling has expended all her arrows, the remaining 4 dark ghouls would still pose a significant threat to them. After all, the moon elves possess a balanced attribute distribution, lacking any singularly powerful trait. Indeed, it would be prudent for the Lord to open the chest promptly to discover its contents. Yishi remarked with a radiant smile. Since the inception of their kin, they have existed as independent entities, loyal to their Lord, but also possessing their own thoughts and preferences. Very well. Chen nodded, rubbing his hands together, filled with excitement as he slowly opened the treasure chest. The contents were neither abundant nor meager. 10 planks of pine wood and 10 pieces of iron ore, along with a single inferior water spirit stone. It's a bit disheartening, but at least we have the materials for a crafting table. And we've secured a reliable water source. Chen remarked with a slight grimace. A typical dark treasure chest would at least have a chance of yielding seeds, which are fundamental for the early development of a territory, yet this chest contained none. Thankfully, the pine wood and iron ore were sufficient, as these materials are essential for constructing a crafting table. Once established, many subsequent tasks would become considerably easier. As for the water spirit stone, it is indeed a stroke of fortune. As its name suggests, it is a spirit stone capable of continuously generating clean water. With it, Chen's floating island need not worry about water supply for the foreseeable future. A single inferior water spirit stone is ample for the daily needs of 10 individuals. Congratulations, my lord. The 4 women chimed with gentle laughter, knowing that the acquisition of the water spirit stone would greatly enhance their living conditions. Being of the elven lineage, or at least connected to the Chang'e bloodline, they were naturally dissatisfied with the current state of their floating island, littered with debris. However, as they were just beginning their journey, none voiced their concerns, although over time, such discontent could lead to a decline in loyalty. Yishi, why don't you arrange for the use of this water spirit stone? You all have just finished battling and could use a wash. I'll go ahead and get the crafting table set up. Chen laughed heartily. tossing the water spirit stone to Yi Shi while he gathered a pile of materials to create the table. Although no one was injured in the recent skirmish, dark ghouls are notoriously filthy creatures, and engaging them barehanded inevitably left a grimy residue. The women were acutely aware of their sullied state, and were keen to cleanse themselves upon receiving Yi Chun's directive, eagerly taking the water spirit stone to the other side for a wash. Chapter 6, Yun Rongshuan. With blueprints and ample materials at hand, the process of constructing the crafting table was less about manufacturing and more aptly described as synthesis. Under the guidance of the blueprints, the materials were enveloped by a peculiar energy, morphing into various shapes and undergoing diverse combinations. In no time, a wooden crafting table measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width was established. It bore an array of metallic tools for the convenience of its users. Beside it lay a stack of blueprints, illustrating fundamental tools that could be synthesized at the table given sufficient materials. Let me see. Leather armor. It requires 3 square meters of leather, which means that fearsome wolf would yield enough for only 2 pieces of armor. Yi Chun mused as he examined the recipes on the table. These recipes could be reused, yet everything produced would merely be the most rudimentary of items. Even if one were to use dragon hide, the result would still be a nondescript leather armor. Thus, the crafting table served merely as a transitional aid for novice lords, destined to be rendered obsolete as the territory flourishes. 2 pieces of armor seem rather insufficient. I must hunt more fearsome wolves, lest I find myself unable to contain my primal instincts, Yi Chun thought with resignation, pondering the age-old dilemma of beast versus beast. As he navigated the floating island forward, he perused other blueprints. Aside from the leather armor, the most plentiful items were various tools, logging axes, skinning knives, chopping knives, pots, bowls, none of which were related to combat. A logging axe is still necessary, but it requires wood, which I currently lack. I'll set it aside for now. I need a complete set of pots and bowls. Otherwise, I won't be able to cook anything. But do I even have fire? No wood. Never mind. I'll craft 2 bowls and 1 pot, which will cost 2 pieces of iron, or, quite expensive. Unable to create the logging axe, I'll start with a chopping knife and a skinning knife. At least they can serve as weapons for the women. Lastly, I'll reserve 1 iron ore for future use. Done. With limited materials at hand, the selection process was swift. Meanwhile, Bella hurried towards him, visibly agitated, causing Yi Chun to feel a pang of concern. My lord, we've discovered a large meteorite over there. But it seems another lord is already attacking it. Bella exclaimed breathlessly. Let us go take a look. Yi Chun's gaze sharpened as he dashed towards the direction Bella had come from, surprised at the prospect of encountering another novice lord so soon. Passing through the silver leaf laurel trees, Yi Chun arrived at the other side of the floating island, where indeed, a meteorite of considerable size lay, flanked by a massive floating island. Though he could not discern details from a distance, it appeared that the opposing kin were also humanoid and possessed remarkable agility. However, their numbers were few. Relying solely on 2 kin to contend with a multitude of dark ghouls seemed a daunting task. With only 2 kin, they must be of a higher tier, possessing an initial strength of at least tier 1. Otherwise, they would not dare confront such a throng of dark ghouls. Yi Chun speculated, resolving to approach and assess the situation, especially since the opposing side seemed to be struggling and was preparing to retreat. Although tier 1 kin are formidable, they would find it challenging to face numerous dark ghouls unarmed. He had previously relied on Yi Ling and Yi Shi to clear a path before charging in with the 4 women. As the floating island drew nearer, the scene before him became clearer. A dozen dark ghouls were greedily eyeing their adversaries. Trolls? No wonder they are so audacious, Yi Chun murmured, having identified the opposing race. Trolls are a race that matches the elves in strength, and in terms of pure combat prowess, they may even surpass them. After all, the elves excel in magic and guerrilla tactics, while trolls are true embodiments of physical combat, providing advantages in the early stages that the elves cannot match. Yet, to charge into the territory of dark ghouls, the lord must have been influenced by the troll's ferocity, Yi Chun pondered, casting a curious glance at the opposing lord. He was a strikingly handsome youth, with fair skin that contrasted sharply with the troll's wildness, though his sullen expression marred his overall demeanor. As Yi Chun approached, the massive floating island came into view, prompting a shift from darkness to jubilation in the opposing lord's countenance. Hey, which school do you hail from? I am Yun Rongshuan from the Yun family in the imperial capital. Assist me in seizing this meteorite, and I shall grant you 20% of the spoils. The opposing lord declared, speaking with an air of entitlement as if accustomed to wielding authority at home. However, Yi Chun cast a peculiar glance at the nearby meteorite, upon which indeed lay a dozen or so dark ghouls. Yet, this meager number was trivial enough for him to handle alone. Why should he offer assistance? And only to receive a mere 20% of the spoils? The Yun family of the imperial capital? A prestigious lineage indeed. While Yi Chun was not a native of the imperial capital, he was familiar with its 4 prominent families, the most powerful clans in the entire city, boasting dozens of living lords among them. This was not akin to the Jing family, which had merely 6 lords, but rather a formidable host of several dozen lords, commanding multiple realms within the dark world. Aware of my Yun family from the Imperial capital? All the better. Assist me in dealing with this meteorite. And upon returning to Blue Star through the trial world, my family shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing that the other party recognized his Yun family, Yun Rongshuan immediately puffed out his chest with pride. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the 4 enchanting ladies beside Yi Chun. It was impossible to ignore their beauty. Whether as moon elves or moon maidens, they were ethereal beings that could captivate anyone, even women. You are quite fortunate, lad. These must be special variant elves? Name your price. I shall purchase them. Once we return to Blue Star, I will pay you. Additionally, you may accompany me. I will ensure your success in the trial world. Yun Rongshuan exclaimed excitedly, for these 4 ladies were far more alluring than any celebrity on Blue Star. The vassals could be traded, though the question of loyalty post-transaction remained uncertain. Yun Rongshuan's eyes sparkled with desire as his imagination conjured a scenario of intimate encounters, eagerly awaiting the moment the other party would willingly present the 4 ladies. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Originally, he had intended to inquire about the benefits of assisting the other party. If the rewards were substantial enough, he might have considered sparing this meteorite, since it was the other party who had initially discovered it. However, he had not anticipated that the other party would covet his vassals as well. This was a grave taboo among lords, even an act of provocation. Those 2 trolls of yours are quite impressive. Name your price. Without engaging in further debate, Yi Chen spoke plainly. At this, Yun Rongshuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not expected this young man to be so ungrateful, not only daring to refuse him, but also to eye his vassals. Who are you? Which esteemed family do you belong to? State your name, Yun Rongshuan demanded, his temper flaring, though he retained enough composure to be cautious, wanting to ascertain if the other party hailed from a prominent family. I am no scion of any family, merely a commoner, Yi Chun retorted, dismissing him. It seems you have no intention of selling those trolls. What about that meteorite? Do you still wish to pursue it? If not, I shall claim it. Yi Chun scoffed, uninterested in further conversation. With the new shield protecting him, he knew the other party could do little to deter him. Had a few more days passed, he would not have minded leaving the other party trapped here indefinitely. But for now, it was better to refrain from delivering a fatal blow. If one could not strike decisively, there was no need to fish for the demise of both parties. It was wiser to leave some air to breathe. You, ignorant fool. If you possess the prowess to seize that meteorite, then by all means, take it. Yun Rongshuan exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though he were a scholar encountering a soldier. For the first time, his illustrious family background was so blatantly disregarded, and in full knowledge of the other party's awareness. Even other esteemed families in the imperial capital would weigh their words upon hearing the name of the Yun family, for no one wished to provoke unnecessary conflict. Yet this brash youth appeared utterly indifferent, leaving Yun Rongshuan feeling impotent, wanting to unleash a torrent of curses, but unsure where to begin. Then I thank you. Yi Ling, Yi Shi, prepare for battle. Eve, Bella, you can make do with these for now. With a nod from the other party, Yi Chen wasted no time, directing the floating island toward the meteorite as he handed the freshly crafted kitchen knife and skinning knife to Eve and Bella. While these were merely ordinary cooking utensils and offered no combat bonuses, they were certainly better than fighting barehanded. Thank you, my lord. The 2 expressed their gratitude, then joined Yi Ling and Yi Shi in launching an assault on the dark ghouls that had leaped toward the floating island. Although the melee capabilities of the elven kin were not on par with the trolls, they still surpassed the 0-tiered dark ghouls, and armed with kitchen knives. They found the task remarkably effortless. The primary reason Yun Rongshuan struggled was due to the insufficient number of vassals. With only 2 trolls barehanded against a dozen or 20 dark ghouls, it was akin to seeking punishment. After Yun Rongshuan's initial sweep, only about 10 dark ghouls remained. And under the onslaught of the 4 ladies, the battle became considerably easier, with each one needing only to handle 2 ghouls, not to mention Yi Shi's moonblades. As long as they found the right angle, none would escape their fate. Over the course of a day, Yi Chen did not encounter any entity that the moonblades could not sever. In less than a minute, all the dark ghouls had been eradicated. Yi Shi returned to the island clutching a handful of magic crystals, while Yi Ling held a dark treasure chest roughly the same size as before. This scene ignited a fierce jealousy within Yun Rongshuan, his crimson gaze mirroring that of the recently vanquished dark ghouls. Hey, I discovered that meteorite first, and I had already slain most of the dark ghouls upon it. The treasures within that chest should rightfully be shared with me. Seeing Yi Chun prepare to leave with the treasure chest, Yun Rongshuan immediately called out. While he was indeed astonished by Yi Shi's prowess, he found it difficult to accept relinquishing all the rewards, especially since he had been the one to discover the meteorite initially. Had he truly slain most of the dark ghouls? Yi Chen paused briefly, casting an odd look at the scant remains scattered across the other party's territory. While Yun Rongshuan had indeed dispatched a few dark ghouls, to claim that he had slain the majority would be a gross exaggeration, at most. He had accounted for perhaps 1/3. As Yi Chen's gaze swept over the scene, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yun Rongshuan's face, yet he held his head high, determined to extract his share from the other party. I did indeed slay a number of dark ghouls, Otherwise, how could you have so easily taken that meteorite? And as I mentioned, I hail from the Yun family of the imperial capital. You must recognize our family's reputation. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of us? The formidable presence of Yi Shi had left him feeling uncertain. Aside from lords, others could not perceive the attributes of vassals. So he was unsure just how powerful Yi Shi truly was, but she was certainly not a first-tier entity. Such a powerful vassal would spell disaster in combat. Even summoning 2 more trolls with his magic crystals would be futile, given that the other side had 4 individuals. That is true. You did indeed eliminate several dark ghouls, alleviating some of my burden. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, just as Yun Rongshuan felt a surge of hope, believing the other party intended to share the spoils. Yi Chen casually opened the dark treasure chest and extracted 10 portions of wood and 5 portions of iron ore, tossing them toward Yun Rongshuan. Here. Do not say I do not take care of you. All the materials needed for the workbench are right here. Is this sufficient to show you some respect? Although the other party's intellect seemed lacking, the prestige of the Yun family granted him a measure of deference, as long as he did not covet his vassals. Peaceful coexistence was ideal. Furthermore, with his workbench already constructed, this amount of material was inconsequential to him. If given, then so be it. Yun Rongshuan hurriedly caught the materials tossed his way, momentarily stunned by the unexpected amiability. He was acutely aware of the contents concealed within the dark chest, previously so resolute. He had unexpectedly relinquished a substantial portion of the materials to him this time. All right, enjoy yourself here. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Yi Chen declared, maneuvering the floating island away with an air of finality. After a considerable interval, Yun Rongshuan finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he glared at the direction Yi Chen had departed. Damn it, there must be far superior items within that chest, far more valuable than these worthless materials. At this moment, Yi Chen had already distanced himself, vanishing completely into the shadows. Leaning against the silver-leaved laurel tree, Yi Chen leisurely retrieved the items from the chest, reflecting upon the folly of the kinfolk, who indeed resembled trolls in their intellect. Aside from the heap of basic materials, the chest contained 3 distinct items, exceeding the goods from his previous chest by 2. A bag of tomato seeds, which could enhance their diet, was one of them. A substandard fire spirit stone, corresponding with the water spirit stone, served the purpose of igniting flames. Thus, he had secured the means to kindle a fire within his territory. The final item, however, was a blueprint for a lord's mansion, which he had hastily seized. While a lord's mansion could be constructed with ease merely by hanging a sign, only those crafted from a blueprint could rightfully be deemed a true lord's mansion. Endowed with various attribute bonuses, gazing at the grand blueprint in his hands, Yi Chen felt a surge of delight. Green Shade Lord's Mansion, first tier. Required materials, 1,000 wood, 200 stone, 100 various green plants, 300 vining green plants. Area, 200 square meters. Spirit stone embedding holes, 10. Attribute bonus 1. Territory area increase of 10, maximum 100 acres. Attribute bonus 2. Plant growth rate within the territory increased by 5. Attribute bonus 3. Soil quality improvement rate within the territory increased by 5. Truly formidable. Yi Chen marveled at the mansion's attributes. Although a bonus of May 5th seemed modest, it was a testament to the excellence of the silver-leaved laurel tree. Typically, ancient life trees only offered around 20. The first-tier lord's mansion providing a bonus of 5 was indeed a significant boon for a lord. Moreover, this was merely the first tier. Higher-tier mansions would offer even greater attributes and bonuses. Additionally, the territory area increase of 10 was standard for a first-tier lord's mansion. Yet the upper limit of 100 acres significantly enhanced the value of the Green Shade Lord's Mansion, establishing it as exceptional among first-tier mansions. Were this in the true dark world, it could easily be exchanged for a fully equipped first-tier territory, Yi Chen mused as he tucked the blueprint away. Constructing the Lord's Mansion would require a vast array of materials, which he currently could not procure, thus it would have to wait until later. The matter concerning Yun Rongshuan was merely a fleeting episode. After entrusting the Fire Spirit Stone and tomato seeds to Yi Shi for management, the floating island continued its journey, and he approached the silver-leaved laurel tree, preparing to recruit more kinfolk once again. Having cleared 2 meteorite sites, Yi Chen found himself with an ample supply of magic crystals. Although they were all 0-tier, the accumulation yielded sufficient energy for 2 recruitment attempts. This time, 4 luminous orbs materialized simultaneously, bending the branches of the silver-leaved laurel tree even further. As the orbs descended, 4 graceful, alabaster figures emerged before Yi Chen. Among them was one resembling Yi Shi, a UE, endowed with the formidable attributes of the primordial kinfolk. The other 3 silver-leaved moon sprites were equally impressive, each possessing unique talents. One of whom was remarkably gifted with dual talents, a rarity indeed. Ultimately, Yi Chen named them Yi Chang, Iluan, Panasai, and Gina, with Iluan being the one possessing dual talents. Name, Yi Chang. Race, UE, level, 3rd tier. Loyalty, 100. Growth rate, 0.7. Attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 12, Agility 10. Intelligence 28, Spirit 20. Talent Skill 1. Moonblade. Channels the power of moonlight to strike at foes, inflicting substantial lunar magic damage. Talent Skill 2. Moonlight Essence. Can absorb the essence of the moon to heal injuries or accelerate the growth of flora and fauna. Name: Iluan. Race: Silver-leaved moon sprite. Level: First tier. Loyalty: 100. Growth rate: 0.4. Attributes: Constitution 2, Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3. Talent Skill 1. Moonblade. Channels the power of moonlight to strike at foes, inflicting substantial lunar magic damage. Talent Skill 2. Prayer. Enables long-distance communication with powerful targets through prayer, allowing the borrowing of their strength. Upon seeing the prayer talent, Yi Chen's first thought was of the legendary elven priestess, a profession adept at communing with the moon goddess, holding a significant leadership position within the elven community. I hope you can elevate the name of Iluan, Yi Chen remarked wistfully, reflecting upon bygone days. With 8 kinfolk now at his disposal, the once quiet territory transformed into a lively hub, and under Yi Chen's guidance, the floating island swiftly approached the direction of Wangpongzi. Wow, Brother Chen, do you know what my goblin has managed to create out of a pile of broken stones while idling about in the territory? Wangpongzi exclaimed, startled by the sudden call. What? Yi Chen responded in bewilderment, seeing in the video a towering stone golem. Can you believe it? The earliest goblin to emerge today came to me asking for a magic crystal, and I gave it one, only to see this stone creature come to life. This is utterly unscientific, Wangpongzi shouted, the stone golem in the video moving in sync with his excitement. This, I must admit, I am somewhat astonished. I recall that the fastest goblin lord to construct a stone golem was a second-tier lord, Yi Chen remarked in amazement. Goblins were known for their scientific prowess. Golems and puppets were branches of their research, with the stone golem being the prototype of such constructs. However, due to their low combat capabilities, goblin lords often struggled to survive in the trial world, facing threats of rebellion and replacement from their kinfolk. Thus, few goblin lords would invest heavily in developing such a seemingly useless race early on, rendering their talents largely unexploited. It was only later that a third-tier lord discovered that his goblin kin had created numerous scientific inventions, bringing the goblin race back into the spotlight, albeit only to a limited extent. No one yet considered goblins their primary kinfolk. Hehe, Brother Chen, do you still remember my lordly talent? Wangpongzi suddenly asked slyly. Lordly talent? The ability to articulate well? Exactly. This talent allows my kinfolk to possess greater loyalty and responsiveness to my commands. So, I specifically sought out some quality promotional videos to study. And combined with the information you previously shared about goblins, I gave them a thorough lesson. Since then, all the goblins have been obedient to me, fearless in the face of danger. Thus, development has naturally accelerated. With an expression of excitement, Wang Fatty exclaimed, leaving Yi Chen momentarily taken aback. Is that even possible? What were those promotional videos you watched? Send them to me, so I can learn as well. Alright. Let me take a look at Transmission X Classic Inspirational Slogans Collection and Classic Inspirational Quotes from Transmission X, revitalizing and enlightening inspirational literature. Enough already, from now on. Keep your distance and speak concisely, no more than 3 words. Chapter 8, The Enormous Meteorite. Despite the playful banter, Yi Chen felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction regarding Wang Fatty's ability to rally the goblin race. This tribe, as previously mentioned, is characterized by laziness, a fear of death, cunning, and a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. It is no exaggeration to say that this race embodies every negative adjective imaginable. Yet they possess remarkable skills in research and profit-making. They can effortlessly develop various types of weaponry and adeptly seize fleeting commercial opportunities. If Wang Fatty could truly bring this race under his banner, both he and the goblins could potentially shine brightly. However, this fellow truly possesses some remarkable qualities. Using Transmission X methods to dominate the goblins and make them obediently fearless is indeed unparalleled. Ultimately, Yi Chen shook his head with amusement and turned his attention to the attribute chart sent by Wang Fatty. Stone Golem, 0th and 2nd tier. Depending on the level of the magic crystal used, it can unleash attack power ranging from 0th to 2nd tier. Attributes: Constitution 5, Strength 51020, Agility 3510, Intelligence 0. Spirit 0. Skill 1, Petrified Skin, reduces physical damage taken by half. Skill 2, Spell Resistance, resists spell damage from lower tier spells and mitigates 500 damage from spells of the same tier or higher. Brother Chen, how do you find these attributes? They're not inferior to other affiliated races, are they? Wang Fatty eagerly inquired after sending the attribute chart. Indeed, forsaking intelligence and spirit, the combination of constitution, strength, and agility already surpasses that of other races at the same level. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. A second-tier stone golem possesses an impressive strength attribute of up to 20 points, comparable to the spirit attribute of a third-tier moon elf. Furthermore, with the skills of petrified skin and spell resistance, ordinary second-tier races would struggle to inflict damage upon them. If only their agility were a tad more responsive. Even third-tier races would find them challenging opponents. Hehe. When we meet, I'll gift you a few. I trust you've amassed quite a collection of magic crystals by now, perfect for unleashing the combat potential of these stone golems. At that point, we can stride through this trial world, slaying gods and vanquishing demons. Wang Fatty mused, seemingly lost in a daydream of future glory. Hold your horses. Let us not forget where we are. Slaying gods? With your strongest second-tier golem, who can you possibly defeat? Remember, the trial world is home to seventh-tier beings. Yi Chen's sudden, stern admonition caused Wang Fatty to shrink back. The trial world was crafted by fallen deities, and remnants of their will lingered. Thus, uttering sacrilegious words was ill-advised. We're not far apart now. Let us make an effort to meet today. After all, tomorrow marks the 7th day, and the newcomer protection period will end, leading to a minor dark upheaval within the trial world. Relying solely on your handful of goblins and stone golems, you might find yourself in quite the predicament. Having grasped the attributes of the stone golem, Yi Chen shifted his focus back to the matter of rendezvousing. Over the past 7 days, he and Wang Fatty had been on a relentless journey, and at last, they were poised to meet just before the end of the newcomer protection period. Right. You're absolutely right. Brother Chen, I'm counting on you. Wang Fatty nodded with a hint of trepidation. He was truly not adept in combat. Despite the goblin's fearless training under him, fearlessness does not equate to invincibility. If a dark upheaval were to occur, he would undoubtedly be among the first to fall. Don't worry, it's just the first dark upheaval. With your dozen or so goblins and stone golems, you'll manage with some sacrifices. The risk of death for leaders during the first dark upheaval is only 50. Yi Chen reassured with a smile. After conversing for a while longer, they ended the call, and Yi Chen began to survey his territory. Compared to 7 days ago, the floating island had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, in terms of size, it had expanded by over double. What was once merely the size of a soccer field had grown to encompass 2. Furthermore, the population had increased to a total of 20 affiliated races, an unparalleled number among first-tier races. The higher the tier, the fewer individuals could be recruited at each summoning. For instance, Wang Fatty's goblins could yield 10 at a time. Unfortunately, their combat prowess was so lacking that they were inferior to the average 0th tier dark beast, and the combined strength of 10 could not match that of 2 Silverleaf Moon Elves, which explained why Wang Fatty had only managed to gather a handful of goblins thus far. Additionally, the Moon Elf population had reached 4, as Yi Chen summoned 2 more after Yi Shi and Yi Chong, naming them Yi Lan and Yi Ying. With 4 third-tier Moon Elves, they wielded significant power in this dark world, making Yi Chen arguably the strongest lord in the trial world at present. Indeed. There's nothing quite like the comfort of home. Yi Chen sighed contentedly while reclining on the wooden floor of his small cabin. After continual use of moonlight enhancement, the first batch of pine trees had finally matured. After retaining the necessary saplings, he had harvested a portion of timber, which he used to construct a small cabin, reminiscent of a camping tent, standing half a person's height. Though modest in size, it exuded an unusual comfort and was far more reassuring than a small stone hut, as there was no fear of it collapsing. My lord, this is the first batch of matured first-tier cabbage. Would you care to taste it? Yi Shi suddenly approached with a bowl of vibrant, boiled cabbage. At this point, they had donned well-fitted leather attire, which, despite having ample leave, was far better than merely covering themselves with leaves. First-tier cabbage is ready. Let me have a taste. Yi Chen promptly rose to accept the bowl from Yi Shi. This cabbage had been cultivated from seeds obtained 2 days prior from a dark treasure chest, yielding genuine tiered sustenance. Cabbage, first tier. Prolonged consumption may slightly enhance one's spirit attribute and accelerate the growth of certain affiliated races. The attributes of the cabbage were straightforward yet legitimate, capable of boosting spirit attributes and hastening the growth of affiliated races. Yi Chen attempted to pick up a leaf and taste it. The flavor was still akin to that of grass. Indeed, first-tier boiled cabbage remained just boiled cabbage, and it was still the unseasoned kind. With a resigned pout, he could nonetheless feel his mind becoming a touch more agile. My lord, shouldn't it taste more delicious? Yi Shi chuckled softly. As the strongest and earliest born of the affiliated races, she held considerable sway among them, aside from Yi Chen, and was the closest to him. Even if it were more delicious, it's still just boiled cabbage. A bit daily will suffice. You all can enjoy the rest. Can this be cultivated in bulk? Yi Chen nonchalantly remarked that the issue of resolving the salt and other seasoning matters must be addressed promptly. Oddly enough, despite the fact that he had been clearing 1 or 2 meteorites daily and had procured a plethora of various materials, he had yet to produce any condiments, which was quite a source of frustration for him. Even Wang Fatty and Jianmengyi had managed to acquire some. What kind of situation was this? Fortunately, the necessary seeds had already been harvested, and approximately half of the agricultural area was now cultivated with first-tier cabbage. Speaking of important matters, Yi Shi nodded in agreement. Although the taste of the first-tier cabbage was rather mediocre to Yi Chen, it was still quite delightful for the girls, especially for the vegetarian Silverleaf Moon Elves, who relished the boiled cabbage. Moreover, The first-tier cabbage possessed a slight ability to enhance mental strength, a value of immeasurable worth for Yi-chun, who specialized in the magical arts. That's good. Has there been any unusual occurrences around today? Yi-chun inquired, nodding. The stable cultivation of first-tier cabbage indicated that he had managed to secure a tangible resource, as high-quality materials were notoriously elusive. Well, there hasn't been any major incident. But it seems we've encountered a rather large meteorite flying parallel to us in the same direction, Yishi informed him. A larger meteorite? How big? It's about twice the size of our territory. Goodness! Yi-chun exclaimed, vaulting out of the wooden house to survey the surroundings of the floating island. There, they pointed out. We can sense several formidable presences over there. The threat level is considerable. Looking in the direction Yishi indicated, he indeed spotted a meteorite moving in the distant darkness. Although it was far away, it was evident that this meteorite was roughly twice the size of their floating island, which implied that the dark creatures inhabiting it would be significantly stronger. The larger the meteorite, the more powerful the dark beings residing upon it. Such a colossal meteorite could not possibly be home to mere zero-tier creatures, but rather was likely teeming with first-tier beings. Let us continue flying and approach a bit closer to assess their strength, Yi-chun suggested after a moment of contemplation. The meteorite was traveling parallel to him. If they continued on this course, they might very well encounter Wang Fatty, and if they collided with a dark uprising, they might not know how they perished. It would be prudent to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Understood. Yi-shi nodded, disregarding the meteorite as they continued their flight. Meanwhile, Yi-chun re-established contact with Wang Fatty, preparing to collaborate in bringing down this meteorite. The potential value of the treasure chest yielded from a massive meteorite inhabited by first-tier creatures was immeasurable for a novice lord, even possessing the possibility of altering fate itself. Chapter 9, Abundant Fat. As the floating island sped through the night, after contacting Wang Fatty, Yi-chun commenced his final preparations. The Silverleaf Bay laurel tree still had over 500 points of power left, sufficient for 5 summoning rituals of his kin, which could prove decisive when necessary. However, as the territory grew stronger, the number of dark aberrations attracted during a dark uprising would also increase, so Yi-chun refrained from hastily summoning them, opting instead to await the end of the novice protection period. While other lords prayed for the protection period to be prolonged, Yi-chun eagerly anticipated its swift conclusion. A confidence born of strength. My lord, we have gathered intelligence on the creatures inhabiting that meteorite. They are first-tier frenzied rabbits, with a few second-tier ones present. And the leader is a third-tier frenzied rabbit, Yishi reported as she returned in the evening with the latest news about the meteorite. Yi-chun gasped in astonishment, never expecting a third-tier creature to exist, especially one as ferocious as the frenzied rabbit. Despite being a rabbit-like aberration, its combat prowess was even superior to that of the dire wolves they had encountered previously, with powerful hind legs capable of shattering boulders and sharp incisors that could gnaw through anything. The ferocity and combat strength of the frenzied rabbit were undoubtedly among the top of low-tier creatures. Have you ascertained their numbers? Yi-chun inquired, regaining his composure. Molly conducted a distant reconnaissance and reported, there are approximately 20 first-tier rabbits, around 5 second-tier ones, only 1 third-tier, and nearly half a dozen zero-tier younglings. The frenzied rabbits on that meteorite formed a clan, so it was only natural that high-tier beings would not be the only inhabitants. There were plenty of zero-tier cubs as well. Molly, a recently recruited Silverleaf Moon elf, was skilled in stealth and reconnaissance and had been assigned to scouting tasks for the past few days. Understood. Yi-chun nodded. The numbers were substantial, but still manageable. The critical concern lay with the few second-tier and that 1 third-tier rabbit. A moon weaver of the same tier might not stand a chance against a frenzied rabbit, as moon weavers excelled in magic, and the high-mobility frenzied rabbit would pose a significant challenge if it closed the distance. Prepare yourselves. Once we rendezvous with my friend, we will strike immediately, Yi-chun declared, raising his wristband to re-establish contact with Wang Fatty. The end of the novice protection period was fast approaching, and once they met up with Wang Fatty, they needed to act without delay. With the novice shield in place, even if they ultimately found themselves outmatched, they could retreat without facing total annihilation. All right, Yishi nodded, descending to gather her sisters for preparation, while Yi-chun conferred with Wang Fatty regarding their subsequent strategy. As night gradually descended, the distance between the two parties continued to diminish, not only between Yi-chun and Wang Fatty, but also under their deliberate guidance. Their proximity to the frenzied rabbit meteorite was closing in. Brother Chun, what if we encounter others while fighting? Wang Fatty asked apprehensively as the 3 parties drew closer. God knows, he replied, exasperated. His kin were merely a bunch of low-tier goblins. How could they possibly face the formidable third-tier frenzied rabbits? This was tantamount to courting death. Stop with the ominous talk. If we do run into others, we can just feed them to the rabbits. These days, people are easier to deal with than rabbits. Yi-chun scoffed, visibly displeased. In reality, should they encounter another lord, most would be of Wang Fatty's caliber, with stronger ones being merely first-tier races. They were not nearly as formidable as the frenzied rabbits. Wang Fatty found it difficult to refute this point, It seemed quite accurate to Yi Chun, so he fell silent. Finally, as the three parties drew nearer, the situation on the giant meteorite became clear. Numerous red rabbits leaped about, occasionally gnawing at the surrounding rocks. Their massive size rivaling that of the dire wolves they had previously encountered. Their powerful hind legs could crush anything in their path. As the scent of living beings wafted through the air, the frenzied rabbit clan stirred into a frenzy, their crimson eyes fixated on Yi Chen's territory. Had they been any closer, many of the frenzied rabbits would have already bounded toward him. On the other side, Wang Fatty's territory finally came into view, revealing a conventionally sized floating island that had evidently undergone no expansion. Yet, the stone houses scattered across the island were quite surprising. It appeared all of his kin had already taken residence within them. Moreover, the fields and trees on both sides were evidently well tended, while the trees had yet to mature. They were lush and verdant. However, the squat goblins emerging from these stone houses were rather unflattering in appearance, clad in tattered, filthy garments. With snot frequently dripping from their noses, their hunched forms and lewd expressions making quite the unsightly sight. Even the invariably kind and equitable Yue, along with the silver leaf moon elves, could not help but frown slightly, clearly harboring no fondness for these creatures. Chang'e, at long last, I have found you. Wang Pengzi exclaimed with exuberance, his expression akin to that of a long-separated lover eager to embrace. This heartfelt display did touch Yi Chun, provided his gaze had not been fixated on Yue and the silver leaf moon elves. Step aside. Stop dawdling. The savage bunnies are about to attack. Yi Chun retorted irritably, unwilling to tolerate anyone who dared covet his sister, not even the neighbor, old Wang. As the two floating islands drew nearer, the presence of the living intensified, and the colossal meteorite harboring the savage bunnies began to approach them, soon encroaching upon a perilous proximity. Be cautious. Engage in ranged attacks from behind the newcomer shield. Whatever you do, do not venture outside. Yi Chun urged swiftly, as a savage bunny leaped towards him. Simultaneously, the silver leaf moon elves sprang into action, unleashing a volley of arrows at the savage bunnies. With an abundance of timber in their territory, Yi Chun had equipped all the silver leaf moon elves with bows and arrows. Given that the elven race excelled in archery and fortified by the newcomer shield, ranged attacks were indeed the optimal strategy. The Zhiji floating island and the meteorite hurtled towards each other, and one by one, the savage bunnies leaped into the territory of the two, only to be thwarted by the newcomer shield, transforming into targets for Yi Chun. On the other side, Wang Pengzi faced a similar predicament. Although he lacked the elven bows, his band of goblins had crafted several small catapults alongside their stone golems, hurling the debris from their territory at the savage bunnies. The impact was modest, yet it still inflicted significant damage upon the level 0 and 1 savage bunnies. Yi Shi, eliminate that level 2 savage bunny clinging to the opposite shield. Yi Chun suddenly directed, pointing at a massive savage bunny, comparable in size to a truck, hovering above Wang Pengzi's territory. This particular level 2 savage bunny possessed considerably greater strength than the adjacent level 1 variants and was the only one to charge forth. Understood. Yi Shi responded, raising her moonlight, and a crescent blade shot towards the savage bunny. Yet, the speed of the level 2 savage bunny was astonishing, with a deft leap. It barely avoided the attack, sustaining only a minor wound to its hind leg. To Yi Chen's surprise, the creature's defensive capabilities exceeded his expectations. Despite suffering considerable injury from the moonblade, it had not severed its leg. Even with visible bone, it remained intact. What a formidable savage bunny, Yi Chen murmured, recollecting the attributes of the savage bunny from his readings. This creature, ranging from level 0 to 3, exhibited a rather mundane nature at level 0, although ferocious. It lacked strength. However, from level 1 onwards, the situation drastically changed, as it awakened its innate talent for thick fat, bestowing upon it heightened defensive and regenerative abilities. Upon reaching level 2, not only was the thick fat ability augmented, but it also acquired a new talent, the Fangs of Doom, capable of effortlessly crushing anything. When a savage bunny ascended to level 3, it would awaken a coveted combat technique, Bloodlust, which was the very origin of its name. The level 2 savage bunny could withstand a significant portion of the moonblade's damage with its thick fat. How much could the moonblade inflict upon a level 3 savage bunny? Yi Chen glanced at the level 3 savage bunny leader still lurking across the way, a flicker of concern rising within him. The moonblade wielded by Yue was his most potent attack. If it could not breach the defenses of this level 3 creature, he would be at a loss for how to confront it. A cry of anguish from the skies jolted Yi Chun from his thoughts. The initial moonblade had failed to slay the creature, yet Yi Shi was undeterred. She summoned Yi Chong to strike again, and the second moonblade ultimately felled the savage bunny, albeit without severing its head, merely dispatching it. The lifeless body of the savage bunny plummeted into the adjacent territory, prompting Wang Pengzi to rush forward with exhilaration, extracting the magical crystal within. A single level 2 magical crystal could grant him a level 2 stone golem, a monumental enhancement to their forces. Chang'e, you are incredible. 2 strikes, and you took down a level 2 savage bunny. Wang Pengzi shouted joyfully while installing the magical crystal into the stone golem's body. For the current newcomer lords, Level 2 creatures were no trivial matter, posing a genuine threat to life, especially since the majority were still merely Level 1. To effortlessly slay a Level 2 dark creature like Yi Chun was truly exceptional. Enough flattery. Take your magical crystal and swiftly recruit more goblins. With so many savage bunnies about, once the newcomer shield dissipates, we will be in dire straits, Yi Chun remarked tersely. Casting a glance at the dwindling time of the shield, merely a handful of minutes remained. Right. You are absolutely correct. The shield is on the verge of expiring, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, smiting his forehead in realization. He hastily activated the stone golem in his possession and rushed off to recruit more goblins. Yi Chun observed, grimacing at the unsightly goblin den, longing for the elegance of the Silver Moon Laurel. The goblin lair lacked the splendor of the Silver Moon Laurel and paled in comparison to Jingmingyi's angelic sanctuary. It was nothing more than a mere pit descending into the earth. As Wang Pengzi infused magical crystals, a swarm of furtive goblins emerged from the depths, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a towering Level 2 stone golem approached, inciting Wang Pengzi's ire. What are you doing crowding here? Are you waiting for me to serve you food? Can't you see there's a battle ahead? Get over there and help. Wang Pengzi's roar echoed across the two territories, prompting Yi Chun to turn his head. He had not anticipated the usually amiable Pengzi could project such a commanding presence. However, Yi Chun understood that time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to coddle the goblins. He could only resort to brute force to maintain order, intending to train them once the battle concluded. At your command, my lord. The newly minted goblins quivered in fear at the sight of the Level 2 stone golem beside Wang Pengzi and scurried towards their elder kin. Before long, the goblins seized a batch of catapults, launching their assault on the savage bunnies. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi replicated his efforts, recruiting 2 more batches of goblins before halting momentarily. The goblin race was notoriously rebellious. Recruiting too many at once risked losing control, so it was prudent to allow them to acclimate. In contrast to Wang Pengzi's predicament, Yi Chun found his situation considerably easier. The elven race was inherently loyal, and Yue, descending from the primordial bloodline, exhibited absolute obedience towards Yi Chun. After all, in the dark world, there was no primordial bloodline. Their bloodline was derived entirely from Yi Chun, making it accurate to say he was akin to their ancestor. However, the recruitment of the Silver Moon elves was not as effortless as the goblin den. It allowed for the summoning of only 2 at a time. Yi Chun refrained from excessive recruitment, opting for just 2 summons, wary that overly powerful allies might attract formidable adversaries during the impending dark upheaval. Yet, fortune smiled upon him during these 2 summons, as he was fortunate enough to recruit another Yue, significantly bolstering the strength of his territory. Let us call you Yi Ching. Time is of the essence. Everyone should swiftly regroup with their teams to engage in battle. We will address other matters later. After handing them the 4 sets of prepared attire, she plunged directly into the fray. During the time the 2 were recruiting, the violent rampaging rabbits surged forth in droves. Though most were of the 0th and First Order, Yi Shi and the others refrained from intervening, instead focusing on honing the archery skills of the Silver Moon elves. Combat provides the most rapid opportunities for growth, and both the growth cycle and archery proficiency of the Silver Moon elves witnessed remarkable enhancement. Some of the more gifted among them had even mastered fundamental archery techniques, adding new skills to their repertoire. Meanwhile, Bella, who specialized in magic, along with the earliest recruited Yi Ling, had grasped the basics of spell structure, enabling them to cast the simplest water ball spell. Though this water sphere served little purpose beyond aesthetics, it marked an essential step in their development, and it was believed they would soon master true offensive spells. Kill, 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 ha! Suddenly, an odd cackle erupted from the floating island where the portly one was stationed, drawing the attention of both individuals. A diminutive goblin stood beside a catapult, relentlessly pulling on the ropes as stones were launched like cannonballs towards the rampaging rabbits, muttering incantations with an exuberant expression. What on earth is happening? Yi Chun cast a puzzled glance at Wang Pengzi. When it came to knowledge of the kin, their lord was the authority. Wang Pengzi mirrored his confusion, examining the goblin's attributes, and a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. Holy cow, Brother Chun, it has completed its first phase of growth. Not only has its power reached the First Order, but it has also acquired 2 new talents, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, revealing the goblin's newly acquired abilities: Demolition Mastery, capable of easily mastering the creation and use of explosive devices, and Fervor, capable of focusing with greater zeal on a specific task, extending beyond mere study. Impressive, Yi Chun marveled. These newfound talents could elevate Wang Pengzi's military capabilities to unprecedented heights. Hey, what can I say? Good looks come with advantages, Wang Pengzi boastfully replied, running a hand through his hair, basking in pride. However, barely had he finished speaking when the entire floating island trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of tremors. Looking up, They were alarmed to see two massive second-order rampaging rabbits leaping towards them, relentlessly assaulting the novice shield. Holy cow! Brother Chen, help! Help! Wang Pengzi cried out in alarm as the two truck-sized rabbits loomed overhead, an intimidating sight indeed. Figure it out yourself. I'm facing some big ones here. Ignoring his pleas, Yi Chen's vigilant gaze remained fixed ahead, where a third-order rampaging rabbit, accompanied by the two second-order ones, was bounding towards his territory. A tremor reverberated across the domain, and Yi Chen began to question whether the novice shield could withstand a third-order rampaging rabbit. The sound of gnashing teeth echoed as the rampaging rabbit gnawed at the shield above, although it could not truly shatter it. The sound was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yi Qing, Yi Lan, each of you deal with one second-order rampaging rabbit, while the rest of the moon elves concentrate their fire on that third-order rampaging rabbit. Yi Chen ordered swiftly. One moon elf tackling a second-order rampaging rabbit was sufficient. The real challenge lay with the third order, as he was uncertain how much damage the moon blade could inflict upon it. Whoosh! Yi Shi acted quickly, and the first moon blade soared towards its target. However, the entire floating island shuddered, and some of the physically weaker silver leaf moon elves struggled to maintain their footing as the rampaging rabbit leaped high, evading the moon blade's strike. Its massive form appeared cumbersome but was, in fact, far more agile than its counterparts. Fortunately, the group had anticipated this scenario, thus, the moon blade was not unleashed all at once. As the rampaging rabbit leapt, Yi Chong released a second moon blade. With no leverage in midair, the rampaging rabbit's mobility was compromised. Though it desperately twisted its body to avoid a fatal blow, it still sustained a wound on its back. Yet, upon seeing that injury, Yi Chen's heart sank. Such high defensive capability. Over the past 7 days, he had continuously tested the offensive potential of the moon blade and had concluded that its power was indeed top tier. Yet, this attack had failed to inflict significant damage on a creature of the same tier, which left him thoroughly astonished. Finally, the third moon blade was unleashed, and the injured rampaging rabbit could not evade it, receiving a strike to its right leg. Nevertheless, the damage appeared to be even more minimal, the wound less severe than the one on its back. This was somewhat expected, as the third moon blade had been executed by Yi Ying, who, like Yi Lan, had only recently been recruited and was still unskilled in using the moon blade. Additionally, her intelligence attribute was not particularly high, rendering her less adept in combat. The two successful hits of the moon blades, while not meeting Yi Chen's expectations for damage, still inflicted considerable pain upon the rampaging rabbit, eliciting agonized cries. In the next instant, it charged with renewed speed towards Yi Chen's floating island. Boom! It crashed into the shield with the force of a colossal cannonball, causing the entire territory to shift slightly. The silver leaf moon elves with weaker physical attributes, along with Yi Chen, struggled to maintain their balance, nearly toppling over. Do not stop. Continue the assault. Aim for its right leg. Yi Shi commanded. The opponent was wounded, and this was the perfect opportunity to press the advantage. If they could genuinely injure its right leg, the rampaging rabbit would become an easy target. The two women responded affirmatively, preparing to unleash more moon blades. This time, 3 moon blades were released. The rampaging rabbit attempted to evade, but its injured right leg hindered its movements, and without its tail for balance, evasion became exceedingly difficult. After 2 rounds of attack, a massive rabbit leg plummeted from the sky, blood spilling across a significant portion of the territory. Quickly, Yi Shi, restore your mana. Silver leaf moon elves, eliminate the remaining rampaging rabbits. With the death of the third-order rampaging rabbit lord, Yi Chen finally exhaled in relief. However, the continuous use of moon blades had significantly depleted Yi Shi and the others' mana. They needed to conserve their strength for the impending dark uprising. Understood. Yiling responded loudly, leading her kin in the continued eradication of the remaining frenzied rabbits. For the past few days, she had been harboring a deep-seated frustration. For the strength of the Silverleaf Moon Elves paled in comparison to that of the Yu-E clan, an undeniable truth. She yearned to elevate her people's status within Yi Chen's territory, particularly when confronted with the second and third-tier frenzied rabbits. It was disheartening to witness her esteemed clan, the Silverleaf Moon Elves, unable to exert any influence whatsoever. At that moment, however, Yi Chen had no time to spare for her concerns. Glancing at the time remaining on the Lord's shield, he noted with alarm that only 5 minutes remained. Yet the 2 second-tier frenzied rabbits on Wang Pengzi's side were still uncontained. In the early stages, the technology of the goblins had not yet advanced, rendering their offensive capabilities inadequate against the second-tier frenzied rabbits. While the higher-tier frenzied rabbits had been nearly dealt with, a considerable number of first- and zero-tier frenzied rabbits still remained, requiring time to eliminate, particularly on Wang Pengzi's end. There were still over a dozen frenzied rabbits clinging to the shield. Once the shield's time expired, the territory would likely fall. Yiling, dispatch a small team to assist over there. Yi Chen commanded promptly. The Silverleaf Moon Elves operated in squads of 4, thus this division would bolster their combat strength significantly. Fortunately, the frenzied rabbits on his side had been largely cleared, leaving the remaining Silverleaf Moon Elves sufficient to handle the situation. Wang Pongzi, instruct your goblin to tinker with something that can produce explosives, or else your pace is far too sluggish. You won't manage to clear them before the shield dissipates. Yi Chen shouted. Understood. Wang Pongzi nodded, his anxiety palpable as he yanked the goblin from the catapult. You incompetent fool, this is utterly futile. Find me something with significant firepower. Wang Pongzi berated, rousing the goblin from its frenzy, which quickly succumbed to another bout of excitement. Firepower? Yes. I need weaponry of great potency. The goblin spun in place, frantically contemplating how to harness powerful weapons. Magic crystals can provide energy. They can certainly cause an explosion. But it requires a method to appropriately channel that energy. Observing its plight, Yi Chen called out, offering a hint to the goblin. The application of magic crystal weaponry was widespread in the dark world, yet they had only recently entered the trial realm and lacked the capacity to manufacture them. Nevertheless, the capability of magic crystals to detonate had been verified. Indeed, magic crystals can provide energy and can undoubtedly generate explosions. But how do I channel the energy within? The frenzied goblin scratched its head in confusion, occasionally tugging at its ears. Suddenly, it grasped Wang Pongzi's pant leg, excitement radiating from its face. I've got it. Honorable Lord, give me a magic crystal. I can channel its energy and make it go boom. The goblin exclaimed, leaving Wang Pongzi momentarily stunned, glancing at Yi Chen with uncertainty. Let us start with a zero-tier crystal. Yi Chen nodded. Wang Pongzi promptly produced a zero-tier magic crystal and handed it over. Yes, this is it. A magic crystal brimming with energy and the most delightful sound of an explosion. The goblin, entranced, dashed into a pile of rubble, scavenging through the assorted materials left behind, including remnants of their meals, resembling a refuse heap. Brother Chen, is this truly going to work? It won't blow up my territory, will it? Wang Pongzi asked anxiously, watching the goblin disappear into the debris. No, the energy from a zero-tier magic crystal isn't that potent. At worst, it will only obliterate half of the territory. Yi Chen reassured him, shaking his head. The energy of magic crystals was quantifiable, and a zero-tier crystal was insufficient to devastate an entire territory. A first tier might come close. Really? Half the territory sounds exaggerated. Wang Pongzi protested, his expression a mix of worry and disbelief. Shall we find out? Yi Chen gestured with his chin, as the goblin emerged from the refuse, exhilarated, positioning a black sphere on the sling of a makeshift catapult. Prepare for detonation, the little creature declared, pulling back the sling's cord, targeting a first-tier frenzied rabbit perched on the Lord's shield. Boom! The black sphere flew forth, and both Yi Chen and Wang Pongzi held their breaths, eager to witness the power of the goblin's contraption. Boom! The black sphere struck the frenzied rabbit silently, seemingly harmless, but the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The shockwave caused Wang Pongzi's floating island to shift slightly, a testament to its immense force. By the heavens! Both Yi Chen and Wang Pongzi exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the cloud of dust enveloping the area above the shield. As several frenzied rabbit corpses fell through, including the first-tier one. My goodness, that power is astounding. Wang Pongzi gasped, feeling that the zero-tier magic crystal bomb could potentially eliminate the second-tier frenzied rabbits. Magic crystals. I want more magic crystals. Elated by the successful explosion, the first-tier goblin danced with joy, running up to Wang Pongzi to demand additional magic crystals, having fallen utterly in love with the thrill of destruction. Leave the first tier alone. Give it 2 more zero-tier crystals to deal with those 2 second-tier, frenzied rabbits. Yi Chen instructed. Is that feasible? They are second-tier, after all. Wang Pongzi questioned, perplexed. In terms of explosive power, it can indeed pose a threat to second-tier frenzied rabbits. It all depends on how it is utilized. Besides, it's time to apply some pressure. Yi Chen replied, observing the dissipating smoke above the shield. The goblin race is simply incapable of thriving. Once they do, they begin to rebel. The more they are pressured, the more their capabilities are unleashed. That is a valid point. Wang Pongzi pondered before nodding in agreement. Having spent considerable time with the goblin race, he understood how to encourage their progress, handing over 2 zero-tier magic crystals. Wang Pongzi firmly instructed the goblin that it must eliminate those 2 frenzied rabbits, or it could forget about obtaining magic crystals in the future. No, that's impossible. You can't do that. The goblin protested, its recent successes having inflated its ego, leading it to believe it held significant favor in the Lord's eyes. I am the Lord. What I say goes. Of course, I can also toss you out to feed those giant rabbits right now. Either they die, or you do. Wang Pongzi retorted fiercely, a rare display of severity from the usually affable figure, putting him in a difficult position. Oh fine. I suppose I can give it a try. After all, I don't want to die. The goblin mumbled, diving back into the refuse pile once more. Remember, you only have 2 minutes. Otherwise, I'll have the stone golem toss you out. Wang Pongzi added as a final warning, while Yi Chen silently gave him a thumbs up. At that moment, Yi Chen's side had already cleared the frenzied rabbits, and the Silverleaf Moon Elves continued their efforts to assist Wang Pongzi in eliminating the frenzied rabbits on his end. However, the defensive capabilities of these dark aberrations were exceedingly high, making it quite arduous for the Silverleaf Moon elves to slay them, often requiring several arrows to bring one down, leading to significant depletion of their arrow supplies. Thus, the two ravenous rabbits could only rely on the portly fellow to resolve the issue himself. As the moon goddesses were engaged in restoring their magical powers to prepare for the impending dark uprising. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The portly fellow paced back and forth anxiously, watching time slip away with no recourse. If it comes to worst, I shall intervene, Chen remarked, glancing at the time. No, I can handle it myself. The portly fellow shook his head. He had witnessed the might of the moon goddesses firsthand, yet such formidable power would inevitably encounter even stronger foes. The dark uprising had not yet commenced, and he did not wish for Chen's strength to be depleted here. I will act in the final 10 seconds, Mo Li. Prepare to retrieve the dark chest from the meteorite. The latter statement was directed at Mo Li beside him. Only by vanquishing all dark creatures affiliated with the meteorite could the dark chest manifest. Hence Chen was also biding his time. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Time is of the essence. Finally, with 30 seconds remaining, a diminutive goblin emerged from the refuse. It charged toward the nearest makeshift catapult, hurling the goblin operating it aside before taking its place. The great goblin Shelley was now set to challenge the second-tier ravenous rabbit. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Boom. As the words left its mouth, a black sphere shot forth towards one of the second-tier ravenous rabbits. The black sphere posed little threat, and the rabbit dismissed it, continuing its assault on the novice shield. After launching the magic crystal bomb, Shelley did not pause, swiftly loading another and hurling it at another ravenous rabbit. The two black spheres struck the two ravenous rabbits in succession, embedding themselves in the fur behind their ears, rendering them motionless. What? A dud? The portly fellow expressed his confusion, yet before he could finish his thought, a thunderous roar erupted, sending his territory crashing into Chen's domain. I can't believe this. Don't you dare come near me. Chapter 12, Bloodline Crystal. The two territories ultimately collided, resulting in a cascade of debris falling at the juncture. Everyone in both territories trembled, experiencing a brief tremor. Fortunately, the novice shield remained intact, sustaining minimal damage, although this thin layer of protection began to dissipate. The dark uprising is upon us. Ignoring the tremors of the floating island, Chen remarked, observing the vanishing shield. The disappearance of the novice shield not only posed a threat to their territory, but also meant that these lords were entirely exposed to the gaze of dark creatures, risking immediate annihilation. Lord, I have retrieved the dark chest. Mo Li returned, cradling a box enveloped in dark energy, presenting it to Chen. Portly fellow. This meteorite is substantial, its core should still be intact. Take it back, and once the dark uprising concludes, use it to expand our territory. After receiving the box, Chen instructed the portly fellow. Generally, there are two methods to expand territory. One is through the territorial cornerstone obtained from the dark chest, which can enlarge a specific area, provided it is fertile soil. The other method involves consuming the meteorite's core or the territory's core to extend one's domain. However, the territory acquired through this method is merely a wasteland, requiring additional efforts for improvement. Hee, I shall not hold back. The portly fellow exclaimed excitedly, assigning a goblin to fetch the meteorite core, while Chen's gaze remained fixed on the dark chest before him. A meteorite inhabited by third-tier ravenous rabbits. Twice the size of his territory. What treasures might the generated chest contain? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Brother Chen, let us open it and see. The portly fellow said eagerly as, under the expectant gazes of all, Chen slowly opened the chest in his hands. The first item, a low-level earth spirit pearl. As Chen retrieved the first item from the chest, astonishment spread across his face. Holy cow, an earth spirit pearl. Isn't this essential for upgrading to a first-tier territory? Have we obtained it so early? The portly fellow exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. A pleasant surprise. Though regrettably, only a low-level one. Chen sighed slightly. The Earth Spirit Pearl is an upgrade item for Earth Spirit Stones, possessing superior soil enhancement capabilities and the ability to autonomously absorb external energy to form a cycle for perpetual use. Therefore, to upgrade to a first-tier territory, one must first gather the 5 elemental spirit pearls, allowing the territory's ecology to establish a self-sustaining cycle. Otherwise, upon stepping into the dark world, they could face ecological collapse and self-destruction without even encountering the dark creatures. Come on, Brother Chen, what is there to regret? Countless novice lords have perished for lacking the 5 elemental spirit stones. We've just managed to pass the novice protection period and already secured an earth spirit pearl. The portly fellow scoffed, never having witnessed such blatant display of fortune. You have a point. Chen nodded, setting the earth spirit pearl aside and continuing to rummage through the dark chest. This time, the dark chest yielded no basic materials, as the territory grew stronger. Fundamental resources like wood and metal became increasingly rare from chests, necessitating their own cultivation. A blueprint? What kind of recipe is this? The portly fellow inquired, puzzled, as he saw Chen pull out the second item. No, it is a skill scroll for bloodthirst. Chen's expression turned serious. In the dark world, Skill scrolls are exceedingly rare. Most of the affiliated tribes rely solely on their innate talents for combat, and learning skills requires personal enlightenment or guidance from predecessors. Beyond that, skill scrolls are the only means to acquire skills. Utilizing a skill scroll guarantees mastery of the skill inscribed upon it, which can later be taught to other tribesmen. Though success hinges on one's comprehension. Holy cow, Bloodthirst. The portly fellow's expression shifted. This skill is renowned in Blue Star. Bloodthirst allows the user to enter a state of frenzy, increasing attack power by 20, life drained by 1, temporarily dulling pain, and reducing rationality. It lasts for 30 seconds with a 1-day cooldown. Learning requirements: none. This is a rare skill with no prerequisites, yet boasts immensely powerful auxiliary effects, deserving of the title Divine Skill. However, its practitioners are few. Even in Blue Star, it is on the brink of being lost. Let us act as if we're unaware of this. A single scroll can be used 10 times. You can gather 5 tribesmen for me, and the goblins can stay for future use. I'll reserve the 5 uses for you. Without hesitation, Chen tucked the scroll away, his expression grave. The value of the Bloodthirst skill scroll far exceeds that of his lord's estate. Forget low-tier lords. Many high-tier lords would be tempted if they knew. All right. The portly fellow nodded, saying no more. He was unsurprised by Chen granting him 5 opportunities, having been brothers for so many years. The third item was nothing exceptional, just a pouch of seeds. Yet they were seeds of second-tier mist grass. When planted, they can generate mist within a certain range, obscuring visibility. The utility of such seeds is limited, typically used for concealing secrets. Chen and the portly fellow each took half. Only 4 items. As Chen extracted the 4th item, the dark chest in his hands began to fade, leaving both of them astonished. This chest contained merely 4 items? Isn't that a bit too few? Brother Chen, quickly, see what it is. It feels like something significant. The portly fellow exclaimed with excitement. The gazes of the 2 individuals were drawn towards the crimson blood crystal held in Chen's hand, immediately captivated by the information it contained. Their astonishment was palpable as they exclaimed, "What the hell? A bloodline crystal." This crystal was imbued with the essence of the ferocious bloodthirsty rabbit, which could be integrated into their territory's nest, ensuring that the next 10 recruitments would undoubtedly yield bloodthirsty rabbits. Note, depending on the nest, there is a certain probability that the recruited bloodthirsty rabbits may undergo mutations. Note, depending on the nest, there is a chance that they may become a symbiotic race of that nest. Damn it. No wonder there are only 4 items. This one alone is worth them all. The stout man exclaimed in shock, and Chen nodded in agreement. Alas, lacking education, he could only express his excitement with an exclamation of what the hell. Bloodline crystals are highly coveted, not only in the trial world but even in the dark realms, particularly for high-tier lords, as they are a rare gem. After all, for high-tier lords, their recruitment opportunities in the nest are nearly exhausted, and this type of bloodline crystal does not consume the nest's recruitment quota. This effectively allows them to expand their family of followers. Moreover, the significance of the bloodline crystal lies in the last note, which mentions the possibility of becoming a symbiotic race of the nest, thereby enabling lords to recruit an additional batch of followers. A single investment for double the joy. Who wouldn't desire such an opportunity? Hey, fatty. Chen looked up at the stout man, who was already clutching his chest in anguish before Chen could utter another word. Brother Chen, don't say another word. Just use it. My worthless goblin would be a waste to use it. No, fatty, don't say that. Your goblin is still quite formidable. Stop comforting me. Goblins don't deserve bloodline crystals. Fatty, you must believe that there are no worthless races, only worthless lords. Then perhaps I am that worthless lord? No. I refuse to allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly use it before I change my mind. Goblins are as powerful as a yo-yo. All right, no more pleasantries. The stout man could no longer maintain his facade. Chen's encouragement made him eager to find himself a new follower. To truly integrate the bloodthirsty rabbit's bloodline crystal into the goblin nest would undoubtedly be a waste, likely resulting in the recruitment of just 20 rabbits. And what could 20 bloodthirsty rabbits do? Turn them into spicy rabbit heads? After their banter, Chen wasted no time and directly integrated the bloodline crystal into the silverleaf laurel tree. As he watched the bloodline crystal transform into crimson threads and slowly merge into the silverleaf laurel, a flicker of anticipation welled within him. The bloodline crystal was merging. Influenced by the silverleaf laurel and the lord's innate abilities, the bloodline structure underwent a transformation, evolving into a brand new race, the Jade Rabbit. The bloodline of the Jade Rabbit seamlessly fused with the silverleaf laurel, becoming its symbiotic race, and would be recruited alongside new followers. A cascade of information flooded Chen's mind, and the silverleaf laurel was adorned with a faint, ethereal moonlight, swaying like gossamer in the breeze. Nice. Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit. Now that's a perfect match, Chen exclaimed internally, when he integrated the bloodthirsty rabbit's bloodline crystal. He had already suspected that the bloodthirsty rabbit might also undergo a transformation under the influence of his primordial bloodline. To his delight, the outcome was indeed successful. The symbiotic race of the Jade Rabbit, although merely a pet for Chang'e, was nonetheless a mystical beast raised in the Moon Palace. How could it truly be weak? You succeeded? Wang Fatty was astounded, rendered speechless. Initially, he had only hoped for a slightly higher probability. But the fact that it truly became a symbiotic race left him utterly astonished. Of course. Who am I? The most handsome in the universe. Chen declared with pride. Fatty attempted to say something further, but suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble. The two looked up to see a horde of dark ghouls emerging from the shadows, charging towards their territory. The dark uprising has begun. Let's move, Chen shouted, momentarily disregarding the newly integrated symbiotic race of jade rabbits as he began directing Yue and the Silverleaf Moon Elves to organize their defenses. Stone golems, mobilize. Goblins, attack en masse. Fatty quickly reacted, sending rows of stone golems rushing forward while the goblins readied their makeshift catapults to assault the dark ghouls. Chapter 13, The Burdened Fatty. Bella, take a small team and head to that island to provide support. Yiling, arrange for a few agile ones with magic crystals to go there and bring back some stone golems. While fending off the dark ghouls, Chen issued commands. His territory primarily consisted of ranged archers and magic-based professions, with neither the Silverleaf Moon Elves nor Yue excelling in close combat. Thus, the stone golems were a perfect remedy for this deficiency. Conversely, the situation on Fatty's side was quite the opposite. The goblins' technology had yet to develop, relying solely on the stone golems for support, lacking effective means of attack. Their combined forces created a complementary dynamic. Damn it, once this uprising is over, let's get far away from here. I don't want to be next to you, Chen remarked, somewhat irked, as he watched the Silverleaf Moon Elves traverse the connecting paths between the two islands. What's wrong with being next to me? It's perfectly fine, Fatty replied, momentarily taken aback. But he had no time to ponder as several dark ghouls had already closed in. For you it might be fine, Chen scoffed, unable to suppress his thoughts. Once he had ensured Fatty's side was secure, Chen refocused on his own territory, where 7 or 8 dark ghouls were wreaking havoc. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, clearing them was still time-consuming, especially since the Silverleaf Moon Elves had just fought against the bloodthirsty rabbits. A shrill cry pierced the air, and Chen turned his head to see Yiling, having abandoned her bow, leap forward with a machete to strike at a dark ghoul before her. With a swift motion, she cleaved the dark ghoul in two, leaving a scattering of bones in her wake. Simultaneously, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped Yiling, her form appearing to elongate slightly in that brief moment. What is this? Has she completed the first stage of growth? Chen was taken aback and quickly checked Yiling's attributes. Name, Yiling race, Silverleaf Moon Elf. Level, 2nd tier loyalty, 100. Growth stage, 14. Normal growth to complete this stage takes 6 months. Attributes, Constitution 4, Strength 5, Agility 6, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Talent skill 1, Precision, increases vision range by 20, hit rate by 20. Talent skill 2, Blessing of the Moon, can grasp the power of moonlight, summoning the essence of the moon to enhance allies. Talent skill 3, Elemental Mastery, can proficiently harness elemental powers. Indeed, the Silverleaf Moon Elf had completed her first growth phase, advancing directly to the 2nd tier, and had additionally awakened 2 new talents. Chen nodded in satisfaction as he mused, any race, regardless of how many times they can grow, finds the first 2 stages of growth to be the easiest, merely requiring the passage of time. It is akin to a person growing from childhood to adolescence, and then to youth, naturally reaching the pinnacle of physical condition. Yiling had progressed from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier, and moreover, had awakened 2 additional talent skills. Elemental Mastery, needless to say, was a divine skill that assisted in learning spell-related abilities, while the Blessing of the Moon was an entirely new talent. This talent is also present among certain elven clans, albeit exceedingly rare. Mastery of the Moon's blessing and prayer is an essential prerequisite for becoming a high priest within the elven community, where the priestly role holds great esteem, rivaling even that of the clan leader. Could it be that Yiling possesses the potential to ascend to the position of high priestess or clan leader? Chen pondered as he observed Yiling valiantly fighting ahead. Even among the vassal clans, there ought to be a sovereign, for a lord cannot solely preside over one vassal clan, nor can they meddle in the internal governance of their kin. It is merely a matter of their current small population that allows for such a situation. Once the ranks of the Silverleaf Moon Elves swell into the thousands, Chen alone would find it increasingly burdensome to manage them. However, it is still premature to assert that Yiling could become a leader or a high priestess. And Chen did not dwell on this thought, continuing to direct the elves in battle. As time passed, the stone golem puppets that King Fatty had prepared for Chen were finally delivered. After being fitted with 1st-tier magic crystals, the stone giants positioned themselves before the Silverleaf Moon Elves, obstructing the advance of the dark ghouls. Roars erupted from the mouths of the dark ghouls as their filthy claws scraped against the stone golems, barely managing to dislodge a thin layer of stone dust. Some dark ghouls attempted to circumvent the stone golems to attack the Silverleaf Moon Elves from behind, only to be thwarted by the massive forms of the golems. A sweep of a stone arm effortlessly pulled back one of the ghouls that had managed to flank them. Haha, Brother Chen, what do you think? My stone golems are quite impressive, aren't they? King Fatty boomed with laughter, his own situation mirroring that of Yi Chen's. No matter how ferocious the dark ghouls were, they could not break through the defenses of the stone golems and were rendered mere targets. Quite commendable, yet do exercise caution. The dark uprising is set to last for an hour. This is merely the beginning. Yi Chen replied with a serious expression. Despite the blockade posed by the stone golems, the lack of potent offensive capabilities on King Fatty's meant that the number of dark ghouls was steadily increasing. This was still under the circumstance that Yi Chen had dispatched a squad of elves to assist. Without the team of moon elves led by Bella, the enemy count on King Fatty's side would undoubtedly be even greater. Yi Shi, take 2 moon maidens and gather some first-tier cabbages to cook with water. We need to restore everyone's spirits shortly, Yi Chen instructed after a moment's contemplation. Although the situation was tense, it remained within manageable bounds. Were it not for the formidable strength of the moon maidens, they likely would not have encountered such a multitude of dark ghouls. Some matters can only be said to come at a cost. Great power inevitably attracts formidable dark aberrations. This is the first lesson the trial world seeks to impart. Understood. Yi Shi nodded, leading 2 moon maidens away. There was no need for them to engage just yet. Remaining behind would only squander time when they could prepare more effectively. Yi Chen focused intently on the battlefield, observing that despite the continual fighting, the number of dark ghouls appearing remained constant. Apart from the initial wave, 5 zero-tier dark ghouls would manifest every minute in his territory, while King Fatty's area would see 2. Unfortunately, King Fatty's lackluster offensive capability made it impossible to clear them in the short term, resulting in a buildup of numbers. Realizing this, Yi Chen felt a sense of calm. Diligently purging the dark ghouls from his territory, even dispatching 2 more Silverleaf Moon elves to support Fatty. The trial world, birthed from the will of the gods, is subject to human control and, as such, must adhere to certain patterns. The dark uprising will not merely spawn dark ghouls indefinitely. This would not lead to the mass deaths of new lords. Historically, those who perished during the first dark uprising accounted for 30 of total deaths. Drawing from years of gaming experience, Yi Chen surmised that the enemy's strength would soon escalate, as nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, and many dark ghouls had been slain. He found the ongoing situation somewhat tedious. By the heavens, just as I feared, a first-tier dark ghoul has emerged. As the timer ticked past 20 minutes, 2 massive dark ghouls emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the territories of both Fatty and Yi Chen. Be cautious, for these are first-tier dark ghouls, Yi Chen called out. Although he was unafraid, Fatty's side, however, remained apprehensive, given that most newly spawned goblins were mere zero-tier beings. Seriously? Only a third of the time has passed, and already first-tier ghouls are appearing? If this continues, won't the final foes all be first-tier? There is even a chance of second-tier creatures showing up. What am I, a goblin, supposed to do against that? Fatty exclaimed, incredulous. Unsurprisingly, you may have been dragged into this mess because of me, Yi Chen shrugged. A hint of schadenfreude evident in his smile. Fatty's predicament was clearly a consequence of his association with Yi Chen. Otherwise, first-tier dark creatures would typically be the last to appear on his territory, and their numbers would not be so excessive. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was confident in his ability to weather this dark uprising. A proud clan of the Primordial era could not falter against even the novice trials of the trial world. What would that say about them? By the heavens! You're setting me up, King Fatty shouted, hurling a torrent of invectives at Yi Chen. Yi Chen paid him little mind. Brothers are, after all, meant to be a source of mischief. As time continued to elapse, the second first-tier ghoul made its entrance, swiftly surrounded and pummeled by the Silverleaf Moon elves, leaving a mound of bones in its wake. However, Yi Chen furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction at the sight. The issue lay not in the ferocity of their assault, but rather in the insufficient manpower at his disposal. The recruitment of Silverleaf Moon elves was far less straightforward than that of goblins, who could be acquired in droves. Here, only 2 moon elves could be recruited at a time. Counting the subsequent recruitments, he had managed to enlist merely 5 moon maidens and 19 Silverleaf Moon elves, with 6 dispatched to assist Fatty, leaving him with a mere 13 remaining. Though the numbers appeared substantial, the dark ghouls were proliferating and strengthening. Among the newly spawned dark ghouls, the zero-tier variety was becoming increasingly rare, with the majority transitioning to first-tier status. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the darkness, prompting all to look up and behold a colossal dire wolf emerging from the shadows. A second-tier dire wolf, Yi Chen exclaimed, recognizing the beast instantly. Apart from Yi Shi, who had taken 2 away, only Yi Lan and Yi Qing remained by his side. Yes, Yi Lan nodded, without hesitation stepping forward. With a swift motion, she unleashed a crescent moon blade towards the second-tier dire wolf. The blade struck the wolf's flank, cleaving away a sizable chunk of flesh but failing to deliver a fatal blow, as the creature deftly evaded and lunged towards Yi Chen. Vile beast, seeking death. A voice called out, and a lithe figure darted past Yi Chen. It was Yi Shi, who swiftly severed the dire wolf in 2 with a single stroke. Concurrently, an ethereal glow began to emanate from her, signifying that she had finally completed her first stage of growth. Chapter 14. Earthwalker Dragon. The first Moon Maiden recruited by Yi Chun had at long last achieved the first stage of her evolution. As the faint white luminescence gradually faded, Yi Shi's aura became increasingly ethereal and transcendent, resembling a celestial maiden from the moon palace above. Name: Yi Shi. Race: Moon Maiden. Level: Tier 3. Loyalty: 100. Growth stage: 17. Normal growth period of 6 months. Total attributes reaching 250 points. Attributes: Constitution 24, Strength 20, Agility 26, Intelligence 58, Spirit 65. Talent Skill 1. Moonblade. Harnesses the power of moonlight to strike at foes, inflicting substantial lunar magic damage. Talent Skill 2. Moon Essence. Absorbs the essence of the moon to heal wounds or expedite the growth of flora and fauna. Talent Skill 3. Graceful Dance. Enables the effortless learning of various dances applicable in combat. Talent Skill 4. Fundamental Breathing Technique. A unique breathing method that gradually enhances one's attributes. Talent Skill 5. Exorcism. Increases damage dealt to dark creatures by 20, while reducing damage taken from psychic attacks by 20. Incredible. Observing Yi Shi's attributes, Yi Chun was awestruck. Although still at the 3rd tier, her overall attributes had more than doubled. Most crucially, the exclusive breathing technique of the Honghuang race granted Yue the potential for limitless growth, something unattainable by any known race. Even formidable beings like angels and dragons possess similar attributes, only able to achieve gradual improvement through relentless battles and learning. Yet, Yue can augment her powers through the breathing technique, far surpassing angels and dragons. Yi Chun thought excitedly. Yue's attributes were astonishingly powerful. As for the effectiveness of the graceful dance and exorcism talents, their true impact remained uncertain, but they surely would not disappoint. The significant 20-point damage increase and 20-point resistance against psychic damage from exorcism were already formidable. Kill. Having completed her evolution, Yi Shi charged once more into the horde of dark ghouls, brandishing a machete with casual ease, causing all dark ghouls to perish upon contact. Even without any enhancement effects, Yi Shi's formidable constitution and strength, exceeding 20 points, were already sufficient to crush these Tier 0 and Tier 1 beings. So powerful, Yi Chen's excitement was palpable. And at that moment, Wang Pengzi glanced over, witnessing the carnage wrought by Yi Shi, and gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Brother Chen, what's going on with your kin? Are they on drugs? Get lost. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Can't you see she has evolved? She has completed the first stage of growth. Yi Chen retorted, exasperated. With such strength, did she really need drugs? Wow, and this is just the first stage of growth. The dark ghouls can't even touch her. Can they? Wait, has she already reached Tier 4? Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Not Tier 4 yet, but she should be at mid-Tier 3. Yi Chen shook his head. Each Tier 3 represents a qualitative leap. It's the transition from low-tier to mid-tier beings, resulting in a significant boost in attributes. A Tier 3 being requires merely 60 total attribute points, whereas a Tier 4 being demands a total of 300 points, a 5-fold increase, unattainable by ordinary races. Even the mutated Silverleaf Moon Elves, I estimate, would struggle to reach Tier 4 after their 3rd growth, and they are already considerably stronger than the previous Night Elves. How incredibly strong. Why is there such a vast disparity among our kin? Wang Pengzi lamented, nearly in tears. His newly advanced goblin could not even match the newborn Silverleaf Moon Elves, let alone Yue. Some individuals spend a lifetime in pursuit of Rome, while others are born into it, Yi Chun remarked sagely, eliciting a silent middle finger from Wang Pengzi, who, though clueless about Rome, figured that a moment of disdain was never inappropriate. Yi Shi's advancement alleviated much of Yi Chen's burden. After all, she could defeat the dark ghouls with mere melee attacks, rendering her capable of holding off all Tier 1 and lower dark ghouls single-handedly. Roar. Amidst the exhilarating slaughter, a deep growl interrupted Yi Chen's elation. From the shadows emerged a pair of crimson eyes, followed by a massive figure stepping into view. What the hell? A ground dragon? Both men gasped at the sight of this brand-new breed of dark aberration. The ground dragon also belonged to the low-tier aberration category, but possessed a trace of dragon lineage, occupying the apex of the food chain among low-tier beings. Seriously? It's just a big lizard. What else with the name ground dragon? Uffed. Yi Chen scoffed, irritated by the appearance of such a creature amidst the dark upheaval, clearly intended to rattle their nerves. But it was undeniably powerful. At the very least, it started at Tier 2, reached Tier 3 upon maturity, and had a chance of advancing to Tier 4. Among low-tier races, none could rival it. Wang Pengzi lamented, his face a picture of despair. His little goblins could hardly fill the creature's gaps. Shut up and retreat to your territory. All Moon Elves, prioritize eliminating that large lizard. Yi Chen shouted swiftly. The ground dragon, expected to possess Tier 2 strength, should not pose much difficulty, but given the ongoing dark upheaval, it was uncertain how strong subsequent ground dragons would be. Understood. Several Moon Elves nodded in agreement and charged toward the ground dragon. Simultaneously, among the previously resting Silverleaf Moon Elves, a tall figure stood and approached Yi Chun. Lord, the Silverleaf Moon Elf clan requests to join the battle. Yi Ling spoke humbly, her tone sincere. Since Yi Shi's advancement, they had essentially become superfluous. Yi Shi alone could handle all adversaries, leaving the Silverleaf Moon Elves to observe for an extended period. Now, with the Ground Dragon's emergence, how could the proud Silverleaf Moon Elf clan tolerate remaining on the sidelines? Yi Chun paused, looking at the resolute Yi Ling, suddenly grasping the situation. Then you may assist your kin from the side, but do ensure their safety. Not wishing to dampen their enthusiasm, Yi Chun ultimately acquiesced. Regardless of their race, each individual was an independent entity, and the development of their territory should align with the desires of each kin, much like the unruly goblins nearby. Understood, Yi Ling replied with delight, hurrying back to her kin. However, as she returned, she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. These were her kin. Leading them into danger also meant she bore the duty to ensure their safety. Silverleaf Moon Elves, advance with no retreat, Yi Ling declared, glancing at her kin before charging toward the Ground Dragon. At that moment, Yi Chun perceived a new talent skill within Yi Ling's attributes. Leader naturally exudes the aura of a leader. As the number of followers increases, both she and her kin receive greater enhancements. This is a talent that can be understood by all races and individuals. Once this talent is grasped, it signifies potential for leadership, just like Yi Ling now. Her Silverleaf Moon Elves were largely following her command. Leader, elemental, precision. Blessing of the moon. It seems Yi Ling is destined to become either a queen of elves or a high priestess. Yi Chun mused as he watched the Silverleaf Moon Elves charging toward the front lines. In the initial recruitment of the blessed kin, the probability of birthing a royal progenitor was at its zenith, thanks to the accumulated energy and will amassed over countless years within their nests. Thus, Yi Ling emerged as the most promising candidate to ascend as the Elven Queen. Unless a remarkably fortunate individual with unparalleled aptitude suddenly manifested later on. She was virtually assured of that title. However, there were exceptions, such as the goblins, given their high mortality rate. It was likely that the first batch of goblins had already perished. Yi Chun suddenly paused, glancing at the fervently engaged territory nearby, immediately overturning his previous assumption. The goblins were exceedingly fragile and timid, prone to panic, which meant that the initial group recruited by the corpulent leader had likely been wiped out. This was a rare race that relied on sheer numbers for success. As Yi Ling and her companions charged forth, a multitude of arrows rained down upon the Earth Dragon. Yet, they failed to pierce even its tough exterior. The Earth Dragon possessed formidable defenses. Do not aim directly at the Earth Dragon. Target its eyes or mouth. Those are its vulnerable spots. Yi Ling directed from her position among the Silverleaf Moon Elves. The Earth Dragon, despite being a mere Tier 2 creature, boasted total attributes exceeding 2060, with the majority concentrated in vitality and strength. This resulted in an exceptionally high defense. Even standard handguns could hardly breach it, let alone the arrows fired by the Silverleaf Moon Elves. By the heavens, this is rather astonishing. Your ladies cannot even breach its skin, the corpulent leader exclaimed, earning him a chorus of disdainful glares from the assembled maidens. Ahem, no worries. The Earth Dragon's hide is just excessively thick, causing my sisters to misfire. Yes, misfire. The corpulent leader chuckled awkwardly, feeling the intense pressure of the women's ire, wishing he could flee. Chapter 15. The Twilight of the Dark Uprising. Yi Chun grumbled in irritation, his gaze returning to the Earth Dragon. One must admit, the Earth Dragon, with its draconic lineage, had skin as tough as it was reputed. Although it was merely a Tier 2 creature, its thick hide was impervious to the arrows of the Silverleaf Moon Elves. Even Yi Ling, having attained Tier 2 status, found herself equally ineffective against it. The disparity in attributes was glaringly apparent. Yi Ling, at her Tier 2 stage, was merely mid-tier, whereas the Earth Dragon was undeniably late stage. Observing the Silverleaf Moon Elves engage, Yi Shi and the other moon goddesses slowed their assault, opting instead to restrain the Earth Dragon and afford Yi Ling and her companions more opportunities to hone their skills. They would only strike when another Earth Dragon appeared. 3 minutes later, with the demise of the fourth Earth Dragon, 2 more Silverleaf Moon Elves successfully achieved the first stage of growth. Advancing into the second stage of the Blessed Kin, the growth period served as an experience gauge, allowing for natural accrual during downtime or rapid accumulation through monster slaying. Quite a reasonable system. Watching the 2 newly advanced Silverleaf Moon Elves, Yi Chun nodded in approval. The newly promoted duo, Eve and Bella, recruited during the second wave, had each seen their powers enhance alongside the acquisition of unique innate abilities. Eve's talents included Nourish and Heal. The former expedited plant growth while the latter summoned the forces of nature to mend injuries. A quintessential support archetype, Yi Chun mused, stroking his chin. With skills revolving around planting, communication, and healing, Eve's abilities were almost entirely supportive in nature. Moreover, her agility attribute for combat had not seen significant growth, nor was her offensive intelligence particularly impressive. However, Her spiritual attribute soared to nearly 20 points, a feat not shared by Yi Ling or Bella. In contrast, Eve was a support character while Bella emerged as a formidable sorceress. Turning his attention to Bella's talents, Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Arcane Radiance, the ability to perceive and learn arcane magic. Mana Gem, increases her own mana by 30. Following her elemental spells, Bella had now gained the capability to learn arcane magic, in addition to possessing the Mana Gem talent that augmented her magical reserves. It was a pity that such a powerful mage could currently only cast Water Sphere, merely able to conjure bathing water. Boom. Just as Chen's thoughts trailed off, a searing heat surged before him as a basketball-sized fireball materialized out of thin air, crashing into the Earth Dragon. Instantly, a charred patch appeared on the thick hide of the Earth Dragon, accompanied by a roar of agony. What the? Did she just comprehend fireball upon leveling up? Chen gasped, while Bella turned to glance at him, flashing a smile, evidently pleased by the Lord's astonishment. She turned back, sweeping her right hand, and a wind blade shot forth, striking the Earth Dragon between its eyes. Yet, compared to the scorching impact of the fireball, the wind blade's damage was minimal, merely causing the Earth Dragon's head to tilt slightly, inflicting negligible harm. Bella frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the wind blade, and once more unleashed fireball. One fireball after another was summoned, swiftly bombarding the Earth Dragon. Under the control of Yi Shi and her companions, the Earth Dragon became akin to a living target, enduring the relentless barrage of fireballs, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh. How tragic, alive, barbecued Earth Dragon, but it does smell delightful. I must ask the corpulent leader if he has any cumin or chili powder. Chen mused, salivating at the mouth-watering scent wafting through the air. The fragrance of roasted Earth Dragon was undeniably enticing, far surpassing that of the Fear Wolves or the Dark Ghouls. Brother Chen, what is this? Your elves can now cast spells? The corpulent leader exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. It was well known that many races could learn spells. Yet this was a trial world designated for novice lords, devoid of any spellbooks for study. The only path to mastering spells lay in one's exceptional innate talents, a process that typically spanned a lengthy duration. To witness someone grasping magic so effortlessly after just a week was indeed extraordinary. Is it so surprising? Chen scoffed, suppressing a grin. Historical records indicated that, excluding those with innate abilities, the fastest anyone could learn a spell purely through talent was at least a month. Brother Chen, you are impressive, the corpulent leader shouted, suddenly feeling as if he might indeed be clinging to a substantial ally. Initially believing that he and his comrades would rise through their association with the angelic race led by Jian Mingyi, he now realized that his good brother might be even more formidable. Stay calm and focus on the battle. If I am not mistaken, you should soon encounter Tier 2 creatures as well. Chen intoned with an air of profundity. The time of the Dark Uprising was drawing to a close, and over here, some early Tier 3 Earth Dragons had begun to appear. Meanwhile, the corpulent leader was still grappling with Tier 1 Fear Wolves. This simply would not do. By the heavens, Tier 2 creatures? Without a shield, my territory might very well be obliterated. The corpulent leader exclaimed, suddenly anxious. The terrifying memory of the Tier 2 bloodthirsty rabbit lingered vividly in his mind. Were it not for the novice shield, his territory would have been annihilated long ago. Denying that goblin named Shelley the opportunity to experiment with the magic crystal bombs. A mere second-tier creature, yet with so many stone golem puppets at your disposal. What is there to fear? Chen gestured towards the newly born third-tier Earth Dragon in his territory and spoke with irritation. The hour-long dark upheaval was now down to mere minutes, and the strength of the emerging dark creatures continued to escalate, beyond the usual 0 to first-tier dark ghouls. The Earth Dragon's power had also seen a remarkable increase. When the first authentic third-tier Earth Dragon emerged from the shadows, Yi Shi and the others could no longer remain seated. This was no foe that the Silverleaf Moon Elf clan could contend with. Unlike the bloodthirsty rabbit, whose prowess relied solely on innate talent, the Earth Dragons possessed sufficiently formidable attributes to support their strength. As the floating island trembled, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. While the specific physical attributes remained uncertain, the tremors resonating from the floating island suggested that its raw strength was at least over 80 points. Yi Chen estimated that this Earth Dragon's sheer power might already surpass that of the unadvanced Silverleaf Moon Elves. Yi Shi, exercise caution, this Earth Dragon is formidable. Without needing his reminder, Yi Shi and her companions had already felt the oppressive aura emanating from their adversary, though the Moon Elves remained unfazed. Cultivators, after all, defy the heavens and battle for their lives. A single Earth Dragon was hardly enough to instill dread in them. Draw your sword. Yi Shi nodded, her voice firm. Instantly, cold air coalesced in her palm, forming a half-meter-long ice short sword that she held tightly. What is this? Mimetic magic? Summoning ice elements to shape them as one desires? Bella exclaimed, astonished that her opponent could wield magic to such an extent after merely tossing a few fireballs in her direction. Yi Chen glanced at her, remaining silent, equally taken aback. Yet, As a cultivator with primordial bloodlines, conjuring an ice sword bore no relation to her magic. Drink, Yishi called out, and with a swift motion, the icy short sword darted towards the earth dragon. With a resounding shatter, the ice sword broke, and a pained roar erupted from the earth dragon as a fist-sized wound on its side oozed black blood amidst the lingering frost. Is this real? It shattered in a single strike? Wong Fatty blinked, bewildered. What had seemed so fierce moments ago had vanished in an instant. Is this all? After all, it was merely a short sword temporarily formed from cold air, and the damage it inflicted was already considerable, Yi Chun retorted with irritation. At this moment, Yishi's body had already retreated swiftly, with the other moon elves following closely. Instead of attempting to conjure ice swords like her, the rest relied solely on their moon blades, which possessed sufficient lethality. For moon blades sliced through the air, nearly severing the earth dragon's limbs, leaving it bloodied as it roared in fury and charged toward the closest Ying. Vile beast, begone. Yishi leaped forward, opting not to conjure an ice sword again. Instead, she unleashed the power of moonlight, her hand descending with a blade of shimmering light. The earth dragon roared in agony, while her strike did not slay it outright. It severed its tail, rendering it incapable of swift movement and balance. For most beasts, the tail serves a vital role, sometimes even determining life or death. With its tail severed, the earth dragon's movements became comical, careening chaotically yet unable to find a clear direction, much like a small, mentally challenged child charging forward, heedless of any obstacles in its path. Finish it, Yishi commanded fiercely, and the moon elves sprang into action, unleashing 2 successive rounds of moon blades, ultimately dismembering the resilient earth dragon. Incredible. So powerful. A third-tier earth dragon. In terms of attributes, only you, Yishi, seem worthy, Wong Fatty exclaimed, having witnessed the scene unfold. No, I suspect that even in single attributes, Yishi may not match it. However, she possesses superior teamwork capabilities, Chen explained, shaking his head. Although the earth dragon's speed was lacking and it bore no long-range attacks, its defensive capabilities and strength were formidable, easily overwhelming everything in its path. Even if lower-tier moon elves mastered techniques like Moonblade, the damage they could inflict remained quite limited. Ultimately, it was teamwork that led to the earth dragon's demise. Chapter 16. The Goblin Trade Network. Despite slaying this third-tier earth dragon, the dark upheaval raged on, with yet another third-tier earth dragon emerging from the abyss. Not only that, but a second-tier dark creature had finally appeared on Wong Fatty's side. Fortunately, it was not as formidable as the earth dragon, merely a second-tier dark ghoul, regarded as the pinnacle of its kind. Yishi, conserve your strength. Given the current situation, at least 3 more of these Tier 3 Earth Dragons are likely to appear. And we cannot dismiss the possibility of even stronger dark creatures, Chen warned loudly. The third-tier Earth Dragon undoubtedly represented the apex of combat capabilities within this dark upheaval. However, it was not the only one present. Upon hearing Chen's words, Yishi and the others sharpened their movements. No longer experimenting with the spells inspired by Bella, they unleashed their most proficient moonblades to assault the Earth Dragon. Even if the other moon elves possessed lower attributes, the damage dealt by the moonblades was still significant, easily slicing through the earth dragon's sturdy exterior and injuring its flesh within, though they could not sever its bones. If only we had some powerful weapons, Chen lamented, shaking his head. Unfortunately, neither the elf clan nor the Chang'e tribe excelled in weapon crafting. This remained a common vexation among all new lords. Some lacked weapons, others medicinal herbs, some required farming resources, while others needed warriors. Each new lord, depending on their kin and innate talents, would invariably find themselves lacking in some capacity. Yet, as long as the item teleportation function remained locked, effective trade with others would remain unattainable. Contemplating trade, Chen's gaze suddenly shifted to Wong Fatty, observing him directing the goblins to utilize magic crystal bombs to eliminate a second-tier dark ghoul. Fatty, I remember that goblins can research technology. Wong Fatty, on the verge of exhaling in relief, was caught off guard by Chen's call. Goblins can research technology? He looked utterly bewildered. While he was aware of their capabilities in developing explosives and magic automatons, the notion of researching technology was foreign to him. Such knowledge had never been taught in books. Goblins can indeed research technology, Chen reiterated emphatically. In this world, lords had suffered immensely at the hands of goblins. Those who had painstakingly developed their territories often preferred to ignore their goblin dens, wishing for their complete disappearance. Hence, no truly evolved goblin race had ever emerged. As a result, few recognized the goblins' remarkable research capabilities. Only the occasional appearance of magic automatons or explosives from their ranks had failed to create significant ripples. In contrast, the clever gnomes and boisterous dwarves were far more favored by the lords. If you say so, then so be it. What do you propose? Wong Fatty shrugged helplessly, having grown accustomed to accepting things he did not understand, knowing that Chen would not offer any explanations. With their research capabilities and expertise in trade, instruct your goblins to develop a trade network, then establish and even dominate the trade within this trial world. Yi Chen declared, his gaze intense. Although the probability of becoming a lord is exceedingly low, the vast population of several billion on the blue star ensures that many new lords are born each year. Mastering the trade rights of these tens of millions of new lords undoubtedly places them under one's control. Trade? A trade network? Are you jesting, Brother Chen? Can such a thing be created by goblins? The corpulent Wang was utterly astounded, unable to fathom Yi Chen's audacious notion. A trade network. This is not as simple as merely connecting a wire on Earth. It necessitates the use of spatial arrays. Without them, goods cannot be delivered. And who would come to purchase from you? Such endeavors are typically the domain of the star spirits, who are innately adept at spatial magic. Thus, trade networks are generally held by lords awakened to the star spirit lineage. Never has there been a recorded instance of a goblin-awakened lord managing trade. The teleportation arrays of the star spirits, constrained by their own capabilities, find it immensely difficult to proliferate on a large scale within the trial world. And thus their trade networks can only facilitate transactions on a limited basis. However, goblins are a rapidly maturing race endowed with formidable scientific prowess. Having bypassed the lengthy growth period, it is entirely feasible for goblins to develop a teleportation array capable of encompassing the entire trial space within this realm. With such a teleportation array, not only could a trade network be established, but myriad possibilities might also arise. Yi Chen exclaimed with fervor, his earlier frustrations over recent material shortages igniting a sudden spark of inspiration. In his previous life, weren't goblins always engaged in lucrative ventures? Their airships and motorcycles were truly unique, even inciting envy among the deities. Brother Chen, surely you jest? Have you fought too long? Is your mind addled? Wang stared blankly at Yi Chen, utterly perplexed by his words. Get lost. Listen, I shall procure the resources for your ascension to lordship, with my guarantee of safety. You merely need to ensure your goblins produce that teleportation array for me. Otherwise, do not even dream of becoming a lord. Yi Chen retorted with irritation, incredulous that he was deemed deranged. Does he not realize that genius is often incomprehensible to the average person? Rest assured, Brother Chen, since you are so generous, I shall not hinder you in the least. I vow to develop the method for constructing the teleportation array. Upon hearing that resources and safety were assured, Wang straightened up, thumping his ample chest with righteous conviction. Remember, if you fail to produce it, I shall use you as a lantern. Wait, Brother Chen, isn't it true that if I fail to produce it, I won't become a lord? I am the boss. I make the rules. Don't. How about we reconsider? Perhaps I should forego lordship. After all, goblins have little future. I can come help you establish your territory. You're dreaming. Clearly. You covet my moon spirits and moon maidens. Establish your territory? I fear you would impoverish me instead. That's impossible. I am solely doing this for you, Brother Chen. The elven maidens are merely a side attraction. Amidst their banter, the dark riot reached its climactic moment. Wang's territory fared relatively well, culminating in the appearance of a peak-tier second-grade dire wolf, merely a step away from the third grade. Meanwhile, Yi Chen faced a daunting challenge, as the final adversary turned out to be a peak earth dragon teetering on the edge of the fourth grade. A formidable opponent, even for Yi Shi. You handle your dire wolf. I have a behemoth on my hands. Casting a glance toward Wang, Yi Chen refocused, diligently commanding his kin to confront the earth dragon. Bella, do not solely concentrate on offense. Attempt to use earth spells to create deep pits to restrict the earth dragon's movement. Yielding. Ensure the silver leaf moon spirit's arrows are aimed precisely at its eyes, mouth, and nostrils. That thick hide renders random shots ineffective. Everyone, aim your moon blades accurately. Concentrate your efforts on a singular area to achieve cumulative damage. It is better to sever one limb than to inflict superficial wounds all over. Under Yi Chen's guidance, his comrades relentlessly struck at the earth dragon with precision, while the stone puppets delayed its advance. Even with merely a first-grade magic crystal embedded, the stone puppets remained robust, collectively imposing significant constraints on the earth dragon. However, as each stone puppet fell, both Yi Chen and Wang felt an acute pang of sorrow. Fortunately, the sacrifices of these puppets bore fruit. With the last one down, the earth dragon's hind leg was severed, drastically impairing its mobility. Simultaneously, the arrows of the silver leaf moon spirits began to take effect, piercing the dragon's vulnerable eyes in unison, rendering it sightless. Trapped in a mire, the once mighty earth dragon could only emit a furious roar of defiance, powerless to act. Yi Shi and the others continued their assault, and facing such a stationary target, the moon blades had no chance of missing, each striking precisely at the same point. In a concerted barrage, the earth dragon was decisively beheaded, silenced forever. At last, it was over. Watching the dissipating aura of darkness, Yi Chen exhaled a gentle sigh of relief, only to be met with screams and roars from behind him. You incompetent fool. Frustration evident, he pinched the bridge of his nose and gestured toward Yiling. Take a few with good stamina to provide support. Resolve this swiftly and then rest. Understood. Yiling nodded, selecting several individuals to head toward Wang's territory. Meanwhile, the dark energy surrounding Yi Chen gradually faded. coalescing into a 1-meter-wide dark treasure chest. This was the reward bestowed upon the survivors by the deities following the Dark Riot, with contents varying according to the dark creatures each had vanquished. The treasure chest from the first Dark Riot is a rare high-tier chest within the trial world. Given my performance, I anticipate the rewards shall be bountiful. Yi-chan rubbed his hands together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he approached the dark treasure chest. Unlike the chests obtained during meteorite sweeps, this dark treasure chest bore an array of strange patterns, wreathed in black mist, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Were it in the real world, one might consider it an ominous artifact. Yet here, it was a coveted treasure for all new lords. Slowly, Yi-chan placed his hand upon it, feeling the icy essence swirl at his fingertips, ready to open it when he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Haha. Brother Chen, I held the line. I even acquired a dark treasure chest. Haha. Hallelujah. It's merely a dark treasure chest. Is such excitement warranted? Didn't everyone receive one? Did I not tell you? Keep your words to no more than 3. Wang's exuberance jolted Yi-chan, shattering the ceremonial atmosphere surrounding the chest's opening. In exasperation, he casually flipped it open, unleashing a dazzling cascade of golden light that made him squint and turn away. Damn it, it's blinding. Why all the flashiness, only to dissipate? He lamented, wondering which deity possessed such a penchant for mischief. As the golden light gradually faded, the contents of the dark treasure chest came into view. One by one, items were extracted and laid upon the ground. Neither too few nor too many, precisely 10 pieces, evoking a sense of serenity. Hiss, the first item is a complete set of the 5-element spirit orbs. Brother Chen, you've certainly made it into the top 10. After clearing his own territory, he exclaimed excitedly at the sight of Yi-chan's recently opened treasure chest. TCH, if I can't even make it into the top 10, what am I even doing? Yi-chan retorted with a flamboyant expression. The complete set of 5-element spirit orbs only appeared 10 times during the first Dark Uprising, indicating that Yi-chan's achievements in slaying dark creatures had propelled him into the top 10. However, Yi-chan glanced at the 5-element spirit orbs, but did not hastily collect them. Instead, he tossed the entire box containing the set to the plump fellow. You take it. They are merely low-tier orbs, and I have no intention of using low-tier orbs for my ascension. To advance from the 0th to the first tier and become a proper lord, one must meet numerous stringent conditions, among which is the use of the 5-element spirit orbs to inscribe magical arrays, thereby establishing a complete ecological cycle within the territory. There must be air, soil, minerals, and life. The true dark world is nothing like the trial world, where there is no air, no gravity, nothing at all. It is akin to the vast, boundless universe, where an ordinary person would instantly explode due to internal pressure upon arrival. The purpose of the 5-element spirit orbs is to endow the territory with the fundamental elemental attributes that constitute a world, thus providing soil, water sources, minerals, temperature, and life. Hiss, well then, I shall not hold back. The coverage area of the orb array determines the maximum expanse that the territory can expand. Low-tier orbs are indeed a bit beneath your talents. The plump fellow momentarily froze, then broke into a mischievous grin, though the glimmer of tears in the corners of his eyes was hard to conceal. While low-tier orbs can only form the most basic cyclical magical arrays and cover the smallest territories, in the trial world, over half of the population cannot even become lords, let alone ascend to higher tiers. Let me see what the second item is. Ignoring the plump fellow behind him, Yi-chan continued to examine the items on the ground. Among the 10 objects, the value of the 5-element spirit orbs was undoubtedly the highest, yet the remaining items were equally priceless, and perhaps more suited for a fledgling lord. 10 bottles of growth acceleration potion, capable of hastening the growth cycle of a favored creature or plant by 10 days. Oh, this magical stone is quite remarkable. It allows a creature with magical aptitude to comprehend a low-level spell, thereby accelerating the magical learning pace of these elves. Fertile soil. 100 square meters. Excellent. Precisely what was urgently needed. Seeds of thorn vines, saplings of fire spirit trees, and chicks of the brocade chicken. Oh. Soon I shall have a steady supply of chicken meat and eggs. 100 foundation stones, each capable of expanding fertile land by 100 square meters. What a splendid find. With each item Yi-chan picked up, both he and the plump fellow gasped in astonishment. Especially the seeds, saplings, and chicks. These were pivotal for the territory's development. Thorn vines could encircle the territory, forming a protective canopy, while the fruits of the fire spirit tree could enhance affinity for fire elements. And the meat of the brocade chicken could elevate intelligence attributes, while the eggs could improve physical constitution. What a delight. The plump fellow's exclamations filled the air, his mouth watering at the sight of these treasures. TCH, unsophisticated. There are still 2 items yet to be revealed. Yi-chan forcefully suppressed his excitement, addressing the plump fellow with an air of disdain as he picked up a golden bow from the ground. Golden bow, tier 4. A longbow forged from pure gold, requiring immense strength to draw, boasting terrifying attack power. Attack power increased by 10, 200. Additional effects, precision, power, penetration. Usage requirements: 50 strength points, up to 300 points. Hiss. A tier 4 weapon. Not only was the plump fellow astonished, but Chen himself was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that the Dark Uprising would yield a tier 4 weapon. However, the staggering requirement of 50 strength points indicated that it would be of little use to him in the near future, though everything here had been quantified by the gods. Weapons also possessed minimum usage requirements and maximum potential power. A strength of 50 points was necessary for even the most minimal usage, providing a mere 10 points of damage enhancement, while a maximum strength of 300 points could yield an increase of 200 in attack power. This was the lower and upper threshold of this golden bow. I must remain modest. It's a pity I cannot use it for now. The moon elves are ill-suited for such a heavy bow. Chen remarked with a hint of melancholy. He was indeed in dire need of weapons, yet acquiring one he could not wield was disheartening. Setting the golden bow aside, Chen picked up the final blueprint, and his entire being quivered upon realization. It was something that rivaled the value of the 5 elements spirit orbs. Holy Spirit Shield Design. Invoking the power of the Holy Spirit to protect one's territory. Tier 1 construction materials. Complete set of low-tier 5 elements spirit stones. 1,000 soul stones. 10,000 tier 1 magic crystals, and 1 mid-tier light element spirit stone. Tier 1 effects. Constructs a shield that envelopes the entire territory, capable of withstanding attacks up to 2,000 energy points. Can endure attacks up to 5,000 energy points, and can store energy up to 20,000 points. Brother Chen, what is it? Share it with me. Seeing Chen's prolonged silence, the plump fellow called out anxiously from the distance. Hearing his words, Chen snapped back to reality, casting a complex gaze in his direction. Apologies, but it is rather inconvenient to share this with you. However, I can tell you that it is a design blueprint for a territory shield, and it is undoubtedly the most elite among territory shields. The energy shield is fundamental to a territory's defense. Its attributes must be controlled by the Lord themselves, and even the closest individuals would not dare disclose it, as it pertains to the very survival of the territory. Thus, upon hearing Chen's words, the plump fellow paused, yet did not grow angry. If it truly was something as significant as a territory shield, Chen would likely be reluctant to share, given the apparent strength of its attributes. Damn it, I too must open a treasure chest. Your chest is so radiant, mine surely cannot be lacking. The plump fellow wiped his face and dashed towards his own treasure chest, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might unwittingly ask too many questions. Watching the plump fellow's retreating figure, Chen remained silent, redirecting his attention back to the design blueprint in his hands. Purely numerical values might not evoke a visceral sense of urgency, yet when placed in comparison, the results become starkly different. Among the known Lord shields, defensive attributes are generally similar, with the ability to withstand attacks averaging around 500. Reaching 1,000 points is already considered an exceptionally superior Lord shield. Here, the ability to withstand refers to completely blocking enemy attacks, preventing any damage from reaching the territory. Conversely, the second parameter, can endure, indicates the shield's capacity to absorb attacks, where it may not fully block, but can mitigate damage to a certain extent until the shield's energy is depleted. The Holy Spirit Shield is formidable, yet the resources required for its construction are equally daunting. Gazing at the materials listed on the blueprint, Chen could not help but marvel. 10,000 tier 1 magic crystals equate to 100,000 0th tier magic crystals. Accumulating such a quantity is no small feat that can be accomplished in just a day or two. Furthermore, the accumulation of 1,000 soul crystals is no trifling matter. It necessitates the extermination of dark creatures of the soul category, ranked above the first tier, to have any chance of gathering them. With the probability likely hovering around 1 in 10, it appears I must venture forth to locate a lair of wraiths, specters, or skeletons to cleanse, calming the excitement within. Chen carefully stored the blueprint and glanced over at the rotund companion. Compared to him, the contents of the fat man's treasure chest seemed rather meager, containing merely 5 items, of which only a design for a cyclical magic array stood out, while the rest consisted mainly of saplings and seeds. Nevertheless, these seeds and saplings were relatively rare, primarily of the first tier, a testament to the numerous first and second tier creatures the fat man had slain. Come now, don't wear such a forlorn expression. Consider how many third tier earth dragons I have dispatched, while you have merely vanquished a handful of second tier dire wolves. At least you secured the design for the cyclical magic array, did you not? Chen consoled, observing the fat man's distressed demeanor. Ah, you have a point, Brother Chen. Please take these seeds and saplings. My goblins are not adept at cultivation. Just share some food with me when the time comes. The fat man sighed, relinquishing his recently acquired items to Chen. In comparison to the bonuses from the silver leaf laurel trees and the botanical talents of the silver leaf moon elves, his goblins were indeed unqualified for cultivating such flora. Very well, once I have cultivated them, I shall return some second-generation seeds to you. Now that you possess the spirit pearl and the design, you can swiftly establish your cyclical magic array, which will significantly enhance the environment of the entire territory. Chen accepted the seeds without hesitation and promptly reminded him. The requirements for the cyclical magic array were not as demanding as those for the territory shield. As long as one had 5 elemental spirit stones and sufficient magic crystals, it could be set up, and the quantity of magic crystals required was not excessive. Indeed. The fat man nodded, and they both set about tidying up the aftermath. First, they dealt with the frenzied rabbits, followed by the dark upheaval. Their territories had suffered considerable damage, strewn with debris, and both spoils and land would require time to restore. Chapter 18, The Talking Rabbit. This cleanup consumed an entire day for the two of them, primarily due to the numerous corpses of the frenzied rabbits and dire wolves that needed processing. After purification, these would yield edible meat. Additionally, the entire territory required reorganization and refurbishment. 100 blocks of foundational territory stones expanded Chen's dominion by a staggering 10,000 square meters, roughly equating to 15 acres, nearly doubling the area of his land. Most crucially, this was arable soil, suitable for direct cultivation of crops. Ivy. Let us plant the fire spirit trees in the fertile soil, while other crops can go into the arable soil. Perhaps we can induce a mutation or two to yield a higher tier fire spirit tree. Leaf spirit. Simply scatter the thorny bramble seeds at the edges of the territory. They will grow and mature on their own. Of course, your magic will be essential, so be sure to tend to them regularly. Bella. Use earth-type spells to enclose a pen specifically for raising these silken chickens. They are truly a delicacy, and you shall savor them in the future. My lord. The Silverleaf Moon Elves are herbivorous. Oh, well, that is fine. We can sell them for profit in exchange for other vegetarian provisions. As Chen orchestrated the labor of the Silverleaf Moon Elves, he concurrently re-evaluated the layout of his territory. With the expansion of the land, the available arable land had increased significantly, thanks to the transformation brought about by the Silverleaf Laurel trees, coupled with the subsequent foundational territory stones. His floating island had become predominantly soil, with very little rocky debris remaining. In other words, his entire territory was now cultivable, albeit different types of soil yielded varying effects. And higher-tier crops had more stringent requirements for the soil. A substantial area was designated for planting potatoes, cabbages, tomatoes, and other vegetables, which constituted the primary food source on the floating island. After all, the Silverleaf Moon Elves were herbivorous, consuming only a small amount of meat, while the Moon Maiden clan, although not picky, also preferred vegetarian fare. Sigh, living with a group of girls who don't eat meat is truly a headache. Chen lamented as he observed the corpses being transported toward the fat man's domain, feeling a pang of heartache. Regrettably, he was the sole carnivore in the entire territory. And even if he indulged until death, he could not consume the vast quantity available. Hence the surplus would be a boon for the fat man-esque goblins. Brother Chen, what shall we do next? Seek out Jinmingyi, or continue scavenging meteorites? As they reached the edge of the territory, the fat man inquired. Let us find a yo-yo. Are you not tired? First, let us rest. Chen replied tersely. Since their meeting, through battles, and the entire day of cleanup, neither he nor the denizens of the territory had had a chance to truly rest, and now that they finally could, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. Indeed. Let us sleep first. The fat man, feeling the weariness wash over him, collapsed onto the ground strewn with rubble and fell asleep instantly. By the heavens. Is he truly sleeping already? Such audacity. Yishi, let us rest for now. Just arrange for a few to take turns on watch. There shouldn't be any significant danger for the time being. Chen instructed. Understood. Yishi nodded, ushering Chen into the wooden cabin for rest while organizing the others for shifts. When he awoke, a significant portion of the day had already passed. In the pitch-black realm, he could only gauge he had slept for approximately 12 hours by observing the growth of the Silverleaf Laurel trees and the denizens. Stifling a yawn, he emerged to find the fat man still snoring away, showing no signs of waking, so he turned his attention to his territory. Compared to 7 days prior, the floating island had undergone a complete transformation. Several wooden houses and stone dwellings had been erected, housing the Moon Maidens and Silverleaf Moon Elves. Vast fields and woodlands occupied more than half the territory, with the Silverleaf Moon Elves on watch all around. The Silverleaf Laurel trees above cast down dappled moonlight, lending an enchanting beauty to the entire territory beneath the starry night sky. Most importantly, everyone was clothed. Chen's wooden cabin sat beneath the Silverleaf Laurel tree. Upon rising, he gazed up at it. Compared to a week ago, the tree had not changed significantly, merely thickening slightly. Yet it remained the birthplace of all the Silverleaf Moon Elves and Moon Maidens. Currently, there were 19 Silverleaf Moon Elves and 5 Moon Maidens within the territory. 40 acres seemed rather sparse for such a number. Chen pondered thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the pouch at his waist containing the magic crystals. After days of accumulation and the spoils from slaying the frenzied rabbits and dark upheaval, he had amassed a total of 243 Tier 0 magic crystals, 107 Tier 1 magic crystals, 22 Tier 2 magic crystals, and 5 Tier 3 magic crystals. Calculating this, if he were to summon them all, would he not be able to perform nearly 1,000 summons? 1,000 summons would equate to 2,000 Silverleaf Moon Elves. among whom there could potentially be 400 to 500 moon maidens. Such a number was undeniably tempting. However, recruiting so many seemed impractical, as the food supply might not keep pace. Moreover, the higher the tier of the lair, the greater the innate talents of the summoned denizens, making it an imprudent use of recruitment chances to waste them on a lair that had not been upgraded. After careful consideration, Chen decided against summoning such a multitude of denizens at once. Instead, he opted for only 5 summons. Any more, and the food supply within the territory might falter, especially since these girls were all herbivorous. However, during the initial recruitment, unforeseen circumstances arose. The previously integrated bloodline crystal endowed the Silverleaf Laurel with the ability to summon jade rabbits. Although becoming a companion species of the Yue clan, it astonishingly summoned 4 distinct rabbits at once during the first recruitment. Among them, 2 were merely ordinary jade rabbits, characterized by their basic white rabbit appearance. However, the other 2 were remarkably different. Not only were they corpulent, towering at half a human's height, but unlike typical rabbits, they stood on their hind legs with their front paws raised. Their eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if they were indeed sentient beings. Hey, what are you staring at? Have you never seen such adorable rabbits before? One of them, tilting its head and gazing with gem-like red eyes, audibly called out to Chen in a high-pitched voice. You can talk? Chen exclaimed, startled and taking a step back, utterly shocked that the summoned rabbit was capable of speech. TCH, how unusual. The rabbit replied with a look of disdain. It then lifted its nose to sniff the air, its eyes brightening as it bounded towards the vegetable patch, where some level 1 cabbage remained uneaten. Chen stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Just then, another voice caught his attention. Looking down, he noticed another rabbit timidly observing him, seemingly far shyer than the previous one. May I eat some cabbage? I'm a bit hungry, like the first rabbit. This little one's voice was soft and melodious. Sure. You can go over there. Thank you, esteemed lord. No need to be so formal. Chen watched in astonishment as the rabbit, accompanied by the 2 jade rabbits, hopped towards the vegetable patch. It took him a while to remember to check the attributes of these rabbits. Name, unnamed race, jade rabbit level, 1 loyalty, 100 growth stage, 04. Normal growth to complete this stage takes 1 week. Attributes, Constitution 1, Strength 2, Agility 3, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Talent Skill 1, Plant Mastery, proficient in various plant knowledge, capable of meticulous care for plants, ensuring optimal growth. Talent Skill 2, Moonlight, can summon moonlight to illuminate the surroundings, increasing the growth rate of nearby plants by 20. The talents of the 2 jade rabbits varied, yet both pertained to plant care. What truly astonished Chen were the other 2 rabbits. Name, unnamed race, moon-holding rabbit level, 2 loyalty, 100 growth stage, 06 attributes, Constitution 3, Strength 4, Agility 7, Intelligence 10, Spirit 14. Talent Skill 1, Essence of the Moon, can condense the essence of the moon, enhancing physical attributes and accelerating the growth of moon-related species, improving all attributes. Talent Skill 2, Blessing of the Moon, blessed by moonlight. The growth rate of all moon-related companions nearby increases by 20, and spell power is enhanced by 20. Name, unnamed race, medicine mixing rabbit level, 2 loyalty, 100 growth stage, 06 attributes, Constitution 6, Strength 6, Agility 3, Intelligence 12, Spirit 14. Talent Skill 1, Mastery of medicinal properties, can become immune to toxic damage by ingesting various known medicinal substances. Talent Skill 2, Medicinal fusion, through pounding, can merge the properties of known medicines to concoct simple ointments. Goodness, are they truly evolving? Chen exclaimed in awe. The jade rabbits were acceptable, but the moon-holding rabbit and medicine-mixing rabbit were exceptionally extraordinary. One could accelerate the growth of moon-related species and condense the essence of the moon to enhance attributes. The other was adept in pharmacology and even alchemy. Could such feats be accomplished by ordinary magical beasts? This was simply outrageous, an absurdity that had surpassed all reason. Not to mention their innate levels, which could rival angels and dragons. How could the native species possibly compete? The righteous angels and malevolent dragons were outdone by 2 diminutive rabbits from the primordial wilderness. Little Red Riding Hood opening the door only to be devoured by the big bad wolf. Chapter 19. The exchange fair of all things. Regardless, the emergence of the moon-holding rabbit and medicine-mixing rabbit undeniably augmented Chen's domain. The moon-holding rabbit, in particular, with its blessing of the moon, directly enhanced the growth rate of all Silverleaf Moon Elves and Yue by 20, enabling some clansmen on the verge of advancement to ascend instantly. Aside from a few Silverleaf Moon Elves, the second summoned Yue, Yichang, also successfully advanced. Her attributes were quite similar to Yishi's, with her foundational breathing technique and graceful dancing talents remaining unchanged. The sole difference was that her last talent, exorcism, transformed into brewing, allowing her to craft exquisite wines using various materials. Of course, this talent, akin to the medicine-mixing rabbit's mastery of pharmacology, also required her to experiment continuously. Chang'e is skilled in brewing exquisite elixirs. Do I need to establish a wine cellar now? Chen pondered, stroking his chin. After summoning 4 rabbits for the first time, Chen proceeded to recruit 5 more times, resulting in 1 more Yue and the remaining 9 being Silverleaf Moon Elves. Thus, the number of Yue reached 6, while the Silverleaf Moon Elves totaled 28, significantly expanding the entire domain. Additionally, during the 5 recruitments, 3 more Jade Rabbits were summoned, currently wreaking havoc in the cabbage patch. Goodness, starting with level 1 cabbages. I hope they don't devour all the seeds. I won't have anything left to plant. Chen exclaimed, watching the fluffy white rabbits with exasperation. Rest assured, we'll leave the seeds, replied the moon-holding rabbit, munching on a cabbage. You should bring some carrots too. They taste much better than cabbage. How generous of you. Chen retorted, bemused. Am I the lord or merely the caretaker? Chang'e, have you started raising rabbits? Preparing a feast? At some point, the chubby one had awakened, yawning as he looked at the rabbits in Chen's domain, clearly having forgotten about the bloodline crystal incident. However, as soon as he spoke, a wave of murderous intent washed over him. The moon-holding rabbit paused its nibbling, its crimson eyes fixated on the chubby one. Even the typically gentle and polite medicine-mixing rabbit stood on its hind legs, glaring angrily. What's going on? The chubby one felt a chill run down his back, his drowsiness dissipating as he surveyed the hostile rabbits, utterly bewildered. Fatty, you want to eat spicy rabbit heads? The moon-holding rabbit asked coldly, its high-pitched voice devoid of cuteness, instead radiating a chilling aura. That would be me. The chubby one stammered, suddenly realizing the implication, his face transforming in horror. Wait, this rabbit can talk. He looked from the rabbit to Chen, his expression filled with disbelief. Such a phenomenon had startled Chen at first, let alone the chubby one, who had never encountered anything like it. It was worth noting that, aside from the orc race and a few other high-tier races, no one had ever heard of talking rabbits. Fatty, you'd better watch it. Today, I'm having pig brains, the moon-holding rabbit angrily declared, its hefty hind feet propelling it towards the chubby one while clutching the cabbage tightly. Goodness, what on earth is wrong with this rabbit? To seek pig brains. One should approach your lord. Why come to me? Human heads and pig brains. If not you, then who else? Prepare to fight. Hey. Do not carelessly discard vegetable leaves. Hey, watch your legs, tread lightly. I am, after all, a brother to your lord. Bah. Do you see our lord paying you any heed? Stop gilding your own lily. Damn it. Chen, quickly take your rabbit home. Well, enjoy your play. Just make sure it doesn't lead to any fatalities. Chen raised his hand, intending to intervene, but ultimately let it drop. Observing the merriment shared between the individual and the rabbit, he decided not to intrude. After surveying the territory, he noted that the resting Silverleaf Moon Elves and Yue had largely awakened, continuing to tend to the crops and repair the land. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen activated his wristband terminal, which displayed numerous messages from Jianmingyi concerning matters following the Dark Uprising. However, the last note indicated she was going to rest. Thus there had been no further communication. She must still be asleep. Girls, it's perfectly normal to linger in bed. Unfortunately, this wristband only allows for one-way messaging. There are no servers in the trial world for browsing forums and the like. As he scrolled through Jianmingyi's messages, Chen couldn't help but express his frustration. Just then, an unfamiliar email unexpectedly arrived. Upon opening it, he found a missive from someone using the pseudonym All Things Tower 007, clearly not their real name. All Things Tower? Isn't that a significant trading platform on Blue Star? Does it exist in the trial world as well? Puzzled, Chen clicked on it to discover it was a mass email sent to individuals within a 10,000-kilometer radius, only accessible to those in that area. Dear Lords, greetings to all. I am one of the proxy lords representing All Things Tower in the trial world this year. First and foremost, congratulations on surviving the Dark Uprising and taking your first step towards becoming official lords. In 3 days, All Things Tower will host a grand trading fair at the following location, where numerous lords will gather to exchange resources. All Things Tower will also present a variety of rare items for trade, along with a magnificent auction awaiting everyone. All things are at my disposal. All Things Tower cordially invites your attendance. The email concluded with a noted address, which could be consistently tracked on the wristband terminal. Is it truly All Things Tower? A trading fair is on the horizon? Chen murmured. All Things Tower is a major trading platform on Blue Star, primarily dealing in items from the Darklands. With its periodic auctions capturing the attention of all high-ranking lords, it's astonishing that even in the trial world, they wield such immense power. This must be a newcomer cultivated by All Things Tower each year. I recall that All Things Tower has a private school where students are primarily the offspring of its employees. These individuals can attend for free, often receiving various scholarships, with the only stipulation being that they must serve All Things Tower for a specified period. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Chen's mind. If All Things Tower possesses such capabilities, what of other large commercial conglomerates? They too must have their own nurtured lords, banding together from the onset of the trial world. They could consolidate resources to cultivate their chosen candidates, which explains why the annual newcomer kings are invariably from those large financial groups. The power of capital is indeed formidable. Suddenly, he recalled that in recent years, the first newcomers to emerge from the trial world have predominantly been individuals from major consortiums, sending a chill down his spine. Chen, have you received the news? All Things Tower is hosting a trading fair. Should we go take a look? At that moment, the excited voice of the chubby companion rang out, waving his wristband towards Yi Chun. Of course we should go. We have plenty of needs. Yi Chun shouted back, shaking off his contemplative thoughts. Regardless, attending the trading fair is essential. It is the only place where they can acquire resources they currently lack. Crucial for the rapid development of their territory. He was in dire need of various resources, particularly basic ones. Wood, metal, weaponry, and food seeds were growing far too slowly through the territory's current cultivation. Trading was the sole swift method to procure these essentials. However, the aim of the trading fair is to trade. What do we have to offer? Glancing at his territory filled with crops, Yi Chun fell into deep contemplation. The high-level blueprints are certainly not for trade. Such items are rare and sought after. The remaining zero-level crops hold little value for trade, and his own territory barely produces enough food. The only relatively valuable first-level cabbage has been mostly devoured by the rabbits, and he was already pondering how to prepare food for them next. By this reckoning, he truly had nothing of value to trade. What if we sell the carcasses of the bloodthirsty rabbits and fear wolves? After all, we can't consume that much. The chubby one suggested after some thought. How much would that fetch? Have you forgotten that most of the carcasses were abandoned? By now, those in your territory will have been nearly consumed. Yi Chun replied with resignation. Their territories were not large. His was filled with crops, while the chubby one could hardly accommodate many carcasses, resulting in most being left behind. Then what about crafting some stone golem puppets to sell? The chubby one suggested helplessly. This seemed to be their only viable option at present. That is indeed a possibility. But how many stone golem puppets can your goblins produce in 3 days? Yi Chun pondered before asking. Stone golem puppets are scarce at this time. If a sufficient quantity can be produced, they would hold a significant market value. On average, 3 goblins can create 2 puppets per day, provided the stone materials are sufficient. The chubby one calculated and responded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes lit up. If that's the efficiency, it indeed seems feasible. Chubby, as long as you can manage it, recruit as many goblins as possible to manufacture as many stone golem puppets as they can in these 3 days. You need not worry about the stone materials and food. I will take care of that. Also, let us prepare more of those magical crystal bombs your goblins crafted. For this trading fair, we shall step into the role of arms dealers. Let us aim to gather all the materials we need in one go. Chapter 20. The Evolving Potato. Over the next 3 days, Yi Chun and the chubby one began a frenzied expansion, sweeping through the surrounding meteorites. The quickest method to acquire resources is to slay a multitude of dark creatures. The remaining meteorite cores can be used for territory expansion. The meteorites can be utilized to create stone golem puppets, and the carcasses of the fear wolves and other dark creatures can serve as food for the goblins. The only headache for the two was the chubby one's slow persuasion of the goblins. Perhaps due to the excessive recruitment, the chubby one's attempts to motivate the goblins were rather ineffective. It took a full 2 days to completely indoctrinate them, turning them into obedient workers. Yet, they were left with only a single day to produce stone golem puppets. You, with your inadequate reading, when we return to Blue Star, make sure to buy a few more books to read. Yi Chun lamented as he observed a group of goblins finally entering their work mode. In a mere span of 2 days, he had already cleared for meteorites. However, to his dismay, these pesky goblins hampered his progress, delaying the complete taming until now. I never anticipated this, recruiting 200 goblins all at once. This is truly a first for me. The rotund fellow wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the exhaustion these past few days had wrought upon him. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were substantial, having successfully tamed over 200 goblins in one go. Now, he could finally afford to catch his breath. Yet, his aspirations remained modest. Next time, he would aim to tame several thousand at once. Yi Chun jested. However, the goblins were now ready to commence their labor, which was undoubtedly a boon. Even if they only had a day's time, they could produce 70 or 80 stone golems. The challenge lay in determining where to house such a multitude of golems. Their territory was rather limited, and the farmland on the rotund fellow's side had nearly been depleted, relying solely on Yi Chun's resources for sustenance. Let us search a bit more. Perhaps we can encounter another meteorite to expand your territory, Yi Chun suggested thoughtfully. As they drew closer to the location of the trading fair, the likelihood of encountering meteorites diminished, while other lords became increasingly prevalent. Some had already engaged in transactions, albeit for modest amounts, merely exchanging for basic crops. My lord, look at this. Suddenly, Yishi presented a potato to Yi Chun, who glanced down and was instantly filled with delight. Potato, Tier 1. This potato, having undergone meticulous cultivation, possesses the ability to enhance physical constitution with prolonged consumption, offering a slight increase to physical attributes. It has advanced. Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise. This potato. with a growth cycle of only 12 hours, had finally reached its advanced state after nearly 10 days of nurturing in fertile soil and the diligent care of numerous kin. Yes, it was just discovered, but there's only this one. To cultivate a larger yield will likely take some time. Yishi nodded in agreement. The advancement of crops is governed by probability, albeit a significantly low one. Transitioning from Tier 0 to Tier 1 is manageable, but progressing further becomes nearly impossible. No worries. Potatoes grow quickly and propagate through tubers. This single potato is more than sufficient to cultivate a small patch. We'll soon be able to expand significantly, Chen reassured. The challenge in crop advancement lies not in cultivation, but in the advancement itself. Unless one belongs to a race utterly inept at agriculture. As long as they can sustain the crop, the remaining difference is merely a matter of survival rates. I plan to clear a small section in the fertile soil for planting Tier 1 potatoes, striving to replace those Tier 0 potatoes as soon as possible. That sounds feasible. We can gradually phase out the Tier 0 crops, focusing primarily on Tier 1, Chen remarked as he surveyed the expansive fields of crops within their territory. Tier 0 crops merely suffice for sustenance, whereas Tier 1 crops represent the true sustenance for the lord and kin. After consuming a considerable amount of Tier 1 cabbage over the past few days, he had noticeably felt an increase in his mental acuity, having risen from an initial 3 points of mental strength to 4. Excellent. By the way, the thorny vines have begun to spread along the borders of the territory. This plant grows rapidly and has already covered 1/10 of the land, with the speed of growth accelerating. Should we consider controlling it a bit? Yishi continued. No need. Let it grow freely for now, as long as it doesn't encroach upon our crops or living space, Chen replied. Thorny vines are adorned with sharp thorns and are as hard as iron, serving as a formidable defensive plant for the territory. However, this is not a game, and the thorny vines cannot be expected to grow solely along the borders. Thus, managing their growth poses a considerable challenge. Most lords lack the ability to manipulate plants, making the cultivation of thorny vines quite troublesome, but thankfully, Chen harbored no such concerns. After reporting various matters concerning the territory, Yishi finally took her leave, allowing Chen to exhale softly. He hadn't felt it before, but now, managing even this modest expanse of land was proving somewhat overwhelming. Chen thought to himself, feeling a sense of helplessness. As their territory progressed towards the location provided by the 10,000 Things Tower, by the afternoon of the third day, meteorites had become completely elusive, while other lords were abundant. Floating islands drifted around them, with groups of 3 to 5 islands journeying together. By this point, they were nearing the edge of the trading fair, where numerous lords had set up stalls, commencing transactions in advance. Hey, Brother Chen, look at that lord. His kin are actually magical pattern leopards? How unfortunate for him, as such a beastly race must leave him without a single conversational companion. That is quite tragic indeed. And look over there, a cat-eared girl. She must belong to the cat girl sub-branch of the beast folk. Wow, she is adorable. Look at that cat girl stretching. Her figure is so supple. But why is her lord such a flower? Truly a waste of resources. It seems that misfortune is the norm in this world. The cat girl has lost a mighty warrior, only to acquire a fierce lion instead. Both parties have lost their happiness. Suddenly, they realized that this was among the better outcomes. Look over here. A towering, 2-meter-tall warrior paired with a mountain giant? This is simply astonishing. As they traversed the area, a myriad of races dazzled their eyes, with both familiar and unfamiliar races appearing before them. Among these, the most captivating were undoubtedly the enchanting cat girls and the colossal mountain giants. The former renowned for their alluring figures, often kept as prized possessions in the homes of the affluent, while the latter were a race comparable to dragons, possessing fearsome and formidable combat prowess. Bah, you two lecherous fools. At some point, the moon-hugging rabbit, clutching a cabbage, approached them and, overhearing their conversation, scoffed derisively. Hey, you chubby rabbit, have you ever heard of the saying? Food and lust are inherent to nature. What do you know? When you grow up, I'll find you a handsome buck to satisfy your desires. The rotund fellow retorted. You gluttonous fool, go perish. Today, I shall not rest until I confront you. The moon-hugging rabbit shouted angrily, kicking off towards the rotund fellow. Hey, you chubby rabbit, back off. Can't you learn from that cat-eared girl over there? So gentle and demure. No, I'm just a rabbit. I don't need to be demure. Today, I shall bite you to death. Oh, you really plan to bite me. Chen, quickly manage your rabbit. Manage what? I'm the one being managed here. Chen waved his hand dismissively, continuing to observe the other lords around him. Despite the moon-hugging rabbit's fierce demeanor, she was quite capable, not only managing the other moon rabbits effectively, but also assisting the medic rabbit in overseeing the entire territory. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as steward rabbits. Manage her? I'm the one being managed. Chen thought to himself. Ignoring the commotion between the two, he moved to the other side of the territory, earnestly observing the new lords around him. He could not help but notice that these new lords were experiencing rather difficult circumstances. The majority of their kin were still at Tier 0, with only a scant few having completed their first advancement to Tier 1. Furthermore, their territories were limited with minimal farmland. most consisting of merely 2 or 3 types of Tier 0 crops, barely sufficient for subsistence, with vast tracts of land still comprised of gravel. Brother, I see you have rabbits. Would you like some carrots? 1 Tier 0 magic crystal for 10. As I passed by a floating island bustling with vendors, the lord on the opposite side called out to Yi Chun with a loud voice, "Carrots." Upon hearing the word carrot, both the medicine-making rabbit and the jade rabbit perked up their ears, casting eager glances in that direction, while even the moon-holding rabbit momentarily slowed its assault on Wang Pongzi. Yi Chun paused for a moment, carefully scrutinizing the floating island before him. It was modest in size, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen acres, inhabited by a tribe of dog-headed beings, with a thicket of shrubs behind them. 1 0-level magic crystal for 10 carrots? Sounds fair. I'll take 10. Yi Chun responded readily, tossing a magic crystal in their direction. This, brother, how refreshing. I'll throw in an extra 1 for you. 11 freshly dug carrots. The vendor seemed momentarily taken aback by Yi Chun's promptness, but soon burst into laughter. 1 extra isn't necessary, but I see you have a cotton tree behind you, right? Care to sell some seeds? Instead of accepting the extra carrots, Yi Chun pointed at the shrub behind the vendor with a smile. Carrots were plentiful along the route he had traveled. He had already encountered several lords selling them, yet his interest in 0-level carrots was minimal. However, the cotton tree was a different matter entirely. It could yield cotton, a primary raw material for fabric, and was notably rare in the dark world. Otherwise, everyone would not rely primarily on leather armor and plate armor. Yi Chun had not anticipated that his arrival at the trading fair would lead him to such a find. He hoped to negotiate a deal. Cotton tree seeds? The vendor paused, taken aback. In this world, cotton garments were not in vogue. Most preferred leather and armor for their practicality and superior defense. Thus, cotton trees were not particularly sought after by lords. Only lower-tier lords resorted to cotton clothing when they could not obtain sufficient leather or armor, or perhaps to send back to Blue Star for common folks' use. Indeed, my humanoid kin require a considerable amount of cotton for their daily clothing. Yi Chun gestured toward the many silverleaf moon elves flitting about, who could only manage to loosely wrap their elegant forms in leather. All right, I have only 5 cotton trees at present, and I can part with a maximum of 2 for you. How does 1 magic crystal per tree sound? The vendor contemplated before responding. The seeds of such trees were quite difficult to propagate, thus their value surpassed that of ordinary crops significantly. A magic crystal per tree was indeed a bargain. However, they had just entered the trial space, and everyone was short on funds, making even a single magic crystal a considerable expense. 2 magic crystals it is. Would you like to transplant them yourself, or shall I send my kin over? Yi Chun nodded in agreement. 2 magic crystals were a trivial expense for him. Oh, those must be elves, right? Please send someone over. My dog-headed folk are rather inept at such tasks. The vendor looked at the moon elves with an expression of helplessness. Dog-headed beings, like goblins and gremlins, belonged to the lowest tier of intelligent races, and they were indeed not as skilled in agriculture as the elves. Yi Chun nodded, refraining from further chatter as he called for Eve to assist in transplanting the cotton trees onto the vendor's island. Meanwhile, the vendor regarded Yi Chun's territory with curiosity. However, the mist from the cloud mist flower obscured visibility, preventing him from discerning much. Only when the jade rabbit emerged did he catch a glimpse of the area. Hey, brother, your territory is quite expansive. Do you have anything here that I might find useful? The vendor inquired while the cotton trees were being transplanted. Here? I have quite a bit, though I'm uncertain what you require. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Do you have staple food? You know, dog-headed folk may be small in stature, but their appetites are considerable. I'm currently at my wit's end. Staple food. I do have a batch of dire wolf corpses that I could sell you. Yi Chun began, but abruptly fell silent, evidently waiting for the vendor to make an offer. How about 10 kilograms of iron, or for 1 corpse? The vendor's eyes lit up at the mention of the dire wolves' remains. Dire wolves were at least Tier 1 creatures, their bodies containing abundant energy that could accelerate the growth of those 0-tier dog-headed folk. You have iron ore? Yi Chun was equally surprised. He hadn't expected that iron ore could be found in such a desolate territory. Haha, dog-headed folk excel at mining. We previously discovered a meteorite rich in iron ore and extracted a small amount. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun understood. Although dog-headed beings were not particularly formidable, they were exceptionally skilled at mining, which explained how the vendor had found iron ore. However, Yi Chun was not convinced that they had only extracted a little. He suspected that they had likely harvested all available iron ore from that meteorite. A meteorite containing iron ore would undoubtedly have a reserve of no less than a ton, equating to 1,000 kilograms. So what do you think? Interested? The vendor inquired, a smile on his face as he regarded Yi Chun. Upon hearing his offer, Yi Chun chuckled softly. Iron ore was a strategic resource. Who wouldn't be intrigued? However, 10 kilograms of iron ore for a dire wolf corpse seemed rather paltry. 10 kilograms too cheap? Brother, you're being a bit unreasonable. The vendor frowned slightly, clearly feeling that Yi Chun was attempting to take advantage of him. Even stepping back a bit to avoid any sudden aggression from Yi Chun. 10 kilograms of iron ore for a Tier 2 dire wolf corpse? Who's truly being unreasonable here? Yi Chun feigned indignation, causing the vendor to freeze momentarily. Wait, Tier 2? not Tier 1. The distinction between Tier 2 and Tier 1 dire wolves was monumental, and the value of a Tier 2 dire wolf corpse was significantly greater. A trade of 10 kilograms of iron ore for a Tier 2 corpse was indeed excessive. Of course, what could be done with a Tier 1 corpse? How many could fit within his territory? Chen asserted, showing no concern for the astonishment evident in the vendor's gaze. 200 kilograms. I'll offer 200 kilograms for one Tier 2 dire wolf. However many you have, I'll take. The vendor exclaimed eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. While a Tier 1 dire wolf corpse could only hasten the growth of 0-tiered dog-headed folk, a Tier 2 corpse would be beneficial even for advanced dog-headed beings, rendering it of immense value. You might find that challenging, as I have quite a number of dire wolf corpses. Chen chuckled, motioning for a few corpses to be brought forth. Indeed, they were Tier 2 dire wolves, but the quantity. The vendor gasped in astonishment. The moon elves remained concealed within the mist, leading the vendor to perceive Chen's kin as merely Tier 1 elves. Yet, with so many elves managing to slay such a multitude of Tier 2 dire wolves, it was indeed quite formidable. Of course, this also stemmed from the vendor's inability to view the information of other lords' kin. Otherwise, even the Silverleaf Moon Elves would have had over half their number advanced to Tier 2. Apologies, I only have over 900 kilograms of iron ore, so I can exchange for at most 4 Tier 2 direwolf corpses. The vendor stated, embarrassment creeping into his tone upon seeing the number of corpses Chen had produced. He had initially thought to make grand purchases with nearly 1,000 kilograms of iron ore, but now found himself hesitating even to barter for food, an evident disparity in strength among the lords. Over 900 kilograms? Then I'll give you a discount. 900 kilograms for 5 corpses. How does that sound? Chen thought to himself with delight, maintaining a neutral expression as he spoke. Placed at the back, the corpses of the second-tier dark creatures hold little monetary value. However, iron ore remains a perpetually scarce resource. Its worth destined to rise continuously. The other party is undoubtedly aware of this principle, yet at this stage, possessing an abundance of iron ore is rather impractical. It would be more advantageous to exchange it for resources that could enhance one's own power. Very well, I am most grateful. Upon hearing Chen's words, the other party was instantly elated, expressing their gratitude profusely. Although several dozen kilograms of ore may not seem like much, in exchange, it could procure a wealth of valuable items. Regrettably, the dog-headed folk are not particularly skilled in forging. Had they the ability to directly smelt these ores into weapons and armor, their value would have multiplied manifold. This batch of ore was transported by the dog-headed individuals, who also removed the carcass of the fearsome wolf. The dog-headed folk, often regarded as a subjugated race, serve as miners and laborers for various races. Their presence alleviates the burden of transporting goods from the esteemed elven race. With the transaction concluded, both parties departed contentedly, while Chen and the stout man continued towards the venue of the trade fair. Initially intending to barter for merely 2 cotton plants, they unexpectedly acquired a substantial quantity of iron ore, a delightful surprise. Chen gazed at the mound of iron ore on his territory, smiling contentedly. Yiling, instruct Bella to dig a hole and bury this iron ore to prevent prying eyes from seeing it. Iron ore is a strategic resource, easily coveted at any time. I understand the principle of concealing wealth. Alas, if only a dwarf lord were present, these ores could swiftly be transformed into armor and weapons. The stout man lamented slightly, not anticipating that a mere playful interaction with the moon-hugging rabbit would result in such a bountiful acquisition. No rush, we are heading to the trade fair, and I doubt we will struggle to find a race adept in forging. Besides, we currently lack a place to set up the furnaces necessary for forging. Chen shook his head, remaining unperturbed. By the way, you should take some iron ore back as well. See if your goblins can craft anything useful. Pay attention to their talents. This is quite a substantial endeavor. I currently have over 200 goblins, and it feels as if my territory is filled with holes excavated by them. Congratulations on the flourishing population. It's just in time to feast on the fearsome wolf meat and expedite their growth. Chen patted his shoulder. After 3 consecutive days, bolstered by the moon-hugging rabbit's enhancement, apart from those recently recruited 2 days prior, the other Moon Elves and Silverleaf Moon Elves had nearly completed their first phase of growth and entered the second phase. It is a pity that the Silverleaf Moon Elves do not favor meat. Otherwise, consuming a significant amount of second-tier fearsome wolf meat would have accelerated their growth even further. In contrast, the goblins under the stout man's command exhibited a markedly quicker growth rate, with an unlimited supply of high-tier fearsome wolf meat. Even the 200 goblins recruited just 3 days ago had completed their first phase of growth, with several of the earlier recruits achieving the second phase and entering full maturity, including the goblin Shelly, who had developed a magical crystal bomb. Upon completing their advancement, Shelly gained 2 additional talent skills, gunpowder mastery and energy mastery. The former is a refined enhancement branch of explosive mastery, while the latter may have emerged from the influence of the magical crystal bomb, enabling a keener perception of the flow of various energies. Additionally, Shelly's previous talents were also strengthened to varying degrees, allowing him to delve deeper into the path of demolition. when the stout man instructed others to transport the iron ore back to him. Chen could already see a glimmer in his eyes as he casually sketched the outline of a cannon on the ground. Chapter 22. The Trade Fair. Continuing on their journey, there were no further large-scale transactions. They merely exchanged a few scattered basic supplies. Many expressed interest in the stout man's stone golem puppet, yet none offered a price satisfactory to both parties. This is truly the first time I have encountered so many lords in the trial world. It feels as if all I see are floating islands, the stout man remarked, astonished, as he looked around at the densely clustered floating islands. A low ratio does not equate to a low base. The world still births several 100,000 new lords each year, but even more perish. Each inside. To successfully become a formal lord after passing through the trial world constitutes merely half of the challenge. Once one steps into the dark world, the annual death toll is substantial. Despite the existence of numerous protective measures, many lords still meet their demise in the darkness as territories collapse each year. News of familiar old lords perishing while guarding certain segments of the dark world often appears on television. Brother Chen, can we refrain from discussing such somber topics when the mood is so spirited? The stout man said with a face full of lament. You have a point. Chen shrugged, acknowledging that such remarks indeed dampen the atmosphere. Hey, that appears to be the people from the All Things Tower. They seem to have gathered 5 floating islands. The stout man pointed towards the center of the trade fair, where several floating islands were interconnected, each adorned with the unique flags of the All Things Tower. Indeed, not only them. The majority inside are likely members of various major financial conglomerates. Chen nodded, gesturing towards other nearby floating islands. Those floating islands were clustered in groups of 3 or 5, each displaying flags from different financial factions. A cursory glance revealed at least 5 factions present, and this was merely among the lords within a radius of 1,000 miles. Do you think any of these factions might have valuable items to trade? The stout man inquired curiously. There will undoubtedly be some, but whether we can purchase them remains uncertain. Chen shrugged. It was evident that there were cooperative relationships among these large financial conglomerates, and genuinely valuable items would likely circulate only within their internal networks. Very well. Let us hope we can make a profit tomorrow. Then we shall make a hasty retreat. Retreat? What else would we do? Wait for someone to seize our possessions? Surely not. That would depend on how valuable your items truly are. You've instilled a sense of fear in me. Fear not. If anyone were to come for our things, I would leave you behind to hold them off. A night swiftly passed, and the two enjoyed a restful sleep, soon welcoming the arrival of the second day of the trade fair. With the fair commencing, the surrounding floating islands multiplied, and some lords temporarily employed by the All Things Tower began assisting in maintaining order. Their territories even bore the grand trumpets provided by the All Things Tower, allowing them to receive timely updates from that direction. Dear lords, please dock your territories as instructed. Someone will guide you to the central floating island for trading matters. Rest assured, during the trading period, the All Things Tower guarantees your safety and will not permit any harm to befall you. The announcement from the All Things Tower echoed repeatedly. As a lord assisting in managing the order approached Chen and his companion, directing them to dock their floating island. Let us proceed. So far, I have yet to hear of anyone encountering trouble at the All Things Tower's trade fair. Seeing the stout man's slightly anxious expression, Chen said with a smile. Guarded by numerous familiars, Chen, accompanied by for subtly disguised Yue and his stout companion, embarked upon the floating island of their adversaries. Fear not, for these 4 have indeed undergone advancement. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, we can certainly carve our way out. Observing the slightly anxious demeanor of the stout one beside him, Chen gently reassured. Although the Wanwu Tower professed to ensure the safety of all, it remained paramount to take one's security into one's own hands when treading upon foreign territory. However, with the prohibition of conflict in place, any disputes among familiars must be settled outside the confines of the Wanwu Tower's territory. Failure to comply would result in the detention of the involved parties. Peering at the 4 graceful figures, draped in fur cloaks, the stout one nodded slightly. Indeed, with Yue's prowess, she stood as an almost unmatched force. Unless high-tier races such as angels or dragons intervened, those before Yue could only anticipate a swift defeat. Feeling uneasy, are we? Worry not. Everything shall be well. The reputation of Wanwu Tower remains intact. I have yet to hear of any incidents at their trade fairs. A tall, lean lord, adorned with a cheerful expression, spoke to the duo. It is precisely the absence of such accounts that causes my concern. The stout companion muttered, thankfully unheard by anyone but Chen. Chen smiled, positioning himself in front of the stout one and engaging in amiable banter with their guide, affirming, indeed, I have not heard of any disturbances at the Wanwu Tower's transactions. Ah, then you may trade with confidence. The guide laughed heartily. The floating island moved swiftly, and in mere moments, they arrived at the central floating island. Surveying the surroundings, the 5 floating islands were expansive, each covering approximately 50 acres, akin to Chen's current territory. The central island, however, boasted nearly 100 acres, twice the size of his own domain. At its heart stood a magnificent tree, reminiscent of a silver-leaved laurel, pulsating with life. This was a true tree of life, the birthplace of the elven race, capable of significantly enriching the soil. Consequently, despite the vast area of this island, the stretch of gravel was minimal, with most of the land cloaked in fertile earth. In contrast, the surrounding 4 islands appeared considerably more desolate, with over half their expanse consisting of barren sandy land, unsuitable for cultivation. Greetings. This way, please. 2 long-eared elves approached to guide them forward. Haha, you two enjoy your exploration. I must attend to other matters, chuckled their guide, ushering them off the floating island before turning to depart. These elven maidens seem somewhat lacking compared to yours, the stout one whispered to Yi Chun as they trailed behind the elves. Rumor has it that elves possess keen hearing, Yi Chun remarked, having clearly observed the twitch of the elves' long ears. The stout one promptly fell silent, contemplating a retort, but the figures ahead had already come to a halt. I thought you were going to scold me, the stout one stammered, ready to apologize, but the elves spoke first. Ladies, this is the registration area. Should you wish to sell goods, you may register here. For purchases, please visit the surrounding floating islands, each offering different types of goods. The Wanwu Tower auction will commence in 2 hours. You may join us in the central square then. Should you have any queries, feel free to consult the staff within the territory. We wish you a pleasant trading experience. The 2 elven maidens conveyed, their task merely to escort individuals to the registration area, with other matters handled by different personnel. Thank you very much. You may return to your duties. We shall explore on our own. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement, realizing this was indeed the registration area for their trading items. Once the elves departed, the stout one let out a sigh of relief, and Yi Chun chuckled, shaking his head at his comrade's timidity. Relax, they are not a combat race today. Merely service staff, they won't hold it against you. Look at how frightened you are. What fright? I am merely overheated. The stout one wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to defend himself, yet Yi Chun had already begun to approach the registration desk. Arriving early, there were few individuals at the registration area, and they soon found themselves at the front of the line, attended to by the same 2 elven maidens. Your name? A code will suffice too. What goods do you wish to consign or purchase? A code? Let us call it Primordial. Yi Chun contemplated before responding. Primordial? Very well. What would you like to consign? The carcass of a 1st-tier fear wolf. The carcass of a 2nd-tier fear wolf. The carcass of a 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon. Stone golem puppets with power ranging between 0 and 2 tiers. And magical crystal bombs capable of slaying 2nd or even 3rd-tier creatures. Yi Chun spoke slowly, leaving those nearby astounded. The carcass of a 1st-tier fear wolf is acceptable, the 2nd tier can be managed, but what on earth is a 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon? Can it truly be slain by a lord at this stage? Trading the carcasses of fear wolves typically involves basic agricultural products. One would hope for at least a 1st-tier specimen, or over 100 of 0-tier goods. Alternatively, they might exchange timber, ores, and other construction materials. The stone golem puppets are sought in exchange for weaponry, preferably bows, short swords, and light armor suitable for humanoid familiars. The earthwalker dragon carcass and magical crystal bombs are intended to barter for special items, to be confirmed upon receipt. Yi Chun finished his lengthy declaration, leaving the 2 elven maidens momentarily speechless, as they themselves were only of the 1st tier, struggling to comprehend the might of 2nd and 3rd-tier beings. Do these need to be recorded? Yi Chun inquired again, noticing their delayed response. Oh yes, I will register this immediately. What was your name again? The 2 flustered elves hastily began to jot down Yi Chun's items. Chapter 23, Conflict and Attack. I heard there are 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon carcasses for trade. Where are they? Just as they finished registering, a group parted the crowd, the leader adorned in an exquisite robe evidently from a treasure chest. That's Lin Xiao. I recognize that robe. It's a 3rd-tier flame robe, which significantly enhances fire-type magic. Rumor has it that Lin Xiao's familiar is a flame dragon, though not a true dragon. It possesses the potential to evolve into one, and many flame dragons are nearing the completion of their first growth phase, achieving 3rd-tier strength. That explains it. 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon carcasses would be perfect for this group of 2nd-tier flame wormlings. What else? It is said Lin Xiao's primary goal this time is to acquire 3rd-tier beast carcasses. As Lin Xiao made his entrance, his flamboyant flame robe naturally caught the attention of both Yi Chun and the stout one. Both were taken aback, astonished that only shortly after their registration, someone was already in pursuit of the 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon. However, this was to be expected. Aside from races like angels, most races initially possess only 1st or 2nd-tier strength, urgently needing higher-tier sustenance to facilitate rapid advancement. Reflecting on this, Yi Chun soon grasped the situation. The carcass of a 3rd-tier earthwalker dragon would undoubtedly hold greater market value than that of a 2nd tier, presenting an opportunity worth considering. Perhaps it was time to seek out some 3rd-tier dark creatures? Yi Chun mused inwardly. At this moment, the individual approached the 2. Drawn by the gestures of the onlookers, their gaze directed at Yi Chun filled with curiosity and urgency. Greetings. I am Lin Xiong. Do you possess a tier 3 earth dragon for sale? The person raised their hand in self-introduction. Indeed, I have a tier 3 earth dragon carcass. However, I am uncertain about the terms of our transaction, Yi Chun replied, nodding with a tone of indifference. This Lin Xiang likely hailed from a prominent family. Yet for Yi Chun, who had lived 2 lifetimes, such lineage bore no significance. He treated all equally, regardless of their background. Indeed, how many do you have? I will take them all at the price of 20 tier 2 magic crystals per carcass. What do you say? Lin Xiang's eyes lit up as he spoke eagerly. 20 tier 2 magic crystals for a tier 3 beast carcass is indeed a generous offer, yet Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly. While the value was substantial, he was not in want of magic crystals. Even tier 2 ones could be acquired in abundance given his current strength. What he truly sought were scarce resources. Materials for advancement, livestock seeds, weaponry, and other such essentials. In fact, magic crystals had become less significant. What? 20 tier 2 magic crystals is quite a fair price. Upon noticing Yi Chun's demeanor, Lin Xiang's expression darkened, seemingly caught off guard by the other's reluctance. Hey, kid, what do you mean by that? Just say yes or no. 20 tier 2 magic crystals. No one at today's Wanjun building trading event could match that. 2 of Lin Xiang's companions chimed in, raising their voices in protest. How dare you speak to us like that? What's wrong with 20 tier 2 magic crystals? Do we look like we lack magic crystals? The tone of the stout one among them became increasingly impolite, stepping forward to retort. Look at your attire. What do you expect? Enough, friends. I offer 25 tier 2 magic crystals. That is the utmost I can provide. Lin Xiang attempted to placate the situation, believing Yi Chun simply found the initial offer inadequate. Good heavens, 25 tier 2 magic crystals. Did I hear that correctly? Many in the vicinity gasped at Lin Xiang's proposal. If I recall correctly, in Blue Star, a carcass would merely cost 50 Blue Star coins, which translates to the value of 5 tier 2 magic crystals. However, upon hearing the revised offer, Yi Chun still shook his head in disappointment. I apologize, but it is not merely a matter of price. As I registered earlier, I seek to exchange the tier 3 Earth Dragon carcass for some special items. To be frank, I do not lack tier 2 magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang frowned slightly, while one of his subordinates could no longer contain himself. What nonsense is this? You think a few carcasses can be exchanged for special items? Do you think they are that precious? Do you know where young Master Lin comes from? Have you heard of the Lin family in Magic City? A reputable, noble lineage. Young Master Lin's kin belong to the rare Flame Dragon clan, with the potential to evolve into true dragons. Coming to purchase from you is already a favor, especially at such a generous premium. This is a rare opportunity. You should seize it. Otherwise, you will be the one to suffer. As these words were spoken, many around them changed their expressions, while the stout one and Yi Chun were filled with indignation and laughter, pushing their way to the front. Uft. You think the Lin family is so impressive? If you're that formidable, why not slay the Earth Dragon yourself instead of coming to buy one? Know your place. Do you really think raising a flame dragon makes you special? Do you even believe that nonsense about evolving into a true dragon? Should I introduce you to a genuine dragon lord and see if they share your arrogance? What do you mean? Are you mute or just stuttering? I see it's your lack of skill that leaves you speechless. With someone like you, how can you even stand as a subordinate? Are you sure you're not here to carry shoes? Oh, with your height and physique, carrying shoes seems a bit beneath you. Unless you're here to be a sycophant. You have no chance at being a sycophant. Only a worthless one. And if you're going to flatter someone, it should be women, not men. What kind of twisted preference do you have? Keep your distance from me, for I am a genuine male, fond of females, and not into The stout one continued, stepping back in mock disgust, as if genuinely concerned about being targeted by the other. His barrage of insults left Lin Xiang's subordinates furious, their faces reddening in exasperation, yet they struggled to respond. You fat piece of trash, go die? One of them yelled angrily, prompting a dark night leopard beside him to lunge at the stout one. Seeing the commotion escalate, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Chun swiftly pulled the stout one behind him, while the figure cloaked in animal pelts, Yi Shi, had already taken action. With the power of the moonlight, Yi Shi's hand sliced downward, effortlessly severing the head of the tier 1 dark night leopard, even redirecting the splattered blood onto its owner. A murder. The sudden conflict threw the surroundings into chaos, as everyone fled in panic, not expecting a bloodshed incident to occur at the entrance of the Wanjun building. Meanwhile, the 2 elves at the registration desk sprang into action, calling for their companions to come forth. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, both Yi Chun and Lin Xiang furrowed their brows, realizing that a mere altercation had escalated into a significant incident. Bloodshed within the territory of the Wanjun building was no trivial matter. Both would have to account for it. Friend, you have gone too far. You struck down my companion's kin, Lin Xiang asserted, clearly attempting to lay the blame at Yi Chun's feet. Yet Yi Chun would not grant him such an opportunity. Gone too far. Surely you must have seen who struck first? If my kin had not acted in defense, a lord would be lying dead now. In Blue Star, lords enjoyed the highest immunity, even possessing a right to life, making the open assassination of a lord a grave crime. Acting in defense, I merely intended to intimidate that fat fool. When did I ever wish to kill him? However, your kin did perish, and that is an undeniable truth. The lord whose dark night leopard had been slain now regained his composure, shouting back. Get lost, four-eyed freak. Who are you calling a fat fool? Intimidation, you say? Ask anyone around. Who would believe that was mere intimidation? The stout one retorted, recalling the genuine fear he felt when the dark night leopard lunged at him. This was no territory of their own, in the realm of another. A lord's death meant true demise, as no essence would remain to allow for rebirth. This was why many lords hesitated to leave their domains. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be ambushed by enemies? Humph. Did my dark night leopard truly harm you? I said I only wished to intimidate you. Yet the fact remains that you killed my beast. The opposing lord sneered. At this point, he had regained his composure, rationalizing that claiming he was only trying to intimidate was acceptable. After all, to many lords, subordinates were merely expendable tools. If the death of this dark night leopard could elevate his status in Lin Xiang's eyes, then it would be a worthy sacrifice. The remaining challenge lay in how to extricate himself from the situation. Silence, please. What is happening here? Who is responsible for the death of this night panther? The rotund man, eager to dispute, was interrupted by the arrival of a tall and elegant woman, accompanied by a group of elves clad in leather armor and wielding crossbows. She frowned slightly at the sight of the blood-soaked ground and the lifeless body of the panther. Lord Simming, you must take charge of this matter. We came here for a fair trade, and not only did they raise the stakes arbitrarily, but they also killed my night panther. The Hall of All Things must provide an explanation. Upon seeing her, the accuser hastily implicated Yi Chun and his companion. Nonsense. Clearly, it was your failed negotiation that incited your night panther to attack me, only to be repelled and killed due to its inadequate strength. Your talent for twisting the truth is truly remarkable. The hefty man retorted, his indignation evident as he had not anticipated such blatant shamelessness from his opponent. Lord Simming, the one being addressed, furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of impatience. Lin Xiang, is this your doing? She inquired, casting a glance at Lin Xiang, who was clearly acquainted with her. Indeed, this individual's arrogance was unwarranted. Yuan Zhu merely intended to teach them a lesson, but it escalated unexpectedly. We acknowledge our fault in this matter, and I must sincerely apologize to Lord Simming for the incident, Lin Xiang said, bowing slightly with genuine contrition, leaving no room for criticism. And your so-called lesson was to allow a night panther to assault a lord? We only stated our refusal to trade. How does that equate to arrogance? Were we supposed to be slaughtered? The rotund man attempted to counter, but Yi Chun restrained him and stepped forward, speaking in a calm tone. What? 25 second-tier magic crystals for a third-tier earth dragon's corpse? Is that price still considered too low? Is this not arrogance? One of Yuan Zhu's lackeys exclaimed. However, Yi Chun merely cast him a sidelong glance before addressing Lord Simming. Lord Simming, at the Hall of All Things. Transactions are entirely voluntary. My refusal to trade magic crystals does not denote arrogance. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Simming did not immediately respond, but rather scrutinized him, taking the registration ledger from an elf nearby to examine Yi Chun's details. What more do you wish to say, Yuan Zhu? Lin Xiang interjected, shaking his head and choosing silence as he awaited Simming's resolution, confident that their mutual connections would yield a favorable outcome. As for Yi Chun and the rotund man, their fate was of no concern to him. They were mere country folk, fortunate to have ignited a spark of hope to become a lord, but ultimately, they were just slightly elevated peasants, unlikely to achieve greatness. In turn, Yi Chun paid him no heed, directing his attention to a girl of similar age standing before him. Dressed in a loose white robe, she exuded simplicity and elegance, contrasting with Lin Xiang's ostentation while gracefully enveloping her delicate figure. Perhaps due to her role in overseeing the trade fair, her hair was styled in an intricate updo adorned with various exquisite ornaments, making her strikingly radiant. Most notable was her fair and refined visage, rivaling even Jian Mengyi, while the elves by her side appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. The registration ledger was swiftly perused, followed by a brief exchange with the elf responsible for the records. Finally, her gaze settled on Yi Chun. Your name is Yi Chun? From Jiangnan City? A melodious voice inquired, to which Yi Chun nodded, harboring no unusual thoughts. With confirmation received, Simming nodded thoughtfully but refrained from further comment, instead turning her attention to Lin Xiang. I am aware of the situation. You understand the rules, compensation or expulsion. Choose one. Simming's direct words caused Lin Xiang's expression to change dramatically, realizing that he was being held accountable. Simming, think this through. I hail from the Lin family of the demon capital. Lin Xiang's countenance darkened. Huh, and what of it? Do not think that just because you are a mere branch of the family, or even a direct descendant, that I will alter my stance today. Compensation or expulsion. Simming retorted with a cold smile, clearly unimpressed by Lin Xiang's threats. Oh, so you are merely a branch? How audacious, the rotund man muttered in realization. Yet the lord's presence possessed keen hearing, causing Lin Xiang's face to flush with anger as he glared at him. Lower your voice. You don't want them to come after you later. Observing the hostility, Yi Chun responded without fear, intentionally speaking softly but loud enough for all to hear. At his words, Simming's brow furrowed further, her displeasure with Lin Xiang growing evident. Rest assured, as long as you are within the Hall of All Things territory. We will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety. Lin Xiang, have you made your decision? Do not waste my time. The trade fair must proceed. The first part of her statement was directed at Yi Chun and the others, while the latter part expressed her growing impatience towards Lin Xiang. Fine. You want compensation? Here it is, Lin Xiang exclaimed, tossing a bag of magic crystals to Simming. After delivering his parting words, he and his lackeys departed. Simming represented the Hall of All Things, a formidable entity. Having already stated her position, Lin Xiang was not in a position to contend. The notion of expulsion, even from Simming alone, would imply exclusion from the entire hall, a cost he could ill afford. Fine, let us see how this unfolds. Anyone can make empty threats. The rotund man scoffed, feeling uneasy about being targeted. All right, onwards with the trade fair. You all need not worry. I will bolster our defenses to ensure everyone's safety. Simming reassured the crowd once Lin Xiang and his group had departed. When order was restored, she turned to Yi Chun and his companion. Follow me. With that, she led two elves away, and Yi Chun exchanged glances with his companion before following. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Upon entering a modest wooden cabin, one of many in the territory, though not open to the public, Simming introduced herself. I am Simming, a close friend of Jianmingyi. The two exchanged puzzled looks before their expressions shifted in recognition at the revelation. A close friend of Jianmingyi? No wonder, Yi Chun murmured, a look of dawning comprehension crossing his face. It was evident that she was familiar with Lin Xiang, yet in this context, she chose to side with him and the rotund man, expelling Lin Xiang, which clearly suggested motives beyond mere reputation for the Hall of All Things. What do you mean by no wonder? You think I helped you against Lin Xiang out of regard for Mingyi? Simming chuckled lightly but quickly adopted a serious tone. Do not overthink it. Assisting you has nothing to do with Mingyi. Lin Xiang is not significant enough for the Hall of All Things to defend its reputation on his behalf. He overestimates his importance. Moreover, I noticed in your registration information that you possess the corpse of a third-tier earth dragon for trade, and you have magic crystal bombs capable of slaying second and even third-tier creatures. You seek to trade some special items? At her words, Yi Chun blinked, realizing that Lin Xiang had indeed overvalued himself, as Simming had not taken him seriously at all. This serves as a reminder that one must possess a degree of self-awareness. Simming's remarks highlighted that the Hall of All Things would not violate its rules for Lin Xiang, nor would it do so for Jianmingyi. Although there may be those capable of bending the rules, for rules are ultimately human constructs. Precisely, Yi Chun nodded in affirmation, recognizing the immense allure that both the Earth Dragon's carcass and the magic crystal bombs held for the Lord. Upon receiving this confirmation, Siming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Yi Chun. I shall take the Earth Dragon's carcass. Now, do share what you desire, and I shall endeavor to procure it for you. As for the magic crystal bombs, did you bring any samples? If their potency is assured, I shall acquire them as well. The price is negotiable. Surely, among all present, none possess wealth surpassing that of the All Things Pavilion. Siming swiftly articulated, her expression brimming with anticipation as she awaited Yi Chun's proposition. Indeed, the All Things Pavilion is remarkably affluent. However, you are correct. It appears none here can rival your wealth. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Siming's approach bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiang's earlier demeanor, yet it lacked any coercive undertones, making it quite palatable. But, young Master Yi, you mustn't be overly ambitious in your demands, lest one might complain to Mengyi. Siming feigned a look of grievance, her youthful charm adding a touch of allure to the wooden cabin. Such beauty, Yi Chun observed, though before he could respond, the rotund figure beside him wore an expression akin to that of a lovesick swine, causing Siming to pause, her mood dampened by the sudden shift in atmosphere. She straightened her posture, adopting a more businesslike demeanor. Now do tell, what is it that you desire? Yi Chun cast a resigned glance at the plump man beside him, realizing that his neighbor was indeed a master of mischief, unable to resist the temptation of beauty. As for my needs, I am somewhat uncertain. After all, my territory is only just beginning to develop, and I find myself in want of nearly everything. However, I require a substantial quantity of basic supplies, timber, ores, weapons, and armor, among others. Additionally, I am in need of various blueprints, as well as seeds and younglings of plants or livestock, but they must be of at least first-tier quality. Lastly, I will require an array of materials and special items essential for advancing my territory, Yi Chun explained slowly, clarifying that his primary need was indeed a wealth of resources for territorial development, which was crucial for progress. The items you seek are currently in high demand. Siming mused, resting her chin on her hand, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the chair's armrest. Thus, you have come to seek the assistance of Lord Siming? Yi Chun remarked with a smile. This task is not so easily accomplished. Siming pondered for a moment, then retrieved another ledger, flipping through its pages while inquiring. How many Earth Dragon carcasses do you possess, and how many magic crystal bombs? There are not many carcasses, merely 5. As for the magic crystal bombs capable of slaying second-tier dark creatures, I have 200, while those that can potentially eliminate third-tier beings number only 5. The bombs designed for second-tier creatures are produced using zero-tier magic crystals, making their production exceedingly economical, and my associate is now capable of mass production. However, the bombs intended for third-tier creatures have only recently been developed by Shelley and have yet to undergo formal testing. They utilize first-tier magic crystals. Thus their quantity is rather limited. 200? Upon hearing this figure, Ming was taken aback, never anticipating such a substantial amount. Indeed, we have effectively achieved the potential for mass production of the bombs capable of slaying second-tier creatures. Naturally, the actual efficacy depends on the location of the explosion and the strength of the dark creature. The same applies to the bombs for third-tier creatures. Though the probability of success is likely much lower, and they may only pose a threat to early-stage third-tier dark beings. Moreover, these bombs are not yet capable of mass production, resulting in their scarcity. Chen nodded, explaining that while the news of mass production might diminish the value of the bombs, it could also pave the way for a long-term trading agreement with the All Things Pavilion. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ming's eyes lit up. You can achieve mass production? What materials do you require? She suddenly realized her excitement and waved her hand apologetically. Forgive me, I became overly enthusiastic. But can you truly mass-produce magic crystal bombs? Certainly. This is no jest. Not only can we mass-produce magic crystal bombs, but we have also brought over 70 stone puppets. Before Chen could respond, the plump man excitedly interjected, reveling in the success of his seemingly useless goblins that had produced these items, filling him with pride. Over 70 stone puppets, Ming exclaimed, glancing at the list, which had merely indicated stone puppets without specifying a quantity, leading her to believe there were few. Now, hearing the plump man's words, she was utterly astonished. The value of this batch alone, comprising over 70 stone puppets and 200 magic crystal bombs, would undoubtedly rank among the highest at today's trading event. While the stone puppets may not possess the explosive power of the magic crystal bombs, they can be utilized long-term once infused with magic crystals. This makes them invaluable, especially for lords of beastly kin, as these low-cost stone puppets serve as excellent laborers capable of performing tasks such as farming and mining. So what do you say, fair lady? Interested in forging a friendship? We could discuss the details later, the plump man said with a lecherous grin, to which Ming surprisingly nodded. And they happily exchanged contact information, leaving Chen utterly astonished. Well, you see, Chen here, his kin are also of the elven lineage. Thus he has a considerable demand for timber and seeds, he continued. I understand. Given that my kin are also elves. How about this? For the 5 earth dragon carcasses, I will calculate the price at 22nd tier magic crystals each. And I will additionally provide you with 2,000 units of timber and 500 seeds of vine plants, as elves adore dwelling in trees. Ming proposed with a smile. Ha 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 indeed. Such beauty and generosity, unlike that miser Lin Xiang. Chen remarked, rolling his eyes. Let us not speak of him. Instead, let us discuss a long-term collaboration regarding the stone puppets and magic crystal bombs. What is your daily production capacity? Well, that depends on the size of my territory and the number of kin I have, as human resources are the primary productive force. Perhaps we should first discuss your selling price? Ming suggested. That is indeed a valid point. As my kin develop, production will increase. If I were to sell, how about I auction them regularly, charging a mere 10% fee, guaranteeing that at least 2,000 stone puppets are sold each month at the price of 1 second-tier magic crystal each? Chen proposed. A guaranteed price of only 1 second-tier magic crystal? My dear, that is quite insufficient. If I were in charge, I would insist on a minimum of 3 second-tier magic crystals per puppet. The plump man protested. After all, magic crystals are easy to obtain, but stone puppets are not. Your assertion is flawed. On Blue Star, a single stone puppet sells for only 1 second-tier magic crystal. This inflated price is only due to the trials where many newcomers cannot mass-produce them. How about this? I will guarantee 2 second-tier magic crystals, and if that is insufficient, the All Things Pavilion will supplement the difference. Will that suffice? Ming countered. Very well, then. And what about the magic crystal bombs? They are undoubtedly crafted from magic crystals. Chen inquired. Well, how do I put it? If they are priced too high, they won't sell, and if too low, it would incur losses. Perhaps you could start by telling me the production cost for a single magic crystal bomb? Ming suggested. The cost is indeed not insignificant. Considering it is a magic crystal bomb capable of annihilating Tier 2 dark creatures, it must entail at least the expense of a Tier 1 magic crystal. And this does not even account for auxiliary materials. Furthermore, this is under fortunate circumstances. Should one factor in the failure rate and other variables, the cost would inevitably escalate. The two conversed merrily, and Chen suddenly felt as though he had become a mere bystander, having only initiated the discussion, while the spotlight had shifted entirely to them. Moreover, the aloof goddess who had just reprimanded Lin Xiang, how did it seem that in just a few exchanges, she was about to be whisked away by a rather unsightly rotund man? Here he was, a handsome figure, sitting beside them. One could only say that the neighbor, old Wang, was truly impressive. Thankfully, he had spent all 6 years of middle school single. No, he must quickly concoct an excuse to send this fellow away. He absolutely could not allow him to reside next door. Their conversation continued for over an hour, only pausing reluctantly as the auction was about to commence. A preliminary consensus regarding their transaction was reached. The 5 corpses of the Earth Dragons would be exchanged for 20 Tier 2 magic crystals each, totaling 100 Tier 2 magic crystals. Additionally, there would be a gift of 2,000 units of timber and 500 seeds of various vine plants. As for the 70 stone golem puppets, they would retain 10 for free, while the remaining 60 would be auctioned off in the upcoming event. Regarding the magic crystal bombs, they would keep 50 of the Tier 0 variety and 2 of the Tier 1, with the remainder to be sold at the auction. In exchange, they would provide Yi-chun with a special coordinate point. I will arrange for 2 individuals to accompany you to retrieve the items. I must now preside over the auction. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Si-meng stood up, adjusted her pristine white robe, and reverted to her previous high and mighty demeanor. Well said, well said. You go ahead with your tasks. Let the vassals handle the rest. The rotund man chuckled, leaving one to wonder just how well acquainted he was with her. Yes, I shall ensure your seats are reserved. Shortly, an elf will come to guide you there. I must take my leave now. Thank you, thank you. You go ahead. There's no need for such formality. With that, as the figures distanced themselves, Yi-chun patted the rotund man, who was still waving at the door, and said with a resigned expression, Well, what are you still looking at? Ah, she is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Simply enchanting. The rotund man lamented as he returned, his gaze lingering on the door. Do you fancy her? Then go chase after her. Yi-chun teased. Indeed, I like her, but pursuing her is another matter. Women only distract me from earning money, and women like her are not so easily won. The rotund man replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Yi-chun was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further, merely patting his shoulder. He then called upon Yi-ying from the 4 he had brought along, instructing her to escort the 2 elves from Si-meng for the transfer of goods. Brother Chun, when do you think we can create something as magnificent as the All Things Tower? The rotund man mused as Yi-ying departed. Encourage your goblins to work diligently. I believe it will not be long before we achieve that. Do not forget, they have already developed the stone golem puppets and magic crystal bombs. The subsequent creations will only grow in strength. Yi-chun contemplated before responding. Upon hearing this, the rotund man took a deep breath and suddenly regained his enthusiasm. You are right. We will only grow stronger from here. We must construct a grand structure akin to the All Things Tower. At that point, I will summon Si-meng to act as my auctioneer. Weren't you just saying you had no interest in her? How can you have her as your auctioneer if you have no interest? Do you think it's as simple as having a sultry dealer online? Who said I have no interest? The disparity between us is simply too vast. At this stage, I am unable to pursue her. Once we are formidable, it will be a mere matter of a word. You claim you will have wealth. I might believe that, but that you will be formidable? Based on your goblins? With their peak Tier 2 capabilities? Once we navigate the trial world, I must find an impressive second race. Then you had better work hard. Do not let your auctioneer transition from maiden to matron. Bah. That is utterly impossible. Before long, the elves from Si-meng arrived, leading the 2 towards the auction square. Upon returning to the crowd, they found the floating island teeming with people. A cursory glance revealed that on the central island alone, hundreds of lords were bustling about, not to mention the numerous vassals accompanying them. It was astonishing to witness such a multitude of lords in a mere stretch of 10,000 miles. One could only imagine the sheer volume of new lords within the entire trial space. Amongst such a vast pool of new lords, how many would ultimately fail? How many would perish in darkness? Esteemed lords, this way, please. Your seats are here. The guiding elf announced upon arriving at the pre-reserved spots. Thank you. Yi-chun nodded in acknowledgement. As the elf departed, he and the rotund man sensed a peculiar atmosphere around them. Looking around, they noticed that while many were present, those with seats were unmistakably from prominent families. The varied robes and armor they donned clearly signified their status and identity. In contrast, Yi-chun and the rotund man, clad in ordinary attire, appeared somewhat out of place, akin to commoners inadvertently mingling within a noble circle, creating a stark dissonance. How is it that anyone can secure a seat? A derisive laugh echoed, and they looked up to find Lin Xiang and his companions, with the speaker being the one who had been slain by the night leopard. Indeed, it seems anyone can secure a seat. I must recommend to the beautiful Meng that the criteria for seating should be elevated, the rotund man remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, causing the faces of those nearby to darken. Attempting to retort, they were restrained by Lin Xiang, who cast a sullen glance at the pair and gestured ominously with a hand across his throat. Chapter 26, The Radiant Lord's Manor. Yi-chun merely smiled faintly, disregarding Lin Xiang's provocation. Should they dare to trouble him, it would undoubtedly be self-inflicted misery. At this stage, few races could defeat the UE. Furthermore, his Silverleaf Moon elves were gradually maturing. He was confident that, in due time, even lords akin to angelic dragons would pose no threat. They arrived just as the auction was about to commence and waited briefly before Si-meng, draped in a white robe, ascended the podium. Distinguished lords, greetings. Welcome to the inaugural auction of this year's newcomer trial. Henceforth, the All Things Tower will host such trade fairs monthly, and we eagerly await your attendance. With the territory just established, the first round of the auction must take place in this open environment. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please allow me to express my regrets, Ximeng said, bowing slightly in apology. Many lords in the audience expressed that they were unperturbed, especially a few LSPs, who whistled in appreciation. Ximeng, however, paid them no mind, maintaining a composed smile. Now, let us proceed to the auction that has captured your interest. I hereby declare the first round of this year's newcomer trial auction officially underway. Allow me to introduce the first item for bidding. Here's a hint. This is one of the grand finale items prepared by Ximeng, the design blueprint for the Radiant Lord's Manor. Upon hearing the name of the Lord's Manor, many gasped in astonishment, and even Yi Chun raised his head, astonished that the first item up for bid was so exhilarating. It is essential to understand that a Lord's Manor is not something that every noble can possess. A casually constructed manor holds no significance. Only a Lord's Manor crafted from the design blueprints produced in the dark world can truly confer the various advantages associated with a genuine manor. Truly, the auction house is making a grand statement. The very first item up for bid is a design blueprint for a Lord's Manor. If this were to be taken back to Blue Star, it could fetch an astronomical price. One wonders where Miss Ximeng acquired such a valuable blueprint. This single piece of parchment might be worth more than her entire territory, one might say. It can only be concluded that the auction house possesses profound resources. The audience buzzed with speculation, while Ximeng on stage commenced her introduction regarding the Radiant Lord's Manor. As the name suggests, this manor is primarily affiliated with the attribute of light. It is noteworthy that among the myriad of attributes, light and darkness are exceedingly rare, making their acquisition quite challenging. Furthermore, the Radiant Lord's Manor can enhance the territory size by 5, reaching a maximum of 100 acres, which represents the utmost enhancement limit for a Tier 1 manor. Not only that, but within the domain of the Radiant Lord's Manor, the ability to purify darkness will increase by 5, illuminating the area with light. In the dark world, the capacity to purify darkness translates to merit, signifying a swifter developmental pace for the territory. Lastly, due to the enhanced luminosity of the Radiant Lord's Manor, the growth rate of plants within its vicinity will also see an increase of 5, albeit limited to those requiring photosynthesis. Such a design blueprint for a Lord's Manor is indeed a rare gem, sufficient to ensure that those aiming for Tier 3 need not worry about their manors. Upon hearing Ximeng's introduction, not only the gathered crowd but even Yi Chun, who possessed the Verdant Lord's Manor, was left astounded. This attribute is certainly on par with his own manor, if not superior, particularly given that the ability to purify darkness is a capacity desperately sought after by all nobles. Far more enticing than the improvement of soil quality. Lady Ximeng, how much material would such a Lord's Manor require? And how many spirit stone slots does it possess? A noble inquired. This question struck at the heart of the matter. In addition to the standard requisites of 1,000 units of wood and 200 units of stone, it demands 10,000 Tier 1 magic crystals and 100 units of radiant stones. Of course, it also boasts a remarkable 5 spirit stone slots, which implies that each noble could establish a complete set of a 5-element circulation array within their territory. Upon hearing this, many in the audience furrowed their brows. While 10,000 Tier 1 magic crystals are manageable with some time, acquiring radiant stones poses a significant challenge. In the dark world, everything is under the influence of darkness, making the radiant stones, capable of illuminating the dark, exceedingly rare. Only nobles with light-affiliated kin can produce them in limited quantities. Nevertheless, the 5 spirit stone slots remain enticing. Possessing an entire set of the 5-element circulation array signifies a more comprehensive resource cycle within one's territory, not to mention an expanded territorial range. However, having only 5 spirit stone slots is considerably fewer than the Verdant Lord's Manor, and the difficulty in acquiring radiant stones raises concerns. Yi Chun subtly shook his head. Although the attributes of the Radiant Lord's Manor are commendable, the resources required and the number of spirit stone slots are notably inferior to those of the Verdant Lord's Manor. Naturally, only Yi Chun could entertain such thoughts. In the eyes of other nobles, the Radiant Lord's Manor is considered the pinnacle of manors, and admiration for Ximeng's capability to obtain such a design blueprint was palpable. Now, regarding the pricing of the manor, Ximeng announced. Sensing that the atmosphere had reached a suitable crescendo, the Radiant Lord's Manor does not require magic crystals for trade. Instead, it demands ingredients of Tier 4 or higher or equivalent value in fire-affiliated Lord's Manor design blueprints or other items of similar worth. Upon hearing this pricing, a hush fell over the crowd. Even Yi Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for such items. Surely, he could not part with the design blueprint of the Verdant Lord's Manor for this transaction. Moreover, what was requested were fire-affiliated manor blueprints. While the Verdant Manor pertains to the wood attribute, a brief silence enveloped the room, yet Ximeng remained unperturbed, maintaining her cheerful demeanor on stage, supplementing her product introduction while awaiting bids. This price is exorbitant. Could it be that the first round will end without a sale? Yi Chun murmured. while a rotund figure beside him shook his head mysteriously. Not a chance. Have you not noticed how composed the young masters in the front row are? They are undoubtedly aware of the auction for the Radiant Lord's Manor. Many are likely here specifically for this design blueprint. As an auctioneer, even if one were to arrange for a shill, they would never allow the first item to go unsold. Ximeng's confidence in this endeavor is undoubtedly well-founded. The rotund man's analysis intrigued Yi Chun, prompting him to glance sideways. When did this fellow become so knowledgeable about transactions? Yet, recalling that the rotund man hails from a business family, it made perfect sense. After all, he was born into a merchant household, which explained his considerable girth. Indeed, as the rotund man's words concluded, a tall, slender young man stood up, leading the charge with a bid. 1 tier, 4 maffa chicken. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Even Yi Chun was taken aback. Among the various trading conditions, the least valuable is undoubtedly the tier 4 ingredients. Yet they are also the most challenging to procure. After all, tier 4 dark creatures have an inextricable darkness within them. And most tier 4 and above dark beings are not consumable undead creatures. To consume them, one must rely on tier 4 ingredients, such as the tier 4 weaver chickens and potatoes cultivated by Yi Chun, but this is exceedingly difficult for them at present. Moreover, the lack of corresponding soil and feed means that any forced cultivation would only diminish the quality of these foods, turning tier 4 into tier 3, and tier 3 into tier 2. Only the most rudimentary items could be cultivated with any success, and even then, their quality would be mediocre. A classic case of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Is 1 tier 4 maffa chicken really worth a Lord's Manor design blueprint? How about a tier 4 blue tang pig? As the crowd marveled, another noble with a seat scoffed, presenting a blue tang pig in his bid. Clearly, the blue tang pig is far larger than the maffa chicken, and their values are entirely disparate. Yi Chun raised his head in surprise. He had not anticipated so many individuals possessing tier 4 ingredients. It was truly astonishing, and he grew increasingly curious about the subsequent bids. A fire-affiliated Lord's Manor design blueprint. After several rounds of bidding for ingredients, someone finally introduced a different item, presenting a fire-affiliated Lord's Manor design blueprint of equivalent value. Subsequently, this design blueprint was taken for appraisal, but its value fell short of matching that of the Radiant Lord's Manor's design blueprint, both in terms of attributes and the number of spirit stone slots. Ultimately, this noble had to supplement with significant additional materials to finalize the transaction. Observing the extensive list of materials required, all present were left in awe. Merely the supplementary materials alone were not inferior to the tier 4 maffa chicken. Who would have thought there would be so many wealthy nobles capable of offering tier 4 ingredients? Such extravagance, the rotund man lamented, convinced that these individuals were merely overextending the value of their resources. The individuals engaging in such practices are predominantly scions of noble families. As long as they can rapidly ascend, once they return to Blue Star, their families will have ample resources at their disposal, leaving them far from wanting. Yi Chun remarked nonchalantly. In contrast, the reason impoverished lords struggle to emerge is precisely this. Upon exiting the trial world, they must gradually develop their territories, whereas these noble scions can leap to prominence, amassing vast dominions through sheer resources. Thus, Lin Xiang's assertion holds true. They are merely fortunate individuals who have awakened the spark of hope, regarded by the aristocracy as nothing more than slightly elevated commoners. Chapter 27. The obscure magic crystal bombs. The auction at the 10,000 Things Pavilion continues unabated, with the Radiant Lord's Manor leading the charge. The ensuing auctions are predictably fervent. Numerous valuable items have indeed appeared, yet the true piece de resistance has yet to be unveiled, evidently retained by Ximeng for the grand finale. Throughout this time, Yi Chun and the portly fellow have successfully bid on a variety of necessities, including various seeds and a few architectural blueprints for specialized structures. Naturally, the transactions have predominantly been conducted using magic crystals, as they currently possess an abundance of those. As time progresses, the auction approaches its climax, and the items presented by Ximeng grow increasingly rare. The next lot features a collection of stone golem puppets, and their value scarcely requires elaboration. Ximeng cheerfully introduces a colossal stone golem puppet, instantly inciting considerable excitement. Verified to possess varying combat capabilities from rank 0 to rank 2, depending on the magic crystals employed. A single rank 0 crystal can sustain a golem for approximately a month. A total of 60 golems, packaged in groups of 10, are up for auction, commencing at a starting price of 20 rank 2 magic crystals, or the equivalent in other special items. As Ximeng's words resonate, a cacophony of bids erupts, swiftly escalating the price of a group of golems to 30 rank 2 magic crystals, with no signs of abating. Both Yi Chun and the portly fellow are taken aback by this unexpected fervor. The popularity of the stone golems far exceeds their anticipations. Is it truly the case that stone golems command such value in the novice world? The portly fellow inquired incredulously, back on Blue Star. They are worth merely 3 rank 2 magic crystals. Observe closely, the bidders are all lords of beast kin, who likely have an urgent need for stone golems to facilitate their territorial development. Relying solely on the eradication of dark creatures for expansion is excessively one-dimensional and fraught with limitations, Chen pondered, surveying the lords placing their bids. Beastkin lords can be described as the most disadvantaged, as they lack the ability to communicate verbally with their lords and are unable to engage in agricultural construction or similar tasks. The initial development of their territories is entirely reliant on external plunder or the personal endeavors of the lords in cultivation. The emergence of stone golems perfectly addresses this dilemma. These seemingly cumbersome giants can effortlessly handle basic agricultural and construction tasks, enabling territorial growth. Ultimately, the first batch of stone golems sold for 60 rank 2 magic crystals, averaging 6 crystals per unit, an impressive markup. Furthermore, the subsequent groups of stone golems maintained their high prices, particularly the final group presented by Meng, which elicited offers of special items in exchange. I shall acquire this batch of stone golems for a workshop blueprint. Is anyone else contesting me? A robust man declared loudly, brandishing a stack of blueprints. Although workshop blueprints are not considered particularly rare, they confer operational advantages over self-constructed workshops, thus they are typically not traded with magic crystals. Only on Blue Star would universal currency be utilized for such exchanges, and when converted, these blueprints would be valued at several 100,000 rank 1 magic crystals. Chen scrutinized the man, noting his imposing and boisterous demeanor, alongside a peak rank 2 golden lion lounging beside him. While the name may seem commonplace, the species possesses strength rivaling that of dragons, boasting formidable combat capabilities once matured. Are there any other bids for this workshop blueprint? This is the final group of stone golems, Meng persistently urged, noting that the blueprint's value undoubtedly exceeds that of magic crystals, leading to a momentary silence in bidding. Ultimately, the last group of stone golems was sold for a workshop blueprint, which Chen found satisfactory. With this workshop blueprint, we can accomplish myriad tasks. Just like your goblins will now have a dedicated space for research and production, Chen remarked with a smile, witnessing the completion of the stone golem transaction. You're right. I suddenly feel an increasing confidence in my goblins. I must recruit more when we return. After all, it's just a matter of ingenuity, the portly fellow exclaimed, invigorated by the successful transaction of the stone golems. Wow, the stone golems are exceedingly popular. Alas, due to time constraints, only 60 golems were available for trade today, but perhaps the 10,000 things pavilion will procure more in the future? Meng teased, igniting curiosity among the attendees. Upon hearing that more stone golems might be available for trade, excitement surged through the crowd, with some inquiring about the arrival of the next batch. Naturally, Meng remained reticent on that matter, swiftly shifting the discussion to the next items up for auction. The forthcoming lots, originating from the same lord as the stone golems, consist of the well-known magic crystal bombs, verified to have a record of slaying rank 2 bloodthirsty rabbits. These bombs are on par with the technologically advanced counterparts from Blue Star. This batch comprises a staggering 150 bombs, auctioned in groups of 50, starting at a base price of 50 rank 1 magic crystals, with special item trades prioritized. As Meng concluded her announcement, the bidding began. Albeit the interest in the magic crystal bombs was evidently less fervent than for the stone golems. After all, such items do exist on Blue Star, and their prices are relatively modest. A magic crystal bomb capable of threatening rank 2 creatures typically retails for a mere 5 Blue Star coins. The 150 magic crystal bombs ultimately exchanged for only several hundred rank 1 magic crystals, failing even to garner any rank 2 crystals in return. This unexpected lack of interest took both Chen and the portly fellow by surprise. The magic crystal bombs capable of destroying rank 2 dark creatures were met with indifference. Alright, the auction for 3 groups of magic crystal bombs has concluded. Next, we have yet another auction for magic crystal bombs, but this time only 3 are available. However, these 3 bombs boast the power to slay rank 3 creatures, specifically in the early stages of dark creatures. After concluding the auction for the lower tier bombs, Meng introduced the higher tier magic crystal bombs, which finally stirred excitement in the crowd. Has a lord truly developed magic crystal bombs capable of destroying rank 3 dark creatures? Many gasped in astonishment. Observing this, Chen finally grasped the situation. It was not that the rank 2 magic crystal bombs were unwanted, but rather that their diminished potency had led to a lack of interest. Chen sighed ruefully to himself. The second-tier biological entities are relatively manageable. Even my goblins can take down a few when their numbers swell. However, when it comes to third-tier dark creatures, one must possess sufficiently lethal weaponry. The stout fellow pondered before articulating his thoughts. He had not anticipated the lack of interest in second-tier magic crystal bombs, yet fortunately, the allure of third-tier magic crystal bombs is sufficiently explosive, capturing the attention of all present. Upon hearing his words, Chen nodded in agreement, for indeed, second-tier items are not essential, thus their prices remain modest, whereas third-tier weapons represent the pinnacle of destructive power, elevating their significance several notches. 32nd-tier magic crystals. Before Meng could announce the starting bid, individuals had already begun to place their offers, commencing at 32nd-tier magic crystals. I hear someone has bid 32nd tier magic crystals. Let us proceed with this as our starting price. Simeng remarked with a smile, discreetly adjusting her initial pricing in her mind. 35 second tier magic crystals. 42nd tier magic crystals. The bids escalated rapidly until they slowed at 70, ultimately settling at 82nd tier magic crystals. However, observing this price, Chen furrowed his brow. What he sought were not mere magic crystals, but those special items. Even a surplus of magic crystals would serve little purpose for him. Regrettably, utilizing magic crystal bombs to acquire special items proved exceedingly challenging. Perhaps a 4th tier magic crystal bomb might hold potential. In the end, the duo secured 82nd tier magic crystals, marking the conclusion of their auction endeavors. This is absurd. Over 100 magic crystal bombs exchanged for a handful of magic crystals. It's utterly vexing. The stout man lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Accompanying Chen, he found the task of clearing meteorites all too easy, thus ceased contemplating the matters of battle, instead adopting a perspective focused solely on territorial development. Well, we still made a decent profit, haven't we? Let us not forget your initial investment was merely a single 0-tier magic crystal. Chen quipped, bemused by the enormity of their transactions, seemingly oblivious to his initial costs. Now that you mention it, you make a fair point. Each magic bomb yields a profit that is several times over. The stout man appeared taken aback before excitement flickered in his eyes, as he clearly had almost overlooked this detail. Thus, it is time for us to indulge in some spending. Chen smiled, dismissing any lingering concerns, and turned his attention to the subsequent items for sale. However, as the offerings grew increasingly rare, he and the stout man found themselves mere spectators, clutching a pile of magic crystals, yet possessing nothing to trade for. Ultimately, the grand finale revealed a bloodline crystal capable of mutating companion species, leaving the audience in awe. Yet, no one could present a satisfying trade offer, resulting in the item going unsold. Chen and the stout man even speculated that Simeng had introduced such an item merely to attract attention, perhaps never intending to auction it in the first place. This woman is quite cunning, Chen mused. Yet the stout man shook his head, a look of melancholy crossing his features. It's merely a facade. She too is striving for survival. Get lost. Chapter 28, Departure. As the auction came to a successful close, attendees gradually exited under Simeng's radiant smile. Although the auction had concluded, the trading fair continued, with individuals bustling between the 5 floating islands. Chen and his companion were no exceptions, meandering through the surrounding 4 islands. It appeared that the eastern islands served as an unloading dock, while the remaining 3 were dedicated to trading seeds, weaponry, and special items. Which island should we visit? The stout man inquired, observing the throngs of people, having acquired a substantial number of seeds at the auction, and with no pressing need for special items. Besides, we may not have adequate trade goods. We should investigate the weaponry island. Chen contemplated before responding. Very well. Our kin could certainly benefit from some reliable weapons. A few sets were available at the auction, yet they were swiftly traded for special items, which are in high demand. The stout man nodded in agreement, expressing his dissatisfaction. What can we do? Initially, it is weapons and various medicinal supplies that hold value. Chen shrugged as they made their way toward the adjacent floating island. Upon entering this floating island, the first sight that greeted them was a multitude of bare-chested men, predominantly engaged in the forging of weapons and armor. As for the female lords, they excelled predominantly in crafting lightweight garments such as leather armor and robes. Dwarves, half-orcs, and Taurens are among the lords whose kin possess considerable forging skills. The stout man remarked, observing the bustling crowd with curiosity. Isn't that obvious? Would those who lack forging expertise venture here to purchase weapons? Chen retorted, exasperated. Look over there. Numerous gnomes, beastfolk, and deerfolk are also present, adept in the crafting of leather and cloth armor. Speaking of which, I remember you mentioning that you have a moon lady who excels in textiles. Can she produce cloth armor? The stout man asked, his interest piqued. The Chang'e of the Guanhan Palace, aside from her talents in singing and dancing, possesses the skills of a weaver, surrounded by many female officials from the heavenly court. Thus, fabric creation is undoubtedly within her capabilities. However, we currently lack silkworms and have only recently acquired cotton trees. Chen shrugged, lamenting the constraints of resources. True enough, but it seems that cloth armor typically offers mediocre defensive capabilities. Perhaps we should prioritize examining armored options. After all, elves can also don some lightweight armor. The stout man nodded. Are you looking down on cloth armor? Once it's crafted, it will dazzle your eyes. Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. In this era, cloth armor is primarily utilized for the creation of robes, which indeed possess subpar defensive attributes. Moreover, to enhance magical conductivity, higher-tier robes are often fashioned from exceptional beast hides, rendering cloth armor quite unpopular. Even cloth armor crafted from high-tier cotton and silk serves more for aesthetic appeal than practical combat use. In essence, they are merely for show, ornate yet lacking substance. However, Chen, well-versed in the myths of Huaxia, knew that cloth and leather armor were the most commonly worn garments in the Primordial Age. Wait for me, dear stout friend. The stout man chuckled, brushing off Yi Chun's comments as mere jest. As they conversed, they arrived at a stall featuring a modest selection of weapons, including a few swords and halberds. All of iron. How much do you sell these iron swords for? Do you have any bows? The stout man inquired. Silverleaf moon elves, known for their agility, found heavy weaponry like halberds cumbersome. They were far more adept with bows and crossbows. First-tier iron swords are priced at 5 first-tier magic crystals each. As for bows, we have none. That type of weapon is quite challenging to produce, the vendor replied, shaking his head. 5 first-tier magic crystals for a single first-tier iron sword? Come on. Cut me a deal. The stout man exclaimed, dramatically haggling. Yet the vendor merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the stout man's theatrics. Take it or leave it. Don't obstruct my business. There are many waiting in line behind you. Yi Chun turned to observe. Indeed, numerous lords were inquiring about prices nearby, as weaponry was currently in high demand. I'll take all 3 of those iron swords for 5 first-tier magic crystals each. By the way, do you know where I might find bows for sale? Preferably in larger quantities. Yi Chun decisively stated. The trade of weaponry and armor has proven to be significantly more sought after than that of seed and resource commodities. Many stalls have been completely cleared, and the price of 5 first-level magic crystals is indeed not exorbitant. Here, take it, the vendor declared. As for the lord selling bows, I advise you to abandon that notion. To my knowledge, no lord has come to sell bows today. At most, there may be a couple of inferior bows for sale, which would hardly be worth the effort. The proprietor waved dismissively, perhaps noticing that Yi Chun had purchased 3 iron swords, prompting him to elaborate further. Thank you. Yi Chun nodded, as he had anticipated this outcome, so there was nothing surprising about it. The two, bearing the 3 iron swords, did not depart in disappointment over the lack of bows, but continued to browse. This provided an opportunity to procure additional iron swords and daggers, as well as to gather leather and cloth armors, items that would be useful for the Silver Leaf Moon elves and the Yui. Isn't it about time? It seems there's little left here. After a round of browsing, the stout companion sighed. Having thoroughly scoured the stalls and only acquiring 5 iron swords and 3 pieces of leather armor, insufficient even for the Yui. Other vendors either quoted exorbitant prices or primarily dealt in spears and polearms, which were not suitable. All right, let us check the island for special items. If we find nothing, we should consider retreating. Yi Chun nodded, and the two continued toward another floating island. The island dedicated to trading special items was significantly more desolate compared to the one for weaponry and equipment, as only a select few lords were fortunate enough to acquire special items. Furthermore, the stalls here were sparse, with most displaying merely 1 or 2 items, and their prices were outrageous. After perusing the area, they left in disappointment, having failed to find anything of value. These lords are utterly unscrupulous. The price for a blueprint of a special building is astronomical, and none are willing to accept magic crystals in exchange. The stout one could not help but grumble. Of course, would you be willing to trade magic crystals for blueprints? Yi Chun smiled gently. Let us bid farewell to Si Ming and take our leave. We've already wasted nearly a day here. The time of novice lords is incredibly precious. A single day can bring about transformative changes. Were it not for the trading event hosted by the All Things Pavilion, it is unlikely many would choose to squander time here. After all, wouldn't it be more rewarding to venture out and clear several meteorites? Upon reaching the center of the island, they found Si Ming's room occupied by numerous guests. The two did not linger, offering a brief greeting before departing. Following the guiding lord back to their own island, they finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter the location, nothing could compare to the comfort of their own territory. Where to next? Should we seek out Jian, the flower of the school? The stout one teased as they returned to their domain. No, didn't Si Ming provide us with a special coordinate? Let us pursue that. Yi Chun shook his head. Activating his wristband and inputting the coordinate, a vivid red arrow appeared on the map, indicating their path forward. Oh, right. The special coordinate. Si Ming mentioned this is a territory left by a previous lord who perished. There should be some unused resources, perhaps even his family's lair. We must hasten, lest others beat us to it. The stout one exclaimed, urgency in his tone. Each year, new lords enter the trial world, while the previous lords either advance to become formal lords or fail and return to Blue Star. It is rare for a lord to meet their demise. Yet, rare does not equate to non-existent. Some unique forces can extinguish a lord's flicker of hope, rendering them unfit to return to Blue Star, condemned to eternal darkness. Alternatively, a lord may succumb to death due to particular circumstances, leaving their territory to drift in obscurity until consumed by darkness. Such extraordinary territories are concealed during each reset of the trial space, locked away in nearby spatial seams, only visible when approached. The location of these seams is what lords refer to as special coordinates. Let us not rush. After all, it is the territory of the previous lord, not easily discovered. We can exit normally to avoid drawing attention, Yi Chun said solemnly, carefully guiding their territory toward the outskirts. The All Things Pavilion's trading event only ensures the safety of lords during transactions, What happens after they leave, whether they live or die, is of no concern to them. On their way out, Chen noticed several lords being followed by others, although it appeared they were all heading in the same direction. A closer inspection revealed the encirclement was afoot. Chen and the Stout One chose to ignore it. They were not personally involved, and with so many people, it was beyond their capacity to intervene. Securing their own safe departure was already a blessing. However, Chen soon realized that achieving a quiet exit was proving to be a formidable task. A total of 5 floating islands had begun to trail behind him, and the Stout One, poised to close in once they reached a sufficiently open space. Chapter 29, The Pursuit of Lin Xiang. Brother Chen, what is happening? Are we being targeted? We haven't purchased anything particularly valuable, have we? The Stout One questioned, astonished by the floating islands pursuing them. They have no way of knowing whether we bought anything of worth. Perhaps they are merely our old acquaintances. Chen replied calmly, maintaining steady control over their floating island as they departed. Regardless, the throng of people rendered this an unfavorable battleground. Once one becomes a lord, engaging in combat becomes an inevitable reality. Not only are there dark creatures, but other lords also seek to seize their possessions. After all, what could be more gratifying than conquering a rival lord, who is evidently weaker, rather than battling the dark entities? Old acquaintances? Ugh, that scoundrel Lin Xiang? And his lackeys? The Stout One paused in surprise, then exclaimed. The only person Chen would refer to as an old acquaintance would be Lin Xiang. Indeed. For those hailing from prominent families, financial compensation is trivial, but losing face is a grave matter. Chen nodded, well aware that both the UE and Silver Leaf Moon Elves possessed exceptional night vision and had already discerned their pursuers. Speak, Brother Chen, what is the plan? The Stout One gritted his teeth, his tone fierce as he regarded the approaching figures. His family had a background in trade, and in this world beset by darkness, ordinary merchants could hardly survive. What is the plan? First, we retreat. How many magic crystal bombs do you have left? If it comes to blows, let us see if we can blast them back. Chen replied curtly. In the trial world, a lord's death merely results in trial failure, stripping them of the qualification to become a formal lord, and upon returning to Blue Star, retaliation is inevitable. Thus, Chen preferred to avoid bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. Despite appearing far more composed than his stout companion, the peaceful society of his past life had left him lacking the ruthlessness that characterized the Stout One. Yet, he understood that even a cornered rabbit would bite, and if it came to a confrontation, he would not hesitate. All right, I'll follow your lead. The Stout One nodded, recognizing Chen's concerns and refraining from acting impulsively. As the two distanced themselves from the trading venue, the surrounding space gradually opened up. Both they and Lin Xiang's group accelerated, heading toward the uninhabited zone outside. They picked up speed. As the population dwindled, the portly figure behind me suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Accelerating abruptly at such a moment indicated a desire to engage in combat. How many magic crystal bombs do you have left? Chen inquired, casting a glance over his shoulder. According to what you said before, we only reserved around 60 or 70. As for the first-tier ones, there are merely 2. The portly man responded. Aside from those 2 first-tier bombs, deploy the rest all at once. Huh, all at once? Just toss them out? What are you hesitating for? Just do as I say. But with so many at once, won't the explosive power be excessive? Then perhaps you should wait until they draw closer? Are you suggesting we might blow ourselves up too? Fine, I'll send someone to throw them now. In the territory of the portly man, there were quite a number of goblins. With 60 or 70 magic crystal bombs, even 2 goblins could accurately launch them. Instantly, the bombs soared into the darkness like shooting stars, heading towards the islands behind them. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous roar echoed behind them, and even from a distance, they could feel the violent energy waves emanating from the explosions. The territory of the 5 had been engulfed by a vast expanse of flames. However, Chen merely glanced back, his feet never faltering as he continued to fly into the distance. Awesome. Those fools, they can't possibly have been blown to bits, right? The portly man exclaimed with excitement, but Chen shook his head. Not so easily. Don't forget, these are merely 0-tier magic crystal bombs. Normally, they wouldn't even be enough to kill 2nd-tier creatures. These magic crystal bombs, crafted solely from 0-tier crystals, possess the potential to threaten 2nd-tier beings. But that did not guarantee their demise. Moreover, the 5 floating islands behind them undoubtedly housed numerous 2nd-tier creatures. If those bombs were detonated from a distance, the 2nd-tier creatures could evade unharmed, which is one reason why low-tier magic crystal bombs held little value. As Chen finished speaking, one of the floating islands erupted from the flames, continuing to pursue them. Damn it, you were right, there's really someone unscathed. The portly man lamented, his expression a mixture of despair and disbelief. Could the slap to my face come any quicker? That must be Lin Xiang, Chen remarked, eyeing the flamboyantly attired figure in a fiery robe. Do you think his territory's defenses can withstand bombs made from 0-tier magic crystals? With a smirk, Chen noticed that only Lin Xiang had managed to emerge, while his 4 subordinates had not survived the explosion. How pitiful, he has become a lone commander. The portly man remarked, his tone filled with sympathy. Yet, With only one person, he felt no fear, for Yi Chen's moon maidens were legitimate third-tier units, and few could contend with them at this stage. The assault of the magic crystal bombs had evidently enraged Lin Xiang, causing his floating island to accelerate. Clearly intent on catching up with Yi Chen and the others, he must be burning magic crystals to speed up his territory. We can't let him catch up just yet. We need to increase the distance. Yi Chen mused, glancing back. He promptly retrieved a second-tier magic crystal, unleashing its energy, which surged into the ground beneath him, causing the floating island to accelerate further, dispersing the clouds around it. The three territories, two in front and one behind, sped through the darkness. Any unwary dark creatures that attempted to interfere were swiftly dealt with by the moon maidens. Armed with iron swords, the battles became considerably easier, dispatching these first and second-tier dark beings with remarkable ease. That should do it. Feeling the energy of the second-tier magic crystal nearing depletion, Yi Chen gradually slowed down, while Lin Xiang continued to charge fiercely behind them. Soon, the details of both territories became crystal clear. Lin Xiang stood at the forefront of his territory, his expression dark and filled with resentment, his eyes glowering with hatred as he fixated on them. Surrounding him were several large red lizards, their fiery breath occasionally erupting from their mouths, his beloved flame dragons. Why aren't you running? Have you exhausted your magic crystals? Useless lot. As the distance between them closed, Lin Xiang's mocking voice rang out. I'm merely on my way. Why should I run? Do you really think you're so important that I, the portly lord, would flee? He retorted defiantly, perfectly embodying the spirit of bravado when it was called for. Let us hope you can keep that bravado for much longer. Lin Xiang replied, his voice low as he turned to his flame dragons, signaling them with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the 10 or so flame dragons roared and surged towards Yi Chen and his team. Just second-tier flame dragons? A mere pack of red lizards? There's no need for my brother Chen to intervene. I can handle them. The portly man boasted grandly, hurling the only two first-tier magic crystal bombs he had at the oncoming dragons. Flame breath. Anticipating the portly man's move, Lin Xiang had prepared. Several flame dragons opened their mouths wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the two magic crystal bombs. The resounding explosion shook the air. While the power of the first-tier bombs was indeed superior to that of the zero-tier ones, the distance was too great to inflict significant damage, merely pushing Yi Chen and the portly man's territories slightly forward, yet still within the flame dragon's range. Yeshi, tonight, I crave lizard meat, Yi Chen calmly called out. At the mention of her name, Yeshi chuckled lightly. Very well, my lord, I shall fetch you some lizards at once. After their playful banter, Yeshi, accompanied by numerous moon maidens, leaped forth, their crescent blades slicing through the air, decapitating 5 flame dragons that had just arrived. Following this, the silverleaf moon spirits led by Yi Ling unleashed a rain of arrows, their tips piercing through the thick dragon hide and embedding themselves in flesh. Flame dragons. Lin Xiang gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such a dire outcome. What species were his adversaries? How could they annihilate a group of second-tier peak flame dragons so swiftly? Witnessing the prowess of Yeshi and her companions transformed the portly man's anxious demeanor into one of arrogance once more. Your flame dragons are lacking. The moon spirit's arrows are merely crafted from ordinary wood, unable to penetrate the hide of earth dragons. Yet your so-called flame dragons cannot withstand them? You. Impossible. What race are you? Lin Xiang exclaimed, both astonished and furious, unable to fathom the strength of his opponents, while mourning the loss of his flame dragons. These creatures possessed the potential to evolve into true dragons. He never anticipated that more than half would perish after just a single confrontation. Simultaneously, Lin Xiang was filled with confusion regarding Yi Chen's race. The ability to swiftly slay second-tier peak flame dragons indicated they were undoubtedly a third-tier species. However, among the known initial third-tier races, none matched the appearance of the moon maidens. Their ethereal and noble aura was a beauty beyond the comprehension of mere beings from Blue Star. Ignorant fool, come here and kneel, calling me grandfather thrice, and call my brother Chen father thrice, and I might share my secrets. Get lost. Don't take advantage of me. How dare you elevate yourself above me? What? Want to be my father instead of my son? Wrong. Brother Chen, I was mistaken. I had no intention of taking advantage. It just slipped out. Oh, so you've been plotting to become my father all along? No, absolutely not. Brother Chen, you must believe me. I am truly wronged. Chapter 30. Compensation or Session. As the two engaged in their playful tussle, Lin Xiang was lost in his thoughts. The moon maidens had once again made their move, and a third of the flame dragons had been slain. The remaining flame dragons, now thoroughly terrified, began to retreat in disarray. Impossible. This cannot be. Even a true dragon should not possess such strength. Lin Xiang's face was etched with disbelief, as the unwavering conviction he had held for so long seemed to crumble before his eyes. As he watched the moon maidens prepare to strike a third time, he feared that if the crescent blades fell once more, his flame dragons would truly face annihilation. Stop! Lin Xiang shouted, desperate to save the remnants of his dwindling assets. Upon hearing his plea, Yi Shi and the others paused, turning their gazes towards Yi Chen behind them. First, let's secure them, Yi Chen suggested after a moment's contemplation. Nodding in agreement, Yi Shi and the others each took control of a flame dragon, confining them within the territory of the portly leader. The flame dragons, having been thoroughly intimidated by the previous 2 rounds of assault, lay trembling on the ground, showing no inclination to flee. Release them, and I shall overlook this matter. Lin Xiang gritted his teeth as he beheld his flame dragons held captive. Never had he anticipated that he would be bested by 2 impoverished individuals he had looked down upon, and in such an unequivocal manner. What audacious words. Overlook this matter, you say? Come here, let Fatty have a word with you. Yi Chen and the portly leader erupted into laughter at his expense. And even Yi Shi and the others could not suppress their smiles. Do not push your luck. This is my fault. Let my flame dragons go. And we may meet again in better circumstances. Lin Xiang protested, his face flushed, though his heart was already harboring resentment towards the 2. Your fault? Who decides that? You or I? Did you originally intend for this to be our fault? Yi Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Incredulous that Lin Xiang still clung to his aristocratic demeanor in such dire circumstances. Lin Xiang glanced at his subdued flame dragons, took a deep breath, and once more offered his apologies. I am sorry. It was wrong of me to harbor such thoughts about you. A true man knows when to yield. How commendable for a scion of a noble family. Were it me, I would have fought to the bitter end. The portly leader mocked, prompting Yi Chen to roll his eyes in response. This is precisely why you always end up losing everything. In the world of adults, there is little room for impulsive decisions. It is merely a matter of weighing interests. To avoid becoming such a person, one must continually grow stronger. Allowing oneself to demand everything with confidence, Yi Chen mused, his gaze shifting towards Lin Xiang. Compensation or session? Choose one. You. Lin Xiang glared, yet found himself unable to counter, as the anguished groans of the flame dragons echoed in his ears. What do you want? He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. For compensation, 1 flame dragon for 1 special item. As for session, I would claim these 6 flame dragons for myself. Along with your territory. Impossible. I do not possess that many special items. Lin Xiang immediately rejected the proposal, knowing the cost would be exorbitant. Ah, fair point. Considering your dubious integrity and questionable intellect, Yi Chen mused. How about a compromise? 2 flame dragon corpses for 1 special item. Unthinkable. I can simply forsake these flame dragons and recruit anew. I can still thrive. Lin Xiang shouted furiously, unwilling to concede 3 special items for 6 juvenile flame dragons, viewing it as an outrageous demand. Yet, upon hearing his words, the captured flame dragons began to emit low whimpers, their eyes reflecting anger and sorrow. They had not anticipated that in their lord's eyes, their lives were worth less than mere objects. This was not a death in battle, but a blatant abandonment by their own master. Though born from a nest, the fledglings possessed their own independent lives and consciousness from the moment of their birth. They were complete individuals, vibrant lives in their own right. Even Lin Xiang and the portly leader were taken aback by this revelation. They had yet to pressure their adversary. Yet he had already forsaken his own kin. What a tragedy. These are living beings, and you simply dismiss them? The portly leader lamented. Despite the losses his goblins faced in battle due to their subpar combat abilities, he had always ensured they were adequately clothed and fed. His seemingly casual reprimands were merely means to exercise control over them. Had it been a race like the elves or flame dragons, he would have treated them with far greater care. As long as the nest remains, I can have as many flame dragons as I desire. 3 special items are absolutely out of the question. Lin Xiang scoffed, viewing his kin as mere tools for his own ambitions. Should a stronger race emerge, he would not hesitate to trade away the flame dragons. However, had Lin Xiang turned his attention to the loyalty of the flame dragons at that moment, he would have discovered that their loyalty had plummeted below the acceptable threshold of 60 points, putting them at risk of defection. I believe you have misjudged the situation. Sparing the flame dragons is merely a courtesy granted due to your sincere demeanor, not a negotiation. Yi Chen's expression turned icy. If you do not wish to keep these 6 flame dragons, let them remain here indefinitely. As for now, let us discuss your ransom. Will it be compensation or session? Compensation is voluntary on your part. Session, however, means we will take what is ours. At Yi Chen's words, Lin Xiang's expression shifted drastically. He had never anticipated that Yi Chen's terms for compensation and session would imply such a dire outcome. This meant that regardless of whether he paid or not, the 6 flame dragons would be lost to him, and he would still suffer significant losses. Yi Chen, do not push your luck. You cannot kill in the trial world. Do you not fear that upon returning to Blue Star, I will seek retribution? Lin Xiang faltered, attempting to leverage his family's status as a threat. Yet, Yi Chen merely chuckled in response. Should I call you naive or foolish? The trial world may not permit killing, but it can strip you of your qualifications to become a legitimate lord. Do you truly believe your family will protect you? Or even go so far as to antagonize a formal lord on your behalf? Please, understand your position. You are merely a branch scion of the Lin family, and do not possess such power. Yi Chen's words rendered Lin Xiang's face ashen. Indeed, as he had stated, should he fail to become a legitimate lord, the Lin family would not extend their protection, nor would they risk their reputation for him. Even his own parents might not intervene, as they had more than one son to consider. In large families, ability and worth were paramount. Without the status of a legitimate lord, he would be rendered obsolete. Well, have you made your decision? Will it be cession or compensation? Seeing the other party's prolonged silence, the corpulent man impatiently remarked, today's events have truly brought me immense satisfaction. It is simply exhilarating. Lin Xiang cast a resentful glance at the two individuals, inhaled deeply, and produced a blueprint from his bosom. This was a design for a low-level magical tower, capable of creating a tower with territorial defense capabilities, its power being contingent upon the grade of the embedded magic crystal. Surely, this would suffice? Upon viewing the blueprint, both Yi Chun and the corpulent man displayed a flicker of surprise on their faces. The magical tower, while not enhancing the territory like special buildings, is an indispensable defensive force. Compared to ordinary defensive towers, the magical tower's potency is indeed superior, unleashing spells far more powerful than those of a standard arrow tower. However, Yi Chun merely pursed his lips, choosing to remain silent, as the blueprint evidently did not meet his expectations. Lin Xiang, exasperated, noticed Yi Chun's reluctance to let him off easily, and gritted his teeth, retrieving another item. Oh, a medium-grade earth spirit pearl? Kid, you've got something there. The corpulent man exclaimed, his face brimming with astonished mockery upon seeing the earth-toned orb in Lin Xiang's hand. A rich surge of earth energy emanated from it, far more robust than the low-grade earth spirit pearl he possessed, clearly indicating a higher tier. Even Yi Chun felt a stir of temptation. At this juncture, a medium-grade earth spirit pearl was undeniably a top-tier item, while high-grade pearls would only emerge in the later stages of the trial. Yet, Yi Chun continued to withhold his words, curious to see what other treasures these scions of noble families might possess. Do not overreach yourselves. The value of these two items is already sufficient to purchase your two dilapidated territories. Lin Xiang exclaimed in anger, clearly taken aback that the other party's demands were so exorbitant. The blueprint for the magical tower and the medium-grade earth spirit pearl were evidently insufficient to satisfy them. Yet, it is your own incompetence that has led you to this predicament, Yi Chun stated calmly, asserting that since enmity had already been established, it would be prudent to sever ties completely. If the other party remained obstinate, he harbored no qualms about extinguishing any opportunity they had to become lords. Very well. You desire items, do you? I can provide them, but you must consider whether you possess the means to acquire them, Lin Xiang retorted, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile as he turned towards the solitary wooden hut within the territory. Chapter 31, Another Bloodline Crystal. When Lin Xiang emerged once more from the wooden hut, cradling an object in his arms, both Yi Chun and the corpulent man were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that a bloodline crystal? Must it be so extravagant? The corpulent man exclaimed, utterly astonished that Lin Xiang would present such an item. Impressive, Yi Chun murmured. Yet he harbored an inkling that matters had escalated beyond control. A person of Lin Xiang's caliber should not possess a bloodline crystal. Indeed, this was the case. Lin Xiang's expression betrayed a hint of smugness upon witnessing their astonishment. You two country bumpkins must have heard of a bloodline crystal, right? Its value is such that you may never have the opportunity to encounter one in your lifetime. You wished for compensation, did you not? I shall leave this here. If you dare, come and take it. But do not say I did not warn you. This is meant for our Lin family's young master. Should you dare to seize it, you will truly be at odds with the entire Lin family from Magic City. When the time comes, it will not be I, Lin Xiang, who seeks revenge, but the entire Lin family. Do you truly believe you can escape this trial world and become legitimate lords? Even if you possess the capability to leave, you will face the relentless pursuit of the entire Lin family from Magic City. Lin Xiang spoke with an air of arrogance, knowing that the Lin family from Magic City was his ultimate trump card, and this bloodline crystal was a precious item he had been tasked to retrieve from Si Meng. A transaction had been arranged between the young master of the Lin family and Si Meng, and this bloodline crystal was one of the items exchanged. Should Lin Xiang perish here today, or the bloodline crystal be seized, the young master of the Lin family would undoubtedly unleash the full might of the Lin family from Magic City against Yi Chun and his companion. Even upon returning to Blue Star, the entire Lin family would pursue them relentlessly. This, Brother Chen, the timid corpulent man, hearing Lin Xiang's words, grew flustered. Glancing nervously at Yi Chun, he was unafraid of the brutalities within the trial world. But the prospect of returning to Blue Star only to be hunted by the Lin family transformed the matter entirely. What? Are you afraid? Yi Chun eyed him and asked with a smile. To be honest, a bit. But seeing that arrogant brat, I feel particularly irked. The corpulent man pouted, casting an irritated look at Lin Xiang. Particularly irked? Then let us take him down. As long as you're not afraid. Today I shall reclaim that bloodline crystal, Yi Chun declared, prompting a startled reaction from the corpulent man. Brother Chun, are you joking? Do you really intend to do it? Every day you call me Fat Lord. Do you still remember your own name? Sitsong. You, the illustrious young Master Wang, what is there to fear? What good is being young Master Wang? My father isn't even a lord. Who says your father isn't a lord? Isn't Father Wang right here? Get lost. At that moment, the corpulent man snapped, yet Yi Chen's diversion eased his fear, allowing him to seriously contemplate the pros and cons of seizing the bloodline crystal. Having made an enemy of the Lin family was now an inevitable outcome. It merely hinged upon the magnitude of the feud. If we are truly strong enough, with a sufficiently deep foundation, do you think the Lin family from Magic City would still have the ability to trouble us once we leave the trial world and return to Blue Star? Yi Chen's words resonated like a clarion call in the corpulent man's ears, his gaze fixed in awe upon Yi Chen. As if he had never truly recognized this childhood friend who had grown up with him, indifferent to women yet excelling academically. Brother Chen, you are right. The enemy of a lord is the endless darkness. The Lin family is nothing compared to that. We shall seize the bloodline crystal. After a moment's contemplation, the corpulent man spoke resolutely, inspired by Yi Chen's confident demeanor. Upon hearing the corpulent man's words, Yi Chen revealed a hint of a gratified smile, refraining from further teasing him, and instead turned his gaze back to Lin Xiang. What? Have you come to a decision? If you lack the courage to take the bloodline crystal, I shall take my leave. Lin Xiang mocked, fully aware that anyone would hesitate before opposing the entire Lin family from Magic City. Leave? I never agreed to let you go. Since you have the audacity to present the bloodline crystal, how could I possibly refuse? Yi Chen replied coolly, casually summoning a blazing dragon. Yi Shi, return this blazing dragon, and have it bring the bloodline crystal. If it disobeys, kill it and summon another. The coldness in his tone sent a tremor through the blazing dragon in the territory, which dared not doubt the veracity of his words, for its life was at stake. Yi Shi nodded, releasing the designated blazing dragon, remaining silent as she observed. Though the glint of her sword's edge instilled fear in the blazing dragon, compelling it to comply without question. With a low growl, the blazing dragon turned and made its way toward Lin Xiang. Witnessing his kin obeying the commands of the adversary, Lin Xiang's expression darkened once again. Especially the audacity of the other party to actually dare to take the bloodline crystal was something he had never anticipated. Brute, do you not recognize who your lord is? I now command you to halt. Lin Xiang bellowed, causing the flame dragon to pause momentarily. Turning to glance behind, Yi Shi stood not far away, sword in hand, observing the scene with a bemused expression. The flame dragon's hooves trembled as it recalled Lin Xiang's earlier abandonment and the utterance of the insult brute. The pride of the dragon clan filled it with a sense of fury and humiliation. Turning back, as if it had finally resolved within itself, it leapt forward, charging toward Lin Xiang's territory. This scene left Lin Xiang utterly astonished. He had not expected his own kin to defy his command and turn to his adversary. No, you cannot do this. Do you not comprehend the value of the bloodline crystal? This treasure is sufficient to prompt the entire Lin family of Magic City into action. Lin Xiang shouted, hoping to convey the significance of the bloodline crystal and the Lin family's regard for it, in an attempt to persuade Yi Chen and the others to relent. However, upon hearing this, Yi Chen and the rotund man exchanged knowing smiles. No. How could we not know? If it weren't for the value of this item, it wouldn't be able to buy your life. Yi Chen replied with a grin. At this moment, the flame dragon had reached Lin Xiang's front, and with a furious roar, it seized not only the bloodline crystal, but also the earlier magic tower blueprint and the intermediate earth spirit pearl in its jaws. After casting a deep look at Lin Xiang, it turned and returned toward the territory of the rotund man. Wretched beast, return and return everything to me, you brute. Lin Xiang yelled, utterly shocked that his kin had truly taken his possessions and left. Yet, in the wake of his curses, the flame dragon's speed only increased, emitting a series of low growls, and its loyalty rating plummeted to single digits. Soon, the flame dragon arrived back at the rotund man's territory, where Yi Shi accepted the items and lightly leapt, presenting them to Yi Chen. Holding the items, Yi Chen did not hasten to examine them, but instead cast a dangerously scrutinizing gaze toward Lin Xiang, contemplating whether to eliminate the root of the problem. Perhaps sensing the peril in Yi Chen's gaze, Lin Xiang trembled, suddenly awakening from his fury, glaring at Yi Chen with a face full of resentment. You have taken the items. I can leave now, right? Lin Xiang inquired, feeling profoundly humiliated by the events of the day. Well, let's leave then. I, Yi Chen, am known for my word. Yi Chen replied with a smirk, ultimately voicing his thoughts. He and the rotund man's names had long been known to the other side through Ximeng's registry, so there was little left to conceal. As for Lin Xiang, killing him would not hinder the Lin family's pursuit of him in the trial world. It would be better to let him return, at least avoiding a loss of life, right? With no bloodshed, all matters could be seen merely as entanglements of interests, and in such cases, there are gains and losses, and no one could blame anyone else. Humph, taking the bloodline crystal, you will regret it. Lin Xiang sneered, turning to leave on his floating island, only to suddenly realize something amiss. He turned back, glaring at Yi Chen and demanding, where's my flame dragon? Will you not return them to me? Hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled, I just mentioned that since you do not wish to keep the flame dragon, I shall keep them. However, considering the bloodline crystal, I can offer you another chance. As long as these flame dragons are willing to follow you, I will return them. After saying this, Yi Chun waved his hand toward Yi Shi and the others, who immediately released their hold on the flame dragons, allowing them the freedom to depart. However, the flame dragons exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation, especially the one that had taken the bloodline crystal, which let out a furious roar aimed at Lin Xiang, then lay down, closing its eyes, and began to doze off in the rotund man's territory. Yet, everyone knew that this slumber was a pretense. It truly wished to disregard Lin Xiang. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to rebel? Do not forget who your master is. This scene left Lin Xiang seething, clearly never having anticipated that his kin would one day betray him. This was undoubtedly more painful than losing the bloodline crystal. The remaining flame dragons began to emit low growls, one by one laying down. However, unlike the first, they did not close their eyes but instead gazed back at Lin Xiang's territory with a hint of sadness and reluctance. There lay their dragon nest, where countless flame dragons would be born in the future. Yet, having encountered such a master, one could not tell if they were fortunate or unfortunate. Chapter 32, The Grey Iron Dwarf. It seems your flame dragons do not wish to leave with you. You are quite the unsuccessful lord. Upon witnessing the flame dragons lay down, the rotund man mocked with palpable excitement. The presence of the flame dragons implied that they would become his and Yi Chen's kin. As long as these 6 flame dragons were not all of the same gender, they could potentially cultivate a multitude of flame dragons in the future, truly becoming their own kin. Lin Xiang was filled with rage, yet he could find no counter-argument to the rotund man's words. Kin have never been the slaves of any lord, nor are they mere tools to be discarded. They are independent beings with their own thoughts and lives. Their willingness to heed a lord's command is born from the life the lord has granted them, leading them to battle the darkness and reclaim the world that rightfully belongs to them, not as cattle for slaughter or mere sacrifices for profit. You have never regarded your kin as equals. How could you possibly earn the loyalty and allegiance of the flame dragons? Do not forget, it was you who abandoned them, not they who abandoned you. Yi Chen stated solemnly. This was not only directed at Lin Xiang, but also served as a reminder to the rotund man and himself. At all times, he hoped that he and those around him could remain true to their original intentions, not be seduced by the power and status bestowed by lordship. As his words fell, many kin turned back, their gazes touched with emotion as they looked toward him. Even the flame dragon that had closed its eyes could not help but open them, gazing at him. In contrast, Lin Xiang was unable to absorb this message, his mind clouded by anger and resentment. Seeing his kin resolutely unwilling to return, he dramatically waved his sleeve and departed on his empty floating island. Yi Chen could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that Lin Xiang had clearly not grasped the essence of his words. Whether this was for better or worse would ultimately depend on his own fate. Brother Chen, you must protect me in the future. I, this goblin, am utterly powerless, relying entirely on you and the beautiful Jianda. With Lin Xiang's departure, the rotund man's tension dissipated. Just moments ago, he had been so boastful, and now he was filled with trepidation. The adversary they faced was a colossal behemoth. With their newfound lordly powers, how could they contend against a noble family? Even Jianmingyi, born into a lordly family, lacked such capability, let alone the 2 of them, who were orphan lords. Rely on us. Why not mention relying on the beauty Simeng? She has the backing of the All Things Tower. Does she fear the noble families of Magic City? Yi Chen retorted, rather irritated, asserting that if a lordly family were truly so easy to deal with, it would have collapsed long ago. Let it go? They are from the All Things Tower. How could they possibly pay attention to us? The stout fellow, with a countenance full of despair, spoke, causing Yi Chen to shake his head repeatedly. What are you so frightened about? Have you not already forged a deal with Simeng regarding the stone golem and the magic crystal bomb? As the transaction deepens and the influence on the All Things Tower grows, they will undoubtedly ensure your safety, for it pertains to their interests. Relying on the stone golem and the magic crystal bomb? Is that feasible? He retorted, nonsense. Of course it's not. Therefore, you must innovate and develop superior creations, constructs, advanced magic crystal bombs, strategic weaponry, and the trade network I previously mentioned. If you can seize the trade network of the trial space, the All Things Tower will only contemplate how to collaborate with you. As for the Lin family of Magic City, they will amount to nothing. The stout man inhaled sharply, but upon further contemplation, he found merit in the assertion. You are correct. If I were to commandeer the trade network of the All Things Tower, it would signify that my network is more formidable. Upon returning to Blue Star, they would vie to partner with me, rendering the Lin family of Magic City inconsequential. But this is a trade network we are discussing. Can we truly rely on this band of goblins? As he spoke, his confidence waned. For the spatial teleportation array had always been a unique capability of the Star Spirit clan, and his goblins had yet to demonstrate any aptitude in this regard. Everything seemed to be at a standstill. How can we know unless we try? Even if we cannot seize the trade network, if you can develop and mass-produce the constructs, it will be sufficient to deter the Lin family from making any moves against us. Yi Chen consoled, observing the stout man's doubtful demeanor, and could only sigh in resignation. Let us take it slow. You are right. Being able to produce constructs alone would be enough to make the Lin family wary. The stout man nodded, finally feeling reassured. If he was utterly at a loss regarding the trade network, at least there were clear leads concerning the constructs, with the stone golem serving as an excellent starting point. The stone golem could merely exhibit Tier 2 capabilities, whereas a true construct could unleash powers exceeding Tier 7, rivaling angels and dragons in strength. Unfortunately, the number of lords capable of crafting constructs was exceedingly limited, and the production costs were exorbitantly high, beyond the means of ordinary lords. In both Blue Star and the Dark World, constructs had always been the epitome of rare commodities. Having soothed the stout man, the pair activated the floating island's movement function and departed the area. By the way, you can keep those flame dragons. Consider it a means to bolster the goblins' inadequate combat power. Nurture them well, and perhaps you might rear a few genuine dragons. Chen remarked, glancing at the flame dragons still residing in the stout man's territory. Huh, Brother Chen, you won't take them? The stout man was taken aback. Though the flame dragons were not true dragons, they were formidable kin, significantly stronger than typical elves. He had not anticipated Chen's willingness to relinquish them so readily. Yes, my lordly talents differ from those of ordinary lords. Keeping them here would be unsuitable. Chen nodded. His primal bloodline primarily affected the kin's nests, exerting little influence on the kin he recaptured. Moreover, he had no desire to raise western lizards in the eastern primal lands, especially not ones that lacked the beauty of silverleaf moon elves. Well, all right. The stout man nodded, accepting without hesitation. With Chen's kin being exceptionally strong, he did not mind acquiring a few flame dragons. Once the ownership of the flame dragons was settled, the two began examining the 3 items extorted from Lin Xiang. The intermediate Earth Spirit Pearl was self-explanatory, as it was essential for territory advancement. The remaining items were the blueprints for a magic tower and the precious bloodline crystal. Primary magic tower. Depending on the attributes of the spirit stones used in construction and the level of the magic crystals, it will unleash spells of varying properties and potency. Required materials: 200 wood, 100 stone, 10 spirit stones of the same attribute. Area: 100 square meters. Power: can release spells up to Tier 3. The attributes of a standard magic tower were rather unremarkable. However, producing Tier 3 spell attacks would still be commendable. The stout man nodded in agreement. The attributes of defensive towers were generally similar, as they were merely defensive structures, and once the territory expanded, 1 or 2 defensive towers would not yield significant effects. Chen remarked, casually handing the blueprint to the stout man. Take it. It's a useful tool for survival. In the early stages, this can come in handy. Just ensure that a few dark creatures don't turn your territory into chaos. That sounds good. The stout man accepted without reluctance, having already acquired the flame dragons. He found no harm in obtaining the magic tower blueprint as well. Their focus then shifted to the final highlight, the bloodline crystal obtained from Lin Xiang. Bloodline crystal, Gray Iron Dwarf. A crystallization containing the bloodline of the Gray Iron Dwarf. It can be integrated into the territory's nest, ensuring that the next 10 recruitments will definitely yield Gray Iron Dwarfs. Note, depending on the nest, there is a chance of mutation in the recruited Gray Iron Dwarfs. Note, depending on the nest, there is a chance of becoming a symbiotic race of that nest. Upon seeing the bloodline crystal, both men's faces lit up with joy. For this was precisely the race adept in forging that they desperately needed. I recall that the bloodline crystal Meng failed to auction was for the Gray Iron Dwarfs. So this crystal must have been taken by Lin Xiang afterward? The stout man exclaimed in astonishment, reaching for his wristwatch to inquire Meng, only to halt abruptly. It would be prudent not to broadcast this widely. After all, Meng is unaware that we seized the bloodline crystal, and Lin Xiang is oblivious to the fact that we are currently at the special coordinates provided by Meng. It is wise to remain cautious, given that we are mere strangers meeting for the first time. Indeed, the simultaneous appearance of 2 identical bloodline crystals is highly improbable. It is likely that the All Things Tower and the Lin family of Magic City have reached some form of agreement, with Lin Xiang merely acting as a courier. Chen nodded. Ah, that fellow truly is unfortunate. Instead of delivering his goods properly, he came seeking to confront us. Not only did he lose the fight, but he also mislaid his cargo. The stout man mused with a sigh. Let us not pity him. Remember not to mention this to Meng to avoid alerting the Lin family to our whereabouts. Chen cautioned, evidently sharing the stout man's thoughts. Understood. I won't speak of it. However, it likely won't remain hidden for long. We should secure that special coordinate as soon as possible. The stout man nodded. True. Should we use this bloodline crystal, or shall I? You take it. Don't you possess special talents? If the ravaging rabbit can mutate, perhaps the Gray Iron Dwarfs can too. Who knows? We might even summon a youthful visage under the moonlight. Get out of here with that. Are you suggesting one with limbs thicker than its torso? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Your tastes are indeed peculiar. Before long, the two had decided the fate of the bloodline crystal and subsequently returned to their respective territories. The stout man needed to train the flame dragons, while Chen made his way to the Silverleaf Bay laurel tree with the bloodline crystal in hand. The crimson essence of the bloodline transformed into wisps of mist, drifting towards the silverleaf bay laurel tree and gradually merging into its trunk. Chapter 33, The Mountain God and the Land, must read. As the bloodline crystal flowed in, a series of messages re-emerged in Chen's mind. Bloodline crystal, gray iron dwarf, integration in progress. Due to the influence of the lordly talent, the bloodline structure undergoes alteration, transforming into a new race, land god. Due to the influence of the lordly talent, the bloodline structure undergoes alteration, transforming into a new race, mountain god. The infusion of the bloodline crystal was complete, and in the subsequent 10 recruitments, it was certain that one land deity and one mountain god would be summoned. A wisp of earthy yellow mist appeared, swirling like ribbons among the branches of the silver-leaved laurel tree, which gleamed as brilliantly as the full moon. As a result, the recruitment options before Chen underwent a transformation. The previously available silver-leafed moon sprite had been replaced by the mountain god and the land deity. To his astonishment, the transformation had occurred, and Chen, momentarily taken aback, wasted no time in investing 10 first-tier magic crystals, utilizing all 10 recruitments at once. Instantly, 10 towering men, each standing 3 meters tall, and 10 diminutive, hunchbacked old men with white beards appeared before him. Indeed, the mountain gods and land deities of myth and legend. Mountain gods and land deities, we pay our respects to you, Lord. The 20 figures bowed slightly, addressing Chen with reverence. Greetings, everyone. Take some time to familiarize yourselves with the territory. I will assess your respective abilities and subsequently assign you your duties. Chen replied with a nod. Although these 20 individuals were merely the lowest rank of Earth immortals in the mythological heavenly realm, the aura they emanated was no less formidable than that of Yue. At your command, they responded in unison, the thunderous voice of the mountain god drawing the attention of a nearby rotund man. As the 20 figures gradually dispersed, Chen began to examine their talents. After all, they had been summoned through the bloodline crystal, and it was unlikely that there would be more than these 20. Name, unnamed. Race, mountain god. Level, tier 3 loyalty, 100 growth, 0-7 attributes. Constitution 32, strength 28, agility 8, intelligence 20, spirit 20. Innate skill 1, mountain moving. Possessing immense strength, capable of moving mountains, with strength attribute increased by 100. Innate skill 2, mountainous, unmoved as a mountain. Damage taken reduced by 30, and damage reduction increased to 60 while in a stationary state. Name, unnamed. Race, land deity. Level, tier 3 loyalty, 100 growth, 0-7 attributes. Constitution 15, strength 12, agility 8, intelligence 40, spirit 20. Innate skill 1, earth manipulation, possessing the ability to control soil. Innate skill 2, earth escape, capable of burrowing underground, rendering oneself undetectable. One was strength-oriented, the other magic-oriented. Yet this meant that the forging skills Chen had desired were now absent. Staring at the information of one mountain god and one land deity, Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. He had initially sought a group of forge-capable gray iron dwarves. Now, although they had mutated into a more powerful primordial race, they had lost their essential forging talents, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Good heavens, Brother Chen, what have you transformed into? A dumb giant and a little old man? At that moment, the rotund man approached, astonished by the sudden influx of dependents in Chen's territory. However, as his words fell, both the mountain gods and land deities turned their gaze towards him with an expression of discontent, startling him anew. Apologies. My lack of filter is regrettable. Please do not take offense. The rotund man hastily apologized. Young man, you must temper your nature. One must recognize that calamity often arises from the tongue. Do not let this mouth lead you to ruin. A land deity admonished him earnestly, confirming that the rotund man bore no malice. The unfortunate rotund man could only nod incessantly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, as he sensed the aura emanating from these giants and old men was not at all inferior to that of Yue. Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the scene. Finally, someone could teach this rotund man a lesson besides the moon rabbit. Brother Chen, what sort of recruitment have you conducted? I can understand the amiable old gentleman, but what of these towering, formidable men? Were those bloodline crystals not for dwarves? Finally free from the land deity's presence, the rotund man inquired curiously, his face a canvas of perplexity. Indeed, dwarves. But do you not know? In Western mythology, dwarves are crafted from the bones of giants, thus inherently possessing giant bloodlines. Chen shrugged, sharing his knowledge. Such information was absent from the texts. Yet in his past life, he had accumulated considerable understanding of dwarves. Not to mention many ancient texts in this world also referenced dwarves as possibly related to the primordial titans. So, you have awakened their giant bloodlines? What is your innate talent? The rotund man exclaimed in awe, marveling at the notion that while others' lordly talents might not even induce normal bloodline mutations, Chen had directly activated ancient bloodlines. Well, did I not mention? The primordial bloodline enables my dependents to possess primordial heritage, and the Primordial is likely the most ancient myth of Huaxia. Yi Chen shrugged again, noting that the entire world had become unified, and Huaxia mythology was now largely forgotten. Huaxia mythology? I recall that our Jiangnan city is situated in the ancient Huaxia region, right? We, the Huazhou people, also possess ancient Huaxia bloodlines. Could it be that Huaxia's primordial mythology is that remarkable, starting at Tier 3? The rotund man queried, his face brimming with anticipation for Huaxia mythology. Roughly speaking, yes. The land deities, mountain gods, and Yu are among the lowest tier of deities within Huaxia mythology, likely comparable to angels. However, strictly speaking, the mountain gods and land deities should hold slightly higher status than Yu, as the former belong to the category of true gods, while the latter merely holds the status of a servant among immortals. Yi Chen explained. Considering this distinction could clarify why the newly summoned mountain gods and land deities exuded a stronger aura than Yu. Impressive, Brother Chen. How do you know all of this? The rotund man was captivated, as if listening to a fascinating tale. However, as Yi Chen continued to inspect the information of his dependents, his gaze suddenly sharpened. What is this? A special talent? He murmured. For in the other mountain gods and land deities, he indeed discovered several distinctly different talents. Racial talent, master craftsman, proficient in forging, possessing extraordinary craftsmanship. Racial talent, spirit planting, skilled in planting, enabling the rapid maturation of herbs and enhancing their efficacy. Racial talent, spirit communication, able to communicate with flora and fauna, assisting them in their growth. Only 3 land deities and 2 mountain gods possessed these 3 talents, with 2 land deities having spirit planting and 1 land deity possessing spirit communication. It seemed the forging talent of the gray iron dwarves had not been transferred. Yet the mountain gods inherently bore forging capabilities. Yi Chen murmured to himself, his heart swelling with joy. With mountain gods capable of forging, the pile of iron ore in his territory could finally be put to use. From this day forth, you shall be named Liu Ban and Moze. I hope that you will embody the craftsmanship of the true Liu Ban and Moze. Yi Chen promptly assigned names to the 2 mountain gods. Moreover, the other mountain gods and land deities were also bestowed names, eliciting expressions of gratitude from all. Though the territory is currently modest, I apologize for the inconvenience. But I have acquired the foundational stones for the territory and will soon expand its boundaries. At that time, you shall have ample space to showcase your abilities. Yi Chen remarked apologetically, observing the somewhat cramped territory. The 50-acre expanse was indeed substantial, yet after deducting a significant portion for cultivation, the available living space was rather limited. With the arrival of 10 towering mountain gods, the territory had become quite congested. My lord, you are too kind. We are profoundly grateful for the opportunity to exist in this world and to have a place to call home. An elderly land steward spoke up, with others echoing his sentiments. It is indeed an honor for me, Yi Chen, to have your understanding. And I will rely on all of you for the subsequent development of the land and territory, Yi Chen replied, nodding in agreement as he assigned tasks to the mountain deities and land spirits. 4 mountain deities and 2 land spirits were designated to oversee the territory's defense and vigilance, while 3 land spirits with special talents were tasked with agriculture and livestock rearing. The remaining land spirits would focus on soil improvement. The land spirits endowed with soil control abilities possessed skills that rivaled certain earth-type spirit stones, and their proficiency was even more adept. As for the mountain deities, aside from the 4 who would take turns on watch, the remaining 6 immersed themselves in the construction of the territory. Yi Chen intended to replan his domain, centering it around the silver-leaved laurel tree and the forthcoming Lord's mansion, dividing the entire territory into 4 sections with artificial demarcations for the east, south, west, and north. The eastern and southern sections would be exclusively for planting and breeding. The western section would serve as the residence for the kin, and the northern section would house his dwelling and some special buildings. Following this reorganization, the territory would undergo a comprehensive transformation, necessitating the transplantation of numerous spirit plants. Fortunately, the silver-leaved elves excelled in cultivation, and with the land spirit's assistance, the task became significantly easier. After completing the reallocation, Yi Chen began preparing for the construction of the Lord's mansion and other special structures. Chapter 34. Constructing the Verdant Lord's mansion. Oh, are we finally going to build the Lord's mansion? The rotund figure, filled with excitement, rubbed his chubby hands at the mention of Yi Chen's plans. The Lord's mansion was renowned as a structure exclusive to the exceptional, not something an ordinary lord could attain, let alone Yi Chen's design, which was among the most prestigious. Not so fast. The Verdant Lord's mansion requires a considerable amount of vine plants that have yet to be cultivated, and stones and other materials need to be gathered by the mountain deities, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He too wished to expedite the construction of the Verdant Lord's mansion, for it would bring various advantages to the territory and provide him with a true lordly abode. Unfortunately, the extensive requirement for vine plants meant considerable time would be needed for cultivation. That is true, although vine plants have a relatively short growth cycle. The sheer quantity still demands a significant amount of time. The rotund figure nodded, his fervor somewhat tempered. Though we cannot construct the mansion yet, let us not forget. We still possess a workshop blueprint. Chen smiled, producing another blueprint obtained from the auction of the stone golem puppet. Workshop, level 1. Required materials, 300 wood, 200 stone. 50 iron. Oregon area, 200 square meters. Selectable workshop types, forging, jewelry, engineering, alchemy, tailoring, leatherworking. Property bonus 1. Enhances cognitive agility by 20 within the workshop. The attributes of the workshop blueprint were straightforward, yet singular, allowing the selection of 3 workshop types and an enhancement to cognitive agility. Cognitive agility is an abstract yet tangible value, relating to mental activity and bursts of inspiration, all linked to cognitive sensitivity. An enhancement of 20 implies an increase in efficiency and creativity by that same measure within the workshop, facilitating greater success and innovation in production for the kin. The attributes are simplistic, yet powerful, the rotund figure remarked, observing the blueprint. Indeed, and the construction costs are not exorbitant, comprising basic materials. Chen nodded, noting that they were not lacking in fundamental wood, stone, and iron ore. Then let us proceed with the construction. Have you decided on the 3 types of workshops you wish to build? The rotund figure inquired. Engineering, 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 Chen declared, promptly placing the blueprint into the rotund figure's arms. What? Are you serious? You want me to build 3 engineering workshops? The rotund figure replied in bewilderment. Yes. The 3 engineering workshops will raise cognitive agility by an additional 5, allowing your goblins to diligently research engineering and expedite the creation of the teleportation array. Chen affirmed. But, Brother Chen, don't we require weapons and armor? Shouldn't we construct a forging and tailoring workshop instead? Is your mathematics taught by a physical education teacher? The territory technology research clearly states that noisy structures cannot coexist with silent ones, such as engineering and forging, unless you are unperturbed by the flames of engineering and, in a moment of fright, accidentally blow your territory to smithereens. Didn't I copy your answers in that subject? The rotund figure weakly protested, for he truly was a struggling student. Is there any subject you haven't copied from? Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. If he had become a lord through intellect, this fellow undoubtedly relied on brute strength. Sports? Chen scolded, feigning exasperation. However, the rotund figure was unfazed and spun back around. Brother Chen, are you really giving me this? Can I build 3 forging workshops instead? We are indeed in need of weapons and armor. Forging requires merely fire and a hammer. It doesn't need to be extravagant, as it is only a temporary measure. However, your engineering studies will require gradual research and exploration, so it's best to seize the time. Chen responded. In truth, he was also uncertain whether the forging methods of the ancient races were comparable to those of normal races. Myths often depict fire appearing at a mere gesture. It was not guaranteed that a forging workshop would be necessary, so it might be wiser to wait for them to construct it themselves. All right then, with a definitive answer. The rotund figure wasted no time and returned to his floating island with the blueprint. Soon, a 200 square meter structure rose from the ground, with numerous goblins beginning to enter. These were the selected goblins endowed with engineering talents, set to be the backbone of his upcoming research team. With the workshop established, Chen turned his attention back to organizing his affairs. In addition to the crops previously sown, he had also acquired a substantial number of seeds and poultry at the trading fair. Cotton trees, mulberry trees, and apple trees were to be planted in the nearby woods. And rice must be sown. How could the southerners live without white rice? And chili peppers, what a delightful seasoning. Yuling, gather a few individuals to oversee the planting of these vines in the designated area, ensuring their survival, as we will require them for the construction of the Lord's mansion. Also, land spirits, usher these geese into the chicken coop, have the mountain deities build a shelter, and once they are well nourished, we can enjoy a feast of iron pot stewed goose. By the way, Luban, gather a few people to dig out a small pond for me. It need not be vast, as I intend to raise a few golden-winged fish. And soon we shall have fish to eat. As Chen systematically assigned tasks, the entire territory thrived with vibrant development. 3 days later, all the materials were finally gathered, and the verdant Lord's mansion rose majestically amidst the eager gazes of all. The territory was instantly enveloped in a wave of vitality, and even its area expanded significantly in that moment. Furthermore, tender green grass sprouted through the soil, a discovery that delighted the silver-leaved elves. Chen and the rotund figure approached the Lord's mansion, both visibly exhilarated. This edifice stands tall and majestic, although its footprint is merely equivalent to that of a workshop, encompassing a modest area of 200 square meters. Its height surpasses that of the workshop by a factor of 2. The entire structure is composed of robust timber, leaning against a silver-leaved laurel tree, with tendrils cascading down, creating an illusion of a hidden sanctuary nestled within the woods. However, the facade of the Lord's manor is undeniably grand, maintaining the tradition of an imposing entrance. Despite being crafted from wood, it still exudes an aura of solemnity and weightiness. How magnificent! The rotund fellow exclaimed, marveling at such a lord's manor, which undoubtedly embodies the aspirations of all lords. Indeed, and its attributes are even more splendid. Chapter 35, The Verdant Lord's Manor. After Chen concluded his words, he proceeded to unveil the attributes of the Verdant Lord's Manor. Verdant Lord's Manor, Level 1. Materials required for upgrade: 10,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1 ton of iron ore, 10,000 units of second-tier magic crystals, and 3,000 units of various green plants. Footprint: 200 square meters. Spirit stone embedding slots: 0-10. Attribute bonus 1. Increases territory area by 10, maximum 100 acres. Attribute bonus 2. Accelerates the growth rate of plants within the territory by 5. Attribute bonus 3. Enhances the soil improvement rate within the territory by 5. With the successful construction of the Verdant Lord's Manor, the growth rate of plants across the entire territory experienced a notable acceleration, along with a significant enhancement in soil quality. Most visibly, the additional land bordering the territory greatly expanded Chen's domain, increasing from approximately 50 acres to 55 acres, a seemingly modest increment, yet sufficient to accommodate 3 to 5 mountain deities comfortably. Can the Verdant Lord's Manor be upgraded? Upon seeing its attributes, the rotund fellow exclaimed in astonishment. An upgradable Lord's Manor signifies its potential for prolonged utility. Rare Lord's Manors typically possess upgrade capabilities. However, for a Level 1 manor, reaching Level 3 through 2 upgrades is the limit, and acquiring blueprints for a Level 4 Lord's Manor would necessitate further quests. Chen nodded in agreement. This is precisely why rare Lord's Manors hold considerable value. With minimal resources, one can elevate them from Level 1 to Level 3, thus saving Lords a substantial amount of resources and alleviating the burden of seeking blueprints for higher-tier manors. Indeed, how enviable. The rotund fellow nodded, his face alight with admiration. What is there to envy? Come, let us venture inside. Chen chuckled, leading the rotund fellow and his numerous kin into the Lord's Manor. The manor, though not expansive, could not accommodate such a crowd all at once. However, the interior was well lit, dispelling any sense of gloom. Furthermore, a delicate fragrance of flowers and herbs wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit. The 200 square meter manor consists of a 100 square meter hall, as anticipated. Upon entering, the first sight was a spacious hall. Aside from the windows above and a small door at the back, the hall was devoid of furnishings. Fear not, my lord. We shall promptly furnish this hall for you. Both Luban and Mo chimed in upon seeing the empty space. Many thanks to you both. Simply inform Yi Ling of any materials you require. Chen responded with a smile, graciously accepting the goodwill of his kin. Traversing through the hall, they arrived at a modest courtyard flanked by short corridors adorned with cascading vines. Beyond the courtyard was a relatively small house, which was likely to become Chen's future residence. The utilization of the 200 square meter area was indeed commendable. A 100 square meter hall, a 40 square meter courtyard, and a 60 square meter house. This dwelling must exceed the size of any rental accommodation he had in Blue Star, the rotund fellow jested. Indeed, Chen nodded. As an orphan who emerged from a children's home, he had relied solely on his own means. Had it not been for his sister, who also came from an orphanage, he might not have been able to afford even a 50 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, and would have been left to sleep on the streets. Now, the house in the manor's backyard surpassed his previous living conditions on Blue Star. Hey, once you officially become a lord and return to Blue Star, upgrading this manor will provide you with an even grander residence. I recall that a Level 2 Lord's Manor boasts a footprint of 1,000 square meters. The rotund fellow remarked, smiling. The two did not linger on this topic and instead entered Chen's room. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout, while not excessively spacious, was still quite rational in its design, and the wooden structure promised a comfortable living experience. Yet, much like the hall, the room contained nothing. Everything would require Luban and Mo to craft anew. Once the exhilaration of constructing the Lord's Manor subsided, the guests gradually departed, and the rotund fellow returned to his own territory, while Chen remained in the hall, gazing at the 5 circular slots on the wall. He retrieved a soil-colored orb and gently placed it into one of the slots. Instantaneously, it felt as though the entire territory underwent a transformation. The ground beneath his feet became more moist and fertile, with some previously excavated uneven areas now generating fresh soil, and small mounds rising in unnoticed corners. With the expansion of his territory, these mounds might one day evolve into hills or even mountains. The intermediate Earth Spirit Orb indeed brought about monumental changes to the territory. Observing the embedded Earth Spirit Orb in the wall, Chen could already sense the alterations across the entire domain. Intermediate Earth Spirit Orb enhances soil improvement rate within the territory by 100, with a significant probability of altering the terrain, affecting a maximum radius of 2,000 acres. Such is the efficacy of the Intermediate Earth Spirit Orb. Even before the establishment of a true 5-element cycle array, its influence on the territory was already profound. The territory requires a minimum area of 100 acres to accommodate a Spirit Orb. However, with the Lord's Manor, I can directly place 10 Spirit Orbs even if the territory's area is insufficient. The rate of development for the territory will undoubtedly accelerate. Chen mused, contemplating the remaining 4 circular slots on the wall. These are the embedding slots for the spirit orbs. There are 5 in the hall and 5 in his room, totaling 10, yet he had only inserted 1 intermediate earth spirit orb thus far. After a moment of contemplation, Chen took out a low-level water spirit orb and placed it into another circular slot. Immediately, he sensed moisture rising from the previously arid territory, significantly increasing the humidity within the domain. Low-level water spirit orb, capable of generating up to 100 million cubic meters of water daily, with a slight chance of altering the terrain, affecting a maximum radius of 500 acres. For a level 0 lord, 100 million cubic meters daily is more than adequate. However, the disparity between low-level and intermediate spirit orbs is indeed substantial. Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon reviewing the attributes of the low-level water spirit orb. Not to mention the difference in influence radius. The intermediate earth spirit orb is already 4 times that of the low-level water spirit orb. Thankfully, the low-level water spirit orb suffices for now, and there is no immediate need for replacement. I'll leave the remaining slots empty for now. Replacing spirit orbs could potentially damage the slots, and there's no rush at present. Chen concluded, opting not to fill the remaining slots as he turned to exit the Lord's Manor. Chapter 36, Attack. Robbery. In the ensuing days, Chen and the rotund fellow focused on developing their territories while swiftly approaching a designated coordinate. This location, they had calculated, lay approximately half a month's journey away, far from a swift arrival. On this journey, they continuously cleared the meteorites encountered along the way, acquiring various resources while simultaneously expanding their territory. 2 weeks later, both Chen and the fatty had amassed territories exceeding 100 acres, not accounting for the enhancements provided by the Green Shade Lord's Manor. However, their territories exhibited considerable differences. Chen's land was vibrant and flourishing, with vast expanses of vegetation rooted in the soil and meandering streams flowing gently, resembling a veritable paradise. In contrast, the fatty's territory appeared rather haphazard, with a ring of solidity at its center, while the outskirts were littered with debris and numerous burrows, serving as nests for goblins and fire dragons. Lacking the enhancement of the silverleaf laurel and the optimization from the spirit pearl, the slow efficacy of the spirit stones could merely sustain the vitality of the territory. The efficiency of land transformation was regrettably low. This was under the condition that Chen had dispatched a land spirit to assist. Otherwise, the expansion of the fatty's territory would have been in jeopardy. Brother Chen, could you infuse this meteorite core? I truly feel the need to stabilize things. Otherwise, I fear this bunch of rascals might dismantle everything. After clearing another meteorite, the fatty handed the core to Chen. Chen's territory boasted a Lord's Manor and the enhancement of a mid-level Earth Spirit Pearl, making territorial expansion a trivial matter. Yet, the fatty's land was already on the brink of collapse. Alright, I shall send a land spirit over to assist you shortly. Given that both the land and mountain spirits have achieved advancement, their control over the soil has been significantly enhanced, and they will soon be able to ameliorate your situation. Chen nodded in agreement, casually opening the dark treasure chest found within the meteorite. Inside lay an assortment of common materials and seeds. With only a mountain axe appearing noteworthy, he would save that for the mountain spirit later. By clearing this meteorite, he had successfully facilitated the advancement of several mountain spirits and land spirits. Although none had reached the 4th tier during their initial advancement, their overall strength had substantially improved, transitioning from early stage tier 3 to late stage tier 3, with the next advancement likely to elevate them to 4th tier units. Thank you very much. Haha. The fatty laughed heartily. He was well aware of the enhanced control over soil that the land and mountain spirits possessed. The only fertile patch at the center of his territory had been cultivated by Chen's land spirit. Now that the land spirit had completed its first round of advancement, its power had surged dramatically, undoubtedly enhancing its ability to improve the land. Indeed, upon reviewing the attributes of the mountain and land spirits, a delighted expression blossomed on Chen's face. Race, mountain spirit level, tier 3 loyalty, 100 growth rate, 17, normal growth period of 6 months. Total attributes reaching 250 points. Attributes: Constitution 62, Strength 58, Agility 17, Intelligence 30, Spirit 30. Talent Skill 1, Mountain Moving, possessing immense strength. It grants the ability to move mountains, increasing strength attributes by 100. Talent Skill 2, Mountainous, as unyielding as a mountain, it reduces damage taken by 30, with a further increase to 60 while standing still. Talent Skill 3, Basic Breathing Technique, a special breathing method that can gradually enhance personal attributes. Talent Skill 4, Rock Solid. The body becomes as hard as rock, reducing damage taken by 40. Talent Skill 5, Exorcism. Increases damage dealt to dark creatures by 20, while reducing mental damage taken by 20. Race: Land Spirit Level, Tier 3 Loyalty, 100 Growth Rate, 0.7, Normal Growth Period of 6 months. Total attributes reaching 250 points. Attributes: Constitution 28, Strength 19, Agility 16, Intelligence 80, Spirit 60. Talent Skill 1, Soil Control, possesses the ability to manipulate the soil. Talent Skill 2, Burrowing, can burrow underground, making it undetectable. Talent Skill 3, Basic Breathing Technique, a special breathing method that can gradually enhance personal attributes. Talent Skill 4, Abundant Harvest, tasked with overseeing a patch of land, ensuring peace and tranquility in the village, with a 30 increase in crop yield within the protective range. Talent Skill 5, Exorcism, increases damage dealt to dark creatures by 20, while reducing mental damage taken by 20. Aside from those with unique talents like Luban and others, the majority of the spirits possessed similar talents, with only a handful awakening other special abilities, predominantly related to craftsmanship, spirit plants, and communication. Furthermore, the exorcism and basic breathing technique appeared to be talents inherent to the primordial races, as they were commonly found among nearly all mountain spirits, land spirits, and even UAE, which surprised Chen somewhat. However, the most significant talent was the newly emerged abundant harvest ability of the land spirit, which allowed it to safeguard the tranquility of the land it governed, ensuring bountiful crops. Though the enhancement was merely 30, it was still formidable, particularly for lords focused on logistics, as it represented a remarkable boon. Brother Chen, there are people over there. The fatty's sudden exclamation interrupted Chen, who was still reviewing the attributes of his followers. Looking up, he observed 5 floating islands converging towards their location. Just passing by, Chen mused, momentarily unfazed. Considering the number of lords within the trial space, encountering others was hardly surprising. Wait a minute, it seems they are heading straight for us, the fatty exclaimed, suddenly realizing the situation. Without needing his prompting, Chen had already discerned that the 5 floating islands were indeed targeting them or their location. All personnel stand ready. Chen commanded gravely. Regardless of the circumstances, being prepared for battle was always prudent. The floating islands approached swiftly, soon reaching the vicinity of the two, and began to decelerate, clearly indicating that their objective was none other than them. As the distance closed, the conditions on the islands became visible to Chen and the fatty. Each of the 5 territories was sizable, though not quite reaching Chen's 100 acres. They were still substantial at 70 to 80 acres. Moreover, the strength of the inhabitants on the islands was commendable, all initial level races at Tier 1, which had developed into Tier 2 or even Tier 3 over nearly a month. However, when the leader of the opposing faction stepped forth and bellowed a coarse command, both Chen and the fatty were momentarily taken aback. Attack. Robbery. Chapter 37, The Robbery Quintet. Starry Sky Bandits? The thought flickered through their minds. In the ongoing struggle against darkness, the path of a lord was undoubtedly arduous and fraught with peril. Consequently, a new profession emerged, the Starry Sky Bandit. Navigating through the shadows, they disregarded the formidable dark creatures, focusing solely on the weaker, low-tier lords, extracting whatever meager value they could to bolster their own power, before returning to the lordly circles to flaunt their prowess. They termed it a noble endeavor, robbing the rich to assist the poor, seizing your wealth to alleviate their poverty. Yet, Chen and the fatty had not anticipated that this was merely the trial world for novice lords, where a group of enterprising young individuals, fresh to the role of lords, had already begun to develop this grand enterprise. What did you say? Chen inquired uncertainly. If it were a vendetta, he could perhaps comprehend, but a robbery? Did they not fear being crushed? I said, attack, robbery, hand over everything you just acquired. The rotund individual could no longer contain himself and interjected, indeed, hand it over. The leader from the opposing side finally managed to utter the words he had been struggling to say, visibly relieved. Brother Chen, he's a stutterer. Is it really so difficult to be a Starry Sky Bandit nowadays? Not only has recruitment extended into the trial world, but they've also chosen a stutterer to lead? The chubby man gazed at Chen with an expression of helplessness. Could it be the recent economic downturn? I've heard that another world on the front lines has completely fallen. Darkness draws ever closer to Blue Star. Chen pondered this for a moment and replied, perhaps that is the only plausible explanation. What are you muttering about? Didn't you hear my brother's command? Robbery. Surrender your belongings. At that moment, a lord from another island shouted out. He was a slightly plump young man, pale and delicate looking. His fierce reprimand lacked any semblance of intimidation, rendering him quite adorable instead. Be serious. We are in the midst of a robbery. Stop dawdling and hand over your valuables, spoke a tall, slender youth, resembling a bamboo pole. Yet the occasional flourish of his fingers was utterly nauseating. Wait, what a handsome young man. I want to capture him. A delicate voice chimed in their ears. They turned to see a robust figure, not inferior in height to Chen, and broader than the chubby man, who was now blushing and gazing at Chen with a shy expression, incessantly batting his eyelashes. Oh my heavens, what kind of people are these? The chubby man felt his worldview being challenged, nervously peering towards the 5th floating island, only to be surprised to find no figures there, not even the usual harpies. Just a few soaring griffins. What are you staring at? We're demanding your items. The little chubby fellow barked, seemingly quite displeased with Chen and his companion's indifference. Indeed, as he had stated, after a lengthy exchange, there was no sign of movement from Yi Chun and his companion, causing the stuttering leader to grow increasingly anxious. Say it. Say it. Yes. Look, what are you looking at? Hurry. Surrender. I will count. 1, 2, 3. If you still do not comply, hand it over. The chubby man interjected, feeling a sense of urgency at the stutterer's frantic speech. Yes. 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 The stutterer nodded, repeatedly uttering yes, but too weary to repeat himself. Instead, raising 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. After his stuttering count, Yi Chun and the chubby man remained utterly still, staring at them, causing the 4 to momentarily freeze in confusion. They exchanged glances, and the stutterer queried, I finished counting? Indeed. But they remained unmoved. The little chubby fellow replied, well, what shall we do? Count again. Count what? They are clearly toying with us. Launch an all-out attack. The chubby man waved his hand decisively, and the red-feathered birds from his territory surged towards Yi Chun. The red-feathered birds were a type of small avian beast kin, starting at level 1. Capable of growing in 3 stages, peaking at early stage 3. Charge. Upon receiving the Lord's command, the flock of red-feathered birds plunged downward. A magnificent sight with hundreds of them. Mengguan. Yi Chun called out, summoning a mountain spirit awakened with a unique talent. Upon hearing Yi Chun's command, he emerged from the crowd. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he inhaled deeply and let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave immediately radiated outward, striking the swarm of red-feathered birds. The smaller birds were blown away, and those fortunate enough to land on the ground tumbled and fell silent. The roar unleashed a fearsome sonic attack on the enemies before him, and the skill's potency exceeded Yi Chun's expectations. Observing Mengguan's success, Yi Chun smiled, realizing this newly discovered talent was indeed effective, proving to be a commendable area attack. Red-feathered birds. The chubby man gasped in disbelief as he witnessed his scattered avian kin. He hadn't anticipated that merely encountering the enemy, with only one person stepping forward, would result in such heavy casualties among his kin. Too powerful. But these red-feathered birds are rather small. If it were a stone golem or a mountain spirit, the outcome would likely differ. The chubby man marveled, astonished by the might of the roars. No. These two are formidable. Everyone, attack together. The chubby fellow could no longer hold back and shouted in place of his leader. Yes, let us all charge. The stuttering leader also seemed relieved, waving his hand as the 5 kin surged forward once more. In addition to the chubby man's red-feathered birds and the harpies from the 5th floating island, the remaining 3 races consisted of mountain giants, azure-scaled serpent folk, and hill dwarfs. All were races of immense potential, particularly the mountain giants, who inherently possessed 3-tiered strength and 5 growth stages, rivaling angels and dragons alike. Fortunately, the growth rate of the mountain giants was exceedingly slow. Even their initial stage of growth took over a month, ensuring that their current numbers were manageable. Mountain spirits, heed my command. Block the mountain giants, and the rest prepare for battle. Yi Chun immediately ordered, recognizing that the enemy had already made their move, and he could not remain passive. Mountain spirits, obey. The towering mountain spirits rose, charging towards the opposing side, while the others readied themselves for combat. What about my goblins? Stop hiding at the back and bring forth some stone golems. The chubby man bellowed. Although he was unconcerned about the azure-scaled serpent folk and hill dwarfs, the mountain giants posed an overwhelming threat, and their numbers were considerable. Recruiting mountain giants was as challenging as summoning dragons. Only one could be summoned at a time, with cooldown periods between summons, limiting their numbers to just a few. However, the mountain giants were colossal, and the leading giant, having clearly advanced once, towered over 10 meters tall, dwarfing even the 5-meter mountain spirit that had advanced. Silverleaf Moon Elves, prepare. Archers, fire. Yi Chun commanded the elven archers. After 2 weeks of development, they had amassed a sufficient number of bows, albeit wooden, ensuring that they needn't fear a shortage of arrows. A volley of arrows flew, creating a small-scale rain of projectiles, striking several unsuspecting hill dwarfs, who fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The agile azure-scaled serpent folk, however, suffered minimal casualties, deftly evading the incoming arrows. Yet, evading the arrows did not signify their escape. What awaited them were massive boulders plummeting from above. Where are the catapults? What are you doing? Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? The chubby man scolded the goblins nearby, having just emerged from a meteor battle. His goblins had not retreated and were now setting up catapults in Yi Chun's territory, following the Silverleaf Moon Elves in their assault. Here they come. They're coming. The surrounding goblins muttered, a large throng of them creating a cacophony that starkly contrasted with the serene demeanor of the Silverleaf Moon Elves. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of ropes being catapulted echoed, for the goblins vastly outnumbered the Silverleaf Moon Elves. Instantly, a deluge of stones rained down upon the opposing ranks, inflicting severe damage on numerous azure-scaled serpent folk and hill dwarfs. Only the rugged mountain giants could withstand such assaults, yet they too found themselves ensnared by the mountain gods. Although the mountain gods lacked the sheer size of the mountain giants, Their attributes and strength were equally formidable, even surpassing them in defensive capability. As the granite fists of the mountain giants fell, the diminutive mountain gods merely raised their arms to effortlessly block the blows. But their counterattacks shattered considerable portions of the giants' rocky forms. What? So powerful? The four bandits were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their formidable army had been so easily thwarted. It was well known that aside from the scarce mountain giants and harpies, the azure-scaled serpent folk and hill dwarves were plentiful. How could a mere handful of silverleaf moon elves, supplemented by a swarm of goblins, halt the advance of hundreds of serpent folk and hill dwarves? In everyone's perception, goblins were a race easily crushed, known only to flee in the face of war. When had they become so adept at utilizing catapults? This was still under the condition that the formidable dragons behind the rotund leader had yet to intervene. The immense form of the fire dragon was impossible to overlook. Good, 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 the stuttering leader exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, eliciting a collective groan from the others. What was so good about it? We're on the verge of losing a third of our forces. The chubby one retorted with irritation. So strong. What are you planning to do? It seems we cannot win. Isn't that stating the obvious? This is clearly one-sided. Forget the azure-scaled serpent folk and hill dwarves. Your mountain giants are nearly defeated. The delicate Hua lamented, her concern palpable. For they all felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of their kin being sacrificed without cause. Indeed, boss. It seems we've encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Should we continue the assault? The effeminate one asked, pinching his fingers daintily. Attack! Attack! Very well, alas for our brave warriors. The effeminate one, on the verge of tears, could only wave his hand as countless azure-scaled serpent folk surged forward once more towards Chen's territory. Similarly, Huahua's hill dwarves, brandishing their iron hammers, maneuvered around the towering mountain giants and mountain gods, charging towards the rear ranks of the silverleaf moon elves. Even the previously injured chubby one was now directing his red-feathered bird back into the fray. Yet at that moment, the stuttering lord's voice rang out again. What nonsense is this? Retreat! Retreat! The three companions exchanged glances. Clearly, it was too late to withdraw now. All their kin had already surged forth to the front lines of Chen's territory, and the war had escalated dramatically. All land units, prepare earth-based spells for a counterattack. Magic units, take your positions, fireball spells, launch. The Moon Maiden stood ready, poised to assist and execute lethal tasks. Understood. Under Chen's command, all kin engaged in battle in an orderly manner, and with the deployment of earth and magic units, the encroaching army was once again dismantled. The earth trembled, and several hill dwarves were struck by falling debris, tumbling into nearby thorny thickets, sustaining grievous injuries. Even the agile azure-scaled serpent folk were not spared, as they were bombarded by an avalanche of stones from the goblins, followed by the devastating fireball spells unleashed by Bella and the other silverleaf moon elves. 2 weeks had sufficed for these naturally magical elves to devise basic spell models. Fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and water projectiles had all become part of their arsenal, while Bella and her companions delved into the research of more advanced magic. This scene utterly terrified the bandit quartet, and all three turned to their leader, only to find him trembling slightly with his hands raised. My mountain, giants, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Just moments ago, he had witnessed one of his mountain giants fall, its granite body shattered and scattered, leaving no hope for resurrection. I surrender. Please, no more. I surrender. The bandit chief wailed, startling both Chen and the chubby one. What was this? They had only lost a single mountain giant, with less than a third of their kin gone, yet he was surrendering and weeping at that? How pathetic. Chapter 39, The Corruption of Darkness. What? Is this truly so pathetic? The chubby one blinked in confusion. Perhaps this is a feigned surrender? Chen replied, his tone laced with skepticism as he observed the genuine distress on their faces. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the other three also raised their hands. The previously boisterous chubby one even waving a white cloth that he had somehow procured. I surrender. Please don't harm my red-feathered bird. I'll call them back. Yes, cease fire quickly. We surrender. Oh, my hill king. My dear little serpent, you're dying. Another one has perished. Please stop. United in their heartfelt lamentations, the four bandits wept profusely, even causing the mountain gods, embroiled in combat, to pause and glance over. This, it seems quite sincere. Doesn't he it? Perhaps it is genuine? The chubby one voiced his doubts once more, as this was a situation he had never encountered before. Should we? Perhaps he's up on our attacks? Test their sincerity? Chen suggested, for he found himself lacking in experience in such matters. There were no lessons in books for this. If it were a proper surrender followed by a few harsh words, he would have been unfazed. He could easily subdue them. But to witness such a collapse, with weeping and surrender before any real effort was exerted, was truly unprecedented. Then let us ease up. After all, they did come to rob us. We cannot let them off too easily. The chubby one nodded in agreement, and the two leaders commanded their kin to temper their strikes, aiming to avoid fatalities. However, Shortly thereafter, they found the clamor around them growing even louder. Those who had sustained severe injuries but survived writhed on the ground, moaning in agony. This scene only intensified the despair of the bandit quartet, their cries echoing like thunder, much to the chagrin of Yi Chun and the chubby one. Enough! Enough! Tell your people to cease all actions. Any who dare resist shall be met with no mercy. Yi Chun shouted in exasperation, instantly bringing joy to the faces of the four bandits. Stop! 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 The stuttering leader shouted, yet the three others, previously buoyed by hope, trembled in confusion as they looked to their leader. Even Yi Chun and the chubby one were taken aback, the latter cursing, "You son of a dog. You haven't finished your sentence, have you? Clearly, this is a ruse." Yi Chun nodded in agreement, recalling how the stuttering leader had previously spoken in such a manner, stammering over the first word as if there was more to follow. What else could stop signify? Apart from halting, was there another meaning? Did it require such a prolonged stutter? Yi Chun prepared to unleash his kin's full might to eradicate the remaining forces of the bandits, but fortunately, the adversaries reacted in a timely manner, finally completing their sentences. Stop! Everyone, cease all actions. Upon hearing this command, all present, including the stuttering lord, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. This was maddening. Listening to him speak could drive one to despair. The portly fellow grumbled, "I didn't break a sweat during the battle, but listening to this fool speak has me sweating profusely. What era are we in? With such advanced medicine, one could become a deity, yet here we have a stutterer?" Upon the lord's command, the four familiars came to a halt, yielding to the control of Yi Chun and the portly man. The normally downtrodden goblins seized a rare opportunity to express their grievances, overseeing these familiars. "Pray tell, what is typically the fate of Starry Sky bandits after a botched heist?" Yi Chun inquired, casting a glance at the four before him. Starry Sky bandits were universally despised by all humanity and their lords, often facing severe punishment upon capture. In the struggle against darkness, the higher-ups of Blue Star would tolerate no hindrance. Thus, upon hearing Yi Chun's question, the four individuals visibly trembled. Those born on Blue Star, no matter how dim-witted, were well aware of the grim fate awaiting Starry Sky bandits caught in their misdeeds. We are powerless. It's all my lord's ideas. We have no relation." The stuttering leader stammered, eliciting a frown from the portly man. "Silence. You speak," the portly man commanded, gesturing to the smaller of the group, who appeared relatively normal. Yet upon turning, they found him drooling, captivated by the moon maidens beside them, utterly oblivious to the portly man's words, leaving the two with a sense of exasperation. "Great, not a single one of these four is normal." Yi Chun sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and waved to Yishi beside him. Instantly, a crescent blade descended before him, shattering the ground and jolting the small fellow back to his senses. "Now tell me, what do you plan to do after your failed robbery?" Yi Chun asked, eyeing the stuttering leader and adding, "You are not permitted to speak. We didn't wish to rob, but we had no choice. Please, show mercy and let us go." The effeminate one cried, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented the losses among their kin. "Heartache, what if you had succeeded in robbing us? Would we still be alive to feel your sorrow? We haven't even uttered our grief, yet you lament first." The portly man retorted, irritated by how they, the victims, were being cast as the villains. "Not at all. Prior to acting, we assured our familiars that we would only rob and avoid taking lives." The small fellow protested, flailing his pudgy hands. At this, Yi Chun and the portly man were taken aback. Is there truly such a methodology for robbery? What are these individuals thinking? Exactly. We merely required a substantial amount of magic crystals to save lives. That's why we resorted to theft, they explained, their voices rising in a chorus of despair. "You were our first target. Upon seeing you had just cleared a meteorite, we presumed you had amassed quite a bounty of magic crystals, which is why we acted. Who would have anticipated that we would encounter a formidable adversary? Oh, how wretched our fate is." As they spoke, they fell into another round of lamentation, clutching their heads in despair. Yi Chun and the portly man exchanged glances, both exasperated by the situation. "You seek magic crystals to save lives? What is truly at stake here? My little sister has been tainted by darkness and is now being consumed by its corruption," the small fellow quickly interjected. "Fortunately, we possess a treasure that can temporarily stave off the encroaching darkness," the effeminate one added. "However, this treasure requires a copious amount of magic crystals. A mere shard provides energy for only 1 second," he lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. So, we had no choice but to rob," the portly man begrudgingly concluded. Yet upon hearing their plight, Yi Chun and the portly man's expressions shifted dramatically. Dark corruption. This is the very dilemma that those who tread the shadows and resist darkness dread the most. The encroachment of darkness does not engulf the world in one fell swoop. Rather, it subtly leads all toward degeneration. Generally, while there are many dark creatures in the trial world, true dark substances capable of corruption are rare, as this is merely a testing ground for novice lords. However, once tainted by dark matter, the situation becomes exceedingly troublesome. for items capable of countering darkness within the trial world are few and far between. Thus, you resorted to robbery solely out of necessity for a vast quantity of magic crystals to sustain that treasure? Chen posited. Oh, that explains the presence of starry sky bandits in the trial world, albeit with such foolishness. They are in dire need of magic crystals to save lives. The portly man exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, yet unable to suppress his disdain for the group. Indeed, this is our first time. Spare us. We must gather magic crystals to save our sister. The effeminate one pleaded, glancing towards the floating island where the harpy resided, home to their cherished kin. Oh, great, brother. We beseech you, spare us. Our little sister. Time is truly of the essence. The stuttering leader implored, desperation etched across his face. The other two echoed their pleas, yearning for Chen's mercy so they could swiftly gather the necessary magic crystals. Each death among their familiars pierced their hearts, as it diminished their overall strength and left them vulnerable to stronger foes, hindering their ability to acquire higher-tier magic crystals. How long can your magic crystals sustain you? Chen inquired, withholding his decision to release them. 10 hours, 15 minutes. Chen was taken aback. No wonder they were so frantic. With just 15 minutes. Even locating a meteorite would be a challenge, let alone clearing it. Moreover, as the protection period for newcomers came to an end, the strength of dark creatures within the trial space was gradually increasing. Consequently, with the significant enhancement of the number and strength of Lord's familiars, many lords could no longer clear meteorites alone. They could only band together in small groups to target the smaller meteorites, slowly accumulating strength and developing their territories. Here are 2 second-tier magic crystals. They should suffice to sustain her life for half an hour. Bring her here. I shall assess the situation. Chen casually tossed 2 second-tier magic crystals. Each second-tier crystal contained over 1,000 points of energy. Enough to sustain life for half an hour based on the calculation of 1 point of energy lasting a second. Very well. Stop with the stammering. Delay any longer, and you may lose your life. The portly man shouted, genuinely eager to cease hearing the stutterer's voice. Understood. The stuttering leader nodded vigorously, hastening towards the floating island of the harpy, while the other 3 nodded incessantly, expressing their gratitude to Chen and the portly man. Soon, under the stuttering leader's direction, 2 harpies emerged, carrying a stretcher. Upon it lay a young girl, entirely enveloped in dark energy. Is this the treasure capable of resisting darkness? The portly man questioned, observing the faint glow emanating from the girl's abdomen, seemingly a form of gemstone. Indeed, this is the holy light stone. As long as we continuously infuse it with magic crystal energy, it can temporarily suppress the encroachment of dark energy. The chubby boy nodded, stating that the stuttering leader had been rendered invisible to the crowd. No matter how formidable the darkness, there always exists a power capable of opposing it. The various elemental origins possess energies capable of purifying the dark, and the holy light stone embodies a fragment of such luminous essence. So, you all managed to acquire the holy light stone? The boy exclaimed, gazing enviously at the stone before him. Its worth was certainly on par with that of the Lord's mansion, as it was a treasure capable of evolving the darkness. Moreover, for high-ranking light-type territories, the holy light stone was an essential item. At that level, the origin artifacts became indispensable within the realm. We were just fortunate, they replied. If possible, we would rather not have obtained this holy light stone, for that might spare my little sister from her melodramatic tendencies, which lead her to tears at the slightest provocation. All right, enough of the weeping. Let's get to the point. What's going on? What is the relationship between the dark substance and this holy light stone? Chen impatiently interjected, exasperated by the group's lack of composure. The strange combination of a stutterer, a melodramatic boy, a delicate flower, a timid glutton, and a frail, sickly one was indeed peculiar. We discovered a spatial rift and ventured inside. The chubby boy finally spoke up after exchanging glances with the others. Inside, we found a vast number of dark creatures, all with formidable strength. However, with our combined prowess as 5 lords, we could barely hold our ground. We continued deeper, and before long, we spotted a flickering glimmer amidst the darkness. Alarmed, we debated whether to investigate further. The stuttering leader managed to stammer, that is WH what? They all shook their heads in frustration. Get to the point. Are you telling a story, or what? Are you trying to imitate your leader's speech? Are you not afraid of death, but merely a storyteller? The chubby boy interrupted, feeling increasingly irritated. Oh, that light was the holy light stone. Upon picking it up, a wisp of dark origin escaped, and my sister became tainted by the darkness in her attempt to protect us. Their concise and direct explanation struck a chord, and both the chubby boy and Chen nodded in satisfaction. To take the holy light stone without permission, should I call you greedy? Like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, or simply inexperienced and fearless? The chubby boy retorted. Such origin artifacts, when appearing amidst darkness, are primarily meant to suppress it. If taken without caution, the dark origin will undoubtedly escape. This is something even our textbooks have mentioned. Ignorance breeds boldness, indeed. You express ignorance with such eloquence. At this point, Yi Chun and the chubby boy grasped the situation's intricacies, as the stuttering leader gradually infused the magic crystal's energy. The time for the girl consumed by darkness was momentarily extended. However, amidst their discourse, two plump rabbits, each clutching a carrot, hopped over, their curious gazes fixated on the unconscious girl. Suddenly, the moon-holding rabbit exclaimed, "This is a sign of demonic possession. The holy light stone can only provide temporary suppression. Without proper treatment, even with ample energy, she won't survive beyond 3 days." Chapter 41, The Tool to Harness Origins. The moon-holding rabbit's pronouncement caused the group to turn in astonishment, and when they realized it was a rabbit speaking, the band of robbers was left dumbfounded. "Well, what? Did that rabbit just talk?" the stuttering leader exclaimed, while the others chimed in with disbelief. "A demon beast? The rabbit can speak? Am I hallucinating? But such an adorable rabbit." The successive exclamations made the moon-holding rabbit and the medicine-making rabbit frown, with the timid and gentle medicine-making rabbit retreating to hide behind Yi Chun. "Why all the commotion? You lot are clearly inexperienced. And who was it that mentioned spicy rabbit heads? Just wait until I knock some sense into you." The moon-holding rabbit shouted, brandishing its carrot. It was her. The medicine-making rabbit timidly peered out from behind Yi Chun, pointing at the delicate flower. "And no, it wasn't me. I was just speaking offhand. I never intended to eat any." The sudden accusation sent the delicate flower into a frenzy, flailing her hands as she retreated behind the melodramatic boy. Such a coward. The moon-holding rabbit rolled its eyes, continuing to nibble on its carrot. "Do you have a way to save her?" Yi Chun inquired, familiar with the peculiar dispositions of his kin. The two rabbits had significantly enhanced their abilities after their advancement, acquiring new talents, yet Yi Chun had never known them to possess the means to counteract dark corruption. "There is a way, but it is rather complicated," the moon-holding rabbit replied, furrowing its brow while munching on its carrot. You have a way to save my sister? Please save her. I will do anything," the stuttering leader implored, his anxiety rendering his speech less stammered. The other three, slightly slower to react, quickly grasped what the rabbit had just said and crowded around, fervently begging the moon-holding rabbit for assistance. The delicate flower even offered profuse apologies for the spicy rabbit head comment, declaring her willingness to trade her life for the girls. All right. Am I not the kind of rabbit to hold grudges? I do have a method to save her, but given the current circumstances, it will be quite troublesome." The moon-holding rabbit leaped back a few paces, looking resigned. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in pleas once more, and Yi Chun had no choice but to turn to the moon-holding rabbit. "Do explain your method. If it is unfeasible, at least it might quell their hopes." With the Lord's command, the moon-holding rabbit nodded. "This holy light stone already contains a fragment of luminous origin energy. If we can draw it out and combine it with some exorcism potions, it should suffice. However, we currently lack the tools capable of harnessing origin energy. Not only do we need to extract the energy, but even if we manage that, without a suitable vessel, it will dissipate into the ether." The moon-holding rabbit's approach was straightforward yet blunt. If slow nurturing wouldn't resolve the problem, a sudden outpouring would be necessary. Yet, the tools available fell short of channeling such a massive influx of energy, ultimately stalling the process. Am I mistaken in recalling that tools capable of bearing origin energy must be at least of the 6th tier? The chubby boy ventured hesitantly, to which Yi Chun nodded affirmatively. "Quite remarkable. You actually got that right this time. What about my sister?" Upon hearing the moon-holding rabbit's words, the four companions erupted into despairing wails. Even the harpies soaring overhead shed tears. For the kinfolk, their lord was akin to a life-giving deity. Calling them parents would not be an exaggeration. Upon learning that the girl might never awaken, all the harpies were engulfed in profound sorrow. Wait, there is still a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the timid medicine-making rabbit, who had been hiding behind Yi Chun, cautiously peeked out and spoke softly. You have a way?" Yi Chun blinked in surprise, his eyes meeting those of the medicine-making rabbit, and hope rekindled in the eyes of the others. "Indeed." The apothecary rabbit spoke slowly. "You mentioned earlier that the source of light was originally used to suppress the source of darkness, which implies there must be vessels capable of containing the source's power. If we can locate such a vessel, Yaya would be able to draw forth the power of the source of light." This revelation instantly sparked a glimmer of hope among the crowd. Exactly. The location of the holy light stone must indeed harbor a vessel capable of containing the source's power. "We can simply use that, right?" the portly fellow exclaimed, clapping his hands enthusiastically. However, Yi Chun merely cast him a nonchalant glance. "What concern is it of ours? Are you suggesting we venture into the realm of the source of darkness?" Yi Chun replied in a calm tone. Such a place was fraught with peril. Even the four individuals opposite them had only dared to explore its periphery, and that was hardly considered a thorough investigation. Already, some had succumbed to the corruption of darkness, and he was loath to take such risks at this juncture. After all, he had his own territory and kin to safeguard. That is indeed a valid point. The rotund man stammered, quickly grasping Yi Chun's meaning. No matter how much he disliked his own goblins, he would never be willing to gamble with their lives. "And no, it's fine. We can go by ourselves. We will definitely find the vessel and bring it back." the stuttering leader declared with unwavering determination, resolute in his mission to rescue his younger sister. But boss, when we left, wasn't that place already overrun by a horde of third-tier malevolent wraiths? The chubby lad lamented, his face contorted in worry. A third-tier dark creature was far beyond their capabilities to contend with. Moreover, confronting wraiths, ethereal beings without physical form, was a challenge their kin had no effective means to address. The stuttering leader faltered, momentarily forgetting the threat posed by the malevolent wraiths in his eagerness to rescue his sister. And we have no idea what the vessel even looks like. How can we charge in and out without knowing what we're up against? Hua chimed in, further exacerbating the stuttering leader's uncertainty. However, the effeminate one, usually boisterous, approached Yi Chun and the portly man with an unexpectedly serious demeanor and offered a deep bow. Gentlemen, I recognize your extraordinary prowess, and thus I earnestly beseech you to assist us in saving our sister's life. We have nothing to offer in return, but when we acquire the Holy Light Stone, I can promise to take a closer look into the depths of darkness. The darkness is profound, and treasures abound, including high-tier spiritual orbs and even rare heritage stone tablets. Chapter 42. Expanding the team. The sudden solemnity of the effeminate one took both Yi Chun and the portly fellow by surprise, and even the others present displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet, compared to this, Yi Chun and the portly man were far more intrigued by the treasures mentioned in his speech, high-tier spiritual orbs and heritage stone tablets. Are you speaking the truth? Yi Chun inquired, his voice low and serious. If what he said was indeed accurate, then the prospect of embarking on a journey became quite compelling. The 5 elements cycle array, the energy furnace, the merit tablet, and the energy shield. These 4 elements were essential for advancing the territory by 1 tier. Not including the area of the territory and the vast amount of magic crystals, Yi Chun sought to utilize high-tier spiritual orbs for his ascension, making them a necessity. As for the energy furnace, it served as the energy core of the entire floating island. Constructing it was not overly complicated, provided the necessary blueprints and corresponding materials could be obtained. Yi Chun already possessed the blueprint for the energy shield. Only the collection of materials remained. However, the merit tablet could only be established with one specific item, the heritage stone tablet. Once bound with the soul fire, it would evolve into a merit tablet, becoming a crucial structure within the territory. Not only would it record the Lord's accomplishments in repelling darkness, but it would also serve as a conduit for communicating with the remnants of the world's will. Moreover, through this communication, the merit tablet could exchange the accumulated merits of the Lord for items that had once existed in the current world. In essence, the merit tablet represented a future Lord's formidable asset. Of course, my innate ability is dark vision, which allows me and my kin to see further in the dark. The effeminate one added. The implications of this talent sent a chill through Yi Chun and the portly man's hearts. It was clear that this ability encompassed more than merely enhanced sight. Brother Chun, the portly fellow raised his head, suddenly at a loss for how to proceed. Yi Chun remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the group before him. Whether it was the heritage stone tablet or the high-tier spiritual orbs, both were items he desperately needed. However, the dangers of the source of darkness were exceedingly daunting. Even high-tier lords would not dare to tread lightly there, let alone fledgling lords like themselves. While it was true that the hazards within the trial space's source realm were somewhat mitigated, more than half of those who had perished within the trial space had done so due to inadvertently stepping into such treacherous locales. Without the aid of the Holy Light Stone and Yi Chun, this small girl before him would likely meet a similar fate, never escaping the clutches of the source of darkness. Additionally, the trustworthiness of these individuals warranted Yi Chun's contemplation, though they appeared genuinely distressed and their plight seemed authentic. Who could ascertain the veracity of their claims? How far is the location of the source of darkness from here? After a considerable pause, Yi Chun finally spoke again. Upon hearing this, the group instantly brightened, as this indicated that he was at least intrigued by their words. If we advance at full speed, it would take approximately 1 day's journey. Hua replied, her face alight with excitement. If Yi Chun were willing to accompany them, their hopes of saving the girl would greatly increase. Brother Chun, it's not far at all, and the deviation in direction should be minimal. We should have enough time. The portly fellow calculated, glancing at the route they had taken to arrive and noting that it did not deviate significantly from their intended coordinates. Taking this into consideration, Yi Chun pondered momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. The allure of high-tier spiritual orbs and the heritage stone tablet was simply too great to resist. Very well. I will accompany you, but she must remain within my territory until she is rescued, Yi Chun stated firmly, pointing to the girl lying on the ground. To keep a lord within one's territory equated to seizing their lifeblood. Even those with great power would find themselves at the mercy of the captor. Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered in the eyes of the group, but they ultimately steeled themselves and nodded in agreement. All right, we will leave our sister in your territory as long as you can save her. However, our supply of magic crystals is dwindling, the stuttering leader said, his face revealing his unease as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. During this time, I will provide the energy required to sustain the Holy Light Stone. However, Should I discover that you are deceiving me, she shall be the first true lord to perish, Chen declared solemnly. One must always speak plainly in such matters. The unworthy must be dealt with before the virtuous. Moreover, it was evident that the magic crystals in their possession had been nearly exhausted. Expecting them to supply the energy for the holy light stone was nothing short of folly. Deal, deal, the stuttering leader exclaimed. And expressions of joy spread across the faces of the group. Then please wait here. We shall return to the island to prepare before setting off. After Chen finished speaking, he and the portly companion returned to their territory, laden with the spoils of their recent endeavors. Both of their domains were flourishing with an abundance of misty cloud flowers, rendering it exceedingly difficult for either party to discern the details of the other's territory. Despite their proximity, once he had properly disposed of the recently cleared meteorite, Chen made his way to the silverleaf laurel tree and invested 10 first-tier magic crystals, summoning forth 16 silverleaf moon elves and 4 moon maidens, along with 5 accompanying jade rabbits. However, it appeared that the moon bunnies, namely the hugging moon rabbit and the medicine-making rabbit, were exceedingly difficult to recruit, leaving only these 2 within the entire territory. In total, there were now 48 silverleaf moon elves and 11 moon maidens, alongside 8 jade rabbits, with each deity and land spirit numbering 10, while arranging the newly summoned followers. Chen pondered on the necessity of being thoroughly prepared for their journey to the abyssal source. Recruiting additional silverleaf moon elves and moon maidens would serve to bolster their strength, although this would render the territory somewhat crowded. Nevertheless, accommodating 20 individuals remained within acceptable limits. The primary concern was Chen's extensive allocation of land for cultivation, coupled with his desire not to overcrowd his followers, which compelled him to restrict population growth. Tomorrow, it seems you will have your work cut out for you, as you must provide sustenance and lodging for them, as well as educate them on the rules of the territory, Chen remarked apologetically to Yi Shi, who stood beside him. My lord, what are you saying? Just look at our territory. Who else has such spacious lands? Yi Shi responded with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Chapter 43, Trust Brother Chen and Gain Immortality. After organizing their belongings, Chen settled the girl in a wooden house adjacent to the lord's manor, as it was unwise to bring an unclear woman into his dwelling. Subsequently, their floating island, alongside the 5 others, soared toward the location of the spatial rift. Throughout the journey, buoyed by the portly companion's enthusiasm, the 2 parties became acquainted. The stuttering leader was named Zhou Wenbin, and the girl was his younger sister, Zhou Wenxuan. Like Chen, they too were orphans, including the other effeminate member, who along with the portly fellow, hailed from the same orphanage. Due to various shortcomings, they faced rejection within the orphanage, ultimately banding together for warmth, forming a family-like bond. Let me tell you, my brother Chen also came from an orphanage, yet his strength is unmatched. Most lords wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. Do you believe it? The first place in the last dark uprising was undoubtedly my brother Chen. Who could rival his prowess? His moon elves, and that unique race. Could they not easily subdue your hill giants? Could they not? Indeed. Indeed. Ah, I told you. Trusting my brother Chen is never a mistake. Trust Brother Chen and gain immortality. After wrapping up matters in the territory, Chen emerged from the mist, only to overhear the portly companion boasting nearby. It had barely been a night, yet it seemed he had already become quite chummy with others. Trust Brother Chen, gain immortality? What if I were to kick you off right now? Could you still catch up? A voice, thick with an ominous undertone, echoed above the portly fellow's head. Ah, Brother Chen, you've arrived. I was merely extolling your glorious deeds. Please, have a seat. The portly man, his ample flesh jiggling, stood up with a grin, inviting Chen to sit on the small stool and listen to his stories. I'll have you extolled. I'll have you extolled. Chen raised his hand, delivering a swift reprimand. Dealing with this fellow required a firm hand, akin to how one would manage the goblins. Provide a little sunlight, and they would shine. Offer a flood, and they would overflow. Wrong. Brother Chen, I was truly mistaken. The portly fellow scurried back to his territory. However, Chen did not pursue him, but instead glanced at the 4 individuals nearby, who were laughing merrily. A meteorite approaches. Prepare for battle. Through the Silverleaf Moon Elves. Chen had already spotted a meteorite on their path. Maintaining the power of the Holy Light Stone required a significant expenditure of magic crystals, so he intended to clear any meteorites encountered along the way to replenish his strength. Furthermore, with the presence of a high-level Earth Spirit Pearl, his territory could expand freely without the risk of collapse, unlike the portly fellow, as the Earth Spirit Pearl was sufficient to repair anything. Good. The 4 of you. Prepare to mobilize. Quickly return to your territories and notify your followers to prepare for battle. Chen commanded. In no time, a massive meteorite loomed before them. With the continual expansion of their territories and the passage of trial time, this meteorite could no longer merely be deemed a meteorite. It resembled a miniature planet. Unlike floating islands, which offered only a single habitable surface, this miniature planet was densely populated with various dark creatures. As Chen and his companions entered their perception range, countless pairs of crimson eyes snapped open, gazing hungrily in their direction. The hill giants will advance first. All other troops, prepare for combat. Chen ordered promptly. With the hill giants on their side, there was no rush to deploy the mountain deities or stone golems, as this skirmish also served as a test for Zhou Wenbin and the others. Understanding this, Zhou Wenbin, despite his apprehension, resolutely sent forth his hill giant. Though they each bore their own flaws, they were not truly foolish. They were merely pushed to their limits. With a thunderous roar, the towering hill giant charged forth, obstructing the advance of numerous dark creatures. Regrettably, their numbers were far too few, and the combined territories of the seven were simply too vast, allowing many dark creatures to circumvent them and surge toward the collective territory. Prepare your throwing weapons, the green-scaled serpent folk and the goblin clan. Chen called out once more. Though the green-scaled serpent folk possessed serpentine lower bodies, their upper halves boasted robust arms, enabling them to hurl spear-like weapons effectively while also possessing formidable melee capabilities. In addition to the green-scaled serpent folk and goblins, he also dispatched the Silverleaf Moon Elves, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows, which swiftly inflicted severe damage upon the advancing dark creatures, momentarily halting their progress. Wow, you dainty fellow, your serpent folk are impressive. That spear-throwing strength is nearly on par with the Moon Elves' arrows, the portly fellow exclaimed, addressing the nearby effeminate member, Lu Xiang. Of course, their serpent folk are extraordinarily powerful. Lu Xiang replied, delicately gesturing with his fingers, adopting a high-pitched tone. Such words raised eyebrows. Might he have a special connection with the serpent folk? Was it a male or female serpent? This thought sent shivers down everyone's spines. A chilling roar echoed as increasingly more dark creatures leaped from the miniature planet toward the group. These dark entities were neither fearsome wolves nor dark ghouls, but rather a horde of lowly demons. Though deemed lowly, these creatures possessed a minimum strength of second tier or higher, far surpassing the fearsome wolves, and even posed a challenge to earth dragons. On such a miniature planet, it was undeniable that numerous entities above tier 3 existed. Had Zhou Wenbin and his companions approached, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. However, with Yi Chun and the portly companion present, the situation had changed. The moon maidens, hill gods, and land spirits were more than capable of sweeping away all opposition. Even among the Silverleaf Moon Elves, many were exhibiting signs of nearing their second evolution. Once this evolution was complete, these Silverleaf Moon Elves would possess strength above the third tier, undoubtedly further augmenting Yi Chen's forces. Advance. The hill dwarves, the crimson-feathered birds, and the stone golems, mobilize. Green-scaled serpent folk, engage in close combat. After 2 rounds of assault, numerous low-tier demonic creatures ultimately breached the defenses. At this juncture, the prowess of the dwarves and the vibrant red birds, being melee units, became evidently significant. In close combat atop the hill, the dwarves showcased formidable strength among their peers, easily handling the low-tier demons of the second rank. Before long, nearly half of the low-tier demon hunters on the miniature planet had been eradicated, with the casualties among the allied forces being almost negligible. Aside from the considerable losses among the red birds, there were virtually no other fatalities. This outcome left several individuals utterly astonished. The enchanting Huakai butterfly gazed dreamily at Yi Chun, utterly captivated by his exceptional prowess and striking appearance, internally lamenting her own inadequacy. Chapter 44. The Full Tactics of Warrior Priest. Calm down, the real challenge lies ahead, Yi Chun said with a tranquil expression, observing the excitement of the 4 companions. These low-tier demons pose no real threat. Even without assistance, the fatty and I could easily fend them off. The true spectacle awaited with the demon leaders, as this batch of low-tier demons had nearly reached the 3rd rank in strength, rendering it nearly impossible for their second-ranked allies to confront them directly. Nevertheless, Yi Chun had no intention of allowing Yu Air to take the field. A second-ranked ally could still vanquish a 3rd-ranked foe, for this was a lordly war, not a mere one-on-one contest. There are approximately 200 low-tier demons in the early 3rd rank, and around 50 in the mid to late 3rd rank, Yishi announced. Although Yu Air and her companions did not engage in battle, they consistently monitored the enemy's movements. Fatty, how many second-rank magic crystals do we have? How many second-rank stone golems can we deploy? Yi Chun inquired, turning to the fatty beside him. Stone golems? We have over 100. Should we deploy them all? The fatty pondered before responding. Deploy them. Together with the hill giants, block those low-tier demons. Yi Chun nodded. To maximize their output, they must first withstand the fiercest blows. The role of the stone golems was to absorb the onslaught and provide an opportunity for their allies to strike back. Understood, the fatty affirmed, noting that the losses of stone golems had approached 1,000 in recent days, so losing another 100 wouldn't be detrimental. As for the dealings with Ximeng, they could be postponed. Once their strength increased, creating stone golems would no longer be a concern. A row of massive rock giants formed a sturdy wall of stone in front of their territory, effectively obstructing the advance of the low-tier demons. All the hill dwarves leaped onto the backs of the stone golems, launching their attacks against the low-tier demons below. The Qinglin serpent folk, the goblin catapulters, and the Silverleaf Moon Elves provided ranged fire support. The vibrant red birds flitted about, offering assistance and creating diversions while ensuring they didn't harm their allies. The remaining low-tier demons charged forward, and Yi Chun continued issuing commands. The initial battle of a lord was devoid of artistry. It consisted of meat shields holding the line, ranged output, and healers providing support. The only distinction lay in the composition of the meat shield, ranged, and healer teams. Fortunately, the dark creatures were consumed by primal desires, instinctively pursuing their inner cravings without the capacity to contemplate tactics. Thus, this rather conventional method proved to be the simplest, most accessible, and commonly employed strategy in the dark realm. The roars of the low-tier demons echoed outside the stone wall, and with each of their assaults, large portions of rock were dislodged from the stone golems. Given a little more time, the stone golems would inevitably falter. Thankfully, Yi Chun and his comrades were not merely passively enduring the attacks. The hill dwarves on the golems continuously wielded their spears and hammers, striking at the low-tier demons beneath them. Their small and agile frames allowed them to nimbly leap upon the stone golems, evading the wrath of the low-tier demons. The strength of third-rank beings was formidable, far beyond what the second-rank hill dwarves could withstand. A hit from the enemy could result in either death or grave injury, and no one would take their life lightly. Hundreds of vibrant red birds soared through the sky, incessantly disrupting the attacks and line of sight of the low-tier demons. Though small in stature and lacking in raw power, these red birds exhibited remarkable speed and could harness a modicum of fire energy, unleashing scorching flames upon their foes. However, the heat of their flames was relatively low. Unless several birds coordinated their efforts, the damage inflicted would be quite limited. Suddenly, all the red birds scattered, and the chaotic scene grew clear. However, before the low-tier demons could breathe a sigh of relief, a torrential downpour of arrows and debris followed. The archers, catapulters, and throwers from 3 races collaborated, launching a lethal assault against the low-tier demons under the cover of the red birds. Although all were merely second-rank races and lacked the strength to inflict substantial damage on the third-rank demons, arrows, stones, and projectiles could be enhanced through momentum. By shooting arrows into the sky and harnessing the force of gravity, they could achieve tremendous power. Particularly, the goblin catapult, after 2 weeks of enhancements, proved even more potent than before. If it struck its target, its force could rival that of the Silverleaf Moon Elf's arrows, much to the fatty's delight. A cacophony of falling stones and thrown spears resonated as the ground quaked before the stone golems, mingled with the anguished cries of the demons. Massive boulders rained down, and even third-rank demons felt the sting of pain upon being struck. Should they be unfortunate enough to be hit in a vital area, they risked instant death. Moreover, during this brief moment of disorientation, the hill dwarves and the returning red birds would swiftly move in for the kill. Red birds, unleash your flames. The fatty, excitedly addressing his vibrant red birds, exclaimed. Having spent considerable time in the trial world, this was the first time he felt such exhilaration in battle. Previously, his red birds had been little more than fodder, accompanied by countless casualties. Yet this time, not only were the losses minimal, but they also played a crucial role, igniting a thrill within him. Dozens of red birds targeted a wounded low-tier demon, spewing fireballs the size of human heads toward it. The demon's agonized roars echoed amidst the flames, quickly fading into silence as it was reduced to ashes. This scene unfolded near several low-tier demons, with each fireball heralding the demise of a demon. However, the red birds did not linger. After a single round of attack, they scattered once more, and the sky was once again filled with arrows and debris. The low-tier demons still engulfed in flames were directly pierced, while numerous other injured low-tier demons emerged. The red birds executed the same strategy. Not being greedy, they retreated after just one round of attack, awaiting the deluge of arrows and falling stones. After a brief period of time, Yi Chun exhaled softly. All the low-tier demons had finally been eradicated, and cheers erupted from the surrounding allies, including Zhou Wenbin. Ah, we won. We won. I only lost a handful of red birds. Incredible. Huh. My hill dwarves only suffered a few injuries, and not a single one perished. The Qinglin serpent folk fared similarly. Strong. Absolutely strong. Chapter 45. Yi Ling's Advancement. As they accounted for their losses and tidied the battlefield, Yi Shi instructed, "Go retrieve the dark treasure chest and the meteorite core." Yi Chun swiftly orchestrated the arrangements, allowing little time for celebration among the gathered individuals. The newly appointed lords were entering the trial world, where every fleeting moment was immensely precious. The sooner they grew stronger, the greater the potential for their territory's expansion. It is imperative to acknowledge that the number of elemental spirit orbs available each session is finite, particularly the high-grade orbs. Among the millions of novice lords, those fortunate enough to acquire high-grade orbs for advancement would likely be fewer than 100. Should they fail to attain strength promptly, the quest to gather high-grade orbs would be nothing short of a fanciful dream, not to mention the myriad other prerequisites for advancement that must be fulfilled. All right. The portly fellow nodded, having grown accustomed to this urgency over the past few days. Yet, Zhou Wenbin and others were momentarily taken aback. Are we in such a rush? Shouldn't we rest for a bit? We have several of our kin injured. Gao Kaidai interjected. Typically, after clearing a meteorite, they would take a moment to recuperate and tend to the wounded before returning to the battlefield. Of course, a kin would be dispatched to retrieve the treasure chest first. As it pertained to the primary rewards from clearing the meteorite, the Dark Realm offers no opportunity for reflection. Thus, we must always be prepared for the impending warfare. This excerpt appeared in the preface of A Brief History of Darkness, surfacing 3 times in the college entrance examination over the past decade. Surely you've encountered it in your practice, haven't you? Chen lifted his gaze, his expression serene as he addressed the group, before turning his attention elsewhere to delve into the information regarding his kin. Following the battle, the earliest recruits among the Silverleaf Moon Elves had finally completed their second stage of growth, advancing to the 3rd tier. Is that passage indeed included? The chubby one scratched his head in confusion. I'm not aware. We never had the funds to purchase practice materials. Gao Kaidai shook her head, displaying a look of resignation. I believe it was in the textbooks, but I might have forgotten. Lu Xiang chimed in with a delicate tone. No. I have no idea. Zhou Wenbin decisively shook his head. The 4 of them gazed in admiration at Yi Chen's retreating figure, astonished that he could recall even the preface of a textbook. Truly a scholar. Paying no heed to their adoring glances, Yi Chen traversed through the mist and returned to the Lord's manor, scrutinizing the details of several Silverleaf Moon Elves. Name: Yiling race, Silverleaf Moon Elf. Level: 3rd tier. Loyalty: 100. Growth rate: 24. Advancement path 1. Recognition from the Silverleaf Moon Laurel tree, an agreement from over half of the Silverleaf Moon Elf kin. Advancement path 2. Total attributes reach 300, with precision, blessing of the moon, and elemental mastery being 1 or more of the talents that achieve advancement. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 10, Agility 20, Intelligence 20, Spirit 20. Talent skill 1, Precision, increases visual range by 20, hit rate by 20. Talent skill 2, Blessing of the Moon, ability to perceive the power of moonlight, summoning the essence of the moon to enhance companions. Talent skill 3, Elemental Mastery, proficient in harnessing elemental powers. Talent skill 4, Leadership, enhances the ability to lead teams and kin, bestowing greater prestige. Talent skill 5, Heart of the Elf, facilitates communication with the Silverleaf Moon Laurel tree and proficiently masters the foundational abilities of the Elven race. Blessing of the Moon. Heart of Elements, Heart of Sensitivity, Heart of Nature. Indeed, Yiling's advancement direction unmistakably signals her potential to become the future Elven Queen. Observing Yiling's talents, Yi Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Typically, a ruler of a kin emerges during the initial recruitments. However, while such individuals may exhibit potential, their growth ultimately hinges upon their postnatal efforts. Should one perish along the way, only then might a similar potential candidate re-emerge in subsequent recruitments. Yiling's first advancement method clearly aligns with that of a kin ruler, requiring acknowledgement from the mother tree and agreement from over half of the kin members. Of course, Yiling could choose not to ascend to the role of Elven Queen and pursue her development via the second advancement path. However, doing so would squander her talents in leadership and Heart of the Elf. A born queen can hardly be relegated to the status of a solitary warrior. Yi Chen chuckled softly, setting aside Yiling's talents to focus on the others. This time, 3 Silverleaf Moon Elves successfully completed their second advancement, being the first 3 recruited. Besides Yiling, the other 2 were Eve and Bella. Following their advancement, their paths diverged significantly. Eve clearly continued her advancement in the realm of flora. Her talents of Heart of Nature and Spirit Bestowal both belonged to the nature domain. The former allowed her to resonate more easily with nature, while the latter endowed certain powerful plants with sentience, granting them a semblance of consciousness. Conversely, Bella pressed onward along the elemental path, her subsequent talents being related to magic, the magic furnace and Heart of Elements. The former expanded her capacity to store magical elements, while the latter enhanced her affinity with elemental forces, enabling her to wield and control them with greater finesse. Both exhibited rapid growth and power, emerging as leaders in the forces of nature and elemental power, yet they evidently lacked the potential for management. Eve's advancement requirement necessitated achieving resonance with the flora of a vast territory without utilizing spirit bestowal. Bella's requirement was even more daunting, demanding mastery over high-level magic across 10 elemental disciplines. A vast territory of thousands of acres was something Yi Chen could not even accomplish upon reaching the first tier of lordship. At least a second-tier lord was needed to amass such an extensive domain. Moreover, his territory currently lacked even the low-tier magic necessary to encompass all 10 elements, let alone high-level spells. In conclusion, the advancements of Eve and Bella must be temporarily set aside. The third advancement of the Silverleaf Moon Elf kin could no longer rely solely on the passage of time. They would need to venture beyond the trial space into the true dark world to seek genuine opportunities. However, this was also a reflection of their immense potential. Typically, for an ordinary Silverleaf Moon Elf, reaching a total attribute of 300 and achieving an upgrade in one talent would suffice for advancement. Chen mused softly. The greater the potential of a kin, the more challenging their advancement becomes, although Yi Ling presented a second path for advancement. It was clearly a method suited for ordinary kin. Only a fool would choose that route. Closing the attributes of the three, Chen shifted his gaze to Yi Shi, who had just returned with the dark treasure chest. With the Silverleaf Moon Elves stalling at their third advancement, one could only wonder where the Moon Goddess, Mountain God, and Land would find themselves hindered in their 7 stages of advancement. Chapter 46. The Crisis of the Source of Darkness. The contents of the dark treasure chest appeared relatively standard. Aside from some basic resources, it also contained a blueprint for a workshop. As the 7-day protection period for newcomers elapsed, the dark creatures within the trial space grew increasingly formidable, and the output of special items saw a significant rise. It was said that following the conclusion of the first month's dark upheaval, a number of low-grade spirit orbs would emerge. While it might be challenging to assemble a complete set of low-grade orbs, acquiring 1 or 2 to enhance the ecological environment of one's territory was within the reach of most lords. Let us place the blueprint in the safe for now. Let us check if they have finished clearing the battlefield, and if all is well, we shall proceed further. Additionally, have the medicinal rabbit take a few jade rabbits to assist them in treating the wounded. Yi Chen instructed as he entrusted the blueprint to Yi Shi for safekeeping. The jade rabbit has essentially awakened its healing talents, thus currently serving the role of a healer on Yi Chen's island. Very well. Yi Shi nodded and turned to leave. Soon, the territory of the group continued its advance, racing through the darkness toward their predetermined destination. Along the way, they encountered several miniature planets, all easily eradicated under Yi Chen's command. However, in comparison, Yi Chen and his companions were more preoccupied with the impending monthly dark upheaval. Apart from the birthplace of the dark origin. In truth, to label it as a dark upheaval is somewhat inaccurate, as it differs from the upheaval occurring at the end of the newcomer's protection period. Perhaps it would be more precise to refer to it as a monster surge. After all, this realm is a trial world crafted by the deities, and many of its operational rules are traceable. At the end of each month, a substantial influx of dark creatures emerges to augment the numbers and strength of dark beings in the trial world, thereby exerting greater pressure on the novice lords. The sudden surge in the number of dark creatures can easily lead to a beast tide, impacting the lord's territories. Many slowly developing lords may find themselves perishing under such a tide. I recall a saying that the dark creatures within the trial grounds are born from the location of the dark origin. I wonder if there is any truth to it? Upon hearing Yi Chen's concerns, the plump fellow expressed his apprehension with a solemn countenance. You can spare us your ominous words. Yi Chen replied with a dismissive glance, urging him not to voice such foreboding thoughts. Nonetheless, Yi Chen recognized that there is a factual basis for this notion, as it provides an explanation for the origins of those dark creatures. Within the trial space, there must exist locations where dark entities can be born. They cannot all be drawn in from the outside, as that would risk exposing this realm to darkness. The location of the dark origin is likely the breeding ground for the dark creatures within the trial space. That was a well-intentioned warning, should that indeed be the case. And with the first dark upheaval just around the corner, the number of dark creatures there could be quite substantial. The plump fellow remarked nonchalantly. Regardless, with Yi Chen around, he felt reassured and did not need to contemplate such matters. He held an inexplicable trust in his childhood companion. Yi Chen chose to remain silent. As what the plump fellow said was indeed factual, now was not an opportune time to venture into the dark origin, yet Zhou Wenbin's sister could not wait that long. Rest assured, during the initial surge, the strength of the dark creatures is not excessively formidable. Tier 3 should suffice, though their numbers will be considerable. After a considerable pause, Yi Chen comforted him. The surge is an alternative term for the dark upheaval within the trial space, symbolizing the ebb and flow of dark creatures. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the plump fellow finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, no Tier 4 creatures had ever manifested during the first surge. Tier 3 was the maximum, merely characterized by a dramatic increase in numbers. Concurrently, with the onset of the first surge, it signified that the lords should begin to expand their populations. The elite troop strategy might suffice when the number of dark creatures is low, but as their numbers escalate sharply, it becomes imperative to amass a considerable number of loyal subjects to defend their territories. Yi Chen calculated that he possessed a substantial amount of magic crystals. If he were to bolster his forces, he could swiftly assemble a 1,000-strong regiment. However, the current territory was still limited, and expansion was essential. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen cast a glance at the plump fellow. Next month, when you trade with Si Ming, ensure that all trade items are exchanged using territory foundations and meteorite cores. We need to expand our territory. All right, I understand. That had been my intention all along. The plump fellow nodded in agreement, as it aligned perfectly with his own plans. How is the research on the teleportation array coming along with your gnomes? Yi Chen queried again. Time had nearly elapsed a month, and some of the faster star spirit lords might be nearing breakthroughs. I have some leads, but there is a dearth of reference material regarding spatial powers, leaving me somewhat stuck. The plump fellow replied with a hint of frustration. I'll have Bella and Eve assist you. Additionally, during today's spatial fissure, we might sense a trace of spatial power. Have your gnomes exert themselves. Time is of the essence. Chen contemplated before continuing. Although Eve and Bella had not mastered spatial spells, one could not dismiss the potential for such talent in the future. They might as well attempt to grasp it while traversing the spatial fissure. That makes sense. I'll head to gather those gnomes now, the plump fellow exclaimed, rising eagerly and racing toward his territory. If he had harbored any doubts about Chen's words before, he now genuinely anticipated that his gnomes would unravel the secrets of the teleportation array, as they had already made some headway. Moreover, not to mention, over the past fortnight, the gnomes had even managed to develop firearms, though in limited quantities, rendering them currently unused. A day swiftly passed, and the group had cleared for miniature planets, leaving Zhou Wenbin and his kin utterly exhausted. It seemed that the closer they drew to the spatial fissure of the dark origin, the greater the likelihood of encountering miniature planets. Ordinarily, they might not encounter even one in a day. The 4 dark treasure chests and meteorite cores were all collected by Chen, and Zhou Wenbin and his companions expressed no dissent, as they were solely focused on rescuing his sister, indifferent to other matters. The 4 meteorite cores were seamlessly integrated into the territory, expanding the original 100 acres to over 130 acres, significantly enlarging the entire territory. Chen, unreserved as ever, subsequently recruited 20 Silver Night Moon Elves, along with 2 Lunar Maidens and 4 Jade Rabbits. Chapter 47. Dark Creatures Outside the Spatial Fissure. After approximately an hour's journey further ahead lies the spatial fissure we previously discovered. However, it seems there are quite a few dark creatures lurking outside now, the plump fellow voiced. Roughly an hour prior, the surrounding dark creatures had gradually increased in number. Although they were scattered in small groups, skirmishes had persisted on the Lord's territory. While larger clans like the red-feathered birds and gnomes fared relatively well, Chen's elite troop strategy inevitably led to some fatigue. Indeed, it was wise to have preemptively recruited a batch of Silver Leaf Moon Elves, for without them, relying solely on the initial members would have left little time for rest. Chen mused to himself. Currently, his island had adopted a 2-shift rotation system, dividing all newcomers and veterans into 2 groups to alternately guard the territory against dark creature incursions. Let us rest here for a moment. We'll charge in after 3 hours. Chen surveyed the dwindling dark creatures around them before speaking. Throughout the day, combat had scarcely ceased, while he managed relatively well. Zhou Wenbin and his kin were nearing their limits. Particularly, the mountain giants, being few in number, often found themselves at the forefront of each battle, leaving them battered and weary. The group formed a circle. With the exception of the harpy, every half-hour one would rotate into the center to rest. Starting with Zhou Wenbin, Chen reiterated, each person will have half an hour. With 6 of us, that will perfectly fill 3 hours. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhou Wenbin exhaled a sigh of relief and without hesitation entered the center of the protective circle formed by the others, alongside his sister's floating island. Becoming one of the protected, during this period, he seized the moment, allowing his towering giants to rest while the others defended against the sporadic appearances of dark creatures at the perimeter. Fortunately, these dark entities were not particularly formidable, primarily consisting of beings of the 0th and 1st tier, with only a few 2nd tier creatures manifesting occasionally. Had it not been for the monumental objectives of the 7 individuals, Chen alone would have faced no fear, effortlessly repelling them. After 3 hours of rest, the group set out again, this time with Chen holding nothing back. Except for Zhou Wenshuan's harpy, everyone aboard the 7 floating islands trailed behind him, charging towards the spatial rift. Along the way, no matter the strength of the dark creatures, they were swiftly dispatched by Chen's moon goddess and the mountain spirits, leaving Zhou Wenbin and the others utterly astounded by their formidable prowess. Oh my goodness, that giant. I know him, he is incredibly powerful. But how can these delicate young ladies also be so fierce? Zhou Wenbin stuttered, this being their first encounter with the moon goddess in action. Her overwhelming strength leaving everyone in awe. Not just the young lady, but look at those elderly men with white beards. Their earth magic is terrifying. The little chubby one exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity as he gazed at the moon goddess and the earth spirits. How strong. I like such robust men. The effeminate Lu Xiong declared effeminately, only to be met with a spray from the nearby Gao Kai Dai. What do you like? Don't compete with me for men, alright? Brother Chen is now taken. Just by looking at him, I could faint. Can you even handle it, you filthy man? How could I not handle it? Your chubby self. How could Brother Chen ever fancy you? I'm far more feminine than you. Are you trying to die? You a dead thing. If you really want to marry Brother Chen, at least go to Taizhou for a stroll, and then come back to say it? You can't even handle yourself now. Yet you're here competing with me for men. You chubby woman. I see you're bored lately. Do you want to quarrel? Come on, let us argue today. The two inexplicably began to bicker, leaving the chubby one dumbfounded. What is happening? Are the flower like Hua and the effeminate one about to fight over Brother Chen? No way. Are you two overthinking things? Not to mention that Jian Xiaohua is waiting for him. Even someone blind wouldn't look at either of you. Especially since one of you isn't even a woman. Wait, Brother Chen hasn't he accepted Jian Xiaohua for so many years? Could it be that he truly prefers men? Oh dear, that is a chilling thought. Every time we sleep, he insists I go to bed first, and he dislikes me living next door? Looking back, he is protecting me, afraid that one day he might lose control with his brother? Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. If you really have needs in the future, I, the chubby lord, will sacrifice my dignity for brotherhood. All the while, the chubby one wore an expression of bearing humiliation as he looked at Yi Chen ahead, causing the latter, amidst battle, to feel a chill run down his spine, as if waves of malice were emanating from behind. With the floating islands flying at full speed, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, filled with countless skirmishes, until they arrived at the entrance of the spatial rift, where the battle showed no signs of abating. Goodness, there are far too many dark creatures in this vicinity. But where exactly is the spatial rift? The chubby one surveyed the surrounding darkness, noting the overwhelming presence of dark beings. Wait a moment. There are significantly more dark creatures here than when we first arrived. Previously, only a handful gathered here, but now it feels more populated than a typical microplanet. And they keep coming. It seems we can't kill them all. The chubby one observed the ongoing battles among their kin, his expression one of confusion. With the dark disturbance nearing its first month, the influx of dark creatures has increased greatly. Never mind that for now. Where is the spatial rift? Let us go in and retrieve what we need. Yi Chen led the charge, shouldering the greatest burden, and even he found it increasingly challenging to endure the prolonged stay. No, it's too dark. We need light. Light. We need illumination. We need light to reveal it. But there are too many dark creatures here. Even if we emit light, it would be obscured, failing to illuminate the spatial rift. Zhou Wenbin stammered, and the chubby one could no longer wait, quickly interjecting to assist him. Yes, exactly. Zhou Wenbin nodded vigorously, yet their words only deepened the furrow in Yi Chen's brow. The sky was densely populated with dark aberrations, regardless of their strength, their numbers overwhelming. Even if everything were illuminated, the environment beyond their territory was scarcely visible. Yeshi, take 2 capable and agile moon goddesses deeper into the darkness to locate the spatial rift. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen instructed Yeshi beside him. Lingering here is not a viable solution. The dark creatures emerging from the shadows seem endless. For the moment, we can withstand them with our strength, but over time, we will face collapse. Understood. Yeshi nodded and immediately called back Yechong and Yelan, leading them into the darkness. The prowess of the 3 moon goddesses ranked among the elite within the 3rd tier, and as long as they did not encounter a large-scale ambush, they were unlikely to face danger. Moreover, the moon goddesses possessed exceptional vision, rivaling that of the silver leaf moon elves with night vision talents, making their task of locating the spatial rift all the more suitable. Everyone, gather together to fend off the dark creatures. After dispatching Yeshi, Yechong called out to the others. With Yeshi's trio seeking the spatial rift, their task was to stay put, drawing fire away from the 3 while conserving their strength, awaiting their return. A mountain deity roared, tearing apart a 3rd-tier dark bat, but in the process, a swooping dark crow inflicted a grievous wound upon him. This mountain deity immediately channeled his energy to expedite the healing of the wound. As a primordial race, once they acquired the basic breathing technique, they could master their energy with precision, a trait absent in other races. Brother Chen, hurry. A 3rd-tier prehistoric crocodile has charged in and already devoured a dozen goblins. The chubby one shouted, his cries echoing repeatedly in a short span. Zhou Wenbin and the others found themselves even more ill-equipped to deal with high-tier adversaries. Hence their calls for help were frequent. In contrast, the chubby one had trained alongside Yi Chen for long enough that, although he could not match him, he had amassed numerous methods to stall the opponent while awaiting Yi Chen's assistance. Zhou Wenbin and his companions lagged significantly in this regard. They resembled other novice lords. When dark creatures approached, they would recklessly charge forward, engaging in fiery combat, with outcomes split evenly between victory and defeat. Stop whining. Don't you have a magic tower on your island? Those flame dragons have also advanced to 3rd tier. It's just a prehistoric crocodile. What is there to shout about? Yi Chen remarked with exasperation, having cast a glance at the scene. This fellow had clearly grown accustomed to calling for help at the slightest issue, despite possessing formidable strength, yet he was too cowardly to engage. In contrast, Zhou Wenbin and his group were genuinely embroiled in a fierce struggle, particularly for Zhou Wenbin, even with the formidable strength of a 3rd-tier mountain giant. Repelling the dark creatures proves extraordinarily challenging. This is largely due to the scarcity of mountain giants, whose attack power and speed are rather mediocre. They find it exceedingly difficult to defend their territory against the sheer numbers of the dark beings. Fortunately, the chubby one's goblins and the vibrant birds from Lexinghai have been dispatched in significant numbers to provide support. Otherwise, survival would have been a daunting task. Ying, take some land spirits and assist over there. Yi Chen shouted once more. The vast expanse of the 7 territories was overwhelming, and relying solely on the individuals present in his domain was insufficient. Yi and the land spirits flitted between the various islands like firefighters. Even some 3rd-tier jade rabbits were dispatched, When Zhou Wenbin and the others witnessed those seemingly harmless little white rabbits unleash terrifying power, they were utterly astonished. I never imagined that the mountain giants I had diligently developed were even inferior to a single rabbit in Yi Chen's territory, Zhou Wenbin remarked, surprisingly without much stuttering. The chubby one, resonating with this sentiment, patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us be honest, very few can compare to the rabbits in Yi Chen's territory. It's just a matter of getting used to it." Yet, despite this, the difficulty of remaining here was still considerable. Since the departure of Yi Shi and the others, they had held their ground for over 10 minutes without any signs of return. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, approached the silverleaf laurel tree and recruited 20 silverleaf moon spirits. But this time only a single Yu E and 3 jade rabbits were born. Moreover, the initial attributes and racial talents of this batch of followers were evidently inferior, particularly the Yu E, whose total attributes barely grazed the threshold of the 3rd tier, not differing significantly from a peak 2nd tier unit. The repeated recruitment in such a short span had undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on the silverleaf laurel tree, which is precisely why Yi Chun had been reluctant to conduct large-scale recruitment of followers. However, given the urgency of the situation, waiting was no longer an option. Even a Yu E barely reaching the 3rd tier would provide decent combat strength. Additionally, these 20 silverleaf moon spirits represented a fresh force that would quickly grow alongside the elders in battle. Thus, the total number of followers in Yi Chen's territory had surpassed 100, reaching the scale of a small tribe. "Brother Chun, have you not found them yet? They are on the brink of collapse." After another 10 minutes, the chubby one shouted towards Yi Chun. The half-hour of combat had inflicted significant casualties on Zhou Wenbin and the others. Even a mountain giant had fallen, let alone the hill dwarves and the blue-scaled serpent men, leaving less than half still capable of fighting. In contrast, the situation on the chubby one's side was considerably better, thanks to the stone golem puppets and the magic towers. As long as there was sufficient magic crystal, he would face no issues. "Let us hold on a little longer. If it becomes unbearable, we will retreat." Yi Chen pondered before speaking. Clearly, the current circumstances were not conducive to entering the source of darkness. Perhaps it would be better after the tide receded. As for Zhou Wenshuan's situation, alternative methods would need to be considered. We are fine. We can still hold on." Upon hearing their conversation, Zhou Wenbin shouted loudly, fully aware that once they retreated, his sister might be lost. Not just him, but Lu Xiang and others also expressed their desire to continue. Even the chubby one, whose vibrant birds had suffered heavy losses, did not retreat in tears but rather clenched his teeth and held his ground, awaiting an opportunity to charge in. "Then, shall we hold on a little longer?" the chubby one said uncertainly, indifferent himself, as the losses within their territory were not substantial. For them, as long as no overwhelmingly powerful dark creatures emerged, this place was rather advantageous for harvesting magic crystals. However, Zhou Wenbin and his team faced immense pressure. "My lord, we have returned." At that moment, a silvery moonlight finally illuminated the darkness. Clad in white, Yi Shi descended with Yi Chong and Yi Lan, their faces alight with joy upon returning to the territory, eagerly calling out to Yi Chun. "How is it? Were you injured?" Yi Chun inquired with a hint of concern as he observed the weary trio. The warm words brought comfort to Yi Shi and the others, who nodded happily. "Rest assured. Aside from some fatigue, we are fine, and we have located the entrance to the spatial rift." "That is wonderful. Please take some time to rest. Thereafter, you shall guide us, and we will charge in all at once," Yi Chun instructed, allowing the 3 women to sit and recuperate within the territory, as they would only need to indicate the direction. "We're fine." Yi Shi and the others shook their heads, insisting that their sisters were still battling, and they could not sit idly by. "My lord, the location of the spatial rift is in that direction. We just need to charge straight towards it." Yi Chong pointed to a spot in the darkness. It was obscured by a blackwater Xian turtle, which was engaged in a fierce battle with a mountain god. "All right." Yi Chen nodded, turning to the other floating islands. "Everyone, tighten the battle line, prepare to set forth from the floating islands, and follow me closely," Yi Chen commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions brightened. It seemed they had pinpointed the location of the spatial rift. "That is splendid," Zhou Wenbin gasped, as the mountain giants in the territory began to gather around him, while other crops were already abandoned. Not only him, but Lu Xiang and the others also followed suit, significantly retracting their battle line and leaving many fields unattended. Now, only Yi Chun and the chubby one's territories remained largely intact, unaffected by the turmoil. Once the direction for advancing the territory was adjusted, at Yi Chen's command, the 7 floating islands soared into action. The dark creatures they encountered along the way either surged into the territory only to be intercepted by the mountain god or were simply knocked aside. In the short sprint, Yi Chen no longer considered the damage to the foundation. After all, it could hardly sustain significant harm. As the floating islands began to move, within mere breaths, the group felt as if they had passed through a peculiar membrane, where all time and space seemed to momentarily stagnate. Whether it was a long duration or merely a fleeting instant, everything around them resumed, but Yi Chun and the others had already transitioned into an entirely different space. "Is this the sensation of traversing through space?" Yi Chun inhaled deeply, reflecting that unlike his initial entry into the trial world, this experience was one he willingly embraced. Moreover, after a month of consuming high-quality vegetables and beast meat, his own attributes had significantly improved, enhancing his perception of spatial forces. Is this the space of the source of darkness? It feels rather indistinguishable. It's still pitch black. The chubby one's voice echoed nearby, snapping Yi Chun back to reality. Just as he was about to turn and look, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Vile beast, cease your insolence. The cold gleam of the silver moon cleaved through the darkness, severing the head of a decaying dog-like creature that had just charged into the floating island. Everyone, exercise caution. First, we must eliminate the dark creatures within our territory. Yi Chun promptly realized the situation and shouted a warning. During the rapid flight, numerous dark beings had crashed into the territory and were now wreaking havoc. Fortunately, with the mountain god and land spirits obstructing them, and the crops situated on the opposite side of the territory, the losses remained minimal. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the crowd began to survey the conditions of their respective territories. Indeed, several individuals discovered remnants of dark creatures within their domains, though the numbers were far less dramatic than those witnessed in Yi Chun's area, as he was the leader. Just as everyone was preparing to eliminate the dark creatures from their territories, a series of beastly roars erupted from afar, causing Yi Chun and his companions to change their expressions dramatically. This sound and aura? Fourth tier? Yi Chun's heart raced. While a solitary fourth-tier creature might be manageable, this was the realm of dark origins. If swarms of fourth-tier entities emerged, even he would find himself in peril. No need to fear. Those high-tier creatures cannot emerge. Zhou Wenbin suddenly declared with an air of calm, as though the transition through the spatial rift had alleviated their burdens considerably. Cannot emerge. Yi Chun and the portly fellow expressed their confusion, prompting the arrival of Li Xinghai, who offered clarification. It's quite peculiar here. The dark creatures appear abundant, yet scarce. They seem to inhabit their territories and seldom venture beyond. Furthermore, the entrance of the spatial rift seemed to act as a sanctuary. No dark creature regarded this place as part of their domain. As long as we refrain from encroaching upon the territories of those fourth-tier beings, we need not worry about them launching an attack against us. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun and the portly man began to comprehend the situation. It seemed this area was delineated into zones of respite. A cluster of dark creatures remained in one location, forbidding any wandering. Interesting indeed. The portly man mused aloud, then pointed towards a section of darkness, questioning, "Are you certain this is a safe zone? They won't attack us?" "Indeed, it's quite safe here," Li Xinghai instinctively replied. But as he spoke, an unsettling sensation swept over him. Suddenly, at the spot the portly man indicated, pairs of crimson eyes emerged. Illuminated by the flickering light within the territory, grotesque, decaying hounds came into view, accompanied by a wave of foul odor. Woof, woof. The cacophony of barking soon melded into a chorus, as a pack of grotesque hounds, towering at human height, charged towards the territory of the group. Elevate the territory. Adjust positions and prepare for defense. Yi Chun shouted, attempting to raise their domain's altitude, only to discover it remained steadfast, anchored in place. Not only he, but the portly man also noted this phenomenon, gazing at Yi Chun in astonishment. This is impossible. The ground beneath us is governed by peculiar rules. Once the territory descends here, it can only shift slightly or activate spatial powers to depart. To explore the dark domain, we must venture out ourselves. Li Xinghai elucidated, leaving Yi Chun quite startled. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. The grotesque hounds were now mere moments away, with their primary target being the territory itself. Earth spirits, rise and form walls to halt the advance of these hounds. Everyone, prepare to attack. Yi Chun commanded. Since the territory could not move, it was prudent to erect barriers and temporarily construct a fortification. Chapter 50. The terrifying numbers of the beast horde 10 earth spirits acted in unison. As deities of land from the mythos of Huaxia, they wielded extraordinary command over earth magic. Solid earthen walls surged upwards at remarkable speed, an achievement even the most proficient high-level sorcerers might struggle to replicate, leaving Zhou Wenbin and others utterly astonished. Bang! Massive, decaying hounds collided with the earthen walls, scattering soil everywhere, but failing to topple them. The grotesque hounds shook their woozy heads, pacing back and forth beneath the walls, seemingly contemplating a strategy. Yet, the earth spirits remained undeterred, continuing to reinforce the walls to prevent the horde from breaching them. Some agile hounds began to dig tunnels beneath the walls or attempted to circumvent them. This was merely a testament to the current strength of the earth spirits. The late-stage third-tier earth spirits could not rapidly construct walls to encircle the entire territory, and could only temporarily block the direction from which the hounds charged. Wow! The old geezers are surprisingly formidable, the portly man exclaimed. Normally, one wouldn't glean such strength from the earth spirits within their territory, but now, in the realm of dark origins, their true power was revealed. Reinforce the walls further, but leave a couple of openings to allow the hounds to pass. Observing the hounds attempting to flank them, Yi Chun proposed. As the ancient saying goes, Better to accommodate than to obstruct. With no openings, the solid walls would merely compel the hounds to wander around. Given the current circumstances, the earth spirits were unable to fully enclose the territory. Rather than creating a barrier with no escape, it was more strategic to allow two gaps. So the hounds would pass through the openings rather than venture far around the walls. Once they entered through the gaps, they would be met with a formidable array of mountain spirits, towering giants, and a hail of arrows, spears, and projectiles. Impressive. I never imagined we could fight like this. The hounds lined up obediently behind the gaps, with hardly any straying to the sides. As the onslaught of hounds was finally intercepted, the portly man and his companions let out a sigh of relief, praising Yi Chun. The strategy is static, while the mind is dynamic. Keep your wits about you, Yi Chun retorted, redirecting his focus back to the horde of grotesque hounds. The strength of these dark creatures was not particularly formidable, primarily consisting of 0 and 1st-tier entities. With only a handful being 2nd-tier, the presence of 3rd-tier hounds was virtually non-existent. These dark beings could only progress to a maximum of 3rd-tier strength. And to evolve into 4th tier, they would require a unique metamorphic transformation. However, despite their lack of strength, their numbers seemed inexhaustible. After several minutes of combat, Yi Chun suddenly observed that the horde showed no signs of diminishing. The grotesque hounds continued to flood in from the rear, seemingly endless. Could it be? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Yi Chun pondered uncertainly. The sheer volume of these grotesque hounds was beginning to weigh heavily on him, especially considering his own contingent amounted to just over 100. It should be at least, starting from 10,000. Zhou Wenbin stammered, noting that this one-sided defense against the horde of grotesque hounds was far more comfortable than facing a deluge of dark creatures head-on, as they had before. At least 10,000? The portly man exclaimed incredulously. Zhou Wenbin, appearing innocent, nodded, glancing at Lu Xinghai, who once again took on the role of translator. Essentially, yes. The numbers of dark creatures here are indeed terrifying, and once they mobilize, it entails an entire swarm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fled last time. He explained with a shrug of resignation. By the way, the location of the Holy Light Stone is in that direction. When we came last time, there were no dark creatures stationed there, but after we retrieved the Holy Light Stone, a pack of terror wolves suddenly appeared. Our retreat was delayed, resulting in Sister Wenxuan's exposure to darkness. So, the area where we obtained the Holy Light Stone is now occupied by a pack of terror wolves? Yi Chun mused, furrowing his brow. Terror wolves were not to be compared with grotesque hounds. If these lowest-tier dark creatures numbered in the tens of thousands, even he would be compelled to retreat. If that pack of terror wolves hasn't vacated, then yes. Lu Xiang took the opportunity to respond. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. The pack of over 10,000 feral wolves primarily consisted of creatures at the 1st to 2nd tier. Given his current strength, he was utterly incapable of confronting them. Their sheer numbers necessitated alternative strategies. The stout fellow interjected, aware of his own capabilities. Yet he also recognized that even fortified walls could not pose a significant threat to the feral wolves. How many magic crystal bombs do you have left? Yi Chun inquired after a brief contemplation. Magic crystal bombs? I've accumulated quite a stockpile over these days. I should have over 1,000 of the tier 0 variety, and several hundred of tier 1, not to mention a few dozen of tier 2. Do you intend to use them? The stout fellow replied. Once we finish clearing these cadaverous hounds, instruct your goblins to excavate tunnels and bury the magic crystal bombs underground, Yi Chun commanded. Are you certain that once we step into the wolves' territory, they will relentlessly pursue us? Yes, that much is certain. It appears to be a peculiar rule of this space. Lu Xinghai nodded. No, this is not a rule, but rather a restriction, an impediment preventing the dark creatures from recklessly engaging, Yi Chun countered. Shortly, send a few of the faster red feathered birds to lure the feral wolves away from their territory, and we shall utilize the earthen wall as our defense. But, won't these walls be insufficient to withstand the feral wolves? The stout fellow cautioned, his tone laced with concern. Indeed, the hastily erected walls are inadequate. Therefore, we must allow time for the earth elementals to reinforce and expand them. Furthermore, your magic crystal bombs buried outside will serve as landmines. We must aim to eliminate as many feral wolves as possible, Yi Chun elucidated, explaining that using the magic crystal bombs as explosives in this large-scale conflict was crucial. For his limited number of kin could achieve little against such overwhelming odds, even less than the stout fellow-esque goblins. Then I shall instruct those rascals to produce more while we have this window of opportunity. After all, they work quickly, the stout fellow exclaimed, his excitement evident as he dashed towards his territory, feeling a sense of validation in his value. Chapter 51. The Black Beast turns out to be one of their own. Woof, woof. The mass of cadaverous hounds surged towards the group's territory, and soon Yi Chun uncovered another vexing issue. The sheer number of cadaverous hounds was overwhelming. Even though they were bottlenecked at 2 exits, the rapid extermination was still insufficient against a tide of thousands. Before long, the bodies piled high, and the subsequent cadaverous hounds leaped over the fallen, rendering the earthen walls nearly useless. Earth caused the pits at the breach to collapse, bury the hound corpses. Yi Chen commanded, Zhou Wenbin, have your hill giants block the breach. Mountain Spirit, fall back. Dispose of those cadaverous hound corpses. Yi Chen rapidly orchestrated the defense. The ground subsidence was merely a temporary fix, and they would still rely on the Mountain Spirit to dispose of the bodies. Endowed with the strength to move mountains, the Mountain Spirits were now relegated to the task of body disposal, a slight indignity for them. Nonetheless, among all the kin present, they possessed the greatest strength, surpassing even the larger hill giants. The Mountain Spirits effortlessly hoisted the cadaverous hound corpses onto their shoulders, ascending the earthen wall, and hurled them outward, causing the bodies to vanish into the darkness. The distance was such that it did not affect the nearby hound pack. Only the distant shadows echoed with the cries of cadaverous hounds being struck. That was exceedingly arduous. Zhou Wenbin exhaled in relief as he finally took over the Mountain Spirit's defensive line. The hill giants were significantly weaker than the Mountain Spirits, and managing 2 breaches was a considerable strain, but at least they had managed to seal them. What followed was a protracted battle. The Silverleaf Moon Elves, Hill Dwarves, Azure-Scaled Serpents, Goblins, and Red-Feathered Birds, altogether numbering over 1,000, held fast against the 2 breaches for 3 grueling hours before finally slaying the last cadaverous hound. As the final beast fell, everyone collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Yi Chen observed the trembling arms of the Silverleaf Moon Elf beside him, a testament to the relentless barrage of arrows. Rest for 1 hour, and those with strength remaining should assist in cleaning the battlefield. You two, prioritize restoring the energy of the earth elementals. Yi Chen swiftly instructed. Wait, we only get an hour of rest after such grueling effort? Lu Xiang exclaimed, his voice strained. However, Yi Chen remained resolute in his decision. This is the entrance to the space. This batch of cadaverous hounds might be attempting to leave for the trial world. Prolonged inactivity here will not afford us more opportunities to rest, but will instead invite the next wave of dark creatures. Do you think we will encounter Tier 1 cadaverous hounds next, or perhaps Tier 3 earth dragons? Yi Chen's words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically, with Lu Xiang and the others frantically gesturing in protest. Let us not summon any more of those. We can't handle it, they exclaimed, their voices filled with dread. The Tier 1 cadaverous hounds had already left them in a state of disarray. The prospect of facing Tier 3 earth dragons was terrifying. This was not just a single creature, but a multitude, over 10,000 strong, with the advantage in numbers decidedly against them. As their voices subsided, Yi Shi and the others who had gone to clear the battlefield returned, clutching several dark treasure chests. My lord, we found these on the battlefield. Especially these 2 larger ones, not far from the stone wall breach. Yi Shi reported, causing the others to pause in surprise. Killing the dark creatures here yields treasure chests as rewards? The stout fellow exclaimed, astonished. Typically, aside from clearing fallen meteors, eliminating the scattered dark creatures yielded no treasure chests. They had assumed the same would apply here, especially given the lack of a dedicated territory, but to their astonishment, a significant number of dark treasure chests appeared after the mass death of the cadaverous hounds. Ah, I remember now. We received one last time, albeit a small one, and it didn't contain much. It materialized unexpectedly during the battle, Li Xinghai recalled, a look of realization crossing his face. The dark treasure chests are formed from concentrated dark essence, a reward from the gods for new lords who repel the darkness. Given the dense dark aura in this area, it's only natural that dark treasure chests would manifest. Yi Chen pondered briefly, grasping the underlying principle. The trial space is essentially a construct by the gods to hone new lords. Everything here operates based on rules. The realm of dark origins, rich in dark essence, naturally aligns with the rules of the trial space, hence the emergence of dark treasure chests. It seems there are quite a few dark treasure chests here, Yi Chen mused. But, last time, we only received one, Zhou Wenbin suddenly inquired, drawing disparaging looks from the others. Brother, perhaps it's best not to dwell on such matters? Last time, we hardly killed many dark creatures before fleeing. Lu Xinghai covered his face, visibly embarrassed. The stout fellow patted Zhou Wenbin's shoulder. Let us not bring that up. Feeling dejected, Zhou Wenbin retreated to a corner to sulk. In any case, the presence of dark treasure chests was a fortuitous occurrence. Let us open these chests and see who among us is the unfortunate one, Yi Chen declared, casually opening the nearest dark treasure chest. 2 packets of seeds and a weapon, ordinary items with no particular distinction. However, the weapon was quite impressive. It was a 4th-tier pickaxe, perfectly suitable for the mountain deity. With innate divine strength combined with the 4th-tier pickaxe, the mountain deity's attacks would pose a significant threat even to 4th-tier creatures. By the heavens, a blueprint! Suddenly exclaimed the stout fellow beside them, drawing everyone's attention. What luck! Yi Chen muttered, lifting his gaze to discover yet another design blueprint for the 5-element cycle array. The complete array could expand the applicable area by an additional 30 units and accelerate the territory improvement rate by 50%. its efficacy surpassing that of the cyclical array the stout fellow had uncovered during the novice protection period. It seems someone else has also acquired a blueprint. Lu Xiang's voice rang out as he revealed a scroll from the treasure chest. Although the design for a magical tower was not as valuable as the 5-element cycle array, it was considerably superior to Yi Chen's pickaxe. I've unlocked a fire spirit pearl. I possess the design for stone abode, seemingly tailored for the kinfolk, offering additional benefits to dwarves and gnomes. I have a spellbook, one that conjures flames, enhancing the power of my fire spells. Yi Chen fell silent, quietly stowing away the pickaxe in his possession. I thought treasure chests held nothing of worth. Little did I expect that the stout fellow would surprise us. Chapter 52, The Towering City Walls. After a brief respite, they were met with an even fiercer storm. A dozen pure white jade rabbits hopped back and forth, healing the mountain deity and the land spirits, restoring their vitality. The moonlight cascaded down, adding a veil of mist to the pitch-black night sky. Subsequently, the mountain deity and the land spirits rose, and towering, robust earthen walls emerged, encircling everyone's territory. Heavy rocks were brought forth by the mountain deity to fortify the walls. The 20 individuals executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency, leaving the rock-eating hill giants momentarily astonished. How could these diminutive beings possess such remarkable stamina and strength? Truly, truly impressive, exclaimed Zhou Wenbin, resting atop a pile of rubble. In contrast, his hill giant seemed to have no advantages beyond mere size. Indeed, I wonder what Morning Brother's lordly talent is. Each of the transformed kin is fearfully powerful. Most of them start at tier 3. The stout fellow nodded in admiration. Apart from the basic moon elves, including Yui, the mountain deity, and the land spirits, all were initial tier 3 kin. Yes, even those harmless rabbits possess tier 3 strength. Zhou Wenbin stammered, receiving unanimous agreement from the others. I never anticipated that my red-feathered bird would be outclassed by a bunch of little white rabbits. Lu Xinghai lamented, resting his chin in his hands, a look of dejection on his face. Come now, at least the red-feathered bird has room for growth, while my goblin peaks at tier 2, which is even less than their initial level. Some individuals spend their lives in pursuit of Rome, while others are born into it. Where's Rome, by the way? Isn't it in the province of Italy in Western Europe? As the group engaged in light banter, Yi Chen directed the kinfolk diligently in constructing the walls. With no interference from the dark creatures, the wall building proceeded relatively smoothly. After all, this was the expertise of the land spirits and mountain deity, far surpassing the capabilities of the current earth mages. The thick, sturdy walls rose before the astonished gazes of all. The walls soared to a height of several meters. Even the hill giants could not see the top in a single glance. Morning Brother, I swear I will never again jest with these elders, the stout fellow exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the strength of the elders. Enough with the flattery, you've rested long enough. Get your goblins to lay landmines, and let the red-feathered bird assist you, Yi Chen said, shoving the stout fellow's head away with a hint of irritation. Constructing such massive walls, encircling hundreds of acres, was no small feat for the mountain deity and land spirits, and they now rested on the ground, while the subsequent tasks fell to the stout fellow and his companions. All right then, I assure you I will complete the task, he declared confidently, patting his chest. The two stout fellows, accompanied by their kin, rushed towards the outer wall. Joined by Lu Xiang's azure-scaled serpent kin, the serpent folk's tails could effectively conceal traces on the ground, minimizing the chances of detection. Meanwhile, the red-feathered birds tirelessly transported magical crystal bombs. In just over an hour, the stout fellow's hundreds of goblins worked tirelessly, producing several thousand magical crystal bombs in one go. Had it not been for the shortage of low-tier magical crystals, he believed he could have supplied each beast in the horde with one. Nonetheless, this quantity would suffice. A single magical crystal bomb could potentially take down more than one creature from the massive horde. Lu Xinghai arranged for some red-feathered birds to scout ahead and confirm whether the fear wolves still occupy that area. As the landmines were nearly laid, Yi Chen instructed his stout companion. Understood. The stout fellow nodded, sending several red-feathered birds soaring into the darkness. With an ample supply of magical crystals, aside from what was necessary to sustain Zhou Wenxuan's life, the remainder was allocated to expanding their forces. The number of red-feathered birds exceeded 1,000, surpassing the count during their earlier raid on Yi Chen. The azure-scaled serpents and hill dwarves also numbered over 200 each, doubling their previous counts. Only the hill giants saw little increase in number due to the recruitment cooldown. Minutes later, a few red-feathered birds returned, chirping animatedly around the stout fellow. While the beast kin and the lord could not communicate directly, they could generally understand each other's intentions. Morning Brother, that area is still occupied by the fear wolves, but it seems a few of them have undergone some changes. They appear to have evolved. The stout fellow reported, a hint of concern in his voice. Changed appearance? The pinnacle of the fear wolf strength is tier 3. If they have indeed evolved, then these few may have reached tier 4. Yi Chen's expression shifted as tier 4 fear wolves surpassed their current capabilities. Indeed, but there are not many of these evolved fear wolves, only about 5. 5, you say? That is not insurmountable. Have your red-feathered birds lure them in. Targeting the weaker ones first, we will attempt to divide and conquer. Chen contemplated, concluding that there was no better opportunity than the present. Delaying further could attract other dark creatures, especially since this was a crucial entry point, and the distant roars of beasts were growing increasingly frequent. All right, Lu Xinghai nodded, turning to organize the plan. The others took their positions atop the walls, preparing for the impending encounter. Chen even instructed the land spirits to thicken the soil outside, to prevent the initial low-tier fear wolves from triggering the magical crystal bombs prematurely, as that would be a waste. Oh, the moment of truth with the fear wolves is upon us, the stout fellow exclaimed, his face a mixture of excitement and fear. You can be excited, but could you please stop hiding behind me, clutching my arm and trembling? Chen turned back, exasperated. A classic case of being both inexperienced and overly eager. Where am I trembling? Who's hiding behind you? The stout fellow straightened his posture, defiantly raising his chin. At that moment, a distant wolf howl echoed through the air, accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground, indicating that a large pack of fearsome wolves was charging towards them. The previously bold rotund figure, having just peeked out, fell silent and recoiled behind Chen once more. What a coward! Chen scoffed, dismissing him with a glance as he focused intently on the scene outside the city walls. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, pursuing several swift silhouettes ahead. The rainbow birds dared not soar too high to avoid attracting the ire of the fearsome wolves, yet this prudence only led them into peril. The wolves' relentless speed was exhausting the birds, but fortunately, they were nearing the safety of home. Chapter 53, Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Unlike the barking brigade of rotting corpse dogs, the howls of wolves resounded in the ears of the onlookers, rapidly approaching the territory behind the rainbow birds. Have your rainbow birds ascend. At this rate, they will be devoured, Chen urged, as he flew straight ahead. The speed of the rainbow birds paled in comparison to that of the wolves, who were closing in on them. The chubby one nodded, frantically calling several rainbow birds to fly back and relay the message. The cries of the birds echoed in the air but were easily drowned out by the howls behind them. Fortunately, the frequency of their calls was distinct, and after a considerable time, they were finally heard, prompting several rainbow birds to take flight. Seeing their prey escaping just as it was within their grasp, the fearsome wolves could hardly contain their frustration. They leaped forward, making a final desperate attempt, but it was ultimately in vain. The pack chased for a while before halting, discontentedly gazing skyward while emitting low growls. Unfortunately, this was not a void trial space. The gravity beneath them restricted their movements. Just as many wolves prepared to abandon the chase, a rich vitality wafted into their nostrils. Turning their heads, they beheld a magnificent giant city rising before them, with vibrant lives atop its walls beckoning them closer. Once more, the howls of the wolves reverberated, and the pack, initially poised to depart, converged once again, fixating their gaze upon the distant city. Ultimately, with a massive wolf letting out a deep growl, all the fearsome wolves surged towards the grand city before them. Archers, prepare the catapults. 3, 2, 1, fire. Chen commanded from atop the city wall, diligently calculating the distance between the two sides. At a signal, a rain of arrows cascaded down upon the pack of wolves. Arrows and shattered stones effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the wolves, and the anguished howls echoed in the ears of those present. Brother Chen, this batch of fearsome wolves is rather small, isn't it? Their strength seems to be around the first to second tier. The stout figure beside Chen remarked with a frown. Since this group of rainbow birds hasn't attracted too many, wouldn't it be better to divide and conquer? Chen responded with a smile. Although there were thousands of wolves, they were not all mobilized at once, having crossed the spatial rift into the trial space. Thus, the rainbow birds did not need to lure them all out at once. Oh, I see. That is quite fortunate. The stout one sighed in relief, then boldly shouted at the distant pack. Come on, you weaklings, come and bite me. Just as he finished, a gigantic silver wolf emerged from the darkness, its icy gaze fixed upon Chen and his companions, causing the previously audacious figure to shudder in fear. Mamma mia, what on earth is that? A fearsome wolf? He exclaimed, retreating behind Chen once again, peeking out with only his head visible. Not just any wolf. This is its evolved form, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, a creature starting at Tier 4. Chen stated flatly, the presence of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf imposing significant pressure upon him. The sheer strength of a Tier 4 creature alone was enough to overwhelm them, and even the city walls might not withstand its might. 4-tier creature? Are you kidding me? Brother Chen, we must flee. The stout one stammered, his earlier bravado vanishing in an instant. What's wrong? No more bravado? Chen teased with a smirk. I was wrong. I promise I won't act so cocky again. He shouted. Chen, uninterested in his pleas, beckoned to Yishi beside him. Prepare all the moon maidens, mountain spirits, and earth spirits. A formidable opponent has arrived. This is also your opportunity for rapid advancement. Chen instructed gravely. Yishi nodded, her expression equally serious, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the fearsome wolf. I understand, she replied, then went to gather the moon maidens, mountain spirits, and earth spirits, readying them for action. The pack of fearsome wolves continued their relentless advance. But after several rounds of arrows fell, their numbers had dwindled significantly. The initial count of wolves was not large, and they were quickly dispatched. The real threat remained the howling moon demon wolf in the distance. Wait, it intends to retreat? Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he noticed the wolf hesitating, suppressing its instinct to charge and opting to withdraw instead. Lu Xinghai, send out a few rainbow birds to entangle the howling moon demon wolf and keep it here. Yi Chen shouted. If it managed to escape, facing 5 howling moon demon wolves simultaneously would be an overwhelming challenge. A small group of rainbow birds darted forth, causing the retreating howling moon demon wolf to pause. Observing the approaching birds, it was not averse to having a light snack first. With a slight hesitation in its steps, the howling moon demon wolf turned, awaiting the arrival of the rainbow birds. As the distance between them closed, the diving rainbow birds flapped their wings, preparing to ascend once more when the howling moon demon wolf suddenly propelled itself with its hind legs, leaping high to pounce upon the descending birds. The cries of the birds were abruptly silenced as the wolf's astonishing leap allowed it to swallow 2 of them whole. The remaining rainbow birds flapped their wings in a panic, hastily ascending to avoid becoming the next targets. With ease, the howling moon demon wolf landed on the ground, issuing a provocative howl towards the grand city. What astonishing leaping ability! The onlookers atop the city wall gasped, with Lu Xinghai's heart pained at the sight of his beloved rainbow birds, all of whom were his kin. It's here. Unlike the astonishment of the others, Yi Chen, who had been fixated on the howling moon demon wolf, suddenly exclaimed. As his words fell, a crescent moon flickered into brilliance amidst the darkness, slicing towards the howling moon demon wolf. Kill! Accompanying this command was a horde of mountain spirits erupting from the ground, roaring as they charged towards the howling moon demon wolf. The earth spirits peeked out from below, the ground trembling as earth-based spells radiated outward, centered on the howling moon demon wolf. Even with its agility, it was not immune to the piercing earth spikes, not to mention the power of the mountain spirits, whose innate abilities were not inferior to those of Tier 4 creatures. The leader, wielding a golden mountain cleaver, swung it with fervor, forcing the howling moon demon wolf to momentarily retreat from its sharp edge. Suddenly, another howl echoed, and a silvery figure burst forth from the shadows, lunging at the mountain spirit armed with the cleaver. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the mountain spirit parried the attack with its cleaver. But the force of the blow sent it sprawling, causing the cleaver to fly from its grasp. Upon encountering the howling moonshadow wolf, Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe that another moonshadow wolf lurked in the darkness, biding its time until they ventured beyond the city walls. Chapter 54. I am the God of Mountains. With a mournful howl, yet another moonshadow wolf emerged, the 2 colossal wolves exuding an immense pressure, surveying the surrounding crowd with an air of regal dominance, subtly encircling them. Beasts, do not presume to be arrogant, Yi Shi exclaimed, her voice a clarion call, as the radiance of moonlight enveloped her. An overwhelming force of lunar power coalescing around her, akin to a resplendent moon amidst the pitch of night. The 2 demonic wolves fixated on Yi Shi, emitting low growls, sensing an unexpected threat from these seemingly feeble humans. Behold, the domain of the mountain god. There is no retreat, roared the mountain god, who had been sent flying by the mountain-splitting axe, rising to his feet and directing his fury towards the wolves. He was known as Taishan, and apart from a select few like Lu Ban and Mog, most mountain gods were named after the majestic peaks of Huaxia. Among the pantheon of mountain gods, he bore the highest power attribute and the most formidable offensive talent, which was why Yi Chen entrusted him with the mountain-splitting axe. Although he lacked any talent in crafting, his sheer strength sufficed to aid Yi Chen in cleaving mountains and splitting rocks. Now, having seen the axe bestowed by the Lord himself sent hurtling away, and having sustained grievous wounds from the 2 wolves, how could the proud mountain god endure such humiliation? In Huaxia, there were no useless gods. How could a dignified mountain god be bested by mere wolf pups? Taishan charged forth, racing towards the moonshadow wolves, when suddenly, a spike of earth shot up, propelling the mountain-splitting axe back towards him. Come forth, Taishan shouted, catching the axe mid-flight, then leaping high into the air, wielding the colossal axe with an unmatched ferocity aimed at one of the moonshadow wolves. Sensing the imminent threat from the axe's blade, the moonshadow wolf attempted to evade, only to find itself encircled by a multitude of mountain gods. Furthermore, spikes of earth rose around them, conjured by the land itself to thwart the wolf's escape. Kill! Taishan bellowed as he swung the giant axe downwards. The trapped moonshadow wolf turned its head in a desperate bid for evasion, but it braced itself against the blow. With a resounding thud, its limbs buckled, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from its left shoulder and splattering Taishan. Yet, as he gripped the mountain-splitting axe, Taishan's gaze darkened. The axe had not truly penetrated the flesh. It had merely struck the surface, failing to delve deeper. At that moment, an echoing howl filled the air, a foul stench wafting toward him as the massive wolf's head turned abruptly. Be cautious. Quickly evade. The moonblade swept across, leaving a shallow gash on the wolf's back, as Yishi intervened to rescue Taishan. The Moonshadow Wolf rose once more, its tremendous strength sending Taishan flying again. He was taken aback, having once more succumbed to the might of a wolf, his face a mask of despair and disbelief. You are a mountain god. Surely you cannot be so easily defeated. Remember your own words. In the domain of the mountain god, there is no retreat. Noticing Taishan's failure to rise after a time, Yishi turned to him, understanding his thoughts, and reproached him sternly. In the domain of the mountain god, there is no retreat, Taishan murmured, a renewed spark igniting within him. You are right, I am a mountain god. How could I possibly be vanquished by a mere wolf? Taishan proclaimed, rising once more. The situation had devolved into a fierce stalemate. With numerous mountain gods entangled with the two Moonshadow Wolves, while Yu-E and the mountain gods relentlessly struck, leaving numerous wounds upon the demonic beasts. Yet, these assaults failed to inflict any significant damage. The Moonshadow Wolves possessed formidable defenses, and the collective onslaught could only mar their flesh, failing to sever their bones, merely hindering their movements. I am Taishan, the god of mountains, who commands the clouds, conjures storms, wields thunder and lightning, and safeguards peace, Taishan declared. Each word punctuated as intertwining bolts of lightning materialized around him, responding to his will. You vile beasts, ensnared in darkness, spreading calamity upon the world, must be vanquished. With that, Taishan leapt into the air, raising the giant axe above his head, the electricity coiling around him, converging upon the mountain-splitting axe. A deafening roar of thunder erupted from the sky, illuminating the previously clear night as lightning slashed through, casting light upon the encroaching darkness. What is this? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as Chen hastily consulted Taishan's information, discovering a brand new racial talent listed among his attributes. Race, Mountain God. Level, Tier 3. Loyalty, 100. Growth duration, 17. Normal growth over 6 months. Total attributes reaching 250 points. Attributes, Physique, 62. Strength, 78. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 30. Spirit, 30. Talent Skill 1. Mountain Shifting. Possessing immense strength with the power to move mountains, increasing strength attributes by 100. Talent Skill 2. Mountainous. Steadfast as a mountain. Reducing damage taken by 30, with damage reduction increasing to 60 while in a stationary state. Talent Skill 3. Basic Breathing Technique. A unique breathing method that gradually improves one's attributes. Talent Skill 4. Rock Solid. Body as hard as stone, reducing damage taken by 40. Talent Skill 5. Banishing Evil. Increasing damage dealt to dark creatures by 20, while reducing mental damage taken by 20. Talent Skill 6. Mastery of Thunder and Lightning. Possessing the ability to control thunder and lightning. The enhancement in strength attributes was notable. But the real crux lay in this mastery of thunder and lightning, an exceedingly formidable racial talent. Chen mused, while the nearby portly companions erupted with exclamations of awe. With no time to attend to their astonishment, Taishan's colossal axe, now enveloped in lightning, transformed into a towering weapon. Following the contour of Taishan's form, the 5-meter-high axe descended upon the Moonshadow Wolf. In that instant, a flicker of fear crossed the Moonshadow Wolf's eyes. It sensed the threat to its very existence emanating from the impending blow. This axe could indeed claim its life. I am Yishi, guardian of the moonlight. With a cry, Yishi spread her arms wide, summoning a beam of moonlight from the night sky. The pure moonlight radiated a chilling aura, swiftly encasing the surroundings in frost, while the vast power of the moonlight enveloped the Moonshadow Wolf, rendering it immobile. With a desperate howl, the Moonshadow Wolf summoned a massive moon blade from its mouth, a manifestation of its racial talent. Yet this moonlit force barely shattered Yishi's lunar prison. Before it could escape, Taishan's assault was upon it. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic axe, cloaked in lightning, descended, obliterating all in its path, including the moonlight prison summoned by Yishi, which was utterly annihilated. Chapter 55, Tier 3 Magic Crystal Bomb. Incredible! How powerful! The crowd exclaimed, astonished that a mere Tier 3 mountain god could unleash such formidable might. The ability to cleave mountains and fill seas, the divine power of the mountain god transcended mere expectations. The capacity to summon clouds, conjure storms, command thunder and lightning, and safeguard tranquility. Chen murmured. This was the portrayal of the mountain god found in ancient Huaxia texts. Though the mountain god appeared a modest deity, in the Primordial Era, he would have been a sovereign force, incomparable to the later deities and land gods appointed by the celestial court. The primordial realm was filled with extraordinary individuals, which obscured their renown. As the dust settled, a severed wolf head rolled to the ground, dark blood gushing forth like a spring from the remnants of its body. A low, mournful howl escaped from another howling moon demon wolf, seemingly startled by the scene before it, beginning to harbor a modicum of fear regarding the mountain god's prowess. With a heavy thud, Taishan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath incessantly. Yichang stepped forward, attempting to rejuvenate him with the power of moonlight. However, Taishan's internal reserves were severely depleted, his magical energy nearly extinguished, prompting a frown from Yi Chang. Let us first escort him away. We shall deal with this howling moon demon wolf, Yi Shi suggested, equally breathless. She was not in any better condition than Taishan, having pushed her limits with the final moonlight cage. Yet, as the foremost Yue of Yi Chun's territory and the matriarch of all the clan's kin, she could not allow herself to falter. Very well, Yi Chang nodded, instructing the earth spirits to harness their terrestrial powers and transport him to safety. Meanwhile, the others formed a surrounding formation, cornering the other howling moon demon wolf. Brother Chun, I will arrange for someone to retrieve him immediately. Additionally, in that direction, I have buried a third-tier magic crystal bomb. You can direct someone to lure it over, but do remember to ensure their safety. The stout man exclaimed rapidly. Yi Chen nodded, contemplating how to communicate with the entity. At such a distance, mere shouting would be ineffectual. Moreover, the howling moon demon wolf was evidently an intelligent creature, and simply yelling would hardly deceive it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the battle resumed in the distance. The howling moon demon wolf had lost its fighting spirit, yearning only to break free, yet Yi Shi and the others could not allow it to escape. If they did, they would soon face at least 4 howling moon demon wolves. The group sprang into action, ensuring the creature remained trapped. However, lacking Taishan's lightning, they found themselves devoid of effective offensive measures, resorting to a war of attrition. Yi Ling, prepare the bow and arrow. Utilize that golden bow, Yi Chen suddenly instructed, scribbling a message on a piece of cloth and tying it to an arrowhead, calling out to Yi Ling. In terms of long-distance communication, aside from intricate flag signals, this rudimentary method was their only recourse. Understood, Yi Ling replied, summoning a clan member to fetch the golden bow. Although the silver-leafed moon elves were not particularly suited to wield it, it was the only bow capable of achieving the necessary range. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the stout man, who was researching a new project, a short-range battlefield communication device. This endeavor must be significantly less challenging, right? The stout man's plump visage suddenly froze, twisting into a pained smile. Why must I always bear the brunt of these injuries? Brother Chun, doesn't the Universal Building sell such devices? Why not utilize those instead? The devices from the Universal Building are reliant on another's technology. Utilizing another's resources places our fates in their hands. It is far more prudent to rely on our own capabilities, Yi Chen elucidated. The stout man could only resign himself with a nod, realizing that research funding would need to be increased. Whoosh! At last, Yi Ling's golden bow was ready. An arrow streaked forth, soaring towards Yi Shi, who was resting at the periphery, recuperating her strength. Startled by the approaching projectile, Yi Shi turned, only to see the arrow embedded firmly in the rock beside her, its depth impressive. Narrowing her exquisite eyes, she removed the cloth from the arrow, revealing Yi Chun's clear handwriting. After reading it, her gaze momentarily paused, directing itself towards a distant location. Then, she surveyed the ongoing scuffle with the howling moon demon wolf and rejoined the fray. Soon, those observing the battle from afar, including Yi Chun, noticed the battlefield slowly shifting. Though the pace was unhurried, it consistently gravitated toward the position previously indicated by the stout man. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. The stout man muttered excitedly, directing his gaze toward the battlefield. This was the first time a third-tier magic crystal bomb had been deployed, and he was uncertain of the extent of its power or whether it could threaten a fourth-tier creature. Today, however, was an opportune moment to witness a miracle. Under Yi Shi's guidance, the howling moon demon wolf unwittingly advanced towards the designated position. As Yi Shi and her companions began to feel the strain of their dwindling energy, the pressure of combating the howling moon demon wolf intensified. Yi Shi, having hardly regained any energy, was now solely sustained by sheer willpower. Any lapse in focus could result in her being consumed by her adversary. Yet, it was under these extreme conditions that Yi Shi persevered. Yi Chen remained vigilant, closely monitoring her condition. Similar to Taishan, her attributes had seen a significant enhancement, and her racial gift, moonlight, had evolved into a superior form, granting her greater mastery over the power of moonlight. The moonlight cage that ensnared the howling moon demon wolf was deployed on this very foundation. As they inched closer to the pre-buried bomb, the howling moon demon wolf seemed to sense impending peril, its attempts to break free becoming increasingly ferocious, thus amplifying the pressure on Yi Shi and her companions. A breach has opened. Prepare to retreat, Yi Shi commanded softly. In an instant, the once tight encirclement revealed a gap, and the beleaguered howling moon demon wolf seized the opportunity to leap forward. Yet, it failed to notice that Yi Shi and her comrades had halted in their tracks, smirking as they swiftly retreated. Sensing something amiss, the howling moon demon wolf turned back, only to find that not only were they not in pursuit, but they were fleeing instead. The creature, not particularly bright, could not grasp the situation, and it had no time to ponder further as the stout man's excited snap of his fingers heralded a tremendous force surging beneath it. Boom boom, the stout man snapped his fingers, his voice rising with the explosion's roar, his face alight with excitement. The tremors beneath them suggested even the earthen walls were shaking. However, Yi Chun and the others remained undeterred, their eyes fixed anxiously on the distance, all eager to ascertain whether the third-tier magic crystal bomb could indeed vanquish the fourth-tier howling moon demon wolf. Chapter 56, The Design of the Moon Well. Excellent. As the dust began to settle, the group erupted into cheers, with the stout man even letting out a shriek of delight. The once mighty howling moon demon wolf lay sprawled on the ground, its form a gruesome sight, bloodied and battered, with only faint breaths remaining. The third-tier magic crystal bomb truly possesses the capability to threaten fourth-tier dark creatures. The group exclaimed in astonishment, even Yi Chen's face betraying a flicker of joy. Possessing the third-tier magic crystal bomb undoubtedly conferred the ability to defeat fourth-tier dark beings, a remarkable advantage within the entire trial space. Turn back and finish it. At this moment, Yi Shi and her companions, having taken cover from the explosion, peeked out once more, launching a barrage of attacks at the downed howling moon demon wolf, decisively draining the last vestiges of its life. Minutes later, Yi Shi returned, her expression weary, accompanied by the group and two immense demon wolf carcasses. Even in death, the bodies emanated a formidable aura, as if two colossal howling moon demon wolves were still roaring at them. My lord, this is the dark treasure generated over there. There is but one, Yi Shi stated, handing over a dark chest. The chest was enveloped in thick black mist, adorned with intricate patterns, evidently far more exquisite than any they had encountered previously. Brother Chen, wait, allow me. Yi Chen was just about to casually open the treasure chest when he was abruptly halted by the stout fellow, whose infamous reputation still echoed among the group. All right. Here you go, hurry up and open it. Yi Chen replied with irritation. How could he be considered dark? Hadn't he previously unearthed the Greenshade Lord's manor? It was only in recent days that his luck had waned slightly. Snatching the chest from Yi Chen's hands, the stout man wasted no time, rubbing his palms together. And under the eager gazes of the onlookers, he opened it. Instantly, a dazzling array of items appeared before them. Rice and tomato seeds? But they all seemed to be of the second tier. He pulled out 2 packets of seeds, a look of exasperation on his face. Seeds could be obtained anywhere. It merely required time, and advancing their tier was quite challenging. Yi Chen's first-tier vegetables were purely a stroke of luck. The haul is decent. We can swiftly advance to the second tier, and these second-tier ingredients will significantly benefit our kin, Yi Chen remarked, examining the properties of the rice and tomato. The initial level of the Silverleaf Moon Elves was merely tier 1, while the Jade Rabbit started at tier 2. And the Stout Man's Goblin was at a meager tier 0. These second-tier ingredients were perfectly suited to expedite their growth. Indeed, I am revered as Little Red Hand, the stout man declared proudly, lifting his chin, and resumed his exploration of the chest, following the 2 basic seed packets. The third item he retrieved was a low-tier water spirit pearl. It seemed that upon entering the realm of dark origins, the probability of obtaining elemental pearls had significantly increased. This item was quite practical for the stout man and his companions, yet for Yi Chen, it was somewhat superfluous. After all, he could not utilize low-tier pearls to elevate himself to a formal tier 1 lord. Come on, what else is there? Yi Chen urged, aware that the dark treasure chest wouldn't contain too many items, and with 2 already revealed, there could only be 1 or 2 more. Let me see. The stout man replied, continuing to rummage through the chest. He extracted 2 more items, and as the dark treasure chest dissipated, it became evident that these were indeed the final 2 treasures. These are 2 blueprints. When the 2 scroll-like sheets appeared before the crowd, it was clear they were unmistakably blueprints. Moonwell and Magic Tower? Has a special structure emerged? The stout man exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. While structures like the Magic Tower and Workshop also required blueprints, they were conventional buildings. The Moonwell, by its name, suggested it was something extraordinary, often possessing unique effects. Let us see what the Moonwell does, Yi Chen said, his face alight with anticipation, and the stout man unveiled the blueprint amidst the crowd's eager anticipation. Moonwell, Tier 1, upgradable to Tier 5, required materials, 500 stone, 10 moon stones, beside the mother tree. Area occupied, 12 square meters. Building Attribute 1. Utilizing the moon well gathers well water, which, when consumed, can gradually restore vitality and accelerate growth. Building Attribute 2. The well water from the moon well can hasten the growth rate of 50 crops and livestock, enhancing the mutation probability to 0. 1. Building Attribute 3. A gentle moonlight rises from the moon well, increasing nearby units' mastery of lunar abilities. The 3 attributes were straightforward, yet each one was immensely practical for Yi Chen. The first attribute allowed for the restoration of vitality, providing any lord the ability to heal their kin, a boon for many novice lords. As for the second attribute, while accelerating the growth of crops and livestock was essential, the mutation probability was of paramount importance. Despite the low chance of mutation, every time crops were planted, an abundant harvest was reaped. Given the substantial base, this probability became quite significant. The third attribute would notably benefit Yi Chen's kin. It requires moonstones and a mother tree. This is clearly tailored for you. Take it. The stout man scoffed. Though the allure of the moon well's attributes was undeniable, only Yi Chen possessed a mother tree. making him the sole architect of such a structure. Then I shall not be modest. Chen nodded, promptly accepting the blueprint. The mother tree referred to a life tree, and the moon well was inherently an elven structure, with the Silverleaf Moon Laurel also capable of fulfilling the mother tree's role. However, acquiring moonstones posed a challenge. He would still need to seek out Ximeng. The stout man mused, as Ximeng's image seemed to materialize in his mind. Moonstones were special stones infused with lunar energy, containing immense lunar power. Yet they were scarce. At least Chen and his companions had yet to encounter any. Nonetheless, such items were mentioned in textbooks at school and were not particularly rare. With the strength of the 10,000 Things Tower, acquiring them should not pose a significant challenge. Then I shall entrust this task to you. It grants you another chance to converse privately with the lovely Ximeng, Chen said without hesitation before turning to check on his kin's injuries, leaving the stout man in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 57, Crafting the Crossbow. The items produced from this dark treasure chest were commendable, featuring rare quality pieces, leaving everyone quite satisfied with the outcome. Upon returning to their territory, Chen refrained from immediately dispatching Lu Xinghai to continue summoning monsters with the scarlet birds. For both Yue and the mountain gods were greatly fatigued and required rest, particularly Tai Shan, who had only just recovered from exhaustion. It would be nearly impossible for him to unleash such an attack again in the near future. Stout man, is there a way to integrate Tier 3 magic crystal bombs into a catapult for direct launch? Chen inquired. Relying solely on landmines was too dependent on luck. The Howling Moon Wolves were not fools and would not repeatedly fall into traps if they appeared together. It's quite challenging. The catapult's range is too short, and its accuracy and projectile speed are insufficient. Tier 4 creatures could easily evade it. If we used firearms, the impact would be too powerful, likely causing a catastrophic misfire. The stout man shook his head, noting that while his goblins had developed firearms, they were ill-suited for launching magic crystal bombs. Chen nodded, as this was within expectations. Otherwise, the stout man would have already loaded Tier 0 magic crystal bombs into firearms. If it's just to deal with the Howling Moon Wolves, we might as well use crossbows. Or that golden bow, it should suffice. Mu Ji, resting nearby, suddenly spoke up, prompting everyone's attention. Exactly. I've seen your firearm, though its power is formidable. The recoil is too great, risking a misfire. Crossbows don't have such concerns. Lu Ban exclaimed, realizing this was an idea that had previously eluded them. Crossbows and bows often face limitations in rate of fire and accuracy based on the user, but the golden bow should be sufficiently powerful. The Silverleaf Moon Elves also had the requisite precision, though it seemed to lack a bit of force. The main issue with the golden bow is that very few can wield it. A foundational strength of 50 is barely enough to draw it. And even Yiling struggles slightly, Mu Ji continued. Just having forced a pull once had left her arms trembling, as if she had exhausted all her strength. My lord, I can do it. Yiling stood up, yet her quivering arms betrayed her struggle. There's no need. Rest well, we will find a solution. Chen shook his head, declining her offer. Yiling's strength attribute was too low, and even if she advanced to Tier 3, she would still fall short of the golden bow's minimum usage requirements. This endeavor transcends merely delivering a message. It necessitates instilling a genuine sense of threat in the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Otherwise, not only would the expenditure of a third-tier magic crystal bomb be squandered, but there also looms the peril of inadvertently harming our own. My lord, I can exchange my weapon for a conventional bow and arrow and accompany Lady Yishi and the others to the front lines. Yiling continued, resolute and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow slightly. While this approach was viable, Yiling's capabilities were lacking. Although she had attained the third tier, she was merely at its initial stage, and her overall attributes fell significantly short compared to Yishi and the others. She might struggle against even a typical third-tier creature, let alone the fourth-tier Howling Moon Demon Wolf, whose attributes could well be tenfold that of Yiling. It is far too dangerous, Chen declared, unwilling to expose his kin to such perils. Given the standard range of bows, which is merely over 100 meters, perhaps 200 at best, this proximity poses a considerable threat to the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. In just a few breaths, it could close the distance, leaving no opportunity for escape. What if we crafted a bow specifically designed for speed and range, sacrificing power? After all, our sole objective is to deliver the magic crystal bomb, is it not? Luban suggested suddenly. This idea instantly ignited a spark of inspiration among the group. Emoji immediately proposed, why not use a crossbow? I recall there exists a repeating crossbow, renowned for its rapid firing rate and commendable accuracy. However, this type of crossbow does have a shorter range. I believe a longbow would be preferable, given Yiling's precise archery skills. Luban countered, expressing a differing opinion. We could explore ways to enhance the range of the crossbow, as it is considerably lighter and more user-friendly compared to a bow, making it accessible to anyone. Emoji argued. The two engaged in a spirited debate regarding the designs of bows and crossbows, and soon, numerous goblins and hill dwarves joined the discussion, with catapults and firearms also being re-evaluated. For goblins and dwarves, firearms and short crossbows are significantly more efficient than traditional bows. However, the firearm option was swiftly dismissed due to its formidable recoil, rendering it unsuitable as a launcher for the magic crystal bomb. Ultimately, attention remained focused on the crossbow and bow, with Luban and Mo Ji each carrying a design blueprint to the workshop in the domain of High Color Butterfly. The only location with a forge available. Can they truly accomplish this? The portly figure voiced his doubts, amid the fervent discussions and fervor for action. The lords seemed to become mere background characters. The kin are independent entities, endowed with their own thoughts and capabilities, not inferior to us lords in any regard. Yi Chen replied calmly, exuding unwavering confidence in his kin. My lord, rest assured, I will surely slay the howling moon demon wolf. Yi Ling asserted with determination upon hearing the words of several lords. I believe in you, but your safety is paramount. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Concern etched on his face. These vibrant lives, companions for nearly a month, are his loyal kin, and he feels an obligation to safeguard their well-being. This is the weight he perceives he must bear. Yi Ling lowered her head in silence, her tall and graceful form radiating resolve and tenacity. Half an hour later, Luban and Moj returned, each bearing a longbow and a hand crossbow. The time Yi Chen had allotted them. This is a longbow crafted from refined iron. The craftsmanship of the dwarves is truly commendable. Had I attempted it myself, I would have certainly failed. Luban exclaimed in admiration, handing over a silver longbow over a meter in length, instantly brightening Yi Ling's expression. The dwarves' forging prowess is indeed impressive. This is the hand crossbow I created, with a range of 300 meters and a firing rate rivaling that of the firearms produced by goblins, Emoji added, presenting his hand crossbow. Both weapons were captivating, yet ultimately, Yi Ling chose the longbow crafted by Luban. This bow, constructed entirely of refined iron with its string made from the tendons of a third-tier earth dragon, had undergone slight adjustments by Luban, resulting in a marginal decrease in power but an impressive maximum range of 500 meters, undoubtedly enhancing Yi Ling's safety. Most importantly, compared to the crossbow, the elven race possesses a superior innate affinity for archery. Chapter 58, The Battle Against the Wolf Pack. My lord, this bow is magnificent. I can surely succeed. Yi Ling exclaimed, clutching the bow with affection. Limited by her forging talents, the Silverleaf Moon Elves within the territory had yet to possess a fine bow, making this longbow their first exceptional item. Although it may not possess the immense power of a golden bow, it surpasses a standard wooden bow by a considerable margin. That is excellent. However, do remain cautious. Taishan will protect you throughout. Yi Chen nodded, casting a glance at the nearby Taishan. In terms of combat prowess, Taishan is arguably the strongest among all mountain deities, even if his stamina has yet to fully recover, rendering him unable to exhibit his previous formidable strength. Safeguarding Yi Ling is still well within his capabilities. Leave it to me, Taishan declared, thumping his chest, and Yi Ling smiled and nodded in response. With all arrangements in place, the vibrant red birds of the Luxing Sea took flight once more. This time, should conditions permit, they would attract a portion of the wolf pack, though it is more likely they would draw the entire wolf pack, given that they were carrying the head of the howling moon demon wolf. As a high-tier dark creature, its head is sufficient to drive the entire wolf pack into a frenzy. 10 red birds soared into the sky, their melodious chirps resonating as Yi Ling, alongside Yi Shi and the others, prepared for their next departure. A total of 5 arrows. There was no other option. Crafting third-tier magic crystal bombs is currently quite cumbersome. And this is all we have for now. The portly figure handed 5 special arrows to Yi Ling. 5 arrows for 3 wolves. That should suffice. Yi Ling smiled and, turning, dove underground with the earthlings. Soon, the distant howls of wolves echoed once more, pairs of crimson eyes emerging from the darkness, rapidly advancing toward the group as stronghold. The 10 red birds ascended, using the head of the howling moon demon wolf as bait, this time flying at a relatively safe altitude, continuously enticing the wolves. A snow-white howling moon demon wolf suddenly charged from the shadows, lunging toward the airborne red birds. The flock immediately scattered. Yet one unfortunate red bird was caught unawares and fell victim to the wolf's jaws. Let us mourn. At least this time, it was only one. The portly figure comforted, while the expression on Lu Xinghai's face was etched with sorrow. Just then, another howling moon demon wolf leaped into the air, and a fleeing red bird, in a panic, unwittingly dove into the wolf's mouth, leaving the howling moon demon wolf momentarily bewildered. Was this a sweet treat delivered straight to its doorstep? Where was the main course? This was purely accidental. It was not as if it had jumped in of its own volition. Perhaps life in the darkness had been too arduous, leading it to a moment of despair. Consider it a form of liberation, the portly figure awkwardly explained, attempting to console the wounded spirit of the small figure, Lu Xinghai. Just as he finished speaking, a third howling moon demon wolf emerged, larger and more imposing than its predecessors, seizing the wolf's head in its jaws, along with 2 red birds that had been carrying it. Observing the resentful gaze of Lu Xinghai, the portly figure found himself at a loss for further words of consolation. Thus, it is best for the raven's tongue to remain silent. Yi Chen patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Having experienced the toxicity of the fat man's words on more than one occasion, the Wolf King did not devour the wolf leader. Instead, after swallowing 2 crimson birds, it cast a vengeful glare towards Chen and his companions, fully aware that it was this very city that had claimed the lives of many of its kin. A long howl erupted, and without hesitation, the Wolf King let out a fierce cry, summoning all the terror wolves from the shadows, who then charged swiftly towards the city walls. Prepare the catapults. 3, 2, 1, fire. The fat man bellowed from the sidelines, his goblin catapult boasting the longest range among all the present kin. Following their lead, the silver-leafed moon elves and the azure-scaled serpent folk unleashed their javelins and arrows like a hailstorm upon the oncoming terror wolves. Before the attacks could reach their targets, the preset magic crystal bombs detonated, obliterating large swathes of terror wolves and causing the remaining pack to falter momentarily, hesitating to advance. 3 howling moon wolves growled, their eyes revealing a cautious awareness, refraining from rushing forward recklessly. The bait is insufficient. They seem reluctant to advance, the fat man lamented, noting that the previous explosion had not claimed many lives, barely a tenth of their number. Of course, while their intellect may be limited, it does not imply they are unafraid of death. Chen remarked with a smirk, this scenario had long been anticipated. As his words settled, 10 earth spirits emerged from the ground, unleashing a barrage of earth-based spells upon the terror wolves, slaying a few and once again inciting their furious howls. A fresh wave of terror wolves charged recklessly towards them, but before they could reach the land, another violent explosion erupted. One by one, the giant wolves were hurled away, with some being subjected to multiple blasts. The dense pack allowed the magic crystal bombs to reach their full potential, each detonation signifying the demise of several terror wolves. Just as they seemed poised to reach the land, all 10 earth spirits sank back underground, only to reappear at a different location. Observing that the terror wolf pack had suffered considerable losses, the 3 howling moon wolves suddenly emitted a call. All the terror wolves hesitated, halting their pursuit of the earth spirits and standing still. However, they were now perilously close to the city walls, within the attack range of the silver-leafed moon elves and others. Wonderful. The remaining terror wolves number less than 1,000. We can soon eradicate them all. The fat man exclaimed with excitement, but Chen cast him a dispassionate glance. Be silent, and do not speak. Furthermore, these remaining terror wolves are predominantly at the late 2nd stage, or even 3rd stage of power. Chen admonished curtly. The remaining terror wolves were no trifling foes. Low-tier magic crystal bombs lacked the potency to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Even if they fortuitously triggered a 2nd stage bomb, it would often only result in severe injuries. The fat man promptly sealed his lips, retreating to a corner to trace circles in the dirt. Chapter 59, The Severely Wounded Wolf King. The howl of the wolves resonated once more, and at a distance beyond the range of their attack, the terror wolf pack came to a complete stop. Even with the earth spirits continuing their interference, it proved challenging to make the terror wolves advance even an inch. Suddenly, the 3 howling moon wolves sprang into action, racing forward and swiftly reaching the terror wolves, unleashing a crescent blade at an earth spirit casting spells. A resounding explosion echoed as one earth spirit, caught unawares, was blasted from the ground. The howling moon wolf charged forth, intent on consuming this earth spirit. However, the ensuing explosions, triggered by merely a few first-tier crystals, only caused the foremost howling moon wolf to falter momentarily, while the others pressed forward undeterred. Get away. 2 earth spirits emerged, leaping from the ground to intercept a howling moon wolf. They did not linger for combat. A brief clash saw the mountain spirits retreat back underground, the 2 spirits following suit. What a pity. There are too many magic crystal bombs buried around here. Otherwise, this would be an excellent battleground. The fat man lamented. The ordinary magic crystal bombs buried underground were insufficient to deter the 3 howling moon wolves. Only 3rd-tier bombs posed a genuine threat to them. Yet, it is not entirely regrettable. I recall a 3rd-tier magic crystal bomb being buried nearby. Chen commented as he surveyed the surroundings. The stock of 3rd-tier bombs was limited. Aside from the 5 in Yiling's possession, the remaining 5 were strategically placed in various locations, with 4 still intact after accounting for those previously detonated. One lay in close proximity to the howling moon wolves. That position is still a fair distance away, the fat man assessed, estimating about 50 meters. And from a side angle, making it difficult to lure them there. It is certainly easier than trying to draw them back. Chen asserted without hesitation, stating that they had already arrived at the doorstep, and one should not expect the wolf pack to retreat willingly. These are creatures of darkness, not mere wolves. The specter of death holds some sway over them, yet their thirst for life drives them to madness. As his words echoed, it was evident that Yi Shi and the others on the battlefield shared his thoughts. An earth spirit began to emerge in another location, launching an attack directly at the howling moon wolves. They were aware of the pre-buried position of the 3rd-tier bombs. The earth spirit was positioned perfectly between the howling moon wolves and the bomb. However, this time, the howling moon wolves did not rush forward but instead emitted low growls, their gazes flitting between the mountain spirits and the city walls, seemingly in deliberation about their next move. Seeing this, several more earth spirits rose from the ground. But their target was not the howling moon wolves. Rather, they focused on the nearby terror wolves. A variety of earth spells surged forth, continuously claiming the lives of these terror wolves. Finally, one of the howling moon wolves could no longer contain itself, roaring as it charged towards the earth spirits. However, its powerful leap allowed it to clear the magic crystal bomb, failing to trigger the explosion. Kill. At that moment, two earth spirits erupted from underground, their fists the size of cauldrons crashing towards the howling moon wolf. The tremendous force sent the beast reeling back several meters, inadvertently landing atop the buried bomb. A deafening blast erupted, sending the howling moon wolf's body flying towards the two retreating earth spirits. The shockwave staggered them, causing them to stumble forward. But the earth spirits were quick to respond, whisking them back underground just in time. The violent tremors and terrifying force shocked the two remaining howling moon wolves, causing them to recoil, only to trigger a cascade of explosions from the numerous buried magic crystal bombs. Now's our chance. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted Taishan emerging from the ground, with Yi Ling drawing his longbow. He knocked a specially crafted arrow, and with a sudden motion, released it towards the two howling moon wolves. The arrow flew with astonishing speed. Aided by the bow's mechanics and the arrow's unique design, it encountered minimal resistance, allowing it to soar forth at an unparalleled velocity. Such an arrow was utterly inconsequential to the howling moon demon wolves, unable even to pierce their fur. Yet, at the very moment the arrow struck one of their bodies, a tremendous roar erupted. Before one howling moon demon wolf could comprehend the situation, another was severely injured. Both beasts sent flying and rolling across the ground. Without a trace of hesitation, Yi Ling notched another arrow and unleashed two specially crafted projectiles towards the two howling moon demon wolves. The cacophony of explosions never ceased, the terrifying force causing the nearby pack of fearsome wolves to tremble with dread and unease. Meanwhile, on the city walls where Yi Chun and his companions stood, they felt a tremor akin to an earthquake. The stout figure and Lu Xinghai even found themselves seated, unable to rise. Incredible, the stout man exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, as the successive detonations of the magic crystal bombs filled him with confidence about the war. Just when it seemed that the three howling moon demon wolves had been dispatched, a chilling howl echoed once more. The largest among them, a colossal howling moon demon wolf, charged out of the smoke, its fur charred, targeting Yi Ling, who had just released her cold arrows. In its mind, it was this elven woman who had inflicted such grievous harm upon it. The Wolf King moved with astonishing speed, closing the over 400 meters in an instant, prompting Taishan to swiftly lead Yi Ling to safety. Yi Shi and the others soon revealed themselves, launching an assault on the Wolf King. No way. Two third-tier magic crystal bombs couldn't take it down? It can't possibly be fifth tier, the stout man exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he watched the howling moon demon wolf emerge from the explosion's epicenter. Fourth-tier attributes are already formidable. It's not surprising it survived. Besides, the first magic crystal bomb was not precisely aimed. Yi Chen quickly responded, feeling a slight relief upon seeing Yi Ling and Taishan evade the Wolf King's attack. Presently, Yi Shi and the others were fully occupied with dispatching the other two severely wounded howling moon demon wolves, leaving them no time to assist. Fortunately, with the explosion subsiding, the remaining two howling moon demon wolves were now gravely injured, their vitality gradually depleting under Yi Ling and her companions' relentless assault. After losing its target, the Wolf King emitted an unwilling, furious roar, its gaze fixed once more upon Yi Chun and the others atop the earthen wall, and without hesitation, it charged forward. Block it, Zhou Wenbin shouted, as several mountain giants surged forth, steadfastly obstructing the path of the howling moon Wolf King. The might of this Wolf King was undoubtedly at the mid to late stages of fourth tier, making it exceedingly difficult for third-tier magic crystal bombs to inflict serious damage. Yi Chun lamented, acknowledging the inadequacy of their energy levels when faced with such high-tier life forms, which rendered them incapable of delivering lethal blows. The Wolf King, with its immense power, effortlessly sent a mountain giant soaring with a single strike, scattering debris in its wake. None of the mountain giants could withstand a blow from the Wolf King, its strength terrifyingly overwhelming. What now? Third-tier magic crystal bombs are our most potent weapons, the stout man asked in a panic, realizing they had already exhausted their strongest offensive capabilities. If quality is lacking, then we shall compensate with quantity. If the remaining magic crystal bombs in Yi Ling's possession were to detonate simultaneously, it should severely wound it, right? Yi Chen pondered aloud. Although the howling moon Wolf King was fearsome, it was still covered in blood, and while the magic crystal bombs had not truly incapacitated it, they had inflicted numerous superficial wounds, indicating their efficacy. By increasing the number, if the remaining 3 magic crystal bombs detonated at once, it might indeed be sufficient to critically injure it, granting Yi Shi and the others an opportunity to strike. I'll relay the message to them. Lu Xinghai quickly responded, sending several crimson birds into the air. With the Wolf King now dangerously close to the base of the city wall, if it were to break through the mountain giants, it could directly ascend the walls, inducing panic among the group. Despite receiving the directive, Yi Ling and her companions remained motionless, with only the land spirits still engaged in dispatching the fearsome wolves, while the mountain deity and moon goddess concealed themselves underground, remaining hidden. With a furious howl, the howling moon wolf king sent the last mountain giant flying, and the surroundings finally fell silent. Its scarlet eyes fixated intently on the city walls. Low growls emanated from its throat, instilling fear in the stout man and his companions. Ultimately, with a piercing howl, the howling moon wolf king lunged toward the walls. In that moment, 3 arrows shot forth from the city wall, aimed at the airborne wolf king. Yi Ling and Tai Shan had returned to the wall, waiting for the precise instant the wolf king leapt. The wolf king, with no leverage to maneuver, desperately attempted to twist its body to evade the lethal arrows. But it was too late. A tremendous explosion resounded, the horrific shockwave forcing Yi Chun and the others to stagger backward, ultimately pressing against the rear wall. For those of the kin, who were yet to fully manifest their powers as lords, their attributes paled in comparison, many not even possessing first-tier strength. Such an energetic shock was nearly unbearable for them. Fortunately, the distance from the blast's radius mitigated the impact, allowing them to recover swiftly after a brief encounter with the energy wave. They rushed to the edge of the city wall, gazing at the site of the explosion. As the detonation had occurred in midair, the body of the howling moon wolf king plummeted to the ground, charred and battered, its abdomen barely rising and falling, breath shallow. It worked, the stout man exclaimed with excitement, as the ground surrounding the wolf king became saturated with its black blood, the copious loss of life force rendering its presence increasingly feeble. Let us commence the final assault. Yi Chun nodded. At this juncture, there was no need for further commands. With the howling moon wolf king gravely wounded, the moon goddess, mountain deity, and land spirits surged forth, launching a final offensive against the wolf king. Despite its grievous injuries and the river of blood flowing from its body, the wolf king, though not yet dead, lacked the strength to withstand the relentless assault of the myriad primal kin, ultimately succumbing. The ensuing moments were dedicated to the final eradication of the fearsome wolf pack. The once mighty horde and the powerful howling moon demon wolves could no longer pose a threat. Deploy the crimson birds to assess the situation over there, lest other dark creatures settle in prematurely. Additionally, send another batch of crimson birds to stand guard at a distance. Should any other dark creature factions attempt to breach the spatial rift and enter the trial world, they must alert us at once. Yi Chun began organizing the upcoming tasks, fully aware that other dark creature factions might soon arrive through the spatial rift, making their time exceedingly precious. Understood, I will make the arrangements immediately. Lu Xinghai nodded. Meanwhile, as the fearsome wolves were gradually eliminated, Yi Shi and her companions returned one by one, each bearing dark treasure chests. The strength of the fearsome wolves surpassed that of the corpse hound, and the gathered dark treasure chests were not only greater in number, but also more exquisite, ensuring that each had one, with several to spare. In Yi Chen's possession was the treasure chest formed after the demise of the Howling Moon Wolf King, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, should be the most valuable among all the chests. I cannot possibly be a black ghost, Yi Chen declared firmly in response to the group's objections. As he boldly opened the dark treasure chest in his hands, suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, compelling everyone to turn their gaze. Could it be that something truly remarkable was about to be unveiled? However, as Yi Chen extracted the contents from the treasure chest, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. A low-tier golden spirit pearl? Brother Chen, is this really how low you would stoop? After all, this is the treasure of a level 4 wolf king. The rotund man lamented, clutching the golden spirit pearl he had drawn from the chest, his heart heavy with sorrow. Oh, but we haven't finished opening it yet. Why the rush? Something splendid is bound to emerge shortly, Yi Chen reassured, reaching back into the chest. But this time he merely retrieved 2 packets of seeds. Seeds of a level 4 spiritual herb, ginseng, and fry of a level 3 silverfish, which were the highest tier crops the group had encountered thus far. Huh, are you still going to call me unlucky? Yi Chen declared with a sense of pride, plunging his hand into the chest once more. Ultimately, he retrieved a scroll, and the chest vanished before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. You opened a treasure chest born from a level 4 wolf king, and you only produced 4 items? The rotund man grumbled, reaching out to touch it, confirming that the chest was indeed dissipating. This design blueprint is surely remarkable, Yi Chen exclaimed, lifting the blueprint only to find it was yet another illustration of a 5-element cyclic formation, possessing average attributes, even inferior to one he had previously acquired, which left the crowd in despair. Brother Chen, I implore you, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from opening any more treasure chests? My heart aches. The rotund man lamented, casually pulling a spirit pearl from his own treasure chest. A mid-tier golden spirit pearl. Chapter 61, Departing the Territory. Fine from now on. You can open all the treasure chests. Yi Chen replied despondently, questioning how he had suddenly become so unlucky. It surely wasn't his fault. It seemed to have begun when he encountered Zhou Wenbin and his companions. Undoubtedly their bad luck had rubbed off on him. Yes, that must be it. Chen quickly identified the source of his misfortune and resolutely consoled himself. Luck is indeed a perplexing entity. Some are born into fortune, while others spend their lives striving for a semblance of it. Compared to Chen, the others seem to fare far better in their treasure discoveries. Aside from the mid-tier golden spirit pearl the rotund man had drawn, others gradually unveiled 3 additional spirit pearls, albeit all of low-tier quality. Furthermore, there were 3 design blueprints for special constructions and 1 for a cyclic formation, although the cyclic formation blueprint was of lesser quality than the previous one. Thus the rotund man decided to store it for future use. Brother Chen, the crimson bird from Chang'e has returned with news. The area has yet to be claimed by any other dark creatures. Should we head there now? After tidying up their belongings, the crimson bird returned, addressing Chen. Absolutely. We must go, and the sooner, the better. Chen nodded. Rotund man, your goblins will clean up the battlefield. Dwarfs, arm yourselves with firearms. Mountain god, land, as well as the moon-holding rabbit and the medicine-mashing rabbit, follow me. The movement speed of the territory is too sluggish. As we proceed to the location of the Holy Light Stone, we must leave the territory and lead our kin there. Which is also why many lords meet their demise or succumb to darkness. After all, many sources of dark energy are situated in places inaccessible to floating islands. And only lords can venture there with their kin. Why don't we go instead? You should stay behind. It's far too perilous. Zhou Wenbin stammered, feeling immense gratitude that Chen had accompanied them, and he could never allow him to face such danger again. Indeed, this is our little sister. It wouldn't be right to put you at risk. Chang'e echoed, concerned that if anything were to happen to Chen, they would carry the burden of guilt for life. Enough with the chatter, let us move. If I don't go, what will happen if we encounter other dark creatures? Can you guarantee your return? Chen retorted, leaving the others momentarily speechless. If they were to confront hordes of dark creatures numbering in the thousands, it was uncertain if they would return alive. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. As Chen had already leaped onto the shoulder of a mountain god, ready to depart. What? Are you all still waiting for a feast? Chen turned back, assuring that while the other members were fine, Zhou Wenbin and Gao Caidi would certainly follow, as one was her brother and the other the sole female, thus providing a convenient excuse should any scandalous situations arise. Let us go. Zhou Wenbin wiped his eyes, and, alongside Gao Caidi and her goblin dwarves, leaped onto the shoulders of the mountain giant, following Chen outside the territory. You all must return safely, the rotund man shouted, only to receive a disdainful glance from Chen. You might as well zip your lips. This was the first time they had departed from their territory and stepped into the darkness, and whether it was Chen, Zhou Wenbin, or Gao Caidi, all displayed a hint of anxiety. Without the territory's protection, an unusual sensation permeated the air with each breath. It was an uncomfortable feeling, stirring a certain agitation within. Chen contemplated, realizing this was one of the influences of darkness upon a lord. Not only was there emotional agitation, but over time, even more adverse feelings could arise, such as rage, bloodlust, and desire, ultimately leading one to a perpetual descent into darkness. Gao Caidi remarked, her face flushed with an abnormal hue, evidently also grappling with some emotional turmoil. Indeed, Chen nodded, gaining a slight understanding of the dark corruption documented in books. It was precisely due to darkness's ability to induce downfall that many lords or awakened beings found themselves opposing humanity on Blue Star, becoming part of the darkness. Such individuals were adamantly suppressed by both the Blue Star authorities and their fellow lords, and if encountered in the dark world, they were met with immediate execution, leaving no room for debate. With the mountain god and the mountain giant acting as their transport, the group advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the location where they had previously discovered the Holy Light Stone. At once, a faint aura of holy light emerged in their perception. Compared to the Holy Light Stone currently sustaining Zhou Wenbin's life, the radiance here was even more potent. That the black, the source of darkness. The previous Holy Light Stone was suppressed right above it. Zhou Wenbin pointed at a patch of shadow on the ground in the distance. Seeing in the dark is inherently challenging, and all Chen could discern was a mass of shadow on the ground, unable to see anything else. Little sister only became tainted by darkness after touching that black water. However, back then, it wasn't this expansive, likely overflowing afterward, Gao Caidi added. Without the suppression of the Holy Light Stone, the droplets formed from the source of darkness have increased, Chen noted, contemplating how to traverse the area teeming with dark creatures, which was now an urgent matter. Aside from the dark creatures, normal life forms should not easily touch the source of darkness. Otherwise, they risk infection, becoming beasts driven by desire, aiding darkness in devouring the endless world. The vessel to carry it must be that. The moon-holding rabbit declared as moonlight cascaded down, revealing a scene that finally crystallized before them, pointing to a trophy-like stone cup in the pool of water. Are you certain that is the vessel? Isn't all that dark essence emerging from within? Chen queried. Uncertain, as black sludge continuously poured from the cup's rim while the moon-holding rabbit claimed it to be the vessel of the source's power? Of course. Whether it is, or is not, The vessel of the dark source can also bear elemental origins, the moon-holding rabbit asserted confidently. Subsequently, advancing alone, a beam of moonlight was cast towards the direction of the stone cup, tracing the edge of the dark, murky waters. A surge of energy pulsed forth as the moonlight gradually moved forward, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was there indeed such a method? This cunning little rabbit, daily nestled in the fields nibbling on carrots, had been masquerading as a simple creature all along, indulging in leisure far too excessive. Chapter 62, The Black Orb. What? This is simply astonishing. Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai widened their eyes, utterly unprepared for the fact that the dark, murky waters, which had troubled everyone for so long, could be so easily dispelled. The moon-embracing rabbit possessed a unique lunar attribute, inherently endowed with purifying abilities. By amplifying this power, a temporary barrier could be created, although it could not genuinely cleanse the source of darkness, Yishi explained. The primordial races possessed powers that directly targeted the essence of the great Tao, fundamentally not inferior to the source of darkness, thus making resistance considerably easier compared to the existing elemental forces. Unlike elemental mages, who could only exert significant restraining effects against the darkness through the light, thunder, and fire elements. Incredible, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed, while Gao Kaidai nodded in agreement beside him. At this stage, even the so-called god of justice, the angels, and the god of radiance, the holy dragons, might not wield such a strong counter against the source of darkness, yet a mere level 3 chubby rabbit accomplished it. The god of uselessness of Huaxia. Chen smiled without uttering a word, though internally he felt a pang of admiration. In the primal era, amidst the struggle for supremacy among myriad races, the god of uselessness had long been eliminated, unlike the Western deities, whose numerous descendants enjoyed earthly offerings while failing to engage in any substantial deeds. At this moment, the moonlight steadily advanced, revealing a passage approximately 1 meter wide through the dark waters, though the progress was only halfway complete, and the moon-embracing rabbit's body began to tremble slightly. I'll assist it, one of the lunar maidens proclaimed, stepping behind the moon-embracing rabbit to infuse her lunar power into it. Instantly, the rabbit's burden lightened considerably, and the moonlight continued to push forward, revealing a path paved with moonlight for everyone to enter. This pressure is too much. I'll go in directly, Yishi declared, observing the halted moonlit path, and then proceeded to step into the lunar pathway. The power infused by the lunar maiden was not inherently the rabbit's own, and much of it had been expended midway, thus failing to create a complete road leading to the stone cup. Therefore, Yishi directly stepped into the dark waters, and the moonlight no longer needed to dispel all the murky water, but merely to clear a circle around Yishi. However, this increased the likelihood of Yishi being tainted by the darkness. If the moon-embracing rabbit's ability wavered even slightly, the dark waters could infect Yishi. Consequently, as Yishi entered, the moon-embracing rabbit grew increasingly anxious, and several more lunar maidens approached it from behind, ready to replenish its lunar power at any moment. It's fine. It will definitely be fine, Chen murmured to himself, his gaze fixed nervously on Yishi's silhouette. She was the first lunar maiden he had recruited, and he held great hopes for her. Losing her here would be a significant loss. An unfamiliar lord, to him, was not worth sacrificing a vassal's life. Fortunately, it was not necessary to lay out a complete path. Merely a circle around, Yishi made it considerably easier for the moon-embracing rabbit. With the assistance of the numerous lunar maidens, Yishi safely reached the vicinity of the stone cup. At this juncture, haste was ill-advised. The moon-embracing rabbit needed to meticulously clear the contents within the stone cup, for dark waters continued to surge forth, undoubtedly not generated by the cup itself, indicating the presence of other elements. As the lunar power gradually approached, the dark waters began to tilt toward the other side, but they surged more violently. Indeed, much of the dark waters began to spray toward the moonlit barrier. Thankfully, the moon-embracing rabbit intercepted them, preventing any splashes from reaching Yishi. As the waters surrounding the stone cup gradually cleared, Yishi grasped her longsword and thrust it toward the stone cup. A dull thud reverberated. Yet the stone cup remained unmoved, not even shaking. This stone cup is exceedingly heavy. An ordinary person would struggle to move it. Otherwise, we would not have only taken the holy light stone back then. Zhou Wenbin attempted to speak, yet stammered, ultimately leaving it to Gao Kaidai to respond. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and Yishi in the distance also noticed this phenomenon, immediately ceasing to hold back as she struck the base of the stone cup forcefully with the back of her sword. With a loud crash, under Yishi's powerful strike, the stone cup finally began to topple slowly. An immense volume of dark waters flowed out in another direction, rapidly spreading outward. What is that? A dark source orb? Chen and the others stared intently at the black orb rolling out from the stone cup, for it was this entity that continuously generated dark waters, polluting the surrounding land. No, the waters. The waters are spreading, Zhou Wenbin suddenly exclaimed. With the emergence of the black orb, torrents of dark waters began to surge and swiftly spread toward them, nearly encroaching on the stone cup once more. Yishi, fall back. Chen shouted. For the excessively heavy stone cup was not something Yi could lift, yet the dark waters were already edging closer. Earth, heed my command. At that moment, a land deity stepped forward, and the ground began to undulate, like waves, propelling the stone cup and Yi toward the crowd. While Yi Chen and the others retreated to avoid contamination by the dark waters. I will retrieve the stone cup, declared the mountain deity, Taishan, as he charged against the tide of the crowd toward the stone cup. For Yi, the stone cup was immensely heavy, yet in Taishan's hands, it was merely somewhat weighty. With a mighty roar, he ultimately lifted the stone cup and swiftly ran back toward the group. Seeing the stone cup secured, Yi did not linger, following closely behind Taishan as they retreated toward the crowd. Just then, a series of beastly roars erupted from the depths of darkness, startling everyone. If nothing unexpected occurred, these dark creatures were undoubtedly drawn to the black orb. To Yi Chen and the others, this was an evil artifact. Yet for those dark beings, it was a rare treasure that could aid them in their rapid advancement and empowerment. We cannot leave. We must destroy that black orb. Otherwise, without the holy light stone to suppress it, the dark forces will overflow, and soon the entire space will be polluted, potentially even spreading into the trial space. Upon hearing the surrounding roars, Yi Chen suddenly halted, casting a worried glance back. Although this was merely the weakest dark artifact, if left unchecked, day after day, it would inevitably lead to calamity. Chapter 63, Destroying the Source of Darkness. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone paused, turning their gazes toward the black orb not far away. The dark waters were spreading rapidly, inching closer to them, and it would not be long before this area would be engulfed. Accompanying this was the impending riot of the surrounding dark creatures, for the dark waters were a delectable sustenance for them. But, do we possess the ability to destroy the orb? Zhou Wenbin inquired. While it is not particularly challenging to destroy the source of darkness, this is only true for formally established lords. For us, the novice lords, the task of obliterating the dark source is fraught with difficulties. Indeed, moreover, during the destruction, a tremendous surge of dark power will be unleashed all at once. Surely, we would be unable to withstand it, Gao Kaidai concurred, identifying the two most significant dilemmas in dismantling the source of darkness. My lord, we are willing to remain and destroy the source of darkness. We shall die without regrets. Yi and the others knelt on one knee, resolutely declaring their willingness to face death for their cause. Not only they, but Zhou Wenbin's hill giants also approached, emitting low growls, clearly intent on joining the effort to eradicate the dark source. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai fell silent, their unuttered words caught in their throats. To resist the darkness is the very purpose of their existence in this world, and as lords, it is our duty to aid them in realizing this vision. Yi Chen spoke solemnly, gazing at the kneeling kin and raising his hand to assist them in standing. There is no need for you to kneel, nor for anyone to sacrifice themselves. A mere source of darkness is not worth the price of your lives. In Yi Chen's words, Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai felt the weight of responsibility and gravity. But my lord, Yi interjected, eager to argue, but was halted by Yi Chen. Hill giants and mountain gods, retreat to a safe distance. Prepare the most potent single-target spell, Yue and the Jade Rabbits. Construct a defensive barrier. Yi Chen swiftly arranged, instructing the mountain gods to elevate the ground beneath them to slow the spread of the dark sludge. Although the encroachment of darkness is not hindered by anything, raising the terrain is undoubtedly a method to delay its advance. After all, an inclined path is always longer than a straight line. Can they truly shatter that orb? The mountain gods are only at the third tier. Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai expressed similar doubts, for it is widely known that a minimum of fourth-tier power is required to destroy the source of darkness, which is why most novice lords find it unachievable. Given enough time to prepare, the old fellow can accomplish it. Before Yi Chen could speak, one of the land spirits had already voiced his determination. Indeed, moreover, if we 10 join forces and cannot shatter a mere stone orb, we are unworthy of our title as land spirits. Another land spirit confidently asserted. Yue will fight valiantly to protect everyone, should the dark energy breach our defenses. I am willing to stand as a barrier, buying time for our retreat, Yi declared, even going so far as to pledge an oath. Very well, today, let us confront the darkness head-on, Yi Chen proclaimed loudly. Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai began guiding their kin to safety while the mountain gods continuously elevated the terrain, slowing the advance of the dark sludge. You, be careful, Zhou Wenbin called out, glancing back at Yi Chen, who merely waved his hand, leaving behind a formidable silhouette. With a thunderous roar, the 10 land spirits combined their powers, causing a 2-meter-thick earthen spear to rise slowly from the ground, compressing and solidifying as it spun. The might of the land spirits, drawn from the earth, is unparalleled, and in Huaxia, they are revered as earth immortals, possessing unmatched control over the soil. The massive earthen spear, under their collective effort, continued to solidify and compress, ultimately transforming into a spear of ordinary size, demonstrating remarkable density. Moreover, as they continued to refine it, The spearhead began to shimmer with a metallic luster, glinting with sharpness that far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. This earthen spear possesses the power to break formations. One land spirit exclaimed, as the buried spear shot skyward with a resounding crack, soaring before the assembled crowd. Rock Spear Technique, a common spell within advanced earth magic, was now employed at a level far beyond the ordinary. At the moment the spear ascended, the other 9 land spirits released their hold on it, and began to compress and solidify the earth surrounding the dark orb, ensuring it could withstand the impact of the stone spear. This task was significantly easier than forming the spear. It merely required compacting the soil. The land spirit controlling the spear did not thrust it directly, but allowed it to circle around the hill beneath them while waiting for the others to compress the ground, simultaneously increasing the spear's momentum and enhancing its impact. Once the ground beneath the black orb was sufficiently compacted, the spear shot upward, aiming for the heavens before reversing its trajectory and, aided by gravity, plummeted toward the ground. Increased the gravity. The land spirits urged again, with some mountain gods assisting. The sudden surge in gravity amplifying the stone spear's acceleration until it crashed to the earth like a meteor. With the guidance of the land spirit's mental energy, the stone spear struck precisely at the location of the black orb. It's our turn. She led the multitude of Yue and Jade rabbits forward. Even the moon-holding rabbit and the medicine-pounding rabbit did not lag behind. A gentle moonlight cascaded down, forming a soft barrier of light before the group, shielding them from the encroaching darkness. In an instant, as the stone spear struck, the sound of impact reverberated, and a terrifying force emanated from the black orb, rapidly expanding outward. Hold firm, she called out, as all the Yue and Jade rabbits channeled their strength into the moonlit barrier. The ground beneath them trembled with a series of explosive sounds. Even with numerous Yue shielding the front, the overwhelming force continued to push them back. Fortunately, a mountain god stood behind Chen, supporting his frail form. The dark power surged violently, and one Jade rabbit, overwhelmed by the initial wave of force, spat blood and fainted. Soon after, the other Jade rabbits began to collapse one after another, but thankfully, none suffered severe injuries. They merely lost consciousness from exhaustion. This final surge of power was swift in its arrival and departure, and in a fleeting moment, the terrifying impact began to wane. A vast amount of dark sludge was isolated by the moonlit barrier, while a mysterious force surged into Chen's body. There was no time to savor the sensation. As Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai's voices echoed behind him, Chen, run! There are so many dark creatures. Turning around, Chen beheld several hill giants sprinting towards them, their expressions filled with panic. Just as they had barely withstood the onslaught of dark sludge and were catching their breath, Chen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly called to his kin, urging them to leap forward using the elevated ground. Behind the towering forms of the hill giants, pairs of crimson eyes flickered menacingly in the shadows. Although they were uncertain of what lay ahead, they knew that even a single swarm of dark creatures would be beyond their current capabilities to confront. What is happening? Did you not say they would not easily leave their territory? As they concluded their ascent of the hilltop, Chen questioned Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai while leaping over the ground coated in black sludge. How would I know? We were planning to find a place to wait for you, but suddenly a horde of dark creatures sprang from the shadows, and we hurriedly fled. Gao Kaidai hastily replied, dismissing Zhou Wenbin's stammering words. Damn it, Chen could not help but curse. The words of this group were truly unreliable. However, before he could speak again, a series of beastly roars echoed from ahead. This way, change direction. Chen shouted loudly, as the group evaded the encirclement of pursuing foes, sprinting towards the left. Just as they passed, dark creatures surged forth from the shadows ahead. They were a horde of night stalkers, true beings of darkness. Endowed with strength starting from the 3rd tier, initially mutated from dark ghouls, gradually evolving into an entirely new race. Though these lower-tier beings possessed average power, they held the potential for mutation, enabling their ascension to higher-tier dark entities, an ability not found among ordinary races. As they watched Chen and his companions flee, the Night Stalkers momentarily hesitated, a flicker of indecision in their eyes, yet ultimately continued in their predetermined path. The shattered essence of darkness that permeated the air was undeniably a feast for them, the few remaining lives insufficient to compensate for what had been lost. Seeing that the 2 formidable dark races behind them had not pursued, Chen and the others exhaled in relief, their pace slightly faltering. That was a Night Stalker, right? Zhou Wenbin gasped, the aura emitted by those creatures nearly suffocating him. Indeed, Night Stalkers, starting at least from the 3rd tier, with the backbone of their forces primarily at tiers 4 and 5, while the leaders are generally around tier 6, Chen affirmed, nodding. The emergence of the Night Stalkers startled him as well. If they had truly targeted them, there would likely be no chance for escape. Terrifying. We should hurry. Zhou Wenbin urged, and Chen nodded, recognizing the urgency of their situation. Just then, Gao Kaidai suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, wait. I just remembered the location of the high-level spirit pearl that Lu Xiang mentioned. It's not far from the Night Stalkers. Upon hearing this, Chen and Zhou Wenbin who were already prepared to leave, froze in surprise. You mean the location of the high-level spirit pearl is adjacent to the territory of the Night Stalkers? Chen asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. A high-level spirit pearl is not something an ordinary lord can obtain. Yes, he told me. If it weren't for Winshuan being contaminated, and if there weren't a horde of Night Stalkers nearby, we would definitely have gone to check it out. Gao Kaidai nodded. Despite their frequent bickering, her bond with Lu Xiang was quite strong, an unbreakable friendship. This, Zhou Wenbin swallowed hard, glancing at Yi Chen, the temptation proving to be quite significant. The Night Stalkers have already departed, so there should be no other dark races present there now. We could easily seize the high-level spirit pearl. The only concern would be how to manage the dark energy that might leak out afterward, Yi Chen stated solemnly. He certainly did not wish to end up like Zhou Wenbin and his group, who merely took away the holy light stone while neglecting the dark source, ultimately leading to a widespread dark expansion. Such occurrences were all too common, both in Blue Star and the Trial World, sometimes due to irresponsible lords, other times due to lords lacking strength, and often due to cases like Zhou Wenshuan's, where a lord was tainted by darkness after taking something away. Each instance of dark expansion was a monumental disaster, had it not been for the special rules in the trial space suppressing it. A multitude of high-tier dark beings would likely have already emerged from the spatial rift. For a group of novice lords, that would spell catastrophic slaughter. If I utilize the suppression array, I should be able to eliminate the dark source. Yi Shi suddenly interjected. You can eradicate the dark source? The group was taken aback, as this was beyond their wildest expectations. The methods described in texts for exterminating dark sources were few, brute force, and holy light, followed by arduous efforts to purify the escaping dark energy. Yet now, Yi Shi claimed she could directly obliterate the dark source with the suppression array, which exceeded their bookish knowledge. I should be able to. When I retrieved the stone cup earlier, I caught a glimpse of the nearby suppression array. Although it no longer functions, I sensed a familiarity. If given some time, I should be able to accomplish it. Yi Shi's words sent a tremor of excitement through the group. If that were true, they could find themselves reaping tremendous rewards. Are you saying you recognize that array? Yi Chen inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Yi Shi nod affirmatively, a realization dawned upon him. As a member of the Moon Goddess clan with primordial bloodlines, although not particularly skilled in formations, who in the primordial world did not dabble in array patterns or artifact crafting, while she may not be exceptionally proficient, the array patterns were far more profound than those in this world, often directly pointing to the path of the Tao. Thus, seeing the array on the ground was akin to asking an amnesiac adult what 1 + 1 equals. They might not know why, but could instinctively provide the answer, for it was an exceedingly simple matter for them. You all should head back while I go retrieve the high-level spirit pearl, Yi Chen declared resolutely, patting the mountain deity beneath him before turning towards the direction from which the Night Stalkers had come. Zhou Wenbin and Gao Kaidai raised their hands. Yet it was too late to stop him. The mountain deity moved swiftly, disappearing into the darkness in no time. Alas, it's too dangerous. I hope he remains safe. Zhou Wenbin sighed, turning to retreat alongside Gao Kaidai towards their territory. Chapter 65, Control Array. Cautiously navigating the path taken by the Night Stalkers, Yi Chen and his companions advanced with care as the distant roars of beasts echoed behind them. The thunderous roars were deafening, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat, suggesting a violent clash had erupted. What is happening back there? Yi Chen pondered, glancing over his shoulder. It seems so, judging by the sounds. Another tribe likely possesses dragon blood, a race not inferior to the Night Stalkers. Yi Shi replied, nodding in agreement. Yi Chen refrained from speaking further, his focus directed ahead. The remnants of dark energy in that area were limited, and no one would willingly share it with others. Thus, if two races clashed, one would inevitably retreat. Let us hope it is the opposing side that falters, Yi Chen mused. Regardless of the outcome, the Night Stalkers would not be completely annihilated. And if they failed to seize the dark energy, the remaining Night Stalkers would surely return to their previous territory, leaving Yi Chen and his group with no time to claim the high-level spirit pearl. Progressing smoothly, though the roars of beasts persisted in the darkness, they encountered no other dark entities, allowing Yi Chen and his companions to advance with little peril. Eventually, they arrived at a hilltop where a platform stood at its summit, upon which rested a pearl radiating a vibrant green-blue luminescence, exuding a rich essence of life. Remarkably, amidst the darkness enveloping the hill, a lush patch of grass had begun to flourish. This is the array. Let me take a closer look, Yi Shi exclaimed, leaping from the shoulder of the mountain deity to examine the array. The array was modest in size, merely encompassing the area surrounding the platform, sparkling with glimmers of light in the darkness. This array served not only to suppress the dark source, but also to mask the aura in the vicinity, forming a seal to prevent dark beings from wreaking havoc. After all, the dark source was immensely alluring to dark creatures. Seeing no immediate danger, Yi Chen descended as well, joining the Moon Goddess clan members and the Jade Rabbits in observing the array below. A plethora of enigmatic symbols lay before him, incomprehensible to his understanding. Yet, certain symbols appeared exceptionally familiar. Was this not a magic circle? But what of this symbol? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the Taoist talismans. Yi Chun murmured as he gazed upon one of the symbols. If one were to draw a talisman, each rendition would likely differ from the next. However, upon encountering an authentic talisman, anyone would recognize it at once. This deceitful artifact, once confined to Earth, had astonishingly manifested in this realm, employed for the purpose of sealing. Yi Chun remained silent, raising his wristband to record the entire scene below, intending to delve deeper into its mysteries upon his return. 10 minutes later, Yi Shi and the others seemed to have finally unearthed a clue, commencing to sketch along the magic array, familiarizing themselves with its operation. Meanwhile, the distant roars of beasts had begun to subside. Even the sounds of the nocturnal demons' battle had grown nearly inaudible. It was imperative to maintain control over the seal, for time was of the essence. Yi Chen felt a rising urgency within. Although the vicinity of the magic array was indeed difficult for dark creatures to detect, and they lacked the capability to breach its protective barriers, Yi Chun had already discerned abundant signs of nocturnal demons residing not far from this hill, indicating that their original habitat lay in that direction. The distance between them was less than a kilometer. Should the nocturnal demons return, they would undoubtedly spot Yi Chun and his companions. If even a mere handful of 4th or 5th tier nocturnal demons were to arrive, it would spell doom for Yi Chun and his kin. My lord, the magic array has been deciphered. We shall now exert our utmost effort to operate the array and annihilate the dark pearl within. This process will take approximately 10 minutes, during which we must not be disturbed. Henceforth, we must rely on you, my lord. Yi Shi finally spoke, rising to face Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart soared with joy. He immediately pledged to secure around 10 minutes for them, no matter the cost. Thus, Yi Shi and the other moon maidens commenced their task, channeling the remaining lunar energy into the magic array. The once dimly glowing array suddenly radiated with intensified brightness. The wooden spirit pearl atop the platform, which had merely exuded a sprinkle of life force, now surged with energy, causing the surrounding grass to flourish abundantly. With a thunderous boom, a series of muffled sounds emanated from within the platform. Yi Chun distinctly sensed a colossal force surging inside, albeit tightly contained within the platform's bounds. Each time the light of the high-tier wooden spirit pearl cascaded down, the energy within would quiet momentarily, only to be followed by even more vigorous turbulence. At that moment, the roars of beasts in the darkness had completely ceased, along with the distant sounds from their path. It seemed that the battle between the two dark races had finally concluded, though it remained uncertain who had triumphed. What is the situation? Yi Chun inquired upon seeing a resting moon maiden who had just returned from her shift. It is progressing smoothly, though we are still somewhat inexperienced. We will require a bit more time, she replied. The dark energy atop the platform continued to churn and intensify, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Yet, with each clash, the magic array shone ever more brilliantly, suppressing the dark energy effectively. Suddenly, a faint roar echoed from the shadows, causing Yi Chen's expression to shift dramatically. That sound, it was unmistakably the roar of a nocturnal demon. Had the nocturnal demons emerged victorious? Or had they retreated in defeat? Yi Chen pondered anxiously. If it were the former, there would be time for the nocturnal demons to dissipate the dark energy. However, if it were the latter, they would be in grave peril. Even a solitary 4th-tier nocturnal demon could obliterate their group. After all, throughout their journey from their territory to the location of the Holy Light Stone, and now to this place, his kin had expended an immense amount of energy. He would need to strategize on how to avoid encountering other dark creatures during their return. We are almost there. Just a little longer. Yi Shi responded while managing the energy. Yi Chen nodded, his gaze filled with concern as it drifted toward the depths of darkness. Whether it was merely his imagination, he felt as though he could sense the approach of their adversaries. Wait, were those indeed footsteps? Yi Chen paused, quickly regaining his composure. This was no figment of his imagination. At the speed of the nocturnal demons, they would likely return soon. Should he still be present at that time, it would spell disaster for him. Simultaneously, the messages from the crimson feathered bird confirmed Yi Chen's fears. Nocturnal demons were indeed on their way back. Chapter 66, Returning to the Territory. Enough. At last, Yi Shi, leading the moon maidens in the purification array, spoke up, weariness evident on her delicate features. Concurrently, it seemed that a new surge of power flowed into Yi Chen's mind. Without time to contemplate, he seized the high-tier wooden spirit pearl and instructed the mountain god to hoist the platform, as they hurriedly fled in another direction. The crimson feathered birds continued to return. With the last one now back, it signified that the nocturnal demons were perilously close, likely to appear before them at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, as soon as Yi Chun and his companions vanished into the shadows, clear footsteps echoed behind them. They dared not look back, plunging deeper into the darkness, neglecting the potential encounters with other dark races. Evading detection by the nocturnal demons was their paramount concern. Only when they had completely vacated the territory of the nocturnal demons did Yi Chun and his companions finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, Yi Shi and the others were nearly drained of energy, with only the mountain god remaining capable of combat. Should they encounter a nocturnal demon, even the weakest fourth-tier one. Their demise would be inevitable. The crimson feathered birds will continue to scout ahead to find our way back. Everyone else, take a moment to rest and regain your strength. Chen commanded. The few remaining crimson feathered birds took to the skies once more, seeking a path to safety. All around them lay the nests of dark creatures. Merely standing in place, they could hear the distant roars of beasts echoing, and even faintly discern the sound of a dragon's roar. Any dark creature capable of producing such a sound must possess an exceptionally pure dragon lineage, indicating that these beings were at least 5th tier or higher. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules of the trial world, Chen would dare to speculate even beyond the 7th tier. My lord, there appears to be an object over there meant to suppress the essence of darkness, a monument. Suddenly, one of the moon maidens pointed towards a certain direction. Chen turned to look, recognizing it was Ying, who had been recruited later. While her magical prowess was not particularly strong, she had awakened a night vision talent during her second advancement, significantly enhancing her visibility in darkness. Thus, Ying had consistently trained alongside the Silver Leaf Moon Elves in tracking and exploration, serving as Chen's primary reconnaissance unit. A monument? Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that it must be the inheritance steel previously mentioned by Lu Xiong, similarly utilized to suppress the essence of darkness. Are there any dark creatures nearby? Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. Though the sealing array would not be detected or disrupted by dark beings, the immense dark essence within would inevitably allow some dark energy to seep out. Such energy would serve as a delectable nourishment for dark creatures, often attracting throngs of them to linger nearby. Indeed, it appears to be a horde of skeletons, among which there are quite a number of knights. Ying responded after scrutinizing the scene. Upon hearing the name of this dark entity, Chen immediately relinquished any thoughts of confrontation. Though the skeletons may not possess high levels and seem weak enough to disintegrate with a mere touch, their potential for growth is exceedingly high. Just in terms of skeletons alone, the disparity in power ranges dramatically from the 1st-tier skeletons to the 9th-tier skeleton kings, not to mention the various aberrations in between, such as skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and skeletal champions. The undead knights represent a remarkably diverse race. This singular race alone could sufficiently form a complete ecosystem. The undead knights begin at 5th tier, and it is likely that this group of skeletons possesses strength at least at the 3rd tier, which is of no concern to us. We should hastily withdraw. Chen lamented, as with his current capabilities, confronting such dark beings was out of the question. Perhaps the climax of the Lord's trial might present an opportunity, but for now, obtaining a high-level spiritual orb was already a considerable gain. Finally, the crimson feathered bird returned, indicating that the path ahead had been surveyed. Chen and his companions did not linger, trailing behind the bird as they ventured into the shadows. Having already circumnavigated a considerable distance, the only way back was to take an even larger detour, especially since the surroundings were teeming with various dark creatures. Often, for safety's sake, they were compelled to veer further away. Meanwhile, the rotund individuals stationed at the territory found themselves once again ensnared in peril. A new swarm of dark entities commenced their passage through the spatial rift towards the trial world, only to be obstructed at the exit by the rotund group. Fortunately, they are merely dark ghouls, the rotund leader exclaimed, patting his chest and swallowing hard. They were not as formidable as the terrifying wolf spirits or howling moon wolves, and they believed they still had some means of defense, especially with Chen's silver leaf moon spirits remaining behind. Do we have a clear understanding of the strength of these dark ghouls? Zhou Wenbin, who had just returned to the city, inquired. Primarily 1st and 2nd tier, with only a few 3rd tier present. Thus far, we have yet to encounter any 4th tier dark ghouls, Li Xinghai responded. As the reconnaissance duties had consistently been handled by his crimson feathered bird, that is reassuring. If they are merely 1st and 2nd tier, we should be capable of holding them off. Zhou Wenbin sighed in relief, his tone unusually coherent for once. That remains to be seen. Without Chen's land to bolster the walls, they are merely earthen barriers, which will inevitably succumb to the dark ghouls in due time. Moreover, dark ghouls are not like the wolf spirits. They inherently possess climbing abilities, and even if the earthen wall stands, they could ascend it directly. Additionally, time is of the essence. We could not produce many 2nd-tier magic crystal bombs, and the mines set outside primarily consist of 1st-tier bombs, which will yield significantly less lethality. The rotund leader shook his head, reflecting on the situation. Having accompanied Chen for a considerable time, he had acquired some experience in assessing the strengths of both sides. The earthen wall and the magic crystal bombs were their primary means of resisting the dark entities, yet both strategies currently faced substantial limitations. It's merely a horde of dark ghouls, with a maximum strength of 3rd tier. Surely we can defeat them, Li Xinghai encouraged. Having replenished his ranks significantly after vanquishing the wolf spirits, now boasting over 1,000 crimson feathered birds. As the group conversed, the dark ghouls emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves before the gathered individuals. Originally aiming to traverse the spatial rift into the trial space, upon discovering the expansive territory replete with delectable aromas, The dark ghouls surged forward, roaring with wild enthusiasm toward the land. Suddenly, as Chun and his party advanced through the darkness, they heard the faint sound of explosions, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. This place was inhabited by dark creatures. The only source of explosions could be the rotund group, indicating that they were under assault from dark entities. It is a new race of dark beings, Chun murmured, quickening his pace. Those attempting to breach the spatial rift would undoubtedly not be solitary dark creatures, but rather an entire tribe. Regardless of the nature of this tribe, the current strength of their territory made it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an onslaught. If he did not hasten back, his homeland would likely fall into enemy hands. At that moment, the scouting crimson feathered bird returned abruptly, emitting urgent calls and obstructing Chun's advance. There is a dark entity ahead, and its strength is formidable, Ying remarked, beads of perspiration forming on her brow simply from observing the foreboding presence. What? Chun was taken aback, yet powerless. Any dark creature that Ying deemed strong would surely be beyond their current capabilities to confront. The path on either side was populated by dark creature tribes. Thus they could only wait for the formidable entity to pass. Has it departed? Chun inquired, yet the darkness ahead remained silent, offering no indication of the dark creature's presence. No, it has halted, and is heading toward the territory of the flame lizards, Ying exclaimed, her expression shifting with alarm. The flame lizards were a tribe of dark creatures located to their left front, possessing a faint draconic bloodline and a minimum strength of 3rd tier. The audacity of this dark entity to brazenly enter their domain without a hint of trepidation was astonishing. A thunderous roar erupted from the darkness ahead, yet upon closer inspection, the cacophony was laced with fury, anguish, and despairing cries. Furthermore, waves of intense heat emanated from the left, interspersed with flickers of flame illuminating a towering silhouette. It is feeding on the flame lizards. Even 4th-tier attacks have no effect on it. Ying gasped, her countenance reflecting sheer horror. This revelation startled not only her, but also Yi Shi and even Chun himself. To intrude upon the tribes of dark creatures and feast upon 3rd-tier flame lizards. What could be the true strength of this dark entity? Are you certain you did not mistake it? Yi Shi questioned incredulously, as the magnitude of such power was beyond their comprehension. There is no error. It is a very large beast man, comparable in height to the mountain gods. Yet it is shrouded in a thick aura of darkness, possibly the aura of death. Ying replied uncertainly, having never encountered such a creature before. However, upon hearing this, an imposing figure flashed through Yi Chen's mind. It is a dark behemoth. Moreover, it is at least a golden-tier behemoth that has fallen, Yi Chen declared. Behemoths are a race whose power rivals that of dragons, and they are known to prey upon dragons themselves. The flame lizards, possessing a hint of draconic blood, would not be an unexpected target for the dark behemoth. It was just unforeseen that they would encounter such a creature along their journey, and judging by appearances, it seemed to be a dark behemoth of nearly 7th-tier strength, making it one of the most formidable forces within the entire trial space. Only such a powerful dark behemoth could withstand the attacks of the flame lizards, disregarding the potency of their 4th-tier flames. We must find a way to circumvent this. We cannot linger here. Should it become aware of our presence, we are doomed, Yi Chen urged. Moreover, judging by its previous trajectory, it would likely approach the direction of their territory. They must hasten their retreat back into the trial space. Yi Chen called out, summoning Hong Kai Niao and Yi Ying, and they began to rush towards the planned route for their return. Meanwhile, the stout individuals desperately fending off the dark ghouls suddenly noticed a pause in the movements of the dark ghouls outside the city walls, significantly diminishing their attacking efficiency. Some dark ghouls even hesitated before choosing to leave, directly traversing through spatial rifts into the trial space, opting not to continue their assault on the territory. What is happening? The stout man questioned in bewilderment, the sudden alleviation of pressure allowing him to breathe easier. It was known that the population of dark ghouls was exceedingly vast. The magical crystal bombs outside had merely eliminated a fraction of them, and they were already at the gates of the city. Yet, at this critical juncture, a substantial number of dark ghouls began to retreat, some even fleeing outright, leaving many perplexed. Do dark beings fear death? Zhou Wenbin inquired, his voice filled with confusion, but no one could provide an answer. The only conceivable reason for the dark beings' retreat was the emergence of an even more formidable entity, one that belonged to the apex of the food chain. Lu Xiong gazed into the depths of the darkness, his eyes filled with horror. What do you see? Is a powerful dark being approaching? The crowd gasped, each person voicing their questions in unison. Impossible. Impossible. It can't be. How could such a powerful dark being appear now? Wasn't it supposed to be at least 6 months before anything like this emerged? Lu Xiong murmured, struggling to believe what he had witnessed. A dark behemoth of level 7 strength was sufficient to dominate the entire trial space. What exactly is it? Speak clearly, the stout man urged. But Lu Xiong wore a despondent expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. No, we are all going to die here. We must leave. We need to hurry back. It surely cannot enter the trial space. We will be safe once we return. Lu Xiang spoke in a frenzied manner, turning to control his floating island to depart. What is happening? What is coming? What about Yi Chen? He hasn't returned yet. The stout man grabbed him, desperate to comprehend the situation. Knowing that leaving without Yi Chen would undoubtedly place him in peril. We can't wait. If he returns, we will all perish here, Lu Xiang exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. At that moment, a cry from the Hong Kai Niao rang through the air, and Lu Xinghai looked up, his face lighting up with joy. Yi Chen has returned. Chapter 68, Retreat and Stay. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in joy, eagerly gazing towards the city walls. But all they could see was a void of darkness. Where is he? Didn't you say he was back? The stout man shouted, seizing Lu Xinghai by the collar. For the dark behemoth was now approaching, and if it were to collide with Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. On the way, he instructed Hong Kai Niao to send word that a dark behemoth would pass this way, urging us to leave immediately. He will arrive soon. Lu Xinghai panted. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Xiang dashed back to the territory, ready to break camp at a moment's notice. As for Yi Chen's territory, it had been entrusted to the stout man and Yi Ling, and would move in tandem with the stout man's domain. We will head to the spatial rift. Once Yi Chen arrives, we will leave, the stout man declared, as everyone maneuvered their territory toward the spatial rift. With a thunderous crash, the towering city walls collapsed, and the group's territory slowly vacated its original position. Thud, thud, thud. Upon reaching the rift, rhythmic vibrations echoed in their ears. It was the sound of footsteps. The dark behemoth was about to emerge, and they had no more than a minute before it would lay eyes on them. Lu Xiang screamed. For if he were to be concerned about the multitude of dark beings outside, he might have fled immediately. Look there, Yi Chen has returned. Meanwhile, the stout man stood at the edge of the territory, calling out towards the distant shadows. The imposing figure of the mountain god was finally visible, sprinting towards them at an alarming pace. Quickly here, the stout man waved his hands, shouting loudly, and Zhou Wenbin and the others exhaled slightly in relief. Had Yi Chen not made it back, they would have been riddled with guilt, and even Lu Xiang could not help but feel a wave of relief. However, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Oh no, the dark behemoth seems to have sensed our presence and is changing direction to come straight towards us. Lu Xiang gasped. Originally, the dark behemoth had been meandering, its speed quite slow, and though it was heading in their direction, it would take some time to reach them. But now, it appeared to have detected their presence and was advancing directly towards them at a much faster pace. This was still at a normal walking pace. If it truly exerted itself, given its strength, that distance could be closed in mere breaths. You all go first. The stout man gritted his teeth, realizing without Lu Xiang's reminder that the footsteps were growing increasingly distinct. I'll go first, hold the position. You all must hurry, Zhou Wenbin declared after a moment's hesitation. After all, he was the one leading 4 individuals through the trial space, and he was far more decisive in this moment than the others. You two should go as well. I'll send Hong Kai Niao to see if I can draw the creature's attention, Lu Xinghai said with a heavy heart, knowing that in this situation, the chances of the departing Hong Kai Niao returning were slim. Yet, Yi Chen had come here because of them, and if he were to perish here, it would weigh heavily on anyone's conscience. Moreover, for them, the life of the Lord was always far more valuable than that of their kin. Very well, stay safe. Once you retrieve him, come out immediately. We'll be waiting outside, Lu Xiang and Gao Kaidai replied, not hesitating further, as Zhou Wenbin was currently under considerable pressure. If they did not exit, Zhou Wenbin's territory, lacking offensive capabilities, would not withstand for long. A multitude of Hong Kai Niao soared from Lu Xinghai's territory, converging towards the dark behemoth from all directions. Yi Chen was evidently aware of the situation regarding the dark behemoth, as Ying had already informed him of everything. The earth, sink underground, use earth escape. Notify the remaining Hong Kai Niao to exit first. We can simply hide until the dark behemoth departs, Yi Chen instructed. The earth responded, and everyone promptly burrowed underground, vanishing from the sight of the stout man and the others. Simultaneously, the few remaining Hong Kai Niao darted past, swiftly heading towards the territory. As soon as they returned, the Hong Kai Niao began to chirp incessantly. The stout man could not comprehend their utterances, but Lu Xinghai understood immediately, and his face turned pale. What happened? What did he say? Why did he suddenly burrow underground? The stout man anxiously inquired. He told us to leave first. He will wait until the dark behemoth departs before emerging. Lu Xinghai stammered. Damn, that's a level 7 creature. Does he truly believe that hiding underground will suffice? The stout man exclaimed, striking the ground in frustration. However, he quickly regained his composure and urged Lu Xinghai, who stood beside him, to summon back the released crimson birds. He prepared to return to the trial space with Yi Chen's territory. As long as Yi Chen did not perish here, once the dark behemoth departed, there would always be an opportunity to escape. Are we truly leaving just like this? Lu Xinghai, reluctant, inquired as he recalled the crimson birds. What else can we do? We must depart immediately. The stout figure replied irately, even manipulating his territory to push Lu Xinghai's domain towards the spatial rift, lest they miss their chance. My lord, Yi Ling and the others gazed longingly at the fading shimmer of the spatial rift. Upon witnessing the departure of the stout figure and his companions, Yi Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as the territory was taken out, with the land's ability to burrow, no matter how formidable the dark behemoth was, it would pose no threat to him. Boom. Just as the stout figure and the others vanished into the spatial rift, a colossal form emerged from the darkness. Standing nearly 100 meters tall, even a mountain deity would seem insignificant before its toes, enveloped in a dark aura, exuding an air of malevolence and slaughter. Is that what you call comparable to a mountain deity? From the distant mountaintop, Yi Chen, perplexed, glanced at Yi Ying and then at the mountain deities, who barely reached 5 meters in height. The distance is too great. My assessment may have some discrepancies. Or perhaps it has altered its form. Yi Ying blushed, playfully refusing to acknowledge her misjudgment. Before Yi Chen could respond further, the dark behemoth turned its gaze toward him, letting out a furious roar before leaping directly toward their position. Chapter 69, 7th Tier Skeleton King. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, the force even surpassing that of a 3rd-tier magic crystal explosion, and this was merely the result of the dark behemoth's mere leap. Yi Chen, having burrowed underground, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not been vigilantly observing the creature and ordered the land to retreat at the slightest hint of danger, they might have been reduced to mere paste by now. Continued to descend, evading the dark behemoth's perception. Yi Chen signaled to the land, but was obstructed. My lord, the territories of those dark creatures are not confined to the surface. There are also dark beings dwelling underground. If we descend further, we will inevitably encounter them. One of the land remarked, having carved out a small space. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understood. Just as there were creatures that flew in the sky and swam in the water, there were indeed beings that thrived underground. The subterranean realm was not necessarily safer than the surface. Roars echoed from above as the ground was torn apart. For the dark behemoth had sensed their presence and was beginning to dig downward. Its power was formidable. With a mere flick of its hand, it created a massive chasm. If it truly began to dig, it would not take long at all. No, we must leave, run forward. We need to devise a way to evade its perception. Yi Chen's expression shifted, addressing the land beside him. The dark behemoth had yet to catch on, acting recklessly, if it ever became aware. A single stomp would suffice to shatter mountains and stones, making their situation infinitely more perilous. At that point, a mere fissure in the ground could lead to their demise. The group fled swiftly. The dark behemoth, sensing the movement of Yi Chen and the others, began to pursue them across the surface. However, its ability to sense below was considerably hindered, making its movements less convenient, and it could only barely keep pace behind Yi Chen and his companions. One party traversed the surface, while the other delved underground, both relentlessly pursuing deeper into the darkness, with the dark creatures along the way daring not to impede their path. Even the dark races Yi Chen and his group occasionally encountered underground hurriedly fled, too intimidated to engage. For the aura of the dark behemoth was enough to instill fear in all. What should we do? What can we possibly do? Yi Chen's heart raced with anxiety. Continuing this way would inevitably lead them to a race that feared not the dark behemoth, resulting in a certain death scenario. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of clashing bones erupted ahead. The land halted, sensing the thick aura of death in the air, and several hastily assembled skeletons appeared before them. Have we stumbled into the territory of skeletons? Yi Chen was taken aback, not expecting to have wandered into this realm in his panic. Die! The mountain deity struck, instantly shattering the 1st-tier skeletons, yet a terrifying wave of power surged above them. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. As the land sensed the pressure of the soil above diminishing, clearly indicating that a vast expanse of earth had been leveled. Wait, is this indeed the territory of skeletons? You mentioned seeing a skeleton knight earlier? Yi Chen suddenly turned to Yi Ying and asked. Yes, there was a knight, clad in armor. I can't say for certain if it was a skeleton knight, but among a throng of skeletons, it should be. Yi Ying nodded. She seemed confident in her observation. If it were indeed a skeleton knight, it would possess around 3rd-tier strength, but if it were a headless knight, it would wield at least 5th-tier power. Coupled with the possibility of a leader, it could potentially reach the pinnacle of 6th or even 7th-tier strength. Thus, this group could contend with the dark behemoth, which explained the ongoing battle above. Yi Chen's mind raced with thoughts, while the tumult above raged on, compelling the land to swiftly move the group to avoid being caught in the fray. No, at this moment, they are engaged in battle and have no time to concern themselves with us. After fleeing a distance, the group finally sensed a return to tranquility above. The dark behemoth had lost interest in pursuing them, yet a flash of inspiration ignited in Yi Chen's mind. I recall that the location of the inheritance stone tablet is adjacent to the skeleton's territory. Yi Chen thought, unable to contain his exhilaration. An inheritance stone tablet guarded by a 7th-tier dark being would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. With this in mind, Yi Chen promptly instructed the land to change direction and return to the edge of the skeleton's territory. The territory was alive with the sounds of battle, the roars of beasts, and the clash of combat ringing deafeningly. From a considerable distance, Chen peeked out, witnessing numerous skeletons charging toward the dark behemoth, only to be effortlessly reduced to ash. Meanwhile, several powerful headless knights encircled the dark behemoth, restraining it, while a massive skeleton king swung its bone blade, relentlessly slashing at the dark behemoth. Is that a 7th-tier skeleton king? Otherwise, it would not be able to contest with the dark behemoth. Chen pondered. As strength increased, the disparity between equivalent tiers became more pronounced. A 7th-tier skeleton king leading a tribe could barely match the dark behemoth. The difference was stark. But this was fortuitous. Let them battle at their leisure while I purify the darkness. Chen turned his gaze toward the distant inheritance stone tablet, a 5-meter-tall monument embedded in the ground, radiating a soft, golden glow. Naturally, such radiance would be profoundly loathed by dark beings, simultaneously serving as a protective barrier against their approach. My lord, leave the next steps to us. You and the land stay below. We shall return shortly. Before Chen could make a move, Yishi had already spoken. The inheritance stone tablet was situated not far from the skeleton territory. Should purification commence, they would easily be caught in the tumult of battle. Given Chen's physical constitution, even a brush with the conflict could spell his doom. Be careful. Ensure your own safety first. Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet he could only acquiesce, unwilling to hinder his kin. It was a lesson that every lord must learn. Upon receiving Chen's response, Yishi left behind 2 moon maidens and 1 mountain god, along with a guardian of the land, while she took the remaining individuals to purify the dark source. Soon, a faint glow emanated from the ceiling formation. But the skeleton king and the dark behemoth were too engrossed in their battle to pay them any heed. Do not falter. Keep fighting. Chen silently prayed, knowing that the longer they battled, the greater his chances of obtaining the legacy stone tablet would become. Just how formidable would the legacy stone tablet, guarded by a 7th-tier skeleton horde, prove to be? Chapter 70. Departing from the realm of dark origins. Unfortunately, the newly ascended 7th-tier skeleton king was still no match for the inherently powerful dark behemoth, which relentlessly pressed forward with its iron fists. Even the skeleton king's seemingly razor-sharp bone blade could not sever the behemoth's bones, only managing to inflict superficial wounds. The dark behemoth, emboldened by its victories, completely disregarded Chen and the others, pouring all its might into the clash with the skeletons. Besides the skeleton king, even the headless knight could no longer intervene, relegated to watching helplessly as its king was battered. The lunar radiance surged on Chen's side, the brilliance of the formation gradually fading as the dark entities suppressed by the legacy stone tablet were being purified. At last, in a moment filled with both anticipation and trepidation, Yishi wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her brow, while the nearby Taishan hoisted the legacy stone tablet. The group promptly plunged back underground. Hurry, we must flee. The skeleton king is on the verge of collapse. Chen urged, his voice tinged with urgency. The skeleton king, having been shattered in the fray, managed to resurrect itself once more due to the undying nature of the undead. Yet the flame of its soul within its skull had dimmed considerably. This revival was merely a prelude to another defeat. The skeleton king was now too weak to contend with the dark behemoth. The earth energy surged wildly underground as the guardians of the land expended their final reserves of power, swiftly carrying Chen and the others away. This time, no one pursued them, and they arrived at the spatial rift unscathed. Without hesitation, Chen and his companions surged through. Upon crossing the rift, a thunderous roar filled their ears, and a multitude of dark creatures rushed past them, accompanied by the unending sounds of battle. We're out. The familiar voices of the fatty and others rang out as they spotted them, shouting with joy. Chen opened his eyes to see the 7 floating islands still hovering around the spatial rift, surrounded by countless corpses of dark creatures, clearly indicating that they had been under constant siege. Fatty. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen felt his eyes welling with tears. Around their territory lay not only the bodies of dark entities, but also a considerable number of kin. Even his Silverleaf Moon spirits had suffered losses, with several already fallen, not to mention the severely injured in the rear. It was evident that the others had waited outside, enduring the onslaught of beasts without abandoning their post. Wonderful. They provided cover for us to return to the territory quickly, and then we can leave. Fatty shouted exuberantly, his eyes also glistening with tears as he saw Chen finally emerge from the rift. Had they not made it out, it seemed all of them would have perished there. We are going home, Chen declared to his companions, for the territory was the only home for the kin. Indeed, many nodded in agreement, flying towards their domain, their hearts racing. The feeling of returning alive was akin to reclaiming a lost life. Even amidst the battlefield, no place felt safer than their territory. Ha ha ha, you truly have returned. I knew you wouldn't perish. Fatty exclaimed in excitement upon seeing Chen and the others return to the territory. A calamity lasts 1,000 years. Chen chuckled, glancing at Yiling and the others still engaged in battle. At this moment, the mountain god had also rejoined, and it was clear that they must leave now. Thank you for your hard work. We shall depart immediately, Chen remarked, beckoning everyone to begin maneuvering the floating islands away. It's all right, as long as you, my lord, return safely, Yi Ling replied, her eyes misty, nearly believing their territory was destined for ruin and she would meet the same fate as those sisters. Gently patting her head, Yi Chen sighed, refraining from saying more as the floating islands swiftly moved. The 7 territories were rapidly retreating to the outskirts, dispatching the dark creatures they encountered along the way. The mountain god effortlessly cleaved through the ordinary third-tier creatures, rendering them insignificant before their might. Furthermore, as they distanced themselves from the domain, the density and strength of the dark entities diminished, alleviating the pressure on the group, a stark contrast to their entry. An hour later, their pace slowed, ultimately halting in a patch of darkness, where they began to cleanse the remaining dark creatures within their territory. At last, it's over, Fatty exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Just moments ago, even the Lord had personally engaged in battle, having launched several magical crystal bombs with the catapult. My little snake, Lu Xiong, is weeping, he lamented, as his clan of azure-scaled serpent folk had suffered catastrophic losses, despite having been reinforced multiple times. The initial batch of azure-scaled serpent folk was now virtually extinct. Not only him, but also Gao Caidi and Lu Xinghai found themselves in similar predicaments. And even the unconscious Zhou Wenxuan saw their ranks of harpies dwindle to mere handfuls. Guarding the entrance to the spatial rift was a task few dared to undertake, as the relentless tide of dark creatures could easily overwhelm any new lord. It's all right. All that matters is that we returned alive. And your sister is safe now, right? Gao Caidi consoled, feeling the need to look after her dear friend. I apologize, this incident was my fault. Please divide the magical crystals and dark treasure among yourselves, and after a brief rest, I shall summon the moon rabbit to rescue her. Yi Chun said with a hint of regret, knowing that his desire for high-grade spirit beads had led everyone into such dire straits. Don't say that. If we can obtain high-grade spirit beads, then it's worth it. You must become a powerful lord and lend us a hand, Zhou Wenbin stammered, while Lu Xinghai nodded in agreement. Indeed, you still need to help us save my sister. If we can bring her back, it would be worth it, Lu Xinghai added. The entire situation had arisen from their desire to save someone, and they felt they bore the consequences, even if it meant sacrificing their territories. Rescuing Zhou Wenxuan was paramount. Rest assured, after a brief respite, the moon rabbit will come to aid. The energy consumption has been immense, Yi Chen assured, not dwelling excessively on the matter. It's all fine. The magical crystals are abundant, and your sister should hold on. We can wait until she's recovered, Zhou Wenbin and the others chimed in. And the prospect of Zhou Wenxuan awakening lifted everyone's spirits. Chapter 71, Purification of Holy Light. 2 hours later, everyone had gathered in Yi Chen's territory, where the moon rabbit was laboriously channeling the holy power from the holy light stone, directing it into the stone cup below. At this moment, the stone cup contained half a cup of verdant liquid, a potion concocted by the medicinal rabbit using the available herbs. This elixir was designed to aid Zhou Wenxuan in better absorbing the power of the holy light, while simultaneously shielding her fragile body from the searing effects of the immense source of light. The elemental source energy, even for the mightiest of races, could prove overwhelming, let alone for a newly appointed lord like the physically frail Blue Star inhabitants. The radiant power of the holy light gradually seeped out, bestowing a hint of golden hue upon the dark green liquid, which, when gently swirled, seemed to shimmer as if gold were rolling within. Just let her drink this. The medicinal rabbit chirped cheerfully as it glanced at Taishan. Such a colossal being could only be handled by the mountain deity and the mountain giants. All right, Taishan nodded, cautiously lifting the stone cup and approaching Zhou Wenxuan. Drink, drink. Is that all it takes? Zhou Wenbin asked nervously. Roughly yes. Furthermore, the holy light will benefit her greatly. However, due to the lingering effects of dark pollution, her recovery will require some time. The medicinal rabbit dutifully replied. At this point, Taishan had reached Zhou Wenxuan's side, gently bringing the cup filled with the holy light energy to her lips, as Zhou Wenbin carefully assisted in feeding her. In an instant, Zhou Wenxuan's entire form was enveloped in a golden radiance, and she began to levitate softly off the ground. Is this the holy light shining down? The portly fellow exclaimed, gazing in awe at Zhou Wenxuan, who hovered like a miniature sun. She truly embodies the essence of a saint. The source of the holy light was enhancing her physique, and it was likely her innate abilities would receive a significant boost. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The purification of her entire being was about to commence, the medicinal rabbit noted. Indeed, as the words fell, torrents of dark mist began to surge within the holy light, and a flicker of pain crossed Zhou Wenxuan's features. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and her muscles twitched slightly as she endured excruciating torment. How can this be? She won't be harmed, will she? Zhou Wenbin inquired anxiously. Rest assured, this is a natural process. As long as the dark essence is thoroughly cleansed, she shall recover, the medicinal rabbit explained. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Yet their expressions remained tense as they observed her in midair. The dark mist continued to emerge in increasing volumes, accompanied by whispers and cries reminiscent of hellish lamentation. Yet, under the radiance of the holy light, these shadows quickly dissipated. Wait, why is there also dark mist emanating from us? The portly fellow suddenly cried out, pointing at the others. At that moment, it became evident that not only Zhou Wenxuan, but all of them were emitting faint traces of dark mist, barely perceptible, yet undeniable. We have ventured into the realm of dark origins, and even departed from our territory, inevitably picking up some dark essence. Now, we are merely being purified under the holy light. The medicinal rabbit clarified. Goodness, just a brief visit, and we've been tainted by darkness? What if we had lingered longer? We might be thoroughly corrupted, he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Otherwise, do you think all the lords who succumbed to dark pollution merely wandered into the dark origin realm? And why do those who awaken as angelic lords of the holy light seem so favored? Yi Chun retorted, slightly exasperated. These facts are all documented in the textbooks. It's evident you haven't studied diligently. Once she's healed, shall we seek out school beauty Jin? It feels like ages since I last basked in her brilliance. The portly fellow suggested, only to be swiftly kicked aside by Yi Chun. As time passed, the dark mist surrounding Zhou Wenxuan diminished, until it finally vanished, leaving only a faint glow enveloping her. Zhou Wenxuan gently descended to the ground, and Zhou Wenbin and the others quickly gathered around her while making room for the medicinal rabbit. After assessing her condition, the medicinal rabbit stepped back. It's all good now. She should awaken by tomorrow at the latest, though she will likely feel weak for a while. Just take good care of her. It stated before departing with the moon-holding rabbit, both clutching carrots as they returned to their burrow for rest. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed, the excitement in his voice rendering him momentarily fluent, and the others shared in his joy. After such a tremendous effort, they had successfully rescued her, making their ordeal worthwhile. Thank you so much. Zhou Wenbin grasped Yi Chen's hand fervently. Indeed, without you, my little sister would surely. Gao Kaidai began, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Lu Xiang. Let us not dwell on it. If anything arises in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Lu Xinghai, the portly fellow declared, his eyes reddening. Enough of the melodrama. She isn't awake yet, Yi Chen said bashfully, as he realized he had also gained considerable advantages from this ordeal. Moreover, once she awakens, we must part ways temporarily. The beast tide is imminent, and with so many territories gathered together, we are likely to face significant repercussions. It would be wise to separate for a time, Yi Chen advised. In the fissure of space where they resided, although only 2 waves of beast tides were needed, it did not imply that the dark origin realm contained only that one fissure. Otherwise, there would not be such a plethora of dark creatures outside. Therefore, it was imperative for them to disperse quickly. Otherwise, their numerous territories would attract a more terrifying beast tide like a beacon in the darkness. Right. I recall the beast tide is tomorrow, isn't it? We only have 1 day left to prepare. Lu Xiang, who had been weeping, suddenly froze, his expression turning sour as he realized, nearly bursting into tears once more. Don't fret. We possess ample magical crystals, and we can swiftly summon a considerable number of vassals. This dark beast tide will surely be manageable. Gao Kaidai comforted him, patting his back. However, as soon as she spoke, Lu Xiang's cries grew louder. Oh, my little snakes. How terribly you've perished. Everyone else could only shake their heads in disbelief. Yi Chen facepalmed, recalling the calm individual who had once told him about the High Lords and the Legacy Stone Tablet within the fissure of space. Chapter 72, The Powerful Legacy Stone Tablet. The following morning, Zhou Wenxuan finally awoke, her complexion pale and her voice weak as she expressed her gratitude to Yi Chun. She was a rather serene girl, markedly different from the others' various conditions. At least from Yi Chun and the portly fellow's perspective, she seemed like a perfectly normal person. Moreover, she exhibited understanding towards her brother's stutter and her companion's predicaments. You're all right. Your lordly talents have been enhanced. And there's even a possibility for your harpy to evolve towards a light angel. You've indeed turned misfortune into fortune, the moon-holding rabbit stated after checking her pulse and thoroughly assessing her condition. Thank you. So much. I am immensely grateful, Zhou Wenbin stammered, grasping Yi Chen's hand repeatedly in gratitude. Zhou Wenxuan also wished to say something, but her frail state rendered her words little more than a whisper. There's no need for such formality. We all benefited in our own ways. I, too, received a high-level spirit pearl, Yi Chen replied. Though he refrained from mentioning the legacy stone tablet, it was best to keep such matters discreet. Why you still need to be thanked. Thank you for everything. Zhou Wenbin continued to express his gratitude, his stuttering becoming increasingly unbearable for Yi Chun, who finally intervened. All right, enough with the stammering. You don't need to keep thanking me. It's exhausting to listen to. This matter has reached a commendable resolution, and it is time for us to part ways here. The tide will rise tomorrow, so it is prudent for us to separate swiftly. The ambitions of your 5 are rather grand. It would be wise to delineate your paths for the time being. You may keep these magic crystals. Summon forth more of your kin, but do ensure that after rescuing her, you do not hastily walk into peril once more. That is all I have to say. My companion and I shall take our leave now. Until we meet again. Upon concluding his words, Chen did not afford his companions the chance to linger in conversation, swiftly turning to depart with his stout friend. Thank you, Brother Chen. After a considerable distance, a thunderous cheer erupted from behind them. Chen and the stout man turned to see a multitude of kin lined up in formation in the territory of the five, led by Zhou Wenbin and others, collectively bidding farewell to Chen and his companion. The duo exchanged smiles and waved towards the distance, gradually fading into the encroaching darkness. Brother Chen, this journey has been splendid. We have acquired the advanced spirit pearl, particularly one suited for the elven kin, the wood-type spirit pearl, with only the two of them remaining. The stout man unabashedly approached Chen's domain, grinning broadly at him. What if I told you there is not merely one advanced spirit pearl? Chen replied with a smirk, leaving the stout man momentarily speechless. What on earth? What else have you managed to procure? The stout man exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing from Chen's expression that the other items were evidently of significant value as well. Humph, you shall find out soon enough. First, bring me a blueprint for a cyclical formation. I shall install this advanced wood-type spirit pearl. I recall you possess a fair number of elemental cyclical formations. Chen teased, withholding further details. Come on, just let me have a peek. You haven't truly acquired that ancestral stone tablet, have you? The stout man inquired curiously, suddenly recalling another item mentioned by Lu Xiang, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, Chen nodded, prompting the mountain deity to retrieve the ancestral stone tablet concealed within the lord's estate. Before them stood a towering 2-meter stone tablet, exuding an aura of primal might and weighty presence, enveloped in a faint, mysterious glow. This was the first time Chen had scrutinized the ancestral stone tablet closely. Intricate characters shimmered upon it, said to be the script of the divine. Ancestral stone tablet, compatibility, 92. Blessed by the gods, once bound with a spark. It possesses functions such as Lord Revival, Merit Recording, Profession Inheritance, World Communication, and Artifact Exchange. Profession Inheritance, 5 foundational combat professions, Warrior, Mage, Priest, Hunter, Assassin. 9 foundational support professions, Blacksmithing, Alchemy, Enchantment, Leatherworking, Tailoring, Inscription, Cooking, Jewelry, Engineering. 3 special professions, Void Walker, Demon Caller, Astral Guardian. Ancestral Talents, Body Refinement Technique. Meditation Method, Universal Formation Chart. Ancestral Skills. The plethora of inheritance content left Chen and the stout man salivating. The stone tablet directly encompasses the 5 foundational combat professions and the 9 foundational support professions, a sight they had never encountered before. Generally, a stone tablet with 3 foundational professions and 5 support professions is considered quite exceptional, let alone one that includes 3 special professions. Brother Chen, this ancestral stone tablet is extraordinarily powerful. The stout man gulped, suppressing his avarice, recognizing it as a treasure beyond his capacity to guard. I too did not anticipate its might. However, considering it was seized from the vicinity of a 7th-tier skeletal king, a tad of strength is hardly unjustifiable. Chen remarked calmly, acknowledging that this was indeed a treasure he had fought tooth and nail to reclaim. No, I cannot look any longer. If I do, I fear I shall succumb to temptation. I propose you bind this ancestral stone tablet first, securing it is paramount. The stout man turned away, unable to bear the sight of the stone tablet any longer, eyes closed. That makes sense. The cyclical formation can wait. I should prioritize binding this ancestral stone tablet. Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the matter. Not to mention the potential encounters with others, the stout man's greedy gaze alone was enough to unsettle him. I shall return first, the stout man declared, hastily retreating to his own territory. Gazing at the ancestral stone tablet before him, Chen contemplated for a moment, choosing not to relocate it to the lord's estate. Instead, he positioned it in an open space within the central plaza. The ancestral stone tablet contained vast amounts of inheritance knowledge, which the kin must discover for themselves. Placing it in a densely populated area would allow more of them to engage with it. As for his own utilization of the ancestral stone tablet, that was merely a matter of intention and did not necessitate strict adherence to the tablet's location. Unexpectedly, while the cyclical formation, energy furnace, and territorial shield remained unaccounted for, the ancestral stone tablet had already been procured. Chen marveled at the imposing stone tablet before him. A flicker of red flame was drawn from his consciousness, the very spark of hope he had awakened, symbolizing his ascent to lordship. Now, he would inscribe his essence upon the ancestral stone tablet, using the spark of hope, irrevocably binding it to his territory. At that moment, this ancestral stone tablet would become an inseparable part of his domain, governing the fate of the entire territory. As long as the tablet remains, so shall the territory. Should the tablet shatter, the territory shall perish.